Chapter 1. Where is this place? Xian slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a landscape that was entirely unfamiliar. Before him stretched an endless expanse of wilderness, dotted with a few sparse low shrubs, and in the distance, towering plants resembling mushrooms stood sentinel, adding to the desolation of the scene. Xian could hardly contain his astonishment after years of illness. He had grown accustomed to the limited view from his hospital window, which had never changed. The scents he was familiar with were those of disinfectant and despair. Never had he beheld such vast wilds or felt the refreshing caress of a gentle breeze. Most remarkably, his physically deteriorated body seemed to have recovered. The chronic pain that had plagued him had vanished without a trace. The indescribable sense of ease that washed over him felt like a long-lost sensation, making him question whether he was dreaming. Just as Xian pondered this bewilderment, a sudden crackle erupted from the walkie-talkie strapped to his side. "Hello, Officer 13. Why haven't you made your way to the incident site yet? What on earth are you dawdling for?" Xian jumped at the unexpected voice, only then realizing he was clad in a police uniform, complete with a utility belt and a sidearm, looked quite formidable. "Humph, at least you are still breathing. Half an hour ago, we received a report of explosion traces on Highway 23. We need you there immediately. At this pace, don't even think about inspecting the site by the time you arrive. We might as well be conducting an archaeological dig." Feigning ignorance of the reprimand, Xian quickly rifled through his memories, but after much contemplation, he found no recollection of this world. "That's enough of that. If you still wish to collect your salary, hurry up and get moving. And remember, use capsule number 4. The contents of that one are perfect for on-site operations." After this command, the walkie-talkie fell silent as if it had never spoken. Left with little choice, Xian opened his utility belt, discovering his police credentials alongside an object resembling an old-fashioned cigarette case. Upon opening the credentials, he found both his name and photograph were identical to those from his original world. However, the address inscribed was one he had never heard of before. "Where on earth have I ended up? A hint would be nice." Xian let out a lament, feeling rather disheartened at the thought of being utterly clueless about his whereabouts. At that moment, a flash of insight struck him. The walkie-talkie had mentioned something about a capsule. Every alternate world possesses its own unique attributes, and a world that employs capsules as a technological synonym could only belong to one realm, namely, the domain of Dragon Ball. In simple terms, this refers to the world created by Japanese manga artist Akira Toriyama in 1986, beginning with Son Goku's quest for the Dragon Balls and evolving into the saga of Science growing stronger through relentless battles, a work of immense renown. During his time in the hospital, Xian had frequently passed the hours indulging in Dragon Ball. "I can't believe I've actually crossed over into the world of Dragon Ball. Good heavens, this can't be real, can it?" Xian mused excitedly. To err on the side of caution, he opened the capsule case to examine its contents. Each capsule was numbered, accompanied by a corresponding item, such as capsule number 1, which contained a police vehicle, and capsule number 4, which held a hover motorcycle, even a capsule marked as an aircraft. Truly, within this compact space, one could find an abundance of items that would be unimaginable in his previous world, capable of fitting such large objects into mere capsules. He casually tossed capsule number 4 onto the ground, and in a flash of magic, a sleek, futuristic motorcycle appeared before him, emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Bulma's father monopolized nearly all technological innovations. Even the most basic bicycles for civilian use were produced by Capsule Corporation, a testament to his genius. In one episode, a police officer entrusted Capsule Corporation with repairing a motorcycle, only for the speed to become a problem. Coordinates have been preset. Proceeding to Highway 23. If no action is taken within 1 minute, the location will automatically alert the police department, the motorcycle announced in a cold, mechanical tone, reminding Xian of the task at hand. Good grief, when did this feature come into play? It's practically a lazy proof system. Not wanting to endure any further scolding from the walkie-talkie, Xian reluctantly mounted the police motorcycle. The onboard computer system activated instantly, the engine roaring to life as it sped forward. Even without prior driving experience, The vehicle could calibrate itself to an autopilot mode, reducing the difficulty to a bare minimum. At this juncture, Xian had the opportunity to contemplate his role within the Dragon Ball universe. From what he could ascertain, he was merely an ordinary Earthling, devoid of any special abilities or systems. This meant that in a world where power reigned supreme, his combat potential had already been capped. Even the so-called strongest human on Earth, Krillin, could never hope to reach Frieza's level, while an ordinary person's power level barely reached 5. In other words, Xiaozin's identity as an Earthling meant that no matter how hard he trained, he would ultimately remain a mere footnote in the later stages of the Dragon Ball saga, far removed from the caliber of the Saiyans. However, given that this is the Dragon Ball universe, the specifics of one's race are of little consequence. Xian mused aloud. Collecting the 7 Dragon Balls can grant wishes. That is the crux of the matter. The Dragon Balls themselves are the foundational concept of the entire series. Yet, as time progressed, their significance diminished in the later battles, becoming little more than a means of healing. Even Kami, the creator of the Dragon Balls, had lamented that his only remaining value was in maintaining them. Particularly considering the existence of Namek, the worth of Earth's Dragon Balls had further diminished. Nevertheless, this also implied that the Dragon Balls, once fervently sought after in the early stages, had become little more than a trivial pursuit in the latter arcs. If he could seize this opportunity to gather a few, acquiring wealth, status, or even longevity and wisdom would be effortlessly within his grasp. If the Red Ribbon Army had managed to endure until after King Piccolo, they might have already collected all 7 Dragon Balls. Xian couldn't help but ponder, by the way, what time is it now? What does the Dragon Ball timeline currently stand? Whatever. I'll find out when I return to my duties as a police officer. With that thought, Xian eased his mind, steering the hover motorcycle swiftly toward the horizon. As an officer responding to an unidentified explosion on Highway 23, Xian steeled himself for the task ahead. However, knowing he was now in the world of Dragon Ball lightened his spirits, especially as he gazed at the expansive wilderness and the azure sky. He couldn't help but exclaim in awe. This place is just so incredibly desolate. Legend has it that Akira Toriyama originally opted for simplicity, choosing to sketch easily manageable plants. Thus, we were graced with mushroom-shaped trees, no leaves to draw, and vast desert landscapes, no forest to depict. An upgraded version of this legend suggested that Cell's spotted design was too complex to animate, hence he never had the chance to resurrect, even in the Super Universe, appearing only briefly. Yet, the upside of this approach was that travel remained remarkably convenient. There were no traffic jams or obstructions, allowing him to swiftly reach the site of the explosion. However, upon his first glance, Xian was taken aback. Was there a battle here? What happened? His astonishment was well warranted. On the roadside lay the wreckage of a colossal robot, its chest seemingly ravaged by missiles, reduced to a catastrophic state, exposing charred armor and frayed wiring, an utterly shocking sight. As Xian stood in disbelief, he suddenly heard faint cries for help nearby. "Someone, please help us." "Yes, whoever you are, please come quickly." Xian hurried over, discovering 3 peculiar individuals lying beside a tattered, ostrich-shaped robot. No, to be precise, it was one diminutive figure, a woman and a talking dog, the little one being remarkably blue-skinned. In the blink of an eye, Xian realized who he had stumbled upon. The Pilaf Gang. These 3 characters are known as the first official supervillains encountered by Goku in the Dragon Ball world. They had persistently sought to dominate the world through the collection of Dragon Balls, but as more powerful figures emerged, they gradually devolved into comedic relief. Who would have thought he would encounter them here? Why is it a police officer who has come? Upon seeing Xian, King Pilaf instinctively felt something was amiss and attempted to flee, but his injuries prevented him from moving far before he collapsed, his small frame and comical actions making for a rather absurd sight. "Your Majesty, isn't it perfectly normal to call a police officer in times of trouble?" The Shih Tzu-like dog, Asu, said amiably. "Indeed, and this officer appears rather amiable. In this desolate area devoid of any human presence for miles around, seeking assistance via telephone is undoubtedly the wisest course of action." The sole female member, Xiaowu added softly. Upon hearing these words, King Pilaf was seething with fury, especially as he noticed the bewildered expressions on his subordinates' faces, which only intensified his ire. Oh my heavens! Have you all forgotten? My aspiration is to dominate the world. These police officers could very well become obstacles to my ambitions. King Pilaf bellowed in a fit of hysteria, while the bystander, Xiaoxin, felt an acute sense of embarrassment. The absurdity of his declaration was akin to loudly proclaiming, "We are the villains." Perhaps it would be best to feign ignorance. How infuriating! After a lifetime of brilliance, I am on the verge of gathering the Dragon Balls, and yet I find myself in this predicament. It truly feels as if the heavens conspire against me. I refuse to accept this fate. King Pilaf lamented, wallowing in self-pity. Meanwhile, the Shiba Inu Ashu unceremoniously interjected, "Your Majesty, we just found a Dragon Ball not long ago. We are still quite far from gathering them all. And it was swiftly taken by that beastly gorilla." Xiao chimed in with a sharp remark. Observing the unclad Shiba Inu, Xiaoxin began to comprehend the current timeline. According to the unfolding narrative, the young Goku, in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, would soon clash with the Black Satin Army, who shared the same goal. After an ensuing struggle, the underwhelming Black Satin Army hired the world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Not only did he abscond with the Dragon Ball, but he also murdered Yupa's father, the guardian of the sacred Korin Tower. King Pilaf, possessing the final Dragon Ball, had initially intended to reap the rewards of others' endeavors. However, unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Goku had ascended the Korin Tower, experiencing an explosive surge in power. He not only vanquished the assassin Tao Pai Pai, but also dismantled the Black Satin Army's ambitions for world domination, effortlessly teaching King Pilaf a lesson and graciously accepting his Dragon Ball. All right. From my perspective, you are indeed the victims. Xiaoxin, exuding an air of confidence, understood that the remaining events in the timeline would be much easier to navigate. Adopting a police officer's demeanor, she inquired, "Now, please describe the assailants. What do they look like?" Upon hearing Xiaoxin refer to them as victims, the Pilaf trio reminisced about their arduous journey in gathering the Dragon Balls, instantly engulfed in sorrow, longing for a place to pour out their grievances. Oh my heavens! I shall never forget that fellow's appearance. King Pilaf exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes, his voice tinged with anguish. I once lived a carefree life in a grand castle, enjoying a tranquil existence free from conflict, and with 24-hour hot water. Xiaowu interjected. Then that wretched fiend arrived, seemingly harmless in appearance, yet with a beast-like tail, transforming into a terrifying gorilla that wreaked havoc and destruction. King Pilaf's voice grew increasingly sorrowful. The castle was thus destroyed. Ashu the Shiba Inu remarked. Now we were merely driving, singing, and preparing to indulge in hot pot. Yet, unexpectedly, that spiky-haired rascal returned, beating us mercilessly and robbing us of all our possessions. King Pilaf gritted his teeth in fury. That rascal wasn't even wearing pants. Xiaowu said, her cheeks flushed. He even stole my clothes. Ashu added, feeling quite embarrassed. Xiaoxin nodded nonchalantly, all the while sketching in her police notebook. He was well aware of this plot. Little Goku learned the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls from Baba, the fortune-teller. He came to find King Pilaf. Unexpectedly, this short-statured fellow fancied himself to have discovered little Goku's weakness and was so audacious as to challenge him to a duel. The winner could obtain the Dragon Balls. Needless to say, King Pilaf's smugness didn't last more than 3 seconds. His body was thoroughly thrashed and his spirit was humiliated. He was utterly defeated. And little Goku successfully summoned Shinran and revived the guardian of the Holy Land who was killed by Tao Pai Pai. Hey, take a look. Does the perpetrator look like this? Xen lifted up the drawn image for the Pilaf Gang to see. The 3 clowns widened their eyes and leaned in closely. That on the picture was a majestic man with his golden hair standing upright. His martial arts uniform looked extremely dashing and unrestrained. With a golden cudgel on his back, it was none other than the renowned Son Goku in the Dragon Ball world. Mr. Police Officer, you draw really well. My being a girl after all, sincerely complimented, except that the height seems a bit too tall. You can draw to this extent just based on our few words. Isn't that too exaggerated? King Pilaf squinted his eyes suspiciously and said, "And why did you specifically pick a yellow pen to draw the hair? Did we mention the hair color?" Hearing this, Xia Xian lied without batting an eyelid. "Needless to say, I've received strict training. I don't draw casually, but once there's a need, I must depict the culprit's appearance exactly as it is to ensure justice for the victim." In fact, when Xia Xian read the Dragon Ball manga back then, he often copied the drawings in his exercise book. Drawing Son Goku was as easy as a vampire eating bread. The rest of the things were simple. Xia Xian took out a police car from the capsule box and drove the Pilaf Gang back to record statements. Originally, such a minor matter could be resolved on the spot. Take a few photos, write a brief report or something, and it would be done to deal with the superiors. But for Xia Xian, although the Pilaf Gang were all hilarious and comical characters, they had extremely outstanding scientific minds. Throughout the entire world, only a handful of people could create the Dragon Ball radar. Even Dr. Gero, the super scientist who invented the androids, could only make a bulky radar device that was not portable. And King Pilaf's Dragon Ball radar had evolved from the initial clumsy type to the current portable one that could be installed on a vehicle and moved around. It could be said that it had been constantly improving, that he was considered the intellectual backbone, second only to Bulma and her father. Of course, Aral and her family from Penguin Village were excluded from consideration. If I want to find the Dragon Balls, I surely need a radar. Bulma is the daughter of the president of Capsule Corporation, that there's no chance that I'll have any connection with her. So, for now, the most likely option is probably still the comical trio. Xia Xian calculated secretly in his heart, and King Pilaf and the others had no idea that Xia Xian had designs on them at this moment. These people had gone through all kinds of hardships to search for the Dragon Balls. They braved the wind and ate in the open, suffering a great deal. But now that the opportunity to fulfill their wish was taken away by little Goku again, they suddenly lost their goal and didn't know what to do next. They didn't reject Xia Xian's request to return to the police station. The four of them in the police car each had their own thoughts, deeply worried about their future. When they returned to the police station and just got off the car, they saw that the sunny sky suddenly turned dark, as if a total solar eclipse had occurred, and it became pitch black. Xia Xian looked up and murmured in his heart, "Hey, the sun and moon lose their light, and the day turns into night. This is clearly the sign that Shenron has been summoned. It seems that little Goku should have revived UPA's father." King Pilaf had dedicated his life to finding the Dragon Balls. How could he not know the meaning of the sky turning dark at this moment? His face instantly turned ashen, and he seemed as if he'd been struck by a million gene hammer. He covered his chest with his hand, took a few steps back, and couldn't even speak. Mayan Shu, having followed King Pilaf for a long time, quickly stepped forward to comfort him and ask what was wrong. "I'm fine, I'm just a bit tired," King Pilaf said casually, but then he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, which even startled Xia Xian. Thinking carefully, although readers know that they have become comical characters, King Pilaf himself doesn't think so, that he has always persevered on the path of fulfilling his ambition. Even after countless failures and being severely beaten by reality, he has never given up his belief. Somehow, Xia Xian felt a bit sympathetic towards this early-stage villain. In a sense, King Pilaf didn't have too many evil intentions. Having the ambition to rule the world also seemed quite idealistic. You can't say that having a pursuit is wrong, right? Actually, Xia Xian himself was quite interested in this wish. "Don't be sad that I'll send the picture of the person who beat you to the superiors and then issue a wanted notice. Now, sit down and have a rest. Have a bowl of tonkatsu rice." Xia Xian casually comforted, but he knew in his heart that issuing a wanted notice was useless. This man who was going to defeat the Galactic Emperor in the future, with an Earthling combat power of only 5, who would dare to capture him? Thanks. Eating tonkatsu rice in the police station feels a bit strange. Just let me have a rest, King Pilaf said weakly. And at the same time, he squatted in the corner, looking as if he had lost his parents. Xia Xian slapped his head. Only then did he remember that in the 1960s, there was an incident in Japan where the police moved the criminal to confess by offering tonkatsu rice. So in various comics and movies afterwards, such as The Devil is a Part-Timer, GTO, etc., it almost became a fixed routine that the criminal ate a bowl of tonkatsu rice in the police station. No wonder King Pilaf felt uncomfortable. However, Seeing how pitiful these people were, Xia Exine couldn't bear it, so he didn't rush to record statements. Instead, he made a few cups of hot coffee for them. Then he saw Shu with his head drooping and his stomach growling constantly. He felt even more pity for these three clowns. So he went to the kitchen, wondering what to make. However, when he opened the fridge, he found that there were very few things inside. There was some leftover rice from the previous night, some sour milk, 2 carrots with a bite taken out of each, half a celery, and the only thing that seemed a bit better was a steak that had been frozen for God knows how many years. The whole fridge looked as if it had been ransacked by little Goku. I really don't know what my previous life was like, said Exine with a black line on his forehead. Although the ingredients were not very sufficient, Exine didn't care that much. He took out all the things in the fridge, washed them, cut them into small pieces casually, and poured them all into the pot. He added a generous amount of oil, fried them over high heat. In a short while, he made a large bucket of, something similar to feed. By the way, Shu, who was originally in the police station, suddenly raised his head, sniffed, and said to himself, why is there a smell of smoke? And there's also a bit of a burnt smell. Could it be that someone's house is on fire? King Pilaf listlessly raised his head, about to scold his subordinate for minding his own business, when he saw Xia Exine coming out carrying a large basin of steaming things. What do you mean by a burnt smell? You really have no vision. Xia Exine pretended to be angry and said, come and have a taste. Although it's not a dish that shines with golden light, it can at least fill your stomach. This is my specialty, mixed rice. The so-called mixed rice was really Xia Exine flattering himself that it was simply leftover ingredients stir-fried with rice in a hodgepodge manner, a beginner-level food in the dark cuisine world. King Pilaf was in low spirits and originally planned to refuse. But when he heard the words mixed rice, he was somehow attracted. He picked up the rice spoon, scooped some up, and put it into his mouth. Before he had time to chew, his originally furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, and the tired look on his face miraculously turned into an expression of surprise. My God, what kind of food is this? It's so to my taste. Delicious. It's really delicious. King Pilaf shouted without his usual restraint. Then he buried his whole face in the rice bowl and started gobbling it up. Seeing this, Ma and Shu also picked up their chopsticks and started eating. But they weren't as surprised as King Pilaf, though they were almost moved to tears while eating. Xiaoxin secretly laughed in his heart. Akira Toriyama is first-rate at drawing and writing stories. But when it comes to naming, he seems to be born with a naming disorder. He uses a lot of food names instead, such as Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Oolong, Puarpu, or T. Even the comical trio is no exception. The names Ma and Shu combined have the pronunciation of Shumai in Japanese, and King Pilaf simply wrote fried rice in big letters on his chest. Therefore, in some translation versions, King Pilaf is also known as King Fried Rice. King Chop Suey Rice. So at this time, fried rice has an inexplicable attraction for King Pilaf. When he saw that these people had almost finished eating, Xia Exine finally opened his mouth and asked, so, what are your plans and destinations next? If your homes are far away, I can send you back. But unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, they evoked the sad memories of the Pilaf Gang. The castle in their hometown had long been demolished by Goku. They were infatuated with collecting Dragon Balls, but failed again and again when they found one. It still fell into the hands of Goku. Thinking carefully, it seems that they have always been doing things that benefit others. After wandering around for so long, that one's dream is still as illusory as a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water. We have long lost our goals and don't know where to go in the future. Perhaps there is no place for us in this world anymore. King Pilaf said with a desolate tone. For a moment, that comical face seemed to be filled with desolation. Xia Exine saw this and knew their situation, so he sighed and said, well, if you have nowhere to go, there is a utility room in the backyard of the police station. Usually, some broken things are stored there. The place is big enough and still clean. You should be able to make do with living there for a few days. The reason for saying this was mainly because he was worried that the Pilaf Gang would slip away. These guys are different from other Dragon Ball characters. Their living places are fixed and obvious. For example, Master Roshi lives in a villa on an island in the sea, and Kami stays in the lookout. Before the Kaioshin died, he had been driving a convertible on his planet for a ride. But no one would know where characters like the Pilaf Gang or Tien Shinhan usually move around. Since Xia Xin was committed to the Dragon Radar, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip through his fingers. So he made an invitation at the right time, of course, in order to avoid being overly friendly and making these three guys suspect his purpose. Therefore, Xia Xin deliberately chose a utility room, which was just right, avoiding overdoing it. Sure enough, whether King Pilaf was really tired or Xia Xin's strategy worked, this guy nodded listlessly and muttered to himself, alas. Anyway, there's still a 1-year cooling off period, and there is no other place to go. Then we can only trouble you for a while. Hearing this, Xia Xin secretly rejoiced. So he collected some unused bedding and necessary daily necessities and distributed them to the Pilaf Gang, asking them to go and rest. For the rest of the things, nothing major happened. Xia Xin devoted all his energy to his own research process. In simple terms, the village where Xia Xin lives is extremely remote. The folk customs are simple, and people live and work in peace and contentment. Almost nothing happens in a year. So there's no need to allocate much police force. The superiors simply assigned Xia Xin here alone to be in charge of the police work in the entire area. Usually, he doesn't have much to do. There's a field behind the police station. The time he spends on farming every day is more than the police work in a week. This is probably the world of Dragon Ball. Humans are too peaceful, and even those evil organizations have become slack. Clearly having powerful forces, they pin their hopes on using the Dragon Balls to conquer the world. It's really taking shortcuts. And oh wonder the combat power of the Earth has been hovering in single digits. Xia Xin summarized to himself. In the future, Piccolo Daimao will be resurrected, and the Shenlong will be killed. But after Goku practices in the heavenly realm, the popularity of the Dragon Balls will start to decline. By then, before Raditz the Scion arrives, just make 2 wishes. Wouldn't it be wonderful? With such thoughts, Xia Xin fell asleep with a silly smile, fantasizing about the wonderful life he was about to enjoy. However, the good dream didn't last long. Xia Xin was awakened by commotion, and his wild hope of sleeping until he woke up naturally was instantly shattered. What's that noise? What are they making such a racket for so early in the morning? Xia Xin sleepily ran over and looked out of the window. He saw the Pilaf Gang standing in the yard, doing morning exercises facing the rising sun. Gentlemen, don't lose heart. Temporary failure is just the in life. Level the bumps into a thoroughfare, overcome obstacles to build a floating bridge, and endure the darkness until dawn. Although King Pilaf is short in stature, his voice is extremely loud, making him seem full of momentum instead. Oh, Mai and Shu replied in unison, as if they were full of energy. The struggle has no end. Any time is a starting point. Follow my movements closely and be in perfect unison. Come on. Work hard. King Pilaf shouted loudly that it seems that yesterday's decadence has been completely swept away in oh wonder in the entire Dragon Ball series. Even though King Pilaf has become a comical character, he can still often appear on screen and bring trouble and crises to Goku and other Z-fighters. Looking at the 3 clowns practicing under the sun, Xia Xin wanted to laugh but couldn't. His desire to go back to sleep also faded, so he got up obediently and brushed his teeth and washed his face. Unexpectedly, halfway through tidying up, the Pilaf Gang had already finished their drill and was waiting for him at the door. "Thank you, officer, for your hospitality last night," King Pilaf said politely. "May I trouble you to ask, do you still need the things at the door of the utility room? We would like to borrow them." Xia Xin, with a toothbrush in his mouth, tilted his head and thought for a moment. He didn't remember what was piled up in the utility room in his mind, but since it was left in that kind of place, it naturally wouldn't be anything important, so he readily agreed. Hearing this, King Pilaf was overjoyed and immediately led his 2 subordinates over to get busy. Xia Xin was curious, so he also followed. He saw King Pilaf wielding a small hammer, knocking non-stop. In the blink of an eye, he actually pieced together a wheelbarrow from used tires and wooden boards. What are you guys doing?" Xia Xin asked, somewhat dumbfounded. "Officer, it's like this that it's already a great favor that you can take us in to live here. How can we have the nerve to live here for free? We must work to earn money, at least not to owe rent," King Pilaf said seriously. "Rent? I never thought of charging you this." Xia Xin said in surprise that we appreciate your kindness, but we also need to make a living and accumulate capital for our ideals. Therefore, we must not be slack or lazy on weekdays. Otherwise, when the real opportunity comes, We won't be caught unprepared, King Pilaf said earnestly. Then, surrounded by his two subordinates, pulling the wheelbarrow and lighting a small charcoal stove, they set off in a grand manner. At the same time, King Pilaf's shrill voice sounded on the village street. Buy roasted sweet potatoes, sweet and fragrant roasted sweet potatoes, come and have a taste. Looking at the Pilaf gang gradually getting farther away, Xiao just felt speechless. The big villain who wants to conquer the world has actually been reduced to selling roasted sweet potatoes on the street. It's really unbelievable. Just then, Xiao glanced at the field behind his house and thought silently in his heart. Even such a comical villain character is constantly working hard and saving up for the future. I don't have any cheat codes. Could it be that I just pin my hopes on the Dragon Balls to fulfill my wishes? Then what's the difference between me and the striving Red Ribbon Army? Thinking that even King Pilaf is working hard, Xiao no longer wants to lie in the house and idle away his life, even if he wants to rely on the Dragon Balls to realize his wild hopes. During the waiting time, there is no reason to just rely on a few moo of fields and a policeman's salary to live helplessly. I still need to make some money first. Whether it's to improve my life or for the funds to search for the Dragon Balls in the future, a lot of money is needed. Xiao frowned and thought. The problem is how to make money. I can't be like the Pilaf gang selling roasted sweet potatoes all over the street, right? Xiaoxian's current advantage is that he knows the development and changes of the Dragon Ball world plot. As if he has opened the eyes of insight. In other words, if he makes good use of this advantage, there should always be a way to make money. The current plot should have developed to the point where Goku defeated Tao Pai Pai, the world's #1 assassin. At the same time, he destroyed the headquarters of the evil organization, the Red Ribbon Army, along the way. Then he also defeated the various subordinates of Baba, the fortune teller, and finally took the Dragon Ball from King Pilaf. The whole process was completed in one go. Even Master Roshi sighed that he was probably no longer Goku's opponent, Xiao recalled secretly. Suddenly, a detail flashed through his mind. Since Goku completed these battles in one breath, in other words, it has only been half a day since the Red Ribbon Army was destroyed that I'm afraid there are still a lot of people in the world who don't know that this evil organization has been wiped out. Since it's an evil organization, surely its warehouse is filled with a lot of rare treasures, gold and banknotes that it has collected on weekdays, as long as I take advantage of this time to borrow some from inside. I'm afraid I'll be set for life. Right? Why didn't I think of this yesterday? Xiao slapped his thigh, rose to his feet while muttering curses, promptly returned to the room to gather some items. Then rummaged through a box and tossed a capsule inscribed with the word airplane onto the ground. However, when Xiao climbed into the small police aircraft and it emerged, he then realized that in his former world, he seemingly hadn't even passed the second subject of the driving license exam. And now he intended to fly a plane? This seemed to be too great a leap and too difficult. Wasn't it? Damn it, he could only pin his hopes on the technological prowess of this era. Xiao muttered to himself, simultaneously turning on the power and addressing the control stick with an air of importance. Computer, plan a route for me to the Black Silk Army's headquarters. Depart immediately. After all, having had the experience of riding a motorcycle yesterday, at this moment he hoped that the AI intelligence of this world could possess the ability to pilot an unmanned aircraft. Sure enough, after a while, an electronically synthesized voice resounded in the cockpit. The Black Silk Army's headquarters, tourism rating 4 stars, safety rating 0 to IT is recommended not to go. Oh my god, this thing even has a tourism rating? Do you have to buy a ticket to go to the Black Silk Army's headquarters? Xiao blurted out subconsciously, but immediately came to his senses. They were wealthy and powerful, so what was wrong with choosing a beautiful place by mountains and waters as their lair? Not all great villains like to stay in deep mountains and valleys without Wi-Fi or convenience stores. Having thought this through, Xiao immediately commanded, "Ignore this, I must rush there right now. Time is of the essence." But the safety rating, I said ignore it, a mere bit of risk. It's simply beneath my notice. Charge forward for me immediately. Xiao almost shouted. After all, this was related to his quality of life in the next few years. Of course, he couldn't be negligent. How could he not be anxious? Faced with such a resolute demand, the AI didn't raise any more objections and immediately sped off into the distance, in the blink of an eye. It disappeared over the horizon. Speaking of the Black Silk Army's headquarters, it was nestled among mountains, which serve as a natural barrier protecting the place, coupled with a vast expanse of lush cedar forest. It would take a great deal of effort to sneak into this place. But this time, Xia Exen wasn't coming furtively. He was certain that little Goku had sorted everything out here at this moment. The only thing he had to do was charge, full speed ahead. Xia Exen continuously issued commands to the computer. AI, who knew nothing about the situation of the Black Silk Army's headquarters, even had a hint of pleading in its dry electronic voice. Don't be reckless. This is simply courting death. The other side is the renowned Black Silk Army. How about I play some light music for you to ease up? Don't have any misgivings. Just charge straight in. Don't worry about anything else. Oh, and I want passionate music. That Yusmaka Fushigi Adventure, the theme song of Dragon Ball. Just like that, an old-style small police aircraft, with the most arrogant flying posture, charged straight towards the Black Silk Army's headquarters without a care. Ordinarily, at this time, any flying object approaching the Black Silk Army's headquarters will be shot down by the sentry fighter planes patrolling nearby. Even the small unmanned reconnaissance aircraft invented by Bulma couldn't avoid it. It was indeed heavily guarded. However, by now, this place had long been cleared by little Goku. It seemed like a dangerous lair, but in fact, it was calm. Xia Exen landed smoothly on the lawn of the Black Silk Army's headquarters. It was time to make a big move. Xia Exen picked up his pistol, kicked open the cabin door, and charged inside aggressively. The reason he brought the gun was mainly because he was worried about any remaining members who hadn't been dealt with. Having a self-defense item could also boost his courage. After all, the manga didn't make it clear what the situation at the Black Silk Army's headquarters would be the next day. Speaking of which, just as Xia Exen rushed into the Black Silk Army's headquarters, the police headquarters also received a signal. Report, Chief. Just now, the police aircraft in the Jalan district left its jurisdiction without approval. The beautiful police officer reported to the chief in shock. Jalan district. It's always been peaceful there. Nothing has happened for years. The chief scratched his head and said, come to think of it, the guy over there hasn't submitted the case record from yesterday. He's really too idle, isn't he? Having said this, the chief casually waved his hand and said, there's no need to make a fuss. Just impose disciplinary action. Maybe the police officer over there flew the plane out to buy groceries. After all, it's a rural place like Jalan District. However, the police officer's face turned deathly pale, and he murmured softly, going out to buy groceries probably doesn't require flying to the location of the Black Silk Army's headquarters. Right. As soon as these words were spoken, the chief, who had initially dismissed it, was immediately taken aback. He abruptly stood up and asked in a trembling voice, what? Are you saying that guy has gone to the headquarters of the world's largest criminal organization, the Black Silk Army? Is he crazy? Compared to the horror of the police chief. In another place, someone was also quietly approaching the Black Silk Army's headquarters. Dear viewers, yesterday, a huge explosion occurred in the direction of the Black Silk Army's headquarters. A mountain was blown flat directly. What earth-shattering experiment is this evil organization up to? Or is there some world-destroying conspiracy? Today, our television station will use the latest unmanned aircraft to explore the devil's lair and find out the truth. Well, even the people from the television station came to join in the fray at this crucial moment. At this moment, Xia Exen had no idea that the eyes of the world had begun to focus here. To him, how to find the treasures plundered by the Black Silk Army over the years was the most urgent matter at present. Hey, damn it, why is this place so big? Xia Exen wandered around like a headless chicken. While secretly analyzing, the Black Silk Army is an evil organization. They surely wouldn't feel at ease storing the treasures they plundered in the bank. Naturally, they would hoard them all in their own headquarters. Have I missed anything? Having said that, Xia Exen closed his eyes and recalled the plot. With the help of the Dragon Ball radar, little Goku charged in with irresistible force, the leader of the Black Silk Army. Helpless, fled in a panic with his confidant, Staff Officer Black, to the secret attic of Building 8. And right there, a conflict occurred between the leader and Staff Officer Black. The leader, who only wanted to grow taller using the Dragon Balls, was backstabbed by his confidant and shot down. The newly appointed Staff Officer Black then controlled a robot to fight against little Goku. After kicking the super bomb away, this was also the reason why the nearby mountain was blown flat. Little Goku successfully defeated Staff Officer Black and obtained 2 Dragon Balls. After clearly recalling the plot, Xia Exen opened his eyes and muttered to himself, Since Building 8 is the place where the Dragon Balls were stored, there must be a lot of treasures hidden there. Perhaps the treasure of the Black Silk Army is inside. Thinking of this, Xian looked around and indeed saw a building with a collapsed roof, which was exactly the place where little Goku and Staff Officer Black had fought before. Well, that's the place. Let's go, Xian said as he advanced towards the target. However, the internal structure of Building 8 was winding, with secret passages and traps everywhere, and there were also many hidden firing points. It looked extremely dangerous. Fortunately, there was no one guarding it now. Otherwise, even if 100 Xiaozins came, they would surely end up doomed. With such strict security here, there must be treasures. Otherwise, why make it so complicated? Xiaoxin chuckled to himself and became even more determined to charge upwards. Finally, when Xiaoxin gasped for breath and reached the top floor. Sure enough, he found the place where the Dragon Balls were once stored, as well as the stiff corpse of the leader. This is definitely the place. Xiaoxin searched around and actually discovered a safe in the corner. It was densely covered with mechanisms. An ordinary key couldn't open it at all. Only the user's face and fingerprint could unlock it. Seeing this, Xiaoxin had no choice. He muttered a few words of apology and dragged the short-statured corpse of the leader over, successfully unlocking the safe seal. Now let me see what's inside. Hidden so tightly, is it gold or jewels? Xiaoxin thought triumphantly, opened the cabinet, only to find a books inside. Why are they all papers? Could they be stocks and bonds? Xiaoxin thought to himself. Yes, gold has a price, but stocks are priceless. Things written on paper are sometimes more valuable than physical objects. However, when Xiaoxin opened these things with excitement, his eyes almost popped out. Inside were all kinds of things like how to grow 10 centimeters taller in 100 days, secrets of growing taller again in middle age, how to become a long-legged handsome guy. There were over 100 such books, all similar to those on public accounts, that it was really a waste to have collected a whole cabinet of them and sealed them with the world's most advanced mechanisms. Damn it, the Black Silk Army commander really deserves to die. He got what he deserved. I spit on him. In a fit of rage, Xiaoxin tore this large pile of things into pieces. After painstakingly making his way here, was all he could find just trash? Thinking of this, Xiaoxin, still not appeased, took out a lighter and set all these secret manuals ablaze, eradicating them completely from his sight. Just as Xiaoxin was railing against the heavens, several gigantic aircraft slowly descended onto the airstrip. A large group of soldiers adorned with the insignia of the Black Silk Army disembarked from the planes. Their expressions solemn and menacing. The head was a young woman with short purple hair, dressed in a short shirt and military trousers, looking valiant and heroic, with sharp eyes that made it clear she was no easy opponent. Colonel Violet, we still can't get in touch with the headquarters, a Batman reported in a hushed voice. Since yesterday, communication with the headquarters has been severed. I was worried and came back to check. It seems something really has happened. This person named Violet muttered to herself. According to the plot of Dragon Ball, Colonel Violet was a direct subordinate of General Blue. She once used Bulma's radar to successfully find a Dragon Ball, and her ending was far better than that of her superior. In the manga version, Colonel Violet vanished after only 2 scenes in the anime version, taking advantage of the chaos in the base. She quietly went to the treasury, stole all the deposits, and fled at the first opportunity. This moment, Colonel Violet, who had just disembarked from the plane, hadn't had time to figure out the situation when she saw a wisp of black smoke rising from the rooftop of Building 8. That's the most important command room of the leader. Could it be on fire? Colonel Violet exclaimed involuntarily. Although the smoke didn't seem very thick, it was, after all, the core area of the headquarters. Even Dr. Gero, whom the leader relied on the most, was not allowed to go up there casually. Now that such a situation had occurred, it was hardly surprising. Everyone, head to Building 8 immediately, Colonel Violet commanded in a raised voice. Meanwhile, the drone of the TV reporter had quietly arrived above the headquarters of the Black Silk Army, hovering and recording what was happening inside. Why does it seem like there's been a battle here? The reporter wondered aloud, and no wonder he was so puzzled. The entire headquarters of the Black Silk Army was in a mess. The nearby mountains had been leveled by bombs, and the base was littered with crashed aircraft wreckage. And the bullet-ridden Building 8 was even emitting smoke. Zoom in the camera a bit, another reporter said. I always feel something's not right. As the drone advanced deeper, the Black Silk Army soldiers charging like tigers and wolves appeared on the screen. And their target was clearly the smoking Building 8. What on earth is going on? What could make the renowned Black Silk Army be so on high alert? The reporter murmured to himself as he involuntarily turned the perspective to the smoking area. There he was startled to see a young man in a police uniform standing on the rooftop, holding a pistol, remaining steadfast in the face of the approaching enemies. It was Xia Xian. His appearance was shown on the screen for the first time. And immediately, along with the signal, it spread to every corner of the world, becoming the focus on the TVs of countless households. Although Xia Xian seemed calm and immovable like a mountain at the moment. In fact, he was already panicking inside. Damn it. How long have I been here? Why are reinforcements already here? Am I that unlucky? Xia Xian was like an ant on a hot pan now, that he had come out to check upon hearing the sound of the plane's engine and then discovered a large number of Black Silk Army soldiers swarming towards this place. Could it be that I've only been in the Dragon Ball world for 2 days and I'm about to die? If I die now, not to mention going to King Kai's planet, I'll probably end up like Raditz, directly being stuffed into the cycle of reincarnation and becoming a laughingstock in the Dragon Ball world. Thinking of this, Xia Xian steeled his heart, returned to the command room, and activated the central computer inside. At the same time, he thought to himself, since Building 8 is so heavily guarded, it can't be an ordinary attic. There might still be a chance. This wasn't just idle talk. Since this place was regarded by the leader of the Black Silk Army as the last line of defense, it surely wasn't a coffin for waiting to die. There were likely tools to control and command the external situation, or other things that could be relied on. As the computer screen lit up, the surveillance footage from various areas of Building 8 was immediately transmitted. It could be clearly seen that the Black Silk Army soldiers were huffing and puffing as they climbed up. And with the activation of the computer, the automatic defense system also woke up along with the surveillance footage that a piece of text popped up on the screen, asking to adjust the current defense level. It seemed that when Goku arrived too quickly, charging straight to the heart of the enemy without even taking the stairs in some places, directly piercing through the roof, making many traps and mechanisms fail to activate before losing their value. But this wasn't the time for sentimentality. Xia Xian immediately controlled the AI to define all the soldiers entering Building 8 as enemies and adjusted the danger level here to the highest level. The target has been confirmed, now executing a catastrophic disaster warning. The electronically synthesized voice said dully, "Damn it, what does a catastrophic disaster mean?" Xia Xian grumbled aside, but then a string of bright red numbers appeared on the computer screen, counting down from 180, accompanied by flashing red lights. Even a fool could tell what this meant. So ruthless. Are we really going to have a self-destruction? Sitting in the command room, Xia Xian probably didn't know that the soldiers going upstairs were now facing a nightmare. Just a few steps in, spikes emerged from the ground, and machine guns started firing from the previously normal walls. In just a few floors, they suffered unimaginable casualties. That wasn't all. In the corner of the command room, where there was originally a poster of a bodybuilder, a hidden passageway now revealed itself. Due to the execution of the catastrophic disaster warning, the escape route has been activated. Please evacuate immediately, leader, the electronically synthesized voice continued. Seeing this, Xia Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was just worrying about how to escape this dreadful place. And unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a secret passage. Hey, now I understand why the leader of the Black Silk Army regarded this place as the last stronghold. Xia Xian exclaimed in admiration, then quickly jumped into the passage and slid down the slide inside, quickly arriving at another place. At first glance, this place seemed to be a basement. The large space was filled with vehicles, aircraft, and even a submarine quietly sitting in the underground river. Evidently, as an escape route, it was well prepared. More importantly, besides transportation, this place was also piled high with all kinds of gold bars, jewels, precious stones, pearls, cultural relics, and famous paintings. It was truly a dazzling array. With everything one could imagine. My goodness, with so many treasures, why would one still need to make a wish with the Dragon Balls? This is already a fortune comparable to that of a nation. Xia Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Presumably, as an escape route, some money had to be prepared for expenses so as not to flee empty-handed. The commander of the Black Silk Army was really professional at running away. Although amazed in his heart, his hands didn't slow down at all. Xian took an empty capsule from a box and directly threw it onto the pile of treasures. Immediately, a box of gold bars was sucked into it. In the plot of the manga version, at the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai, there was a contestant named UPA. Because his hometown lacked water, he participated in the tournament to win the prize money to buy water. Afterward, Master Roshi gave him an empty capsule and told him that there was abundant water in this place and there was no need to spend money. The empty capsule was enough to store the water needed for an entire village to survive. Now, Xian followed suit and had also prepared empty capsules to transport the treasures. He wasn't stupid enough to think that he could carry away a mountain of gold with his bare hands. So he had prepared quite a few. The 5 empty capsules he brought were filled in the blink of an eye, but it seemed that only half of the treasures had disappeared. God knows how much wealth the Black Silk Army had plundered from the people over the years, but now it all fell into Xian's hands. Alas, I should have brought more empty storage capsules. Xian said regretfully, but in fact he had ransacked all the available empty capsules in the police station. Unexpectedly, it still wasn't enough in the end. Now he could only watch helplessly as the remaining half of the treasures couldn't be taken away. But now wasn't the time to think about money. The self-destruction device on the rooftop only had 180 seconds if he wasted too much time, even if this place wasn't blown up, but if the passage or the underground river was affected. He might be trapped here to death. Forget it. Running away is the top priority. Xian consoled himself as he climbed onto the plane beside the runway, pressed the start button, and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a new problem emerged. Xian shouted at the joystick for a long time, but couldn't activate the AI autopilot. The entire plane seemed as primitive as something from his own era. My God, why isn't it working this time? Xian was so anxious that his palms were sweating. This aircraft had no automatic device. What on earth should he do? In fact, what Xian didn't know was that, in order to prevent malfunctions of the AI during the escape or the headquarters from being seized by others to obtain the command authority, all the escape tools were in manual mode. In this way, even if the enemy used hacking techniques, they couldn't control the operation of the aircraft at this moment. Xian was extremely anxious. He kept recalling in his mind the operation method of the AI when he took the police aircraft before. At this very moment, the soldiers who heard the news had already discovered the abnormality here and were shouting and rushing towards this place. There was no time for further study. He had no choice but to take a gamble. Under such helpless circumstances, Xian could only forcibly start the engine. Without hesitation, he pulled the control stick, and the entire aircraft ascended rapidly, getting rid of the pursuers and dashing straight out from the hidden passage entrance. In the blink of an eye, it soared in the blue sky, leaving the Black Silk Army headquarters behind. Had he escaped? Damn it! It really took off. Xian was extremely excited. He kept accelerating the motor and shouting excitedly at the same time. Thank goodness. I'm saved. Although he couldn't distinguish the direction and didn't know the altitude and speed, at this moment, Xian completely ignored these things. Like a howling madman, he drove the aircraft towards the direction of the sun. Just as Xian rushed out of the Black Silk Army base in one breath, Colonel Violet also arrived on the rooftop of building as an officer. She obviously didn't take the corridor full of traps, but directly climbed up from the outside with her bare hands as easily as walking on flat ground. Has he already escaped? Colonel Violet murmured slowly as she looked at the empty command post and the open secret door. At this moment, the countdown to self-detonation announced by the computer seemed to have no effect on her. After briefly checking the environment, Colonel Violet walked to the console, tapped the keyboard a few times, and then commanded in a cold tone, "Computer, deactivate the disaster warning system and close the exit of the escape passage at the same time." As soon as these words were spoken, the harsh alarm sound stopped abruptly, and the flashing red lights also went out. Everything returned to calm. It seemed that this woman had studied the defense layout of the headquarters quite a bit. So at this time, she seemed very familiar with the process. After all, she was a ruthless character who embezzled money in the animated version. And it was only at this time that the other Black Silk Army soldiers stumbled to the top floor. Their terrified looks clearly showed that they had been scared silly by the traps along the way. But what greeted them was an empty command post and the Black Silk Army commander lying on the ground in a strange posture. just like a rag that had been used and then thrown into the corner. Well, just now Xia Xian used this guy to unlock the safe and forgot to clean up afterwards. So he casually threw the head of this big villain on the ground without dealing with it. Chief, you've actually been killed, and your body has been desecrated. When the Black Silk Army soldiers saw this scene, they all burst into tears, mourning deeply as if the end of the world had come. Colonel Violet didn't have the same high-mindedness as her subordinates. She walked forward on her own, examined the situation carefully, and formed her own inference. The small caliber weapon has very little power when hitting the head, so much so that it can't even cause a headshot. Just at this moment, a soldier immediately responded. Colonel, when we came in, we found a police aircraft on the grass that I'm afraid the intruder this time is from the police. And another soldier who was checking the console also shouted, Report. The brothers guarding the perimeter called and said that a police officer took the chief's special aircraft and rushed out from the underground escape passage at an extremely high speed. They couldn't intercept him. For a moment, everyone present fell silent. All kinds of signs indicated that their chief had been killed by a single police officer, and the bullet hole in the chief's body was ironclad evidence of the other party's police identity. After all, the Dragon Ball world was generally peaceful, and the power of police weapons had naturally been repeatedly reduced in this atmosphere. By the Bu era, the police pistol was still a 6-shot old-fashioned revolver. So it often happened that 4 or 5 robbers with several machine guns could suppress a large group of police officers. Therefore, only the small anti-riot pistols carried by low-rank police officers would leave only a bullet hole but not cause a headshot injury. How could these soldiers know that their commander was actually killed by the staff officer? And the staff officer, who was always by the chief's side, carried weapons that were small caliber and low firepower in order to be less noticeable, which were almost the same in caliber as the weapon in Xia Xian's hand. Although Colonel Violet felt that there was something fishy about this. For example, the chief's body seemed to have been dead for a long time, and the blood on the ground had already dried up. It didn't seem like he had just been killed, and it was too early to draw a conclusion. But at the moment, with no leader, and her own status not being high enough, not even being a general, she needed a common goal or enemy to stabilize the troops and prevent the situation of the tree falling and the monkeys scattering. Therefore, at this time, Colonel Violet didn't correct them. Instead, she pretended to be grief-stricken and said viciously, The police officer who killed the chief is extremely heinous. I swear that I will capture him, make him suffer, and finally sacrifice his blood to the spirit of the chief. As soon as these words were spoken, it was immediately agreed upon by the lower-level soldiers, who cheered in unison. Seeing that the morale of the troops could be used, Colonel Violet ordered the troops to quickly take over the headquarters, count the losses, and search for treasures and account books by the way for future plans. Turning our attention back to Xia Xian, at this moment he had crossed the mountain where the Black Silk Army was located and came to the clear blue sea. Not far away, the beach and lighthouse along the coast could be seen. It was the first time he was truly flying an aircraft. Even though he had little experience before, it still wasn't enough now. The aircraft was fluttering crookedly in the air, like a novice female driver on the road. Fortunately, there were no obstacles in the sky. Otherwise, it would have crashed long ago. But even so, after flying a certain distance under Xia Xian's control, the aircraft somehow malfunctioned in the open sky. The engine stopped without warning, and then it plunged straight down. This scared Xia Xian to death. He desperately grabbed the control stick, using all his strength as if he were using all his baby-feeding strength. Finally, just before the crash, he tilted the nose of the aircraft up. It dragged a long way on the beach by the sea before coming to a messy stop. My God, I'm still alive? Xia Xian, still in shock, touched his body. With his skills, if the plane stopped, he would definitely be doomed. Fortunately, the seawater and the beach served as a buffer, and he managed to survive the most dangerous moment. Although he was jolted around when the plane stopped, at least his arms, legs, and other parts were all intact, without missing any parts. Stumbling out of the aircraft, Xia Xian felt as if he had ridden a roller coaster hundreds of times. His whole body seemed to have been beaten on an anvil 10,000 times that he felt terrible. But looking at the blue and rippling sea in front of him, and thinking about the capsules full of treasures in his pocket, a sense of joy of survival after a disaster gradually welled up in his heart. And with the beautiful dream of a better future life, it gradually fermented into an exciting feeling. Haha, I succeeded. Xiaoxin, with his still shaking legs, staggered to the seaside, knelt down in the waves, faced the sea, and with all the strength in his chest, shouted loudly, "Freedom!" This line was from the movie Braveheart, a word that the protagonist shouted with his life when he made his final appearance. Xiaoxin imitated him at this moment, feeling that only this word could express his feeling of survival after a disaster. But as soon as he shouted, a series of footsteps and the sound of weapons being cocked came from behind. "Hands up! Don't move! We're the police!" Xiaoxin was startled. He slowly turned his head and saw a sign of a water police training area hanging by the beach. Looking at the Black Silk Army aircraft he had just flown, he seemed to understand something. He quickly forced a smile and said with a bitter smile, "Guys, if I say we're on the same side." Would you believe me? What happened next was simple. Xiaoxin was surrounded by 120 guns pointed at his head. He reluctantly told his story. The water police couldn't make a decision. They simply escorted him to the Zhengdu General Bureau to await disposal. Along the way, Xiaoxin was worried about how to explain his act of leaving his jurisdiction without permission and rushing to the Black Silk Army headquarters. The most crucial thing was those capsules on his body, filled with treasures of incalculable wealth. Although the Coast Guards were somewhat skeptical of him just now, fortunately, they didn't search him. However, if these treasures were discovered when he went to the headquarters later, the consequences would be simply unthinkable. Thus, throughout the journey, Xiaoxin was consumed by the anxiety of losing the regained treasures and was desperately racking his brains for countermeasures. Nevertheless, before Xiaoxin reached the police headquarters, things took a turn. Suddenly, at this critical juncture, the Black Silk Army issued an important announcement on various media platforms as the largest evil organization in the world, which media dared to disobey when they wanted to release something. Almost everyone watching TV in every place received this news. The leader of the Black Silk Army had been murdered by a despicable and filthy fellow. The opening sentence was like a bombshell, immediately stunning everyone. One should know that so many elite agents and A-spies had failed to eliminate this enemy, yet he had suddenly died like this. This was truly an unexpected thing. Colonel Violet in front of the TV screen didn't care about the audience's feelings. After uttering some cliché about thorough investigation and no leniency, she finally announced the real content of this press conference. From now on, I, Colonel Violet, will inherit the leader's will and continue to lead the Black Silk Army to strive forward, and the murderer who killed the leader will be subjected to the most excruciating punishment in the world. The main purpose of these words was to declare her legitimate inheritance of the Black Silk Army's legacy. As for punishing the murderer, it was merely a ploy to set a flag and deceive those beneath her. There would surely be power struggles among various branches and agencies in the future, and it was uncertain who would actually care about avenging the former leader. But the broadcast of this declaration immediately caused a sensation worldwide. For a time, countless people were curious about who exactly had eliminated the leader of the Black Silk Army, and one TV station proudly presented the footage they had secretly filmed with a drone from the Black Silk Army's headquarters. Since it was a covert shot, there were only a few scenes showing a young man in a police uniform dashing inside. Without a doubt, it was the scene of Xiaoxin going in to grab the money. But the reporters didn't think so. After all, no one would be so idle as to go to the Black Silk Army's headquarters to fool around at this moment, although the whole process was only about 30 seconds. The police officer in the footage displayed an indomitable momentum. He remained steadfast in the face of evil, but he didn't even draw his gun and just charged forward against the dark forces. The host was eloquently introducing, almost describing Xiaoxin as a master who bravely ventured into the dragon's den. Over the next few hours, a series of news had fermented into a global media offensive. When Xiaoxin got out of the police car with a gloomy face, what awaited him was actually a bustling press conference. Countless reporters and media had gathered together, and the protagonist of this show turned out to be himself. What on earth had happened? Xiaoxin thought, completely bewildered. And the police chief, who was rarely seen throughout the year, had walked up to Xiaoxin seriously, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "You've accomplished a great deed." "Lad, Xiaoxin was awkwardly silent, not knowing what this big shot was referring to. You've been keeping us in the dark for so long that if you really intended to attack the Black Silk Army's headquarters, why didn't you inform us? Going there alone like this was simply too dangerous," the police chief said with a sincere expression on his face. But Xiaoxin was completely confused, wondering how this guy knew about these things. Fortunately, the police chief didn't chat with Xia Xian for long and soon returned to the spotlight, starting to speak passionately. Ladies and gentlemen, this outstanding police officer risked his life to single-handedly break into the Black Silk Army's headquarters and eliminate their leader. Here is the recording of his secret mission. With that, he opened an unremarkable small box, and immediately Xia Xian's voice came out. "Computer, don't worry about this. I have to rush there right now. Time is pressing." "But the safety rating," I said, "don't worry about it. Just a bit of risk. It's nothing in my eyes. Charge forward for me right away." The above was the voice of Xia Xian commanding the AI on the plane. At that time, he was eager to fish in troubled waters and naturally thought the plane was being naggy. There was not the slightest intention of justice in it. It was purely his eagerness for the treasures. But how could the reporters present know this? Listening to these heroic words, the image of Xia Xian fearlessly facing difficulties and gallantly going to his death immediately emerged in their minds. And Xia Xian, the person involved, blushed with shame that he knew exactly what kind of person he was, that it was little Goku who had solved everything for him. Yet now it had become his credit. And the police chief seemed not satisfied yet that he presented a new piece of evidence and said, "Dear reporters, just now was the recording from the police plane. Now, this is the sound recorded by the law enforcement device carried by the police officer." Without caring about Xia Xian's astonished expression, the chief self-consciously opened another player. This time, Xia Xian's voice became extremely excited and even full of anger. "Damn it, the Black Silk Army commander really deserved to die. He got what he deserved. I spit on him." This passage was originally when Xia Xian opened the Black Silk Army's safe, full of joy, expecting to ransack the treasures, but unexpectedly found that what was stored inside were just some secrets of growing taller. The sense of disappointment of getting nothing led to his outburst, but the reporters didn't see it that way. They were all greatly astonished. One should know that in the Dragon Ball world, the Black Silk Army was like Voldemort in the Harry Potter series, an organization feared by everyone. Even the god of martial arts, Master Roshi, admitted that he didn't have the strength to eliminate them. Ordinary people were even more cautious about the Black Silk Army, fearing that they might bring trouble upon themselves with the slightest mistake. Now, this young police officer dared to publicly denounce this evil organization. He was indeed extremely brave and had extraordinary courage, especially that final "I spit on him" was a stroke of genius, fully reflecting the condemnation of the darkness and the unyielding attitude towards the evil forces. Many reporters had already started writing furiously, beginning to sketch a moving epic of a great hero. Only the person involved in this matter seemed to be struck by lightning, standing there speechless. Hiding in a corner, as humble as a minion, Xia Xian felt that he had to say something. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would grow too large. Especially the real hero of this incident might not be happy about him taking the credit. It wasn't that little Goku would mind this. That guy was even willing to give the credit for saving the world to Mr. Satan, so naturally he wouldn't care about this kind of thing. But the people around little Goku, such as Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and Bulma, might not think so. After all, Xia Xian still wanted to get on good terms with the daughter of the Capsule Corporation. Thus, considering all these pros and cons, Xia Xian had to step forward and clarify this misunderstanding. Thinking of this, Xia Xian quickly waved his hand, indicating that he wanted to speak. Although the police chief was speaking with great enthusiasm, he naturally wouldn't spoil the protagonist's moment at this time, that he quickly invited Xia Xian to the stage and gave him the floor. And as soon as the media saw that the hero was about to speak, they all tactfully prepared various tools for recording. The cameras were flashing non-stop as if the flashlights were free. Even if Xia Xian uttered "nah," these people would probably come up with a 1,000-word article to praise him. "Everyone, what I want to say is that I didn't kill the leader of the Black Silk Army." Xia Xian didn't care what the reporters were thinking as soon as he opened his mouth. He dropped this bombshell to distance himself from it. The entire venue immediately fell silent, and everyone was shocked by this answer. After a long while, a reporter timidly asked, "Well, if it wasn't you, then who could it be?" It was no wonder the reporters asked this. Now all the evidence showed that Xia Xian had gone to the Black Silk Army's headquarters. There had been a fierce conflict, and he had even seized one of their planes and escaped. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Xia Xian originally wanted to say that it was an internal struggle within the Black Silk Army that led to the leader's death. But he immediately realized that these were things he knew because he was familiar with the plot that a part of this world. How could he possibly know the situation at the scene in advance? Then should he say it was little Goku? The problem was that the two had never had any interactions. Now, if he suddenly told about the other person's deeds and the process, who would believe him? Moreover, it is even more difficult to clearly explain the process of how I got to know little Goku. In a split second, Xiaoxian immediately came up with a way to cover it up and quickly said, regarding the specific situation, all I can say is that a young lad defeated the Red Ribbon Army, causing their leader to die as a result, thus putting an end to this darkness that threatened the world. This statement was rather ambiguous, and not a single person present could understand it. A young lad. Out of the blue, where did such a young lad come from? But in just 3 seconds, someone realized the subtlety within. This fellow Xiaoxian himself is a young person, isn't he? The so-called young lad eliminating the Red Ribbon Army actually refers to himself. It's just presented in a euphemistic and implicit metaphor that one can't figure out without using their brain. The reason for using such a metaphor is probably to avoid trouble. After all, although the leader of the Red Ribbon Army is dead, its remnants still exist, and they are even scattered all over the place. With a rather strong influence in view of this, using a metaphor by the person involved is just like using a friend of mine to substitute oneself. It's the same principle. Seeing the reporters below, revealing expressions of sudden realization. Xiaoxian knew it was a disaster. These paparazzi, like guys, would surely start imagining and inventing again, describing the matter in an indescribable way. What's even worse is that at this moment, a police officer ran over shouting, "Breaking news! The Red Ribbon Army branch in Nandu claims responsibility for your death, hero." Responsibility for what? I'm not dead yet. Their announcement is like this. I guess they want to get a good position in advance. Similar to trademark squatting. Before Xiaoxian could finish talking to this police officer, more bad news came. The Red Ribbon Army branch in Dongdu issued an announcement demanding blood from you. The Red Ribbon Army branch in Shidu. The Red Ribbon Army branch in Zhongdu. In an instant, almost all the branches of the Red Ribbon Army issued death threats to Xiaoxian, and it seemed that earlier confession was of no use at all. Instead, it felt like adding fuel to the fire, making Xiaoxian almost pass out. In fact, with a little thought, the reaction of the various branches of the Red Ribbon Army has nothing to do with Xiaoxian's claim that he didn't kill anyone. It's purely because of the announcement made by Colonel Violet earlier. In the previous news release, Violet craftily equated avenging the leader with inheriting the orthodoxy of the Red Ribbon Army. How could other branches be willing to let Violet take the lead? They also joined this public opinion battle one after another, demonstrating their hatred for Xiaoxian to show the legitimacy of their status as successors. Ultimately, they all have their eyes on the huge power vacuum left after the leader's death. What happened next was rather simple. The police chief earnestly encouraged Xiaoxian and then sent him away. He was neither promoted to the headquarters nor given any rewards. He was only given some titular positions. And they didn't even invite Xiaoxian to have a meal. After all, this fellow is now regarded as a target to be killed by the Red Ribbon Army branches all over the place. Staying in the police station for one more minute increases the risk of being implicated. The entire police station couldn't wait for Xiaoxian to leave as soon as possible. Hey, these guys are really not decent. Xiaoxian, as the person involved, complained like this in fact, he himself wasn't completely certain that in the original plot, after being dealt with by little Goku, the Red Ribbon Army had always been behaving submissively. It wasn't until the androids were developed that this disappeared organization reappeared in the public eye. But who can guarantee that under the current situation, some hard loyalists will come to take revenge? This is something Xiaoxian can't handle. He can only take things one step at a time. Xiaoxian sighed helplessly. Returning to his jurisdiction, it was still a scene of simple folk customs and peace. The villagers didn't even know that their police officer had barged into the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army early in the morning. Xiaoxian was quite satisfied with this situation of news lag. He quickly returned to his room. After making sure there was no surveillance, he took out a capsule and threw it on the bed. With a bang, countless gold and silver jewels, large ingots of gold, emerged out of thin air from the capsule, directly crushing the poor little bed. The glittering golden color made Xiaoxian intoxicated. After all the hardships before, even though he had caused a huge amount of trouble, it all seemed worth it. Alas, the only thing to do next is to be on guard against the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army coming for revenge. Xia Xian sat among the piles of treasures, thinking at the same time also avoid unnecessary trouble caused by sudden wealth. Thinking of this, Xia Xian quickly took back the capsule, but he was a bit reluctant. He took a gold watch and stuffed it into his pocket for consolation. The reason for being so cautious is mainly because Pilaf and his two companions live next door. Although these guys have become comical characters, they still hold the dream of conquering the world. Now they even work everywhere to earn money for their dream, that if these people knew that he was hiding so much treasure, they might harbor evil intentions. Therefore, Xia Xian decided to keep a low profile and wait out the current situation. 2 days passed quietly like this, and Xia Xian began to feel something was wrong. More and more strangers appeared in the village, and some even came looking for him under the pretext of worshipping the hero. Heaven knows whether these people are spies sent by the Red Ribbon Army to scout the place, or those with ill intentions who want to become famous by taking his head. But for Xia Xian, who hopes to keep a low profile and be a peaceful office worker, this is really annoying. This won't do. Xia Xian sighed with a worried look on his face. His status as a police officer isn't significant enough, and in the future, people from the Red Ribbon Army may come to seek revenge at any time. What should he do then? In the original plot, even Master Roshi, who has the title of the god of martial arts, was sought out by the Red Ribbon Army. If it weren't for his overwhelming strength, his end might not have been good either. Should I move to Turtle Island? Xia Xian seriously started considering this issue, that on Turtle Island, at least he wouldn't have to worry about safety for a long time. However, the sea is vast, and Master Roshi likes to move around. Who knows where he is currently active? Just as Xia Xian was lost in random thoughts, the phone on his desk rang. Hello, this is police station number 13 in the Garlic Mountain area that we don't provide autograph, signing, or handshake services here. What? There's a patient causing trouble in the hospital? Come on, this kind of hospital-related disturbance isn't our responsibility. The kind that's very dangerous and can hurt people. All right, I'll come right away. Hanging up the phone, Xia Xian sighed that a charity hospital in the distance had admitted a patient who suddenly went crazy, hitting anyone he saw and smashing anything he could get his hands on. The hospital had no choice but to call the police. Originally, as Xia Xian said at the beginning, he didn't want to get involved in this mess. But staying in the station didn't have much to do either, and he had to deal with endless visitors. It would be better to go out for a stroll and build a good relationship with the local hospital by the way. Maybe in the future, if something happened to him, he would still need the hospital to save his life. With such thoughts in mind, Xia Xian came to the Garlic Mountain Charity Hospital. This place is actually very desolate. Most people are like the Mormons in Utah, still living in a rather primitive state. But precisely because of this world far from civilization, it has become a good place for martial artists to practice. They believe that such a desolate place can temper their minds, and there is a towering holy tower that is regarded as a place leading to the ultimate in martial arts. However, this time Xia Xian came here without the intention of visiting the Garlic Tower. He went straight to the charity hospital to see what was going on with the so-called hospital-related disturbance. This patient has a very obvious violent tendency. Even though he's severely disabled, he still keeps shouting and threatening to kill everyone. Everyone who gets close to him is very scared, the director of the charity hospital said. Easy, easy. This kind of trouble maker is just full and has nothing better to do in my opinion. Just throw him out? Why bother saving such a guy? Xia Xian replied indifferently. How can we do that? All lives are equal, and we can't have such discrimination. Seeing that the director seemed to be about to start nagging, Xia Xian quickly quickened his pace and rushed to the intensive care unit. Before entering the door, he heard beast-like roars coming from inside. Kill! Kill you! You brat from the turtle school! I will definitely kill you! Upon hearing the words turtle school, Xia Xian immediately halted his steps and instantly realized that something was amiss. The turtle school was a martial arts school founded by Master Roshi, and the disciples under his were of extraordinary strength. The fact that the fellow here was somehow related to the turtle school suggested that he was probably someone of no ordinary origin. With such thoughts in mind, Xia Xian pushed the door open and entered. There he saw a lean and gaunt man with disheveled hair, roaring like a savage. None of the medical staff around dared to approach him. With just one glance, Xia Xian recognized the identity of this fellow. Damn it! Isn't this Tao Pai Pai, the world's #1 assassin? He was a younger brother of Crane Hermit and was hired by the Red Ribbon Army to kill Goku. Initially, Goku was no match for Tao Pai Pai. However, afterwards, Goku climbed Korin Tower to train with the Hermit, and his strength increased significantly. When the two fought for the second time, Tao Pai Pai was defeated and was severely injured by the bomb he had set off himself. But Tao Pai Pai didn't die from this, that he spent a large amount of money to transform himself into a cyborg. During the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, he and Crane Hermit appeared again, intending to seek revenge. Yet he was easily defeated by Tien Shinhan. At least, this was the story of Tao Pai Pai in the main plot. Xian slapped his forehead. This was near Korin Tower, and the Red Ribbon Army had just been eliminated. Tao Pai Pai, who had luckily survived, was most likely sent to a nearby hospital that he never expected to encounter him under such circumstances. The nurses and doctors present had long been terrified. At this moment, seeing Xian appear, they were like people grasping at a life-saving straw. They quickly filed out, closed the door, and left the matter to the police officer to handle. Ugh! Why did they lock the door too? Xian muttered in his heart. Just now they were talking about being compassionate, but now they left me here with this crazy assassin and even locked the door. Humph. Tao Pai Pai, who was in anger, didn't notice Xian behind him. Otherwise, in his rage, he probably would have launched an indiscriminate attack and killed this fellow long ago. And Xian was also frowning and pondering what to do now to maximize his interests. During the first confrontation, I should have seen that immature ki blast was simply something from the turtle school. Damn this disgusting school. Why do they always have to oppose us? Tao Pai Pai had disheveled hair, hugged a pillar with both hands, and bashed his head against it fiercely. Even though his head was already bleeding profusely, he seemed oblivious, as if he had gone mad. Seeing all this, Xian furrowed his brows. Heaven knows if the crazy Tao Pai Pai would start a massacre. With the thought of avoiding being caught in the crossfire, he opened his mouth and said, "Hey, was it a short guy with a spiky hairstyle wearing a Taoist robe with the character turtle written on it that injured you like this?" Before he could finish speaking, Tao Pai Pai, who had been banging his head on the ground, suddenly pounced like a fierce tiger, grabbed Xian and lifted him off the ground, and roared in a voice like a hungry ghost from hell. "How do you know this? Are you in league with the turtle school?" Although Xian was grabbed in the air, he didn't feel any obvious suffocation or discomfort, to be precise. Tao Pai Pai's arm was even trembling slightly. It was evident that his body was in a very poor state now, so much so that he couldn't casually take someone's life with just his tongue as he usually could. "I'm a police officer. I received a report earlier saying that they had encountered a guy with a long tail attacking them. The description of the characteristics is exactly what I see now that you're severely injured. So, I wanted to see if there was any connection between the two. Those who have read the manga know that Tao Pai Pai's misfortune wasn't because little Goku was ruthless and injured him. Instead, this guy tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing a handful of rice. He was blown up by the bomb he threw himself, which is why he was left in such a pitiful state." Upon hearing Xian's words, a trace of sadness flashed in Tao Pai Pai's eyes, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Yes, it was that little brat with a long tail who beat me so severely. Damn it, I've been in the martial arts world for so many years and have never suffered such a great humiliation." As he said this, he slumped down to the ground, wailed with his disheveled hair, like a wounded old wolf, full of desolation and pity. Seeing this, Xian could only offer words of comfort. "I've reported the person who injured you to the police and offered a bounty for his capture. Don't give up on yourself. You seem to be a martial artist. After you recover in the future, you can go and seek revenge." These words were purely a lie. Not to mention Tao Pai Pai. Even if the entire Crane School were bundled together, they might not be a match for little Goku in the future, let alone expect anything else. Tao Pai Pai apparently realized this too, and was muttering dejectedly there. People who know nothing are happy that IT will take at least 2 to 3 years for my body to recover, and it will probably be difficult for me to return to my peak state for the rest of my life. I couldn't even defeat him in my prime, so how can I seek revenge from my enemy in the future with my disabled body? Xian thought about the plot. According to history, Tao Pai Pai did disappear for nearly 3 years, so much so that even Crane Hermit didn't know where his dear younger brother had gone. Presumably, this period was for recuperation. Then he appeared in the World Martial Arts Tournament. But by then, Tao Pai Pai had become a semi-cyborg body, claiming that his power had increased several times and so on. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Xia Xian's mind. According to history, Tao Pai Pai was destined to be transformed into a cyborg, and for this, he even spent all his wealth and lost a large sum of money. And the Pilaf Gang, who were good at manufacturing and inventing, were living in his home, making a living by selling sweet potatoes to raise money that, if he could act as a go-between, wouldn't he earn the favor of both sides. And he could also ensure that he wouldn't have to worry about the harassment of the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army within a few years. This was simply a three-bird with one stone idea. Thinking of this, although the plan was rough and primitive, Xia Xian still immediately said, "Well, indeed, your injury is quite severe. But if you replace the severely damaged parts with mechanical parts, it might only take a few years to return to your peak state, or even go beyond that." As soon as these words were spoken, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the originally dejected and dispirited Tao Pai Pai. Like a drowning person grasping at a straw, he almost subconsciously shouted, "That's right, semi-cyborg. I've heard that the Red Ribbon Army seem to have carried out human experiments by plundering the common people, that if I could get in touch with them, with the assassin fees they owe me." Perhaps, upon hearing this, Xia Xian was speechless for a moment. The Red Ribbon Army had indeed done such things. Dr. Jero, the head of their scientific research and development, had been secretly researching the legendary artificial humans. Although currently, these research projects seemed to be for the purpose of increasing the height of the leader, at least their achievements were glorious even in the universe. And many of the models were composed of human bodies and machinery, possessing strength not inferior to that of super science, not to mention the terrifying existence like Cell. However, the Red Ribbon Army had basically disintegrated because of Xia Xian, little Goku. Of course, this couldn't be said truthfully. Otherwise, Tao Pai Pai, who couldn't get the assassin fees, would probably collapse instantly. As for the Red Ribbon Army, there's currently an internal strife, and they probably won't be active again for a long time. Moreover, with your current physical condition, how can you ensure that these people will wholeheartedly transform you instead of using you as a consumable for human experiments? Xia Xian said seriously while making things up. Upon hearing these words, a trace of hesitation flashed across Tao Pai Pai's face. Since he knew about the Red Ribbon Army's act of robbing the common people, he naturally knew that this unscrupulous organization might not be reliable. Then what should I do? Tao Pai Pai almost subconsciously asked. Use money. Only things bought with money are the most reassuring and reliable. Equivalent payment in exchange for equivalent service, and the entire process can be under your control, so that you can make adjustments at any time according to your needs, Xia Xian said with full confidence. Tao Pai Pai was already severely injured and had bashed his head against the pillar for a long time. His mind was already muddled at this moment. Following Xia Xian's coaxing, he thought for a while and then opened his mouth wide and murmured, "But where can I find such a powerful scientist?" Xia Xian coughed softly and said seriously, "Well, coincidentally, there's a professional team for robots staying in the jurisdiction. How about I introduce you to have a chat?" Xia Xian couldn't even remember how he brought Tao Pai Pai back to the police station. But at least in the eyes of the charity hospital, this young police officer had helped them solve a problem, a huge one that no one could handle. Every medical staff member who had been tormented by Tao Pai Pai secretly admired Xia Xian, thinking that he truly deserved to be the great hero who could defeat the leader of the Black Ribbon Army. As for Xia Xian, when he informed Pilaf and his gang of the news that Tao Pai Pai's body was to be transformed, the little green-skinned dwarf's face immediately showed a look of reluctance. It might be rather difficult to transform a human body into a semi-mechanical one. Seeing King Pilaf's expression, Xia Xian was taken aback that I've just been lavishly praising you guys, almost portraying you as some of the giants at the pinnacle of Earth's technology. Now, don't tell me you can't handle it. If Tao Pai Pai, who is already enraged, thinks that I'm making fun of him, will he fly into a rage and kill me to vent his anger? After all, as the world's #1 assassin, even with just 1/10 of his power, it would be enough to kill someone as weak as me. Tao Pai Pai seemed to have heard King Pilaf's words, and his face turned as gloomy as if a thunderstorm was about to break out. Xia Xian didn't dare to turn around and could only pretend not to notice it. At the same time, he quickly pulled King Pilaf aside and tried to persuade him. Surely not. Last time, we saw a lot of robot wrecks by the roadside. You should be able to make something similar. If it really doesn't work, start with something technically simple. As long as it can move, everything can be negotiated. Xian was so anxious that he was almost speaking incoherently, wishing he could tell the Pilaf Gang that they could even make a wind-up thing first to fool Tao Pai Pai. Otherwise, it seemed that everyone's lives would be in jeopardy here. However, King Pilaf, adhering to the style of a science-oriented straight man, completely failed to perceive how dire and dangerous the situation was. Instead, he said with a look of bewilderment, "What are you talking about? There's almost no technical difficulty. The problem I'm facing is that I can't scrape together the manufacturing funds." As soon as these words were spoken, Xian was left stunned. It took him a long time to repeat subconsciously. "Manufacturing funds? You mean there isn't enough money?" "Yes, that's exactly what I mean," King Pilaf said with a perplexed expression. "Originally, to repay your kindness for taking us in, we should help you with this matter even if we had to sell everything we had. But the mechanical body is very precise, and the materials, tools, and construction all require a very expensive cost. It can't be put together with just any scrap like a wheelbarrow." The Shiba Inu, Shu, next to him also added, "Yeah, we're so poor now that we're selling baked sweet potatoes that we really can't spare any money to help your friend build a mechanical body." Hearing this, Xian let out a sigh of relief and secretly thought, "I thought it was something serious. It turns out to be this." Tao Pai Pai, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, slowly spoke up. "Money is not a problem, as long as you can create a satisfactory mechanical body for me. Then no matter how much." Tao Pai Pai wanted to gesture a rough figure here, but unfortunately his body was so severely injured that he couldn't even raise his hand for a long time. He could only snort a few words out of his mouth. "Ask for as much as you want, and I'll give it to you." The Pilaf Gang looked at each other, their faces beaming with delight. They had been working hard every day to save money, and now they had actually landed a big job, calculated according to the minimum standard, even if they extracted 1% of the labor fee from billions of dollars. It would be a huge sum of money, greatly shortening their capital accumulation process. How could they not be happy? "I'll go and work on the plan and a detailed feasibility report right away. I guarantee to create a super, invincible mechanical body for you," King Pilaf said, rubbing his hands excitedly and smiling amiably. Then the three of them stopped selling baked sweet potatoes and scurried back to their room to start working on the plan. Seeing this, Xian also wanted to slip away, but he had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by Tao Pai Pai. "I have something for you to do," with such an impolite attitude. In the past, Xian would have slapped him immediately, but now, facing the world's #1 assassin, he really didn't have the courage so he moved closer to see what this guy had in mind. "There's a note in my pocket. Send it to this place." Xian, who was basically unfamiliar with the Dragon Ball world, naturally didn't know where this address was, but this didn't stop him from following Tao Pai Pai's instructions, taking out the letter and putting it in an envelope. During this process, Xian secretly glanced at the contents, but they were all special ciphers, and he couldn't understand a single word. Tao Pai Pai, on the side, reminded him to send it by express mail instead of regular mail, being stingy and not even willing to mention the postage. Xian, who was already half rich, naturally didn't care about such a small amount of money. He sent the letter as Tao Pai Pai had asked and was finally given the chance to leave. After leaving Tao Pai Pai's room, Xian was immediately pulled over by King Pilaf. As soon as they met, King Pilaf's face was filled with unconcealable joy that "We really owe you a lot this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have got such a good business." This time, King Pilaf completely got rid of the depression of the previous few days. His originally big eyes were squeezed into a thin line by a smile. "I just did it as a favor. Coincidentally, someone wanted a mechanical body, and I thought you guys should have the technical ability," Xian said modestly. However, he didn't know how much of a shock this incident had brought to Pilaf. The police officer in front of him not only gave him a hand in a crisis, providing a secret base, actually just a utility room, for them to rest temporarily, but also, seeing their financial difficulties, generously introduced business to them to help them through the crisis. These series of events made even the big villain who aspired to dominate the world feel a sense of gratitude. He secretly thought that if he really came into power in the future, he must not treat this warm and sunny-looking young man badly. "Look, we've got a big order this time, with at least several billion in expenses." Please be sure to accept a referral fee when the time comes. It's our way of repaying your constant care. King Pilaf didn't mention a specific amount. But judging from his character, when he promised to treat someone well, he would never be stingy, he would be whole-hearted. Otherwise, his subordinates, Mein Shu, wouldn't have followed this dwarf wholeheartedly for so many years. Never leaving him, he surely had his unique way of leading people. However, although Xiaoxian was just a small police officer now, his hidden capsules were stuffed with wealth beyond measure. A mere referral fee for transforming Tao Pai Pai really didn't mean much to him. So he replied righteously, "What are you talking about? I didn't introduce this business for money. I was just doing a favor for a friend. You guys were bullied by the villains of the game, style, and even lost your home. It's only right that you earn some money to go back." King Pilaf was astonished. He never expected Xiaoxian to be such a selfless and kind person, never considering himself at all. Even when faced with tens of millions in referral fees, he didn't waver. He was like a saint that only existed in comic stories. "What's your name, officer?" King Pilaf asked politely, trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. In fact, this was the first time he had asked Xiaoxian's name. Although he had been polite and respectful before, there had always been a bit of distance. Only at this moment was his true feelings genuinely revealed. "My name is Xiaoxian. You can call me King Pilaf, the future conqueror of the world and the greatest ruler, the one born of the storm." "Huh. Nice to meet you, whatever your dream is. I hope you can achieve it someday." Xiaoxian said seriously that if he continued to listen to King Pilaf's boasting, he was afraid he couldn't help but arrest this guy on the charge of disturbing world peace. Compared to these two who seemed on the verge of becoming sworn brothers, Tao Pai Pai, who was lying on the bed in the distance, narrowed his eyes. Although he was severely disabled, if he concentrated, he could easily hear the conversation in the corridor. "Humph, that police officer kid is smart. If I find out that he's teaming up with others to cheat me out of money, then I'll definitely have to kill him first." In his heart, Tao Pai Pai murmured softly. Soon, the image of Goku came to his mind again. He ground his teeth in hatred. Relying on this surge of anger, he struggled to maintain his spirit and body, preventing himself from completely breaking down. Speaking of which, Xiaoxian woke up early in the morning and finally didn't hear the voices of those three people selling baked sweet potatoes. He stretched his head and took a look outside. The light was still on in the utility room. Presumably, those people must have been busy all night until now and naturally couldn't spare the energy to do business on the street. He strolled to Tao Pai Pai's ward and saw this guy soaking in a large vat. The restorative liquid brewed from various medicinal herbs inside was healing Tao Pai Pai's wounds. It should be noted that although the Pilaf Gang had been beaten quite a few times, they didn't have much experience in treatment at Xiaoxian, combining the treatment pods of the Frisia Force, gave this suggestion. That thing could even fully restore Vegeta and Goku to their peak condition. The principle was to soak the whole body in a medicinal liquid, the moment, apart from not having an oxygen mask and having slightly weaker medicinal restoration ability. The Pilaf version had been replicated quite well. "How do you feel?" Xiaoxian casually asked. Instinctively, he kept a certain distance from this world number one assassin for fear that this guy might suddenly go berserk and implicate him. "Not bad." Tao Pai Pai closed his eyes, stretched his limbs comfortably, and replied concisely, unaware of Xiaoxian's inner slander. He seemed to be in a good mood today, so much so that he even showed a faint smile and started chatting amiably with Xiaoxian. "I've just read the plan. It's a very creative and innovative design. I have to say that the scientist you introduced is really reliable. Among the people I've met, he belongs to the most outstanding and remarkable group." Xiaoxian forced a couple of dry laughs, that he was thinking to himself that Tao Pai Pai had looked so disdainful yesterday, but now he was completely different, which really opened his eyes. However, speaking of it, the plan that King Pilaf came up with overnight could actually convince Tao Pai Pai. It seemed that he really had some skills. Thanks to your help. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to waste several years in that rural hospital before I could even think about revenge. Tao Pai Pai said with a fake smile, half sincere and half false. "Presumably you already know my identity, so, come on. How does this world number one assassin repay you?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoxian felt the hairs on his back stand up. "Repay? Don't be kidding." There was a tailor who just wanted to get his payment as a result. Not only did Tao Pai Pai not give the money, But he also said something about using murder to pay off the debt and asked the tailor to designate an unlucky person for him to kill. But normal people don't have such a need. As Tao Pai Pai directly killed the tailor and mumbled something like no need to give change. Now almost the same question was thrown in front of Xia Exan. How could he not be cautious? Money is not necessary. I'm a police officer, and it's my bounden duty to help those in need. Xia Exan replied seriously, trying to free in. Huh? Are you saying that you're rejecting my gratitude? The smile on Tao Pai Pai's face immediately disappeared. His triangular eyes stared coldly at Xia Exan in a sarcastic way, as if they were about to pierce through him. Are you trying to make me a villain who doesn't know how to be grateful? These words made Xia Exan extremely angry. You actually know what a villain is. Repaying kindness would bring bad luck, and not repaying kindness would cost his life. The two options were no different at all. But since Xia Exan dared to introduce the Pilaf Gang to Tao Pai Pai at the beginning, he naturally had his reasons. Now, facing this life or death question, he also had some precautions. So he pretended to think for a moment and then put on a smiling face and said, How could that be? But since you insist, I do have a little wish. HM, speak. Tao Pai Pai snorted a few syllables expressionlessly, making it impossible to tell what he was really thinking. In fact, I've always been fond of martial arts and hope to have the opportunity to learn your superb and unparalleled martial art skills. Xia Exan carefully made up this To be honest, whenever I see you make a move, I find that it's simply the most powerful move in the world, and no one can compare with it. It's hard not to worship such power. These flattering words would have made Xia Exan feel extremely disgusted at any other time. But at the moment, the slightest mistake might cost him his life. So Xia Exan had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Tao Pai Pai, either because of soaking in the medicine pool or because of hearing the flattery, had a flash of pride on his originally arrogant face. A police officer wants to buy a killer as his master? This is really ridiculous. But who else am I but the world number one killer? Seeing the other party speak like this, Xia Exan thought to himself that there might be a chance, and perhaps his hope could really come true. But at this moment, Tao Pai Pai changed the subject. Unfortunately, Tao only know how to kill people, not teach them. Although I have extraordinary abilities, I'm afraid I can't pass them on to you. These words made Xia Exan's heart rise to his throat again. He was afraid that this guy would say something like, I'll help you kill someone as a reward. Or else I'll kill you next. That time, he would really be in trouble. Fortunately, Tao Pai Pai seemed to know his own situation, or perhaps he still had use for Xia Exan. Very rarely. He lowered his stance and said, However, I know someone who has the ability to teach martial arts, and his kung fu is second only to mine in a few days if my body recovers. I'll consider introducing you to him. It was really rare to hear such reasonable words from Tao Pai Pai, but Xia Exan knew in his heart that the person Tao Pai Pai mentioned was most likely his older brother. Master Shun, the founder of the Crane School, a martial arts school as famous as the Turtle School. His unique Kikaho was even called a terrifying existence that exceeded the Kamehameha wave by his opponents. Since Tao Pai Pai wanted to make an introduction, it could only be his mustached older brother. Although he was thinking this in his heart, Xia Exan didn't show it. After expressing his gratitude appropriately, everything went back to normal, and Tao Pai Pai became even more self-assured in ordering Xia Exan around every day, and he was also reluctant to pay. Xia Exan didn't care either. He told King Pilaf that if there were any needs or expenses for human body mechanical transformation, he could come directly to him to get the money. The short guy thought that Tao Pai Pai had already given the money to Xia Exan. So he didn't suspect anything and was busy writing and drawing in the utility room every day, having a great time. Time passed slowly in this kind of busyness. Tao Pai Pai took a medicinal bath and received chi therapy every day and began to recover gradually. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, until an uninvited group of guests broke this simple daily routine. Speaking of this day, Xia Exan was about to go out on patrol. Just as he reached the door, he saw a tall and burly young man standing there. His clothes were somewhat like the long gowns of ancient China. There was no pattern on the front, but there was a huge character crane written on it. HM. Xia Exan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The nearby villagers didn't wear such old-fashioned clothes, nor did they have such a tall figure, and the character crane on the chest already said it all. Could it be? Thinking of this, Xia Xian instinctively looked up at the man's face. On his hearty face, there was actually an extra eye on his forehead, which was also sizing him up. Tien Shinhan, the mixed blood descendant of a three-eyed person and an earthling, which gave him an extra eye on his forehead. The strongest warrior of the Crane School, he defeated Goku in the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament and became the champion. Even in the later stages when combat power inflated, Tien Shinhan still had his unique charm and appeared in both the Cell Saga and the Bu Saga. For Xia Xian, Tien Shinhan was a very remarkable martial artist. At the same time, he was also a man who was clear-cut about gratitude and grudges. For example, in order to thank Master Roshi who guided him, Tien Shinhan practiced the Mafuba with the determination to sacrifice himself and challenged Piccolo, Daimao alone. And Tien Shinhan had never forgiven Vegeta, who invaded the Earth, and even held a prejudice against him in later chapters. In comparison, Yamcha, whose girlfriend was taken away, but could still shamelessly live under the same roof as Vegeta, was far inferior. In short, like Goku and Vegeta, Tien Shinhan was a proud warrior who constantly exceeded his own limits. Young man, is Tao Pai Pai here? Tien Shinhan didn't mind Xia Xian's gaze that stared at him, but his tone of voice was full of arrogance. Perhaps it would be after being enlightened by Master Roshi that Tien Shinhan would learn to restrain his edge and become more stable. Xia Xian quickly composed himself and replied politely, Yes, that's right. You must be Tien Shinhan, the eldest disciple of the Crane School. Welcome to my humble abode. At this moment in Xia Xian's mind, he was secretly thinking. No wonder Tao Pai Pai asked him to send a letter a few days. It must be a secret letter to Master Shun. Otherwise, Tien Shinhan wouldn't have appeared in this remote and desolate place. However, Xia Xian's words made Tien Shinhan show a delighted expression. He asked with some excitement, the eldest disciple of the Crane School. I don't deserve such an honor. Did Lord Tao Pai Pai say this? I'm truly ashamed. I haven't officially joined the school yet, so I can't be considered the eldest disciple. Seeing Tien Shinhan's blushing face due to excitement, Xia Xian couldn't help but be startled. Not yet joined? What was going on? Could there be a problem with the timeline? Tien Shinhan obviously didn't know what Xia Xian was muttering in his heart. Instead, he shouted towards the distance with great excitement. Master Shun, this is the place. Lord Tao Pai Pai has been found. Only then did Xia Xian notice that an old man was slowly approaching from afar. He had wrinkled skin and white hair, wore a pair of exaggerated sunglasses, walked with a pigeon-toed gait, with a stern face and his hands behind his back, heading towards their direction. It was clearly Master Shun, as he remembered. As the sworn enemy of the Turtle School, this old man had been active in the martial arts world 300 years ago. His creativity in martial arts was no less than that of Master Roshi. And he even had his own unique insights. Otherwise, Xia Xian wouldn't have rescued Tao Pai Pai, taking a risk to find himself a backer. Beside Master Shun was a young boy, carrying a parasol larger than his own height, shading Master Shun from the sun. This boy looked pale-faced, with 2 birthmarks on his cheeks that resembled rouge. His eyes stared fixedly, making him seem as creepy as a zombie in a cartoon. Xia Xian knew in his heart that this was probably Tien Shinhan's close friend, Kaiatsu. His combat power wasn't very strong. He was bad at math and extremely venomous, tongued, with just a few words. He could make Krillin go berserk. Besides, he had powerful psychic abilities. Later on, he basically depended on each other with Tien Shinhan, wandering around the world, living an intimate life of the two of them. Speaking of which, the character image of Tien Shinhan was inspired by Erlang Shun in Journey to the West. His positioning was the early-stage sworn enemy of Goku. The eye on his forehead was his most typical feature. As for the origin of Kaiatsu's image, it was most likely from the movie The Miracle Fighters directed by Yuan Wu Ping. The man in the jar in the movie was almost identical to Kaiatsu, a deformed person raised in a jar using secret martial arts techniques. But considering that Akira Toriyama was a fan of Jackie Chan, the paper, man image in Jackie Chan and Sammo Hung's encounter of the spooky kind might also be the prototype of Kaiatsu. Just as Xia Xian was lost in random thoughts, Master Shun had already reached the door of the house. He stroked his mustache impatiently and scolded in a sarcastic tone. What's all the fuss about? Have no sense of propriety? I can sense Tao Pai Pai's aura. Why has it become so weak? After saying that, He didn't even glance at Xia Exan and walked straight into the police station, making a ruckus as he rushed towards the inner room. Xia Exan knew this old man's temperament and didn't take it to heart at this moment. He didn't plan to argue with him. Instead, Tien Shinhan beside him nodded apologetically to him and then followed closely into the house. Kaiatsu didn't say a single word from beginning to end, really making you feel more like a doll than a person. At this time, a shrill wail came from the room. "My foolish brother. How did you end up like this?" Although Xia Exan was a bit surprised that Master Shun could sense auras now. It seemed there was a good show to watch, so he also went in to have a look. The old man was weeping bitterly, looking at Tao Pai Pai in the medicinal pool. Filled with grief. "Big brother, I was careless for a moment and was tricked by the brat from the turtle school." Tao Pai Pai also had a rather sorrowful look on his face at the moment. He exaggerated the story of his defeat, naturally skipping many details and mainly emphasizing Goku's meanness and shamelessness. Even Xia Exan couldn't bear to listen. However, Master Shin just fell for it. He already regarded the turtle school as a deadly enemy. Now seeing his own younger brother beaten to such a state by the turtle school, he was even more furious. The turtle school is really going too far, taking advantage of my seclusion. They've become so arrogant, and they even injured my own brother. I'll gather the heroes from all over the country and set foot on Turtle Island to wipe these people out. Master Shin roared angrily. Xia Exan frowned as he listened. Heroes from all over the country, weren't they just another name for mountain bandits and robbers? As he remembered, in the Toei animation version, when Master Shin was practicing martial arts, he had organized his own small clique and lackeys, doing all kinds of evil everywhere. And considering that his younger brother had become a hitman, it was likely that the Crane School had the most contact with the underworld at present. Otherwise, Tien Shinhan's initial aspiration wouldn't have been to become a hitman. But these so-called heroes could only bully honest rural people. Expecting them to deal with the turtle school was probably overestimating them. Tao Pai Pai in the medicinal pool seemed to know this too. He coughed awkwardly and said in a low voice, "Well, big brother, there's no rush to seek revenge on the turtle school. By the way, I was able to survive this time thanks to the help of this young lad." He then glanced at Xia Exan with his eyes. Logically speaking, at this time, he should introduce his savior in a more formal way. But Tao Pai Pai racked his brains and couldn't even remember to ask Xia Exan's name. So he could only give a very perfunctory introduction. Master Shun turned his head. Only at this moment did he look Xia Exan in the eye. But the words he said were not very polite. "Oh. Isn't this the great hero who single-handedly wiped out the Red Ribbon Army? Indeed, seeing is believing that you're not that impressive after all." After saying that, he glanced at Tao Pai Pai's medicinal pool again, and the disdain on his face became even more obvious. "This stinky pool can also cure diseases? It's a complete waste of time. Brother, let's go. Back at the Crane Hermit Hall, I'll get you the super elixir to heal your wounds." These words immediately made the whole place fall silent, and Master Shun's face turned green and white. Xia Exan hit aside, wanting to laugh. It seemed that these two junior brothers were equally unreliable in the manga. In order to thank Goku for rescuing his pet, Old Turtle, Master Roshi insisted on giving him a so-called treasure, the phoenix, as a gift. But this thing had already died of food poisoning long in desperation. He gave Goku a flying nimbus that he couldn't ride. In comparison, as an immortal, giving out mud pills as elixirs as a favor seemed even more unreliable than a food-poisoned phoenix. "Mind your own business. The super elixir I give to my own younger brother can't be the ordinary stuff for the gang." Master Shun roared angrily at Kairatsu. "Don't say such things. Shut up." Although he scolded Kairatsu, Master Shun didn't mention the elixir anymore. Finally, Tao Pai Pai broke the deadlock. He stared at Xia Exan and said, "I seem to have heard something just now. The great hero who single-handedly wiped out the Red Ribbon Army? What's going on?" Hearing this, sweat broke out on Xia Exan's forehead. You know, Tao Pai Pai was originally a hitman hired by the Red Ribbon Army. Now that his employer was finished, who knew if he would vent his anger on him? "This is actually a misunderstanding," Xia Exan said, choosing his words carefully. "The three experts in the backyard who helped you design the mechanical body were also attacked by the brat from the turtle school. I followed the clues to the Red Ribbon Army. But when I got to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, I found that the people there had already been wiped out." "Clues? What kind of clues could make you risk going to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army? That doesn't make sense." Master Shun stroked his goatee and said in a sarcastic tone, Dragon Balls, Xian said concisely, although I don't know what they're for. A few days ago, when chatting with those experts, suddenly the sky darkened that it was daytime, but turned into night. That guy said that perhaps the people from the Turtle School had already obtained the Dragon Balls. At that time, I didn't believe it because he said that 2 of them were in the hands of the Red Ribbon Army. Finally, based on a speculation, I secretly went to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army to take a look, only to find that it was already a field of scorched earth. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent again, although Tao Pai Pai didn't know the real function of the Dragon Balls. When he was at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the commander of his employer had indeed asked him to search for 4 Dragon Balls from Goku. Since he was defeated by Goku, then the Red Ribbon Army, the behind-the-scenes commander, probably couldn't escape either. In this way, his hitman fee would also go down the drain, and Master Shun, being more knowledgeable than his younger brother, knew something about the rumors of the Dragon Balls, but he didn't believe that Xian in front of him had the ability to destroy the Red Ribbon Army, a martial arts master. He could tell at a glance that Xian had no martial arts skills at all. How could he possibly do something that was difficult for himself at this moment? Both of these big shots began to believe what Chunhao said. After all, combat prowess cannot lie. The mediocre Xian absolutely cannot possibly defeat the Black Silk Army. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune! Tao Pai Pai lowered his head, feeling a pang of sorrow for a moment. Contemplating his shattered body and the many future endeavors that would require Xian's assistance, he raised his head once more and said, "Brother, this young lad is also a victim of the Turtle School's slander. He has a fervent passion for martial arts. Might you consider taking him on as your apprentice?" Xian felt a sigh of relief within, silently reflecting that the conversation had finally turned to the main topic. After so much effort, it seemed he might finally reap some rewards. However, he also sensed that when Tao Pai Pai mentioned taking on a disciple, Tien Shinhan exhibited a clear hint of envy. Could it be that he had yet to embark on his journey? Upon hearing this, Master Crane's expression grew increasingly grim as he reprimanded Tao Pai Pai. "Oh, my foolish brother, how many times must I tell you that I will not engage in this losing enterprise of accepting disciples?" At this point, Master Crane raised his hands and tilted his head, seemingly nostalgic as he continued. "Ever since my master, Wu Tai Do, passed away, the true essence of martial arts has been held within the Turtle and Crane schools. No matter how hard other martial artists strive, they merely grasp at illusions, unable to comprehend the essence of the martial way, forever relegated to mere child's play. Now that we have attained longevity and hold the true martial legacy, we are indeed unmatched in this world. Why then should we teach disciples, only to have them threaten our standing?" Though this statement was somewhat nebulous, the well-versed Xian discerned much of its meaning. Firstly, Wu Tai Do was the common master of both Turtle and Crane schools, who had bravely stood against the Demon King Piccolo 3 centuries ago, only to be vanquished in the ensuing battle. After much contemplation, Wu Tai Do devised the first technique in Dragon Ball history that turned weakness into strength, the Demon Seal Wave. At the cost of his own life, he sealed the Demon King Piccolo within a rice cooker. It was after Wu Tai Do's demise that the Turtle and Crane schools parted ways, each founding their own sect, as for the so-called true martial legacy. Xian was unclear about its specifics. However, it was rumored in the martial world that the great hero Satan, who appeared during the Cell Saga, had once traveled the world with his master in his youth and encountered Tao Pai Pai, only to suffer a crushing defeat with no chance of retaliation. Had it not been for Tao Pai Pai's refusal to accept payment and his unwillingness to kill, Satan's faction might have been annihilated at that time. This also indirectly reflected that the disciples of Wu Tai Do were vastly superior to those of other martial artists, as encounters with them were akin to a dimensional suppression. Perhaps this was why the world referred to Wu Tai Do's disciples as immortals. While the Turtle Master, having climbed the Kirin Tower and imbibed the sacred water, was even dubbed the god of martial arts. One can only imagine that upon hearing this title, some fellow in the heavens would burst into laughter. However, now was not the time to ponder such matters. Master Crane had made it clear he was unwilling to accept disciples, leaving Xian in an awkward position, as the remnants of the Black Silk Army could come knocking at any time. Eager to eliminate him, he could only rely on Tao Pai Pai to persuade him, as the two were brothers and might have some rapport. Yet, when Xia Xen turned to Tao Pai Pai. He found him with his eyes closed, feigning a meditative state, focusing on his breath, clearly showing no intention to engage. His attitude was unmistakable. He had made the introduction, and the rest was up to Xia Xen. Truly, what a disloyal and miserly fellow. Xia Xen cursed inwardly, but felt powerless to act against Tao Pai Pai, so he steeled himself to proceed. Master Crane, I've always held a deep admiration for martial arts. Xia Xen began, organizing his words while rambling on, especially after the recent World Martial Arts Tournament, where the Turtle School's disciples were exceptionally active, making their way to the finals. That technique, what was it called again? Ah yes, the Turtle School's Kamehameha. It even sent the moon flying, garnering immense fame and being hailed as one of the most thrilling battles in history. Before he could finish, both Tien Shinhan and Master Crane's expressions darkened. The former displayed a defiant pride, while the latter was purely angered. What? That mere Kamehameha is nothing extraordinary. It pales in comparison to my invention, the key cannon. And what of that tournament? Were they all inexperienced laymen? Making a fuss over trivial skills, how utterly ridiculous. Master Crane scolded in exasperation. Seeing this reaction, Xia Xen inwardly rejoiced, realizing he had succeeded. This old man despised the Turtle School. He had employed this provocation to stimulate Master Crane's competitive spirit, hoping to incite him to follow in the footsteps of the Turtle Master and accept disciples. It seemed the plan was already halfway successful. Wait a moment. Wasn't the Turtle Master said to have only 2 disciples? One a bandit at Fire Mountain, the other a wild man at Bunyan Mountain. Both were hardly noteworthy. When did they become so active again? Master Crane suddenly slapped his forehead, frowning as he spoke. That is ancient history. The Turtle Master has taken on 2 new disciples. Xia Xen explained helplessly. One is Krillin, a temple errand boy, and the other is an unknown fellow named Sun Wukong, who was the runner-up in the last martial arts tournament. Lastly, I heard that a mountain bandit named Yamcha has also been accepted as a disciple by the Turtle Master. Tao Pai Pai, who had been feigning death, suddenly opened his eyes to interject. That Sun Wukong nearly killed me. His methods are vicious and utterly despicable. Truly the kind of scum that comes from the Turtle School that I in truth. Xia Xen's words were a mix of truth and exaggeration. For instance, Krillin might not be just a temple errand boy, and Yamcha had long ceased to be a bandit, having lived in West City for quite some time. However, Xia Xen intentionally downplayed their identities, quietly waiting for Master Crane to take the bait. Haha, just a bunch of lowly characters, mere ants. The Turtle School truly has become desperate, accepting any garbage. Master Crane scoffed. Yet beneath his facade of ease, he did not feel as relaxed. After all, if the only opponent were the Turtle Master, then Master Crane and Tao Pai Pai could easily maintain their dominance. However, if the Turtle School's disciples continued to multiply, even if they only grasped a fraction of the skills, their numerical advantage could easily overwhelm him. Would he truly have to rely on those so-called friends in the martial world for assistance? With that thought, Master Crane shot Xia Xen a glance and nonsensically uttered. Being regarded as the hero that will eradicate the Black Silk Army is a rather acceptable identity. Xia Xen was taken aback, unsure of the meaning behind this remark, standing there in a daze. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, gently urging, "What are you waiting for? Quickly pay your respects." Such an abrupt sound startled Xia Xen, but he soon realized someone was communicating with him telepathically. Master Crane, I implore you to accept me as your disciple, and please inscribe my name on the roster. I shall serve you loyally, without hesitation. With a thud, Xia Xen knelt to the ground, reciting those somewhat over-the-top lines, while secretly glancing outside to see Dumpling giving him a V sign with his fingers. It should be noted that while Dumpling's martial prowess was lackluster, he possessed a remarkable psychic ability, having once controlled even the young Wukong upon his debut. Thus, telepathy was certainly within his capabilities. Clearly, it was he who had sent this message from afar, indicating that Dumpling was not as indifferent as he appeared, but rather possessed a kind heart. In response to Xia Xen's kneeling, Master Crane huffed disdainfully, speaking in a sarcastic tone. The youth of today truly have a way with words, yet they seem to lack any actions. I wonder if they understand the rules this time. Without Dumpling's prompting, Xia Xian quickly recognized the underlying implication of those words. Master Crane was, in fact, demanding a reward. To put it bluntly, he was asking for money. It was quite difficult to imagine a master of his caliber discussing finances upon first meeting. It certainly felt beneath his dignity. That can be arranged, Xia Xian responded readily, though he felt a bit troubled. Money was not an issue for him, but the problem lay in the fact that he had just hidden his capsule underground. If he were to retrieve it now, it might expose him. Yet, without some valuables to offer as tribute, he feared he might have nothing of worth to present. Surely, he couldn't offer the roasted sweet potatoes that King Pilaf had failed to sell overnight as a substitute. In the midst of panic, Xia Xian instinctively reached his hand into his pocket. Initially, he intended to make a token gesture of rummaging and then excuse himself to go to King Pilaf to borrow some money for the design drawings he had made for them a few days ago to cope with the current situation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he put his hand in his pocket, he found there was something inside. When he took it out and took a look, it was actually the gold watch he had unconsciously put away before. When cleaning up the treasures, seeing this watch was beautiful and exquisite, he casually picked it up and stuffed it into his pocket. Little did he expect that it would come in handy at this time. Lord Crane Immortal, this is a family heirloom that was originally left to me by my late mother for my marriage and to start a family. Xia Xian fabricate without hesitation, if you don't mind. Take this gold watch as a gift for accepting me as a disciple, a memento to witness your acceptance of me. A gold watch. Interesting. Lord Crane Immortal took the watch unceremoniously, weighed it in his hand, and immediately realized it was pure gold. He then tossed it to Dumpling with a smile, asking him to put away. Unexpectedly, Dumpling, who was always full of tricks, opened it casually. Inside the watch, there was a photo of a bear-like man. In the Dragon Ball world, half-beasts and humans got along harmoniously without distinction. But Xia Xian seemed to say that this watch was a family heirloom. When had it ever been heard that the descendants of half-beasts could turn into such a form? For a moment, many question marks appeared in Dumpling's little head. It's rare that you have such filial piety. Not bad, not bad. Lord Crane Immortal laughed triumphantly, then turned to look at Tien Shinhan beside him and asked maliciously, Tian, how long have you been secretly watching me practice? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue. The tall and burly Tien Shinhan's face instantly changed. He almost immediately knelt down, and his voice trembled rarely. Lord Crane Immortal, please forgive me, I just happened to catch a glimpse that I had no intention of secretly learning. Happened to catch a glimpse? Hee. After all, you're the descendant of the three-eyed star people. Your eyes are really sharp, aren't they? Lord Crane Immortal said in a sarcastic tone. Well, if you dare to gouge out the eye on your forehead, I'll believe you didn't peek. What do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, Tien Shinhan was stunned. Even Xia Xian beside him was also dumbfounded, not understanding why Lord Crane Immortal would do this. Since Lord Crane Immortal has given an order, I naturally should comply. Tien Shinhan closed his eyes and pondered for a while. That a look of determination flashed across his face. Suddenly, he let out a loud shout and reached out to stab his own forehead. It was indeed as if he was going to blind himself. Xia Xian on the side watched with a pounding heart and instinctively shouted, You can't do this. On the other side, Lord Crane Immortal moved even faster. His ghost-like figure quickly flew over and effortlessly stopped Tien Shinhan's movement. Silly boy, your master was just joking with you. Why are you so stubborn? Lord Crane Immortal put on an air of teaching patiently and said, This was to test your loyalty and obedience, that I didn't really ask you to mutilate yourself. You really don't understand humor. Xia Xian, standing aside, secretly shook his head, from the perspective of power and tactics. It was not wrong for Lord Crane Immortal to test the loyalty of his subordinates. However, such a trick was only suitable for those obsequious lackeys. That was not suitable for a passionate and loyal man like Tien Shinhan. Based on his knowledge of the plot, Xia Xian thought that Tien Shinhan was the kind of brave, fearless, and clear-cut in love and hate person that in simple terms, as long as you treat him sincerely. Tien Shinhan would be willing to give his all in return. But if you used devious power-seeking tactics to test him, it would only chill this warm-hearted guy. In short, Gong Sun Zan, who was in a high position with great power, couldn't keep Zhao Yun, but Liu Bei, who was in a state of displacement, could make Zhao Yun be loyal to him wholeheartedly. Perhaps it's the same principle. This was also why, although Tien Shinhan was not a disciple of the Turtle Hermit School, he respected Master Roshi especially. After all, it was this old man who guided this confused man with practical actions and helped Tien Shinhan find the real goal of his life. But at least at this moment, the young Tien Shinhan didn't care about this. Instead, he cared more about a certain word in Lord Crane Immortal's words, Grandmaster. Does that mean I can't? Tien Shinhan was so excited that he was almost incoherent. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pay your respects. This time, Xiao Xan spoke up to remind him. After all, he had this experience once. Tien Shinhan himself was addicted to martial arts. Now that he could fulfill his wish to learn the authentic skills, how could he not be happy? He quickly knelt down, exerted all his strength, and with a loud shout like pushing over a golden mountain and toppling a jade pillar, he said, Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Lord Crane Immortal didn't care about the enthusiasm in Tien Shinhan's words. Instead, he said methodically, You've been with me the longest. Although I usually make you do some servant-like things, it's to temper your mind that I hope you don't hold any grudges from today on. You are the chief disciple of the Crane Hermit School. Admitted to the sect, no matter how many generations of inheritance there are, you will be regarded as the senior apprentice, brother. Tien Shinhan was so excited that he couldn't contain himself and wanted to say some words of gratitude. Unexpectedly, Lord Crane Immortal turned to Dumpling and said, You've also been with me for quite a while. Be the second disciple then. Dumpling had an expressionless face and seemed to have no reaction. In fact, Xiao Xan knew that compared to Tien Shinhan, Dumpling was not very enthusiastic about martial arts. Given the conditions, he preferred to watch TV by the heater. Besides making sarcastic remarks, what he was really good at was probably cooking in episode 139 of Dragon Ball Z. The ramen made by Dumpling was praised by Master Roshi. Oolong and the turtle. When Tien Shinhan was practicing, Dumpling was almost in charge of taking care of his daily life. Ate tea this time. Lord Crane Immortal finally looked at Xiao Xan, which made this guy inexplicably nervous and even have some faint expectations. After all, now that the senior and second senior apprentice brothers have been determined, he should rightfully be in a position similar to Sha-san. What's your name again? Oh, Xian, right? Then you could be a probationary disciple for now. You still need to work harder in the future to catch up with your senior brothers and be promoted to a formal disciple as soon as possible, Lord Crane Immortal said seriously. However, Xiao Xan was furious inside. Well, he had given the benefits and the money. In the end, he was given the title of a probationary disciple. The reason for this was nothing more than that Lord Crane Immortal disliked Xiao Xan's lazy foundation and lack of martial arts background. Yet, he coveted his gift and the influence brought by the hero halo of eliminating the Red Ribbon Army. He reluctantly accepted him, but gave him the lowest status. For a moment, Xiao Xan felt extremely angry. He had never hated his weak strength so much before at the same time. He secretly thought that based on his knowledge of the plot, he would sooner or later train to a level that would stun Lord Crane Immortal. The apprentice accepting ceremony was a very simple process. What Lord Crane Immortal really cared about was the medical plan for his younger brother, after giving Xiao Xan the title of probationary disciple. He hurriedly asked him to call out the so-called scientific team to hear about the recovery plan for Tao Pai Pai in person. King Pilaf, who was forced to interrupt his design plan, was invited by Xiao Xan again, and a small progress report meeting was held temporarily. My younger brother has drunk the elixir of immortality. Even if he has a serious injury, he can recover by taking his time. Why turn him into a robot? You quacks don't prescribe random remedies, Lord Crane Immortal asked aggressively as soon as he came up. Speaking of which, Xiao Xan was very curious about why the turtle and Crane Immortals had lived so long, and their relatives seemed to have the same treatment. For example, Master Roshi's sister, Baba, and Lord Crane Immortal's younger brother, Tao Pai Pai, also seemed to be unaffected by the passage of time in the plot. Although Master Roshi told his disciple son Gohan that he regretted drinking the elixir of immortality. But when fighting against King Piccolo, he also told Tien Shinhan that there was no such thing as immortality. And finally, he died of exhaustion. However, Xiao Xan understood that this was not the time to think about this, because King Pilaf's face had become extremely ugly. Who is this old man? Why should the future king of the world explain things to him? King Pilaf muttered through gritted teeth, can't he just buy a children's encyclopedia and read it himself? Seeing this, Xiao Xan quickly went over to comfort him and whispered, understand, out in design work, you encounter all kinds of clients. He's the one who decides to pay. But if you can't please him, it may be difficult to receive the transformation fee of more than 1 billion. Upon hearing the word money, especially when the figure of more than 1 billion was mentioned, the crane hermit, who was eavesdropping quietly, wore an expression of pained reluctance on his face. And King Pilaf, finally suppressing his anger, said with patience, "Regarding this issue, I've constructed a geometric model and analyzed that. Even if your younger brother recovers, with rehabilitation treatment, it will take more than 15 years. However, the muscle health will be 30 weaker than before the injury, the reaction nerves will decline by 43, and the agility will slow down by 66. Even the hair growth rate will decrease significantly." Holding a notebook, King Pilaf continued, "The crux is his opponent, who will keep improving within the same period. There's no possibility of decline. Instead, the opponent will become stronger and stronger, and the gap between them will be widened countless times." These words left the crane hermit speechless, whether the listed data were correct or not aside. At least the last sentence made sense. Little Goku, who defeated Tao Pai Pai, was also making progress that in a few years, no one knew how powerful he would become. And Tao Pai Pai, after recovering from his injuries, could be said to have no chance at all to catch up with or surpass little Goku and avenge himself. For a meticulous and grudging person like Tao Pai Pai, this was more unbearable than being killed. "Damn it, I can't stand waiting any longer." Tao Pai Pai gritted his teeth and cursed in the medicine vat. "Can we start the cybernetic transformation right away? I want to become stronger immediately." "That's not possible. Your body is too weak now and can't endure a high-intensity transformation surgery." King Pilaf shook his head and said, "However, there are several plans at present. You can take a look first. I spent several nights designing these." With that, he commanded his underlings, Mai and Shu, to carry out a slide projector and played the prepared plan PPT on the spot. The first plan, the mechanical body, is 5 meters tall, with a streamlined titanium alloy restraint forged according to neuromechanics. This is mainly designed to address the short stature drawback of our enemies. There is also an insertion plug at the spinal position to control neuron signals. King Pilaf began to introduce it in a flow of eloquence. The crane hermit and Tao Pai Pai were completely confused. After all, one had been in seclusion basically, and the other only knew how to kill. Thus, a lot of physical and mechanical terms made them dizzy. Tien Shinhan couldn't get a word in and went out to pack things, while UPA simply fell asleep where he stood. Only Xiaoxian listened with a frown. According to the plot, Tao Pai Pai's mechanical body shouldn't be like this. The model designed by King Pilaf sounded more like something from an EVA crossover. So, after listening for 5 minutes, Xiaoxian finally interrupted the spittle-flying designer. "Well, how should I put it? Your design concept is very advanced, but there's a fatal problem," Xiaoxian said earnestly. "Your design ignores the user's experience. Let me put it this way. The user's height is probably within 2 meters. The combat environment and habits he's familiar with are also at this height. And the 5-meter high machine mentioned just now completely deviates from the user's physiological habits, only increasing more learning and adaptation costs. It's not suitable. But that spiky, haired kid can turn into a monster dozens of meters tall. If the machine is too short, the gap will be obvious," King Pilaf said with lingering fear. Apparently, the appearance of little Goku turning into a great ape during the full moon had left a deep impression on him. The height gap is not a problem. The key is the environment in which the user is familiar with fighting, Xiaoxian said, frowning. Speaking of the Dragon Ball world, becoming tall is never a strange thing. For example, Piccolo Daimao once became huge in height but was caught off guard by Son Goku. Instead, it was less threatening in combat than in normal form. And the transformations of Vegeta and Son Gohan, although their combat power seemed to increase tenfold, their weaknesses became extremely obvious. Even the trained tails, in the great ape form, would become the target to be attacked. Someone as weak as Yamcha could easily cut it off. Therefore, in Xiaoxian's opinion, the height gap wouldn't bring any advantage. Instead, maximizing the user's strengths was the correct design approach. Well, that's not impossible. King Pilaf had to take Xiaoxian's opinion seriously. Moreover, what he said made sense. So, what else needs to be improved? As I see it, the prosthetic arm shouldn't be wasted, Xiaoxian simply said according to his memory. The human body has limitations, but now that it's a mechanical body, there's no need to copy it completely. For example, install a cannon in the left hand and hide a saber in the right hand. Then suddenly taking off the prosthetic hand can continue the sneak attack, doubling the effect. King Pilaf was stunned upon hearing this and subconsciously repeated, hide a cannon in the prosthetic hand and then hold a saber. This seems familiar. Xiaoxian's suggestion was not groundless, that in the original work, Tao Pai Pai had used a dagger hidden in the prosthetic hand to sneak, attack Tien Shinhan in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and later fired the special beam cannon through the cannon tube. Now he was just bringing up these things that would appear in the future in advance. Well, I quite like this plan. Tao Pai Pai, soaking in the medicine vat, nodded in approval. As an assassin, one should use everything possible around them as weapons. From this point of view, you could have some talent for being an assassin. These words were obviously directed at Xiaoxian, but the person concerned didn't appreciate it. Be an assassin? Are you kidding? In the future world, not to mention killing people, even blowing up the earth would be a piece of cake. It's simply a profession without prospects or value. Since I've come to the Dragon Ball world, obtaining stronger power is the top priority. Well, with your injuries, you probably can't go back to the crane school. The crane hermit stroked his goatee, thinking, all right, I'll stay here temporarily. It's good to have someone to take care of me. Ashin, prepare a nice house for me to practice in seclusion. Speaking of which, the crane hermit was quite satisfied with Xiaoxian at present. During the part where Xiaoxian criticized King Pilaf's design plan, the crane hermit considered it as Xiaoxian's efforts to strive for the interests of the sect. Whether what Xiaoxian said was correct or not, the crane hermit thought it was an act of commendable loyalty. Just with the title of an ordinary disciple, one could be so obedient. The crane hermit was rather proud of it. Facing this request, Xiaoxian was sly. He asked someone to clear the police station hall and move the office to an inconspicuous small room in the backyard. And the original police station was transformed into the crane hermit's temporary residence. In this way, if anyone from the Red Ribbon Army came to cause trouble, they would have to fight the crane hermit at the main entrance hall first before they could come in for revenge. It was like adding some insurance for Xiaoxian himself, and the crane hermit himself didn't know that he was being used as a watchdog by Xiaoxian and tied to the front hall. Instead, he was very satisfied with this cheap disciple who gave up his office to show respect to him. With good lighting and an airy environment, the crane hermit didn't complain at all. He instructed Tien Shinhan to move the luggage in and occupied the police station hall. Xiaoxian naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to befriend the future Z fighters, but he helped Tien Shinhan arrange the luggage. During this process, Xiaoxian accidentally found that there was actually a memorial tablet in the crane hermit's luggage, with several characters clearly written on it. The position of Master Matedo. Since when was the crane hermit so respectful to his teacher? Xiaoxian wondered secretly in his heart. As I remember, he even kidnapped Matedo's daughter. Strange. With these doubts, with the crane hermit settlement, a busy day finally came to an end. What would follow would be the starting point of Xiaoxian's martial arts training as a martial artist. The next day, as soon as the sun peeked out from the horizon, a bunch of alarm clocks in Xiaoxian's room rang. Xiaoxian, who didn't have much sleepiness anyway, immediately jumped out of bed. It's starting. This is the first time I'm going to receive martial arts training. I can't be late no matter what. Xiaoxian said proudly to A.T. this moment. He was even a bit like a child going to school for the first time. Carrying a school bag and eager to go to school, feeling a bit nervous, but more of anticipation. Having come to the Dragon Ball world, who would still want to be a weakling? Striving hard towards that infinitely possible future would make living in this wonderful world worthwhile. However, after Xiaoxian got dressed, he found that although he thought he got up early enough, there was someone who got up even earlier and was already practicing downstairs. That IT was Tien Shinhan. Yesterday, I was newly accepted as the chief disciple of the Crane Hermit School to AT this moment. Facing the morning sun, I have been exercising below for a long time, so much, so that my shirt is completely soaked with sweat. In the slightly cool early morning, one can even see a wisp of steam lingering around Tien Shinhan. Big Tian really gets up early. Xiaoxian greeted him with a beaming smile and said in a loud and clear voice, originally. I thought I was early enough, but it turns out I'm still not up to par. Big Tian is truly a model for us. Seeing that it was Xiaoxian, Tien Shinhan put away his practicing stance and said somewhat sheepishly, not really. I was only accepted by the master into the sect yesterday and took the position of the chief disciple that I'm so afraid that I won't perform well and let down the master's expectations. By the way, you could just call me Ation. That address you used just now always felt a bit strange. That would disrupt the order of seniority. Absolutely not. Big Tian, Xiaoxian said with a mischievous smile held back. But with a sincere look on his face, the Crane Hermit accepting you as the chief disciple must have his reasons that don't sell yourself short. Back then, the people from the Turtle Hermit School only trained for 8 months and then participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and even won the runner-up. Since the Crane Hermit School can be as famous as it, there must be something unique about it. Just at this moment, the Crane Hermit's sarcastic voice came from behind Xiaoxian. What nonsense are you spouting? That mere Turtle Hermit School has no right to be compared with our Crane Hermit School. Xiaoxian turned his head and saw that the Crane Hermit, with the still sleepy UPA, had appeared in the courtyard at some point. Master, Tien Shinhan bowed respectfully to the Crane Hermit, forcing Xiaoxian to also put on an act. However, the Crane Hermit didn't pay any attention to these gestures. Instead, he continued the previous topic and said, "Today is the day you two enter the sect. It's a good time to broaden your horizons." After saying that, the Crane Hermit suddenly let out a loud shout, and his body slowly floated up, actually breaking free from the Earth's gravity and rising into the air as if transcending into an immortal flight. Xiaoxian immediately recognized the name of this move and shouted it out. "Hey, you have some knowledge. You're not completely ignorant," the Crane Hermit sneered. The so-called flight is simply a secret technique that allows one to fly in the AI or IT can be considered a basic technique in the Dragon Ball world. It seems that except for Master Roshi, all the Z fighters can use it, but Xiaoxian personally thinks that flight is probably not a martial art invented by the Crane Hermit School. After all, even Piccolo Daimao, who had been sealed for 300 years, could recognize this move at a glance and praise Tien Shinhan for his good use of flight. It could be seen that this move had already appeared hundreds of years ago. Otherwise, Daimao wouldn't have been able to recognize a technique from the Crane Hermit School that emerged during his sealed years. But this was not the time for wild speculation, because the Crane Hermit had slowly raised his hands and assumed a strange posture. "Ha ha! Let you two witness the most powerful martial art of the Crane Hermit School," the Crane Hermit said proudly and loudly. This time, Xiaoxian didn't dare to offer any explanations, but he knew very well in his heart that there was only one move that could be the top-level secret art of the Crane Hermit School, the Dodon Ray. A move that even the arch-enemy Master Roshi praised as having unimaginable destructive power, several times more powerful than the Kamehameha wave, but its drawback is extremely obvious, because it is too fierce and overbearing. This move consumes an enormous amount of energy, and it could even lead to death from exhaustion. At this moment, the Crane Hermit slowly raised his hands, with the little finger of his right hand touching the index finger of his left hand, and the thumbs of both hands touching each other, thus forming a frame. The visible aura was gestating and gathering within the frame. Even an outsider like Xiaoxian could feel the abundant energy. What a powerful energy! Tien Shinhan stared intently at the Crane Hermit's movements, as if trying to imprint this move in his mind. It's like a small sun is burning. Xiaoxian instinctively took a few steps back to avoid being affected by this move, because only he knew the position of the Dodon Ray in the Dragon Ball world. "You two, watch closely. Dodon Ray." The Crane Hermit roared, and the energy in his palm was like a meteor crashing to the ground. With a loud bang, it exploded at his feet. The powerful impact even sent UPA, who was dozing off nearby, flying. Even Xiaoxian, who had been on guard, was scratched by the stones blasted by the explosion. At the place where the Dodon Ray hit under the Crane Hermit's feet, a bottomless pit had appeared, and immediately, groundwater gushed up, filling the pit into a small lake. This is the martial art of my Crane Hermit School. Filling the sea and moving mountains, creating heaven and earth are no problem. The Crane Hermit landed arrogantly. The surrounding farmers and village women, startled by the explosion, all stuck their heads out of their homes. Seeing a lake suddenly appearing on the originally flat ground, they were all dumbfounded. Some superstitious people even knelt down on the spot and kowtowed to the Crane Hermit in the distance. This martial art is indeed much stronger than the initial Kamehameha wave, Xiaoxian thought to himself. Tien Shinhan was so excited that his face turned red, and his breathing became rapid. It was not difficult to see from his eyes that he was extremely eager to learn this move. The Kamehameha wave that the Turtle Hermit School takes pride in is not even worthy of tying my Dodon Ray's shoes. The Crane Hermit said haughtily. But Xia Xian noticed that the Crane Hermit was sweating profusely at this time. The back of his entire Mandarin jacket was soaked with sweat, and his originally pale face had become somewhat sickly. He must have consumed a lot of energy, compared with the Turtle Hermit school. Our school has another skill. The Crane Hermit coughed a few times to calm his breath, then raised his hand and pointed his fingertip at a stone, saying, "Mekanke Sapo." Almost instantly after the words were spoken, a beam of light emitted from the Crane Hermit's finger, and an extremely small energy bullet shot out quickly, in the blink of an eye. It hit the rock. The whole process was so fast that Xia Xian didn't even see clearly what happened. And a small hole had already appeared on the rock, penetrating it from front to back. Obviously, it was directly pierced by the Mekanke Sapo. The Mekanke Sapo of our school has an unpredictable speed and precision. Compared with the outdated Kamehameha wave, the Mekanke Sapo of our school may be slightly less powerful, but it can knock down the opponent in an instant when they are gathering energy, the Crane Hermit said proudly with a smile. This is true. Under normal circumstances, the Kamehameha wave needs to gather energy for a while to cause enough damage. This is why in the anime version, every time a wave is released, it's like chanting a spell. One must first say the words Kamehameha, and when Master Roshi blew up the moon and the flaming mountains, it took him even longer to concentrate his energy until his muscles swelled before he could attack. This creates room for the Mekanke Sapo to play that it is more powerful than an ordinary energy bullet, and its concentrated point attack method, combined with a sneak attack approach, as long as it attacks the opponent's vital points when they least expect it, will cause quite a bit of damage. And oh wonder the assassin Tao Pai Pai likes to use the Mekanke Sapo. For his profession, this move is simply a portable and invisible sniper rifle. Suddenly, Xia Xian had a vague feeling that the Crane Hermit's martial arts were completely developed to counter the Turtle Hermit school. In terms of power, there's the Dodon, R-A-Y-I. In terms of speed, there is the Mekanke Sapo. And finally, combined with flight, the same level, it simply has an absolute advantage, just as Xia Xian was lost in thought. The Crane Hermit had finished his martial arts demonstration and asked triumphantly, "So, is the martial art of my Crane Hermit school invincible in the world?" Having just witnessed a visual shock. Even UPA, who was not enthusiastic about martial arts, showed an excited expression and shouted excitedly, "It's so amazing! I also want to learn these martial arts." Tien Shinhan didn't say anything, but the unquenchable eagerness and passion in his eyes were stronger and more persistent than anyone else's. This was exactly the effect the Crane Hermit wanted. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, he sneered and said, "Since you want to learn, don't be lazy. First, go offer incense to our ancestor Mateto, and then come back to practice." Hearing this, UPA asked curiously, "Master, why do we have to offer incense before starting to practice martial arts?" "Oh, that's because most of the martial arts you saw just now were derived from the ancestor's ultimate move when he was dying. Of course, we should remember our roots and be grateful to our master at this moment." Xia Xian, who was beside him, frowned upon hearing this. Martial arts derived from Mateto's ultimate move when he was dying? Could it be the evil containment wave? A technique that sacrifices one's own life to seal the enemy. In theory, no matter how many times more powerful the enemy is, it will be sealed by the evil containment wave. Speaking of the energy wave cannon, it also pushes the destructive power to a level beyond the Kamehameha by over-draining one's life. And in the animated version, Master Roshi once pointed with his hand and could cut off a waterfall just by using his ki. In other words, if the ki that cuts off the waterfall is concentrated at one point, isn't this the prototype of the Dodonpa? It seems that Master Shun was indeed greatly influenced by Master Roshi. So much so that this sense of inheritance of teachings is revealed in his martial arts. Thinking of this, Xia Xian also walked over, wanting to offer incense to the master whose teachings the Turtle and Crane Hermit schools originated from in this Dragon Ball world. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Master Shun's voice rang out lazily again, "Xian, you don't need to. After all, as a nominal disciple, you're not qualified to directly listen to my lecture. Go hit the sandbag 1,000 times first. And then we'll talk about other things." Hearing this, Xia Xian was extremely angry. This bastard Master Shun only have 3 disciples, and you still practice such discriminatory treatment. Is it interesting? Moreover, currently I've done so many things for the Crane School, but I don't even have the qualification to listen to the lecture. This is simply too much. Rage surged in Xia Xian's heart. If he had the strength, he really wanted to press Master Shin's head and pull out the old man's beard one by one. In contrast, Master Turtle, who could be bribed with just a few pornographic magazines, is simply the incarnation of kindness and fairness at this moment. In a flash, Xia Xian suddenly realized something. That's right, I'm familiar with the plot. And I know all the training secrets and routines of the turtle school. Isn't it just delivering milk every day, hoeing the ground by hand, and working while carrying a turtle shell? Now that Master Shun is indifferent to me. Why don't I train according to the turtle school's training mode right under Master Shin's nose? At least it's much better than stupidly hitting the sandbag. Thinking of this, Xia Xian, who was originally furious, quickly calmed down, and the thought of punching Master Shin faded. However, Master Shin didn't care at all what Xia Xian was thinking in his mind. He took Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu, floated to the edge of the distant woods, and whispered instructions. After figuring it out, the first thing Xia Xian did was to find King Piccolo and ask them to help make weight training equipment. Huh? Weight-bearing wristbands and knee pads? Why would you want these things? These days, King Piccolo has been busy modifying the design. Mai, his subordinate, went to the factory to discuss equipment procurement, and Shu, the Shiba Inu, went out to purchase necessary parts. The entire team was extremely busy. IT was fortunate that it was his great benefactor who came. Otherwise, anyone else who disturbed his work would probably be severely scolded by this short man. You know, Master Shin just accepted me as a disciple, so when I practice, I want to add some equipment to accelerate the results of my cultivation. That's why I'm asking you for help. Xia Xian said seriously, the issue of price can be discussed. Hey, don't mention the money that you've helped us so much that it's time for me to repay you occasionally. King Piccolo laughed. Speaking of which, adding some props will make things more interesting. What style and shape of props do you want? I promise to make them for you right away. Xia Xian drew a sketch according to the weight, bearing props of Rock, Lee, and Naruto. The wristbands on the hands have small compartments where lead strips for weight. Increasing can be sewn in. For the legs, the shin guards commonly seen in football are used, but iron blocks are sewn on them. King Piccolo knew how to make them just by looking at it once. That he took small steps to find the fabric and started working on the sewing machine himself. In less than 10 minutes. He made these things. Xia Xian, who was watching from the side, was stunned. Truly worthy of being the early main villain. With such short legs, he can even operate a sewing machine. Who knows what King Piccolo can't do besides collecting Dragon Balls? Here, it's almost done according to your request. King Piccolo handed the equipment to Xia Xian. However, for the weight, each part is prepared with 2.5 kilograms. Together, it still reaches 10 kilograms. For movement, it might be very cumbersome. Thank you, this is very useful to me. Xia Xian took the weight-bearing props and started putting them on. When Goku and Krillin trained in the turtle school, they carried a 20-kilogram turtle shell. But considering that these two people had a good foundation, therefore, Xia Xian only dared to start from a lower difficulty level and train with 10-kilogram weight-bearing equipment. To be precise, weight training is a very practical technique in the early stage of Dragon Ball. Master Turtle always carried a turtle shell in daily life, until Goku reached King Kai's planet. He always wore weight-bearing equipment, and Piccolo's clothes have always been heavy. In this way, Xia Xian started the turtle school's training right under Master Shin's nose. It sounds really strange, but it happened just like that. While Xia Xian was making his equipment, the training on Master Shin's side also came to a temporary end. After assigning tasks for Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu to practice, this old man used the flying nimbus technique and leisurely floated back to the station to check on Tao Pai Pai's injuries. Big brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but why did you do this? After hearing what happened this morning, Tao Pai Pai said rather resentfully, my life was saved by that little police officer. He's somewhat kind to me. How much of your martial arts techniques and moves can he understand? Why cause extra trouble for such a thing? For things that don't require him to spend money or effort. Tao Pai Pai still has a certain sense of values. Even he thought his brother was being unfair. Xia Xian just wanted to learn the Crane School secrets. Just let him learn. Anyway, even if a primary school student sits in on the class, it's impossible for him to be admitted to university. Why foolish younger brother? Haven't you reacted yet? Master Shin looked around to confirm that no one was there, and then said cursingly, brother did this for you. What does it have to do with me? Tao Pai Pai asked in confusion. You can't move your body now and rely on this police officer in all aspects if I teach him martial arts. He will be grateful to me. You, on the other hand, will become an irrelevant person in the future if he becomes obsessed with martial arts. How could he still be concerned about your injuries? In other words, if you teach him a move or two now, this police officer will probably be extremely grateful to you and serve you more attentively, trying to get more martial arts essence from you. But I don't like teaching people. Silly brother, I'm suppressing that police officer to pave the way for you. You just need to teach him some basic boxing and kicking techniques, and you don't have to teach him the unique skills like the energy wave cannon and Dodonpa. Isn't that enough? Master Shin said, hating that his brother couldn't be more promising. Benefiting others is also benefiting oneself. You need to learn more about these tricks of controlling subordinates that don't just be a reckless fighter. Tao Pai Pai hardly listened to the second half of the words, but finally understood what Master Shin meant and muttered to himself, teaching some boxing and kicking, that's okay. Not a brag, but my 20-year killer career has really helped me practice some basic martial arts. Giving them to this kid is really a bargain for him. At this moment, Xia Exine obviously didn't know what his unscrupulous master was plotting after putting on the weight-bearing tools. This guy came to the only grocery store in the village. Boss, I'm in a good mood today. I asked there any milk to be delivered here. I'll help you with it. That is to say, Xia Exine rushed to the only grocery store in the village and specifically asked to help the store deliver milk. After all, in the Turtle School's training, this is almost a compulsory routine. From the era of Ox King and Son Gohan to the later era of Krillin and Goku, this glorious tradition has been carried on. Xia Exine, who is familiar with the Turtle School's training, naturally didn't want to miss this link. However, the grocery store owner, a guy with a fox's head, refused Xia Exine's request. What? You don't want someone to help you deliver milk? Xia Exine was very unhappy when he heard this, and his tone became more severe. I can charge less. Don't be so stingy. No, officer. It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. The milk has already been delivered, the fox-headed store manager said helplessly. You can't ask me to collect it from every household and let you deliver it again, can you? Oh. This time, it was Xia Exine's turn to be bewildered, looking at the sun in the sky. It did seem a bit late to eat tea this time. The Turtle Hermit School probably had already started having breakfast, so were there any other things that needed to be delivered? Xia Exine said reluctantly. Anything will do. Just give me some work to do. It should be noted that, in fact, having understood the training principle of the Turtle Hermit School, running or other exercises could substitute for these. But as a Dragon Ball enthusiast and someone who is committed to using the Turtle Hermit School's method to train in the Crane Hermit's martial arts, Xia Exine naturally hoped to do it in exactly the same way. Otherwise, it just didn't feel right. Thanks to Anshi for her advice. Seeing Xia Exine's determined look, the fox shopkeeper helplessly sighed and thought that he had to find a way to send Xia Exine away. Otherwise, if the neighbors saw a police officer staying here all the time, they might think something was wrong with his shop, and then he wouldn't be able to do business if that got out. Well, okay, although there's no milk delivering job, there are still express deliveries. Please deliver these things to every household. What? Express delivery? Since when was there such a thing in the Dragon Ball world? Xia Exine looked completely bewildered upon hearing this. What did you say? I can't quite understand, but running a grocery store, express parcels are my main source of income. Please don't delay, officer. After saying this, the fox shopkeeper lifted the curtain behind him, revealing a mountain-like pile of express deliveries, which instantly left Xia Exine astonished. After a while like this, Xia Exine, carrying large and small express boxes, started staggering outwards, officially beginning his training journey out of course, seeing Xia Exine carrying things and walking to deliver parcels. It was the grocery store owner's turn to turn pale. This guy wasn't going to use a vehicle to deliver things. Was he planning to deliver them until next month? And so, Xia Exine started his training path. Then, 10 minutes later, he discovered a problem. When the Turtle Hermit had his disciples deliver milk back then, it was a gradual process. First of all, the milk bottles weren't too heavy and were easy to handle. But the problem was that holding a box of milk bottles for a long time, while avoiding collisions during intense running, required great care and constantly maintaining one's balance. Instead, this was a way to test the cultivator's coordination and endurance. Simply put, it was similar to the movie Shaolin Temple, where one carried water with a bucket whose bottom was sharpened to exercise endurance and balance. Akira Toriyama, who loved Chinese movies, might even have gotten inspiration from here. But the problem was that the express deliveries Chun Hao helped deliver now didn't have that feeling of being easy to start, but difficult to master like the milk boxes. From beginning to end, there was only one word: heavy. These things were incredibly heavy. Carrying them on the body was like carrying a huge mountain. Not to mention weight-bearing training. The express deliveries alone weighed nearly over 100 kilograms. Damn it. Which bastard ordered such heavy things? Is this trying to kill me? Xia Exin gritted his teeth and complained, while struggling to drag an extremely large package and moving with great difficulty. He had already delivered almost all the parcels, leaving only this biggest, heaviest, and most labor-intensive one. So it was left until the end, be honest, for Krillin and Goku in their training. Delivering milk was just the most basic morning task. Next, there were tasks such as avoiding wasps, swimming through a shark-filled pool, and plowing fields, etc. Now, Xia Xian had spent almost a whole day just delivering express. And he was so tired that his back ached and he felt miserable. Cultivation really isn't a fun thing, that I must walk on the path to becoming stronger. I will never admit defeat. Just as Xia Xian was making a passionate vow, a voice came from behind him. What are you mumbling about here? This unexpected sound startled Xia Xian. Turning around, he saw that somehow Kairatsu had appeared behind him. How did you get here? Xia Xian instinctively asked. That I'm waiting for a package, Kairatsu said expressionlessly. Waiting for a package? Could it be? Xia Xian hesitated for a moment and then subconsciously looked down. It turned out that this final package was actually destined for his own home. Perhaps because he had been busy delivering express all day, his eyes had become blurred so much so that he couldn't even recognize his own address, although Xia Xian had only lived here for a short time. Wait a minute. You said you were waiting for a package just now. Could this be yours? Xia Xian asked weakly. Yes. I've been waiting here for a whole day. It should have arrived in the morning. But it didn't come for ages. I even called to urge, and the people at the express delivery point said that there was a guy who wasn't using a vehicle and was delivering goods on foot. So it would take longer. Kairatsu still had that expressionless look, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but the meaning in his words made Xia Xian blush deeply. Senior brother. What did you buy? It's really heavy. It's been weighing me down quite a bit. Xia Xian tried to change the topic. Kairatsu glanced at Xia Xian, didn't say anything, and with a wave of his finger, the package automatically opened. Inside were dumbbells and a large number of training equipment, a whole bunch of stuff, and oh wonder it was incredibly heavy and had made Xia Xian exhausted. These are all. There are training equipment, sent from our hometown, Kairatsu said seriously. After all, we've already entered the school. We can't not have any training equipment, right? So I asked my hometown to send over the basic items. Hearing this, Xia Xian felt dizzy. So, after all that, he'd been carrying so many dumbbells to deliver goods, and no wonder he was half dead with exhaustion. After saying this, Kairatsu bid farewell to Xia Xian and started organizing these old training devices. Tien Shinhan came over, wiping the sweat off his head, and casually asked him, did these devices finally arrive? They're so slow. They should have been used in this morning's training. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Tien Shinhan's words. Now that he finally had the opportunity to come into contact with true martial arts, he wished he could train without eating or sleeping. Naturally, he wasn't satisfied with the result of the training equipment being late due to the delay in the express delivery. Well, this is quite normal. The one delivering the express today is Xian that he doesn't have a vehicle, so it's bound to be slower, Kairatsu replied while expressionlessly tidying up the wooden dummy, barbell, and other equipment. Xian? Oh, the honorary disciple the master accepted. Tien Shinhan was still young, and there was a bit of overbearing arrogance in his tone. I remember the master told him to hit the sandbag 1,000 times. Why did he go deliver express instead? This is extremely absurd. Seemingly sensing the dissatisfaction in Tien Shinhan's words, Kairatsu, who had always been expressionless, raised his head and looked at his senior brother, saying, you can't say that. Tian, not everyone can fully devote themselves to martial arts training. After all, we need to make a living. If you don't work and fill your stomach, what's the point of cultivating? Tien Shinhan opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. After all, he knew that a police officer's salary wasn't high. Otherwise, Xia Xian wouldn't have opened up a large field behind the house to supplement his family income, now that a large group of them had come. And that stingy guy, the crane Hermit, definitely wouldn't take out a single penny. In fact, the daily expenses for food, drink, and daily life were all being borne by Xia Xian. Well, come to think of it, Ixion's salary alone really can't make ends meet. No wonder he has to deliver express to supplement his family income, Tien Shinhan said thoughtfully. But why doesn't he drive? Why does he have to run to deliver express? That's too hard. When saying this, Tien Shinhan specifically took a look at the things Kayatsu had sent. Those dumbbells, if carried and delivered, would even be too much for livestock, let alone normal people. That he's a police officer. The vehicles he uses are from the police station. He can't drive a police car to deliver express. Can he? Kayatsu casually guessed. If it weren't for this, I would have given him a bad review long ago. In this regard, Xiaoxin is truly a person who clearly differentiates between public and private affairs. Tien Shinhan apparently highly approves of Dumpling's imagination. He believed this nonsense almost without any resistance, as if having no immunity. More importantly, although Tien Shinhan is full of pride, he still has a nature that clearly distinguishes gratitude from grudges. Seeing that this fellow Xiaoxin is earning money without any complaints even when his finances are not abundant, Tien Shinhan really feels rather apologetic. Well, this junior of mine seems to be a person who is fond of martial arts. Since the master is unwilling to teach him martial arts, I might as well do it instead. Fulfilling the responsibility that a senior disciple should have and teaching him some things. This can also be considered as making his efforts rewarding. Tien Shinhan starts to think seriously. He probably won't look highly upon fist and foot techniques. So, I might as well teach him some of the Crane School's chi-based moves like the Kamehameha, like energy blasts and the Dodonpa in the future, as long as he uses them. Others will know that he is a disciple of the Crane School, and no one will bully Xiaoxin. Xiaoxin, who is practicing the Turtle School's techniques in the distance, clearly doesn't know that he's been determined by Tao Pai Pai as the one to be taught external fist and foot techniques. And at the same time, he is regarded by Tien Shinhan as the candidate to be taught chi-based techniques that in the future, even if things don't go well, he will be someone with the martial arts of both the Turtle and Crane schools. However, Xiaoxin now just wants to quickly find a water tank to have a good wash to get rid of the dust, dirt, and sweat all over his body and fully relax. Hey, yes, for cultivation? Let me take a rest first. With such a muddling through mindset, Xiaoxin, who has just passed through the hall, is stopped by a voice. Have you finished the task my brother assigned to you today? Without turning his head, Xiaoxin knows it's that fellow Tao Pai Pai. Due to long-term immersion in the medicinal pool, it will cause the skin to fester. Therefore, Tao Pai Pai has to come out and move around every once in a while. Of course, he surely can't do normal exercise. He can only sit in a wheelchair, enjoy the sun, and feel the breeze. Hello, Martial Uncle. Why are you still outside at this time? What if you catch a cold from the wind? Xiaoxin replied casually. Please move back to the inner room quickly and have a good rest. However, Tao Pai Pai seems not to have heard him. He still stares at Xiaoxin with his triangular eyes and coldly says, Have you completed the training of punching the sandbag 1,000 times? This time, the tone is full of an undeniable force, making Xiaoxin speechless. That IT takes him a long time to stammer out an answer. It's done. The number isn't very large, and it was quickly finished. Oh, is that so? Then push me to the sandbag over there and demonstrate it to me, Tao Pai Pai says in an unassailable tone. Xiaoxin has no choice but to follow the instructions and push Tao Pai Pai to a big tree where a sandbag is hanging. Punch it once for me to see, Tao Pai Pai lazily orders. Hearing this, Xiaoxin can only comply. He punches the sandbag fiercely. Pong! There's a dull sound, and the sandbag trembles slightly, startling several birds in the tree. No, this is not at all what it should be like after punching 1,000 times. Tao Pai Pai shakes his head and says indifferently, Even as an ordinary person, this is too mediocre. Xiaoxin frowns, very annoyed by the last sentence, he slightly squats down, takes a bow stance, lowers his center of gravity, and with all his strength, swings a fierce punch and hits the sandbag heavily. This time, the sandbag shakes violently, swaying in the air like a pendulum. How about this time? How about it now? Xiaoxin asks, panting that it's just brute force. Tao Pai Pai still says dismissively, if practicing martial arts is just about practicing brute force, then those who practice martial arts might as well learn from bulls. Why study so many moves? Xiaoxin is extremely angry. You guys haven't taught me even one move or stance. What can I use to display my martial arts? Isn't this ridiculous? Facing Xiaoxin's questioning, Tao Pai Pai smiles slightly. He doesn't get up from the wheelchair, but stretches out his hand and makes a faint punch towards a sandbag. The movement is extremely slow, but it's like a rifle, and a burst of strength gushes out, hitting the sandbag and immediately making a hole in it. The punches you threw just now were all dead punches. In simple terms, the strength was stagnant, and the force was inflexible. That's why I said they were of little value. Tao Pai Pai says calmly, as the saying goes, the strong and rigid are easily broken, and brute courage is easily avoided. Each punch should be able to switch flexibly between light and heavy, and must not be one-sided. Xiaoxin is completely confused, not understanding what this half-classical language means at all. Tao Pai Pai has long known that Xiaoxin can't understand, so he says, it might be a bit difficult for you to understand through words, but if you take a punch, you'll probably understand the way of controlling and releasing strength very deeply. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Facing Tao Pai Pai's request, Xiaoxin falls silent. Taking a punch, if he doesn't die, he can understand the profound meaning of releasing strength in a punch. The gain is indeed rich, but the price is a bit. What if he can't hold on? Isn't it all over at this time? Tao Pai Pai seems to see through Xiaoxin's thoughts and sneers. There's no possibility of me holding back in my punches that in the past, you would surely die if you got hit. Now, my body is much weaker. You might have some chance. Hearing this, a glint appears in Xiaoxin's eyes. If I don't accept this challenging trial, I'm afraid I'll live in regret for the rest of my life. Xiaoxin says firmly, since I want to become stronger, this is the path I must go through. With that, Xiaoxin tears off his clothes, revealing his sturdy muscles. Come on, I'm ready. Tao Pai Pai nods and says good. At the same time, he rolls up his sleeves and secretly thinks, this kid's muscles are tense. Apparently due to long-term exertion without rest. Did he really punch the sandbag 1,000 times today? Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a fatigued state. Human language can lie, but the body is honest. Xiaoxin's muscles prove that he's been working hard all day. This makes Tao Pai Pai think a little more highly of this kid in front of him. I'll say it again. My attack is merciless, and it's easy to die from the pain. It's still not too late for you to back out. Xiaoxin doesn't speak, but just nods more resolutely. Then come on. As these words are spoken, the momentum around Tao Pai Pai surges. The wheelchair seems unable to bear the power of his energy, gathering, making crackling sounds. Then he suddenly throws a punch. Although it's just an air punch, it seems to have the power to destroy everything. The force of the punch, wind directly shatters the nearby flowers and plants. It hits Xiaoxin's chest squarely. Instantly, his body reacts. First, in his mind, the information of being punched keeps echoing, but this information comes with a feeling of pain, stimulating Xiaoxin's mind like an electric current, and it keeps expanding, magnifying the pain thousands of times and spreading it to every neuron. Xiaoxin screams in pain and falls to the ground. He tries to cover his head, but finds that this pain from the soul can't be suppressed at all. And no matter how powerful a master or a strong person is, at this time, they can only endure the pain. Looking at Xiaoxin rolling on the ground, Tao Pai Pai smiles slightly and says, this pain is just to stimulate the acupoints all over your body and burst out the basic energy of your body. It's like using external force to destroy the obstacles in the passage of qi flow. If you endure it, your martial arts practice will be twice as effective with half the effort. If you can understand the way of releasing strength from it, you're a genius with a promising future. When saying this, Tao Pai Pai pauses for a while and then sneers and finishes the last few words. But if you can't endure it, it's a dead end. And Xiaoxin, who is on the ground, quickly realizes one thing in the pain. Tao Pai Pai's attack contains a special force, so, although the punch was originally on the chest, the final painful position is the brain. Apparently, that special force, along with the punch, entered his body, then gathered in the mind along the nerves, and kept causing chaos here, making Xiaoxin miserable. The special power in the Dragon Ball world Qi. Xiaoxin endures the pain and thinks with his remaining consciousness. Speaking of which, the concept of Qi can be seen everywhere in the Dragon Ball world, but no one can clearly explain what it is. At this moment, in extreme pain, Xiaoxin can only think that Tao Pai Pai left a destructive Qi in his brain, that if one doesn't wish to be killed or driven mad, the only way is to immediately expel or drive this thing out of the body. Damn it, this so-called Qi is intangible and invisible. How on earth could I possibly manage to do that? Xia Xian was anxiously pondering, and even felt that it was becoming difficult to breathe. Wait a minute, breathing. The chi in Dragon Ball is intangible, colorless, and odorless, and air shares the same characteristics. Since I have no means to intervene with the chi inside my body, what if I try to regulate it through breathing? In a flash of inspiration, Xia Xian had an idea. He tried his best to calm himself down and inhaled the air around him in small mouthfuls. His lungs kept working, sending oxygen to his brain through the blood, continuously driving out the destructive chi that lingered there. This moment, Xia Xian didn't even dare to breathe too forcefully, for any large movement would increase his pain. But this was clearly the right approach. Although the process was slow, the pain in his mind was gradually lessening, and as the chi energy shifted, the areas it passed through seemed as if they had been plowed by a missile, causing excruciating pain. Damn it! How on earth should this hateful chi energy be expelled from the body? Xia Xian was anxious in his heart, while constantly adjusting his breathing to drive it out. He was also racking his brains for countermeasures. Soon, Tao Pai Pai's chi energy had circulated several times through Xia Xian's major acupoints, yet he still couldn't find a way to dissolve and eliminate it. If this continued, he would eventually die from the pain. Since it couldn't be expelled, then simply, Xia Xian, who was driven to desperation, muttered viciously. Then he drove all the chi energy to the position of his heart. This was the most delicate part of the human body, but also the most powerful place that it pumps out at least 61 kilograms of blood per hour. If a person lives to be 100 years old, the blood pumped out by the heart would be nearly 50 million kilograms. The force of its work is sufficient to lift the world's largest submarine from the seabed to a height of 14 feet above the water level. At this moment, Xia Xian could only use this method to confront the chi energy left by Tao Pai Pai head on. The idea seemed good, but the price was extremely dangerous. The heart seemed to have received a heavy blow, like a huge bomb dropped into a calm lake, and all the explosive power was borne by this organ. His blood was surging continuously, wave after wave. Xia Xian's eyes turned blood red, and he was teetering on the brink of life and death. After rounds of roars, Xia Xian collapsed on the ground as if in a state of shock, sweating profusely. But that strange chi energy had disappeared without a trace. After a long while, the extremely weak Xia Xian slowly got up and looked at his palms in surprise. This moment, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and his whole body felt incredibly light, as if all the filth within his body had been destroyed by Tao Pai Pai's chi energy and finally excreted from the body along with the sweat. He felt as if he had been reborn. More importantly, at this time, Xia Xian clearly felt that there was something like a spark slowly burning in his body. Although it was faint, its existence could already be felt. Xia Xian had finally generated his first wisp of chi energy at this moment. It should be noted that although he sensed the chi in his body, Xia Xian's combat power didn't change at all. To be precise, he didn't gain anything from it, nor did he activate any special abilities or upgrade, that he merely perceived the flow of the chi in his body. But this small step was enough to make Xia Xian extremely excited. This means that I have finally entered the most basic combat system of Dragon Ball. Great! Xia Xian thought excitedly. If I follow this path, there will surely be a stage for me to soar in the future. Just as Xia Xian was getting carried away, Tao Pai Pai, leaning on a wheelchair, looked at everything in front of him in surprise. This kid actually managed to survive, but something seems off. Why original intention was for the chi to circulate in his body for a sufficient amount of time, then gather in his hands, and then he would punch out, using the impact of the punch to expel my chi from his body, and thus understand how to use chi energy to exert force in a battle. At this moment, how could Tao Pai Pai know that Xia Xian had actually sent that dangerous chi energy to his heart and used the power burst out by the heart to counteract this chi energy? This approach was extremely dangerous, and it was fortunate that the chi energy had already circulated in Xia Xian's body for a long time and consumed a lot. Otherwise, it would definitely have shattered his entire heart. Although I don't know how this guy resolved my chi energy, since he survived, it shows that he does have some talent after all. Tao Pai Pai thought secretly. Next, I can teach him some boxing and martial arts skills. Xia Xian, who was kept in the dark, didn't know about these things, The next day, he got up early as usual and went to the grocery store to deliver goods, thus practicing the turtle school martial arts in his impression. However, the Fox store manager didn't dare to let Xia Xian deliver the express again this time. The IT took him a whole day to finish the delivery yesterday, and the negative reviews and complaints almost drowned out the grocery store. So today, even if it meant the whole village's milk would be late, the store manager would rather keep this task to satisfy the crazy police officer's strong desire to deliver goods. Delivering milk today? Great. Xia Xian was very happy. He picked up the milk box and set off, bouncing along. The Fox store manager watched with twitching eyelids. Ancestor, if you deliver the milk like this by the time it reaches the customers, it will probably turn into milkshake. Just like that, a new day of cultivation began in less than an hour. Xia Xian had delivered all the breakfast milk in the village, although some office workers were extremely anxious waiting for their ordered milk to arrive. At least it wasn't as late as it was yesterday when delivering the express, which was much better. Why did it end so quickly? I wasn't even having enough fun, Xia Xian complained discontentedly. But soon Xia Xian realized that although the turtle school training seemed like playing games, Master Roshi was clearly very targeted. He even deliberately moved to a large island with a special terrain for training. The reason it was special was that the island gathered various geological features such as deserts, mountains, and wilderness, and there were countless powerful beasts and dinosaurs. This made the originally ordinary task of delivering milk extremely dangerous. Well, no wonder the Kami and Lord Beerus praised Master Roshi. This guy really knows how to train his disciples. Xia Xian said regretfully he didn't know the training methods of the turtle school at present. But without Master Roshi's guidance, he always felt that he was getting half the result with twice the effort. But the only advantage was that after completing the practice of delivering milk on foot, he clearly felt that the qi in his body had changed a bit. Although the increase was not much, with each breath and every drop of sweat, it was starting to improve in a positive way. This made Xia Xian quite excited and more willing to invest in further training. Speaking of which, in this world, only exercise is something that will bring rewards for the effort you put in. For other things, even if you put in 100 times the effort, you may not get a return, and you may even end up with nothing. After delivering the milk, Xia Xian returned to his house and made arrangements to allocate all the farmland behind the house for Tien Shinhan and the others to use as a training ground. The training equipment that Kairatsu had mailed yesterday was all moved to the field. Then, people were hired to build a temporary shed to cover it for protection from wind and rain. Tien Shinhan saw the well-growing crops in the field being pulled out and thrown away. Even he, a martial arts fanatic who didn't engage in production, felt a bit guilty that we can find any open space for our training. There's no need to destroy your fields to build a training ground. Although Tien Shinhan was full of pride, he said with some apology at this time, "You accommodate us in everything. But what about your future life? You can't starve yourself, can you?" The reason he said this was that Tien Shinhan was misled by Kairatsu and thought that Xia Xian was so poor that he had to work part-time delivering express to make ends meet. Now that the fields were given up, it was like adding insult to injury, and it seemed that Xia Xian was on the verge of bankruptcy. That's not the case at all, Brother Tien. You're overreacting. Xia Xian laughed heartily. It's a great thing for me that you all practice martial arts here, that a little bit of farmland is nothing. Besides, it wouldn't be proper to use the village's open space without permission. Just feel at ease and practice here. In fact, Xia Xian had half a sentence left unsaid. You taking up my fields actually saves me the time for farming. God knows, before transmigrating, Xia Xian didn't know how to farm at all. Now that he had come to this world, he was even less good at managing the fields, and the crops were on the verge of dying in the present day. When one encounters a disciple of the crane hermit, it is only natural for Xia Xian to tidy up the fields, thus liberating herself from the burdens of farming. I cannot say that, Tien Shinhan solemnly declared. As your senior brother, I cannot stand by and watch you suffer. He continued, tonight, at midnight, meet me atop the highest mountain in this vicinity. I have techniques to impart to you. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian was taken aback. When had she ever found herself in distress? Why was she oblivious to it? And wait, he had techniques to teach her. Was this truly the same reckless youth who had once shattered the leg of Yamcha? When it comes to creating unique martial arts, the Z-fighters, especially Krillin and Tien Shinhan, are among the most prolific. Tien Shinhan's Four Witches Fist has garnered the approval of King Kai, and his new Spirit Bomb can suppress foes like Cell. even withstanding the energy blast from view. Now, to have such a martial arts innovator willing to share his skills left Xia Xian in a state of astonishment, pondering what new developments awaited her. As midnight approached, Xia Xian found herself unable to sleep. She stealthily exited her dwelling, scanning her surroundings before dashing toward the highest peak. However, upon reaching the slope, she was left speechless. The so-called highest peak turned out to be a sheer cliff. Soaring into the clouds, surrounded by treacherous rocks. What bad luck! How on earth was she to ascend this? Xia Xian felt a surge of anxiety, attempting to grasp the vines hanging from the cliffside and cautiously inching her way upward. Yet after only a meter or two, her foot slipped and she nearly tumbled headlong to the ground. After several failed attempts, she grew disheartened. This cliff was insurmountable. Even with tools, climbing it would be an arduous task. Had Tien Shinhan chosen such a place to meet her with the intention of making things difficult? Why the lengthy preamble to teach her martial arts? This thought lingered in Xia Xian's mind for quite some time, nearly leading her to turn back. However, a sense of unwillingness nestled in her heart. Knowing Tien Shinhan's proud nature, she feared that leaving would result in his disdain for her from that moment forward. No, this simply wouldn't do. Even if she didn't learn any techniques, she couldn't allow him to look down upon her. Resolutely, Xia Xian decided to attempt the climb once more, when she encountered smooth surfaces with no handholds. She dug her fingers into the crevices, trying to create a foothold. Inch by inch, she ascended, resembling a snail in her painstaking progress. Unbeknownst to her, after climbing for what felt like ages, her legs grew weak and her hands numb, sweat pouring down her face, when suddenly she heard laughter. Ha! At this pace, you won't reach the summit by dawn. Xia Xian struggled to turn her head, only to see Tien Shinhan, arms crossed, effortlessly hovering behind her, as if standing on solid ground. You actually mastered the flight technique? Xia Xian exclaimed in astonishment. In the original plot, the flight technique is considered a significant milestone. Even the mighty Goku took years of training in the sacred temple before he began using it during his battle with Piccolo. In later stages, a human like Videl could achieve progress within a single day. Nevertheless, mastering the flight technique signifies entry into a new realm, deserving of a warrior's status. Why Master did not teach me this? Tien Shinhan remarked with a smile, pride evident in his tone, that I am delighted that you have come this far. Xia Xian chuckled awkwardly, suppressing the urge to confess her fleeting thoughts of leaving. Very well. As a special favor, let me assist you in reaching the top today, Tien Shinhan stated as he approached her, and suddenly thrust upward with great force. Xia Xian felt a lightness envelop her, lifting her swiftly several hundred meters up the cliff, before gently setting her down. What just happened? Xia Xian pondered, realizing that Tien Shinhan had not merely propelled her with brute strength, he had skillfully channeled his energy through his palms, amplifying his own power. In other words, what Xia Xian had only grasped through life-threatening experiences, Tien Shinhan had already applied in practice. Truly a martial arts prodigy to that moment, Tien Shinhan, employing the flight technique, effortlessly reached the mountain's summit. When he had propelled Xia Xian, he sensed something unusual about her weight. Upon approaching, he opened the third eye on his forehead, immediately discerning the anomaly. Junior brother, are you carrying lead weights? What purpose does this serve? Isn't it too heavy? Tien Shinhan inquired, puzzled. Oh, Tien Shinhan, my foundation is too weak, and I wish to improve more rapidly. Thus, I have taken on these weights, thinking they might increase the challenge. Xia Xian replied candidly. The training of the turtle hermit style is a systematic process. Merely adding weight does not equate to progress. Thus, Xia Xian felt no fear in revealing her methods. Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow, initially inclined to refute her. However, he held back, carefully choosing his words, and said gently, your desire to improve is commendable. It is the mindset befitting a martial artist. Yet, blindly adding weight may not be the right approach. Whether your body is suited for such training remains uncertain. This, Tien Shinhan paused, striving to soften his tone. Rather than focus on burdens, it would be wiser to hone your ki. This path is the true, endless journey. Xia Xian blinked, contemplating inwardly. Upon reflection, Tien Shinhan seemed to be the most averse to weight training in the entire series. He had never engaged in similar training. Even Piccolo had begun emulating Goku's daily weight regimen. Yet Tien Shinhan had not, indicating that there must be a reason for this. Of course, at that moment, Xia Xian could not contradict Tien Shinhan. She silently listened as he continued. Noticing Xia Xian's receptive attitude, Tien Shinhan shifted the topic, stating earnestly, "Today, the Crane Hermit taught us a technique that requires minimal ki to execute." Xia Xian's interest peaked at this statement. After a day of training, she felt a subtle increase in her internal ki. If there truly existed a technique that could be used without expending much ki, she would welcome it wholeheartedly. Without further ado, Tien Shinhan bent his legs slightly, assuming a horse stance, his palms shielding his face like curtains, and then shouted, "Solar Flare." The moment she heard the name, Xia Xian's heart jumped. She was all too aware of this technique's power. It was nearly harmless, yet unleashed a blinding light capable of dazzling one's vision. It ranked among the most common and practical techniques in Dragon Ball. Although she understood the mechanics behind it, Xia Xian had no desire to become a test subject for the solar flare. She turned away just in time, hastily closing her eyes. Even so, she could still perceive a blinding whiteness before her, as the night transformed into day in an instant. Even with her eyes shut, she sensed a powerful source of light flashing incessantly before her. "All right, you may open your eyes now. I intentionally controlled the power of this technique." Tien Shinhan's voice called out. Xia Xian feigned blindness, rubbing her eyes before slowly opening them. "Simply concentrate your ki in your head, then extend your fingers outward, allowing the ki to diffuse as you release the solar flare with ease," Tien Shinhan explained earnestly, repeating his previous movements slowly to ensure Xia Xian could observe each step clearly. This was indeed a hallmark of the Crane Hermit style, emphasizing the importance of posture and execution in their techniques. Whether it be the spirit bomb or the solar flare, precise and methodical movements were essential. Otherwise, the effectiveness would diminish significantly, in stark contrast to the Turtle Hermit style, which had evolved to the point where one could release the Kamehameha with a single hand. Using their feet or even curving and hovering, the Turtle style offered unparalleled flexibility. "Do you understand? Should I demonstrate it once more?" Tien Shinhan asked earnestly. In the face of his concern, Xia Xian didn't reply immediately. To be precise, what he wanted to know at the moment was not simply the solar flare, but rather the accumulation and application of ki. After all, having just sensed the aura within his body yesterday, Xia Xian hoped to make further progress in this realm, or rather, to learn the art of ki control of the Crane School. Compared to questions regarding movements, what he was more eager to know was, what exactly is ki? Xia Xian inquired concisely. "You mentioned earlier that this is the foundation for using the solar flare. But if I don't have ki, repeating the movements 100 times would be futile." Upon hearing this question, Tien Shinhan fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "I originally intended to tell you this after you had mastered the techniques. However, considering that you probably can't sense the existence of ki yet, I might as well tell you in advance as a reward. Anyway, you'll be able to reach this level in a few years at the earliest." Xia Xian promptly sat up straight, waiting expectantly for what was to come. As for what ki is, Master Crane only gave a general explanation today. It is the life energy that everyone possesses, and we can enhance this energy through training, Tien Shinhan recalled, and someone nodded slightly. Indeed, everyone has ki. For instance, when Son Goku uses the Genkidama, he needs to borrow ki from all living things. The more ki he borrows, the more powerful it becomes. But the method of how to train and increase ki is still being explored. "I'm certain I'll find it in the future," Tien Shinhan said confidently. But Master Crane discovered a trick that he said that the founder once sacrificed his life to seal a demon. From this, he realized that apart from using ki to enhance attacks, other things could also be applied in this regard, such as energy, lifespan, and so on. This led to his creation of the Kamehameha wave. Xia Xian fell silent. Both the Turtle and Crane schools had spent 100 years researching how to enhance their ki techniques. In this regard, the Turtle school, by pushing their muscles to the limit and then using this intense power to react back on the ki technique, was able to elevate the Kamehameha to a new level. As for the Crane school, currently, without finding a suitable method, they had taken a different path. Instead of merely using ki, They consumed other aspects of their vitality to compensate for the lack of power, unleashing a destructive force far greater than the Kamehameha. Don't worry about this for now. Master Crane said it takes at least 7 or 8 years to sense the existence of ki. First, master the techniques of the solar flare. Tien Shinhan said earnestly that in the original manga, Krillin trained under Master Roshi for 2 martial arts tournaments before he could barely unleash the Kamehameha wave. And it took Master Roshi 50 years to invent this technique on his own. That's why Tien Shinhan said this, to prevent Xia Xin from aiming too high. And no need. I already know this technique. Xia Xin said slowly. Huh. What are you talking about? Tien Shinhan raised an eyebrow. He was a serious person and didn't like others joking around us, so not wanting his good impression of Xia Xin to disappear. He said, even if the solar flare is relatively simple, you can't be so negligent that you've only seen the breakdown of the movements once. Yes, Teacher Point 1 demonstration is enough to clarify everything. There's no need to repeat. Xia Xin assumed a stance and said calmly, watch closely. Ha! As soon as the words left his mouth, a dazzling light immediately radiated from Xia Xin's body, illuminating the pitch-black mountaintop as brightly as day. Tien Shinhan initially didn't take Xia Xin's words seriously, but at this moment, he could only turn his head and close his eyes to avoid being stabbed by the light of the solar flare. What? He could master it after only hearing my explanation once. This completely contradicts the difficulty level Master Crane mentioned. Tien Shinhan was somewhat astonished. Chaozu still hasn't learned it yet. Why can this junior do it? Come to think of it, Tien Shinhan himself had also learned this technique quite quickly during the day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come specifically to teach Xia Xin. For the proud Tien Shinhan, it was only natural for a genius like himself to achieve such things. But he never expected that there might be another genius in front of him. At this moment, Xia Xin clearly had no idea that his image in Tien Shinhan's eyes had changed once again. To be precise, there was something else that was going to give him a headache. Hey, Big Tiangu, doesn't the solar flare only last for an instant? Why am I still glowing? Xia Xin asked with a long face. His body was still emitting light, although it had weakened a bit compared to before. But on the dark mountaintop, it was still extremely eye-catching, causing many mosquitoes and moths to swarm around him. Retract your ki. Wait a minute. Don't you know how to recall the ki you've released? Of course I don't know. You didn't teach me this. After much ado, when the ki in Xia Xin's body was exhausted, he finally managed to stop the annoying light. Tien Shinhan, who was beside him, was sweating profusely and thought to himself, even a genius should start from the basics. And so, in the following days, Xia Xin repeated his training every day. His morning routine was to deliver milk that increased the difficulty. He also started delivering newspapers and doing odd jobs. His noon lessons involved practicing martial arts under the guidance of Tao Pai Pai. Perhaps for Master Crane, creating martial arts moves for hand-to-hand combat was as easy as blinking, so he didn't mind Xia Xin learning more. Was said that while watching TV. Master Crane had a sudden inspiration and invented the volleyball fist based on a game. And another martial arts proficient master, Master Roshi, had invented moves such as drunken fist and rock, paper, scissors fist. These were all invented in rather casual circumstances and even became one of Son Gohan's signature moves. So, at this moment, neither Master Crane nor Tao Pai Pai took hand-to-hand combat skills seriously and let Xia Xin learn at will. Xia Xin, like a sponge, continuously absorbed attack moves for hand-to-hand combat. Combining Tao Pai Pai's 20-year experience as an assassin, he constantly refined his attacks, feeling as if he was making rapid progress every day. The reason it was called an illusion was that in the evening, he would go to the mountaintop to train with Tien Shinhan. When they met, they would have a sparring session. This process always made Xia Xin feel miserable, being beaten without the ability to fight back. Soon, a year passed. While Xia Xin was engaged in arduous training on an island thousands of miles away, Master Roshi was lying comfortably in a hammock, sipping juice and basking in the SUNAS, the once strongest being on Earth. He had lived for over 300 years. With his super strong martial arts skills, he was respected by the world as the god of martial arts. However, with the rise of the younger generation of disciples, the era when Master Roshi dominated the scene had gradually faded away. But even so, before Piccolo Daimau's arrival, Master Roshi was still active on the Dragon Ball stage. Finally, that nagging turtle is gone. It's so quiet. Master Roshi stretched and got up from the hammock. Now, it was not just quiet here. His disciples Krillin and Yamcha had recently gone to the Grand Canyon for secluded training, hoping to catch up with their fellow disciple Son Goku. And Son Goku, the runner-up of the last martial arts tournament, had left Master Roshi's side to travel around the world for arduous training, to increase his knowledge and enrich his experience. For a time, the once bustling Kame house became rather desolate. Launch had gone to the city to buy food, and Bulma, without Yamcha around, didn't come either. It's just this old bones left quietly waiting to die. Sigh, what's the point of living so long? Master Roshi sighed, somewhat sadly, looking at the vast sea, silent. Unfortunately, this sad mood only lasted for 2 seconds, and Master Roshi returned to his carefree self. Hey, the noon aerobics is about to start. Can't miss it. I heard there's a super beautiful MILF today. Ha ha ha. It's great to be alive. With that, Master Roshi trotted eagerly towards the house. But just as he took 2 steps, he heard a cold voice behind him. Master Roshi, I'm afraid you'll have to postpone watching your aerobics for a while. As soon as these words were uttered, the cynical smile on Master Roshi's face vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. Someone had infiltrated Turtle Island, and had gotten so close to him without leaving any trace of their presence or causing any sense of their approach. This seemingly trivial matter was, for martial artists, a very ominous sign. It meant that the opponent was far more powerful than himself, capable of concealing their aura with such ease. Who are you? Master Roshi swiftly turned around, only to find that at some unknown time, a tall and burly young man had emerged on the beach. His face was as cold as ice, and there was not a hint of human emotion in his eyes. Most crucially, the uniform the man was wearing had a special emblem embroidered on it, red background with white letters, bearing the letter R twice in the world of Dragon Ball. This emblem represented only one organization. The Red Ribbon Army. You're from the Red Ribbon Army? Master Roshi said. Frowning, he was rather wary of this former largest villainous organization in the world, especially after his disciples single-handedly destroyed the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Master Roshi had already vaguely guessed the purpose of this fellow's appearance here. Correct yourself. Please refrain from using such inferior terms as human to describe me, the man said coldly. The scientifically standard appellation should be Android 10. Created by the great Dr. Jiro, not make a mistake. Android. Upon hearing this word, although he didn't know what it meant, Master Roshi furrowed his brows, since this being new about him and dared to come to Kame house alone. It was clear that he came prepared. You don't need to know that much, Master Potato, Android 10 said icily. All you need to say now, the only thing, is where is Son Goku? Why do you ask this? Master Roshi said warily. Hee, don't you even know what your good disciple has done? It was this guy who attacked our Red Ribbon Army headquarters, causing the death of our leader. This debt will not end like this. Android 10 hissed menacingly. Master Roshi narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that this situation was likely to end badly. He quietly adjusted his breathing and assumed a combat stance. Although the world says it was a police officer who destroyed our Red Ribbon Army, those are just tricks you use to deceive the ignorant masses. The real mastermind is your disciple Son Goku. Android 10 raised his voice at this moment, clearly enraged. Since you know it was my disciple, how could I possibly tell you his whereabouts? Don't expect to get anything from me. Leave here at once. Master Roshi replied sternly. Facing Master Roshi's order to leave, Android 10 didn't take it seriously. He shrugged and calmly laughed. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to solve. Now let me experience the skills of the god of martial arts. Hearing the provocation, instead of showing fear, Master Roshi turned around and walked towards the inner room, waving his hand and muttering, Leave quickly. Son Goku isn't here. Don't disturb me while I'm watching aerobics. Android 10 narrowed his eyes. Even though his entire body was made of mechanical components, Master Roshi's attitude was like a virus, irritating his neural components. This underestimating me. A carbon-based life form can't possibly be stronger than my mechanical body in terms of hardness, speed, or reaction ability. How can he have such an attitude? Ignorant old man. Let you see my strength. With that thought, Android 10 lunged forward like a bolt of lightning in the blink of an eye. He was already charging towards Master Roshi. Hey, even if you're the so-called god of martial arts, Turning your back on me is really overconfident, Android Tien thought with a cold smile. Now, let me send you to the afterlife. In a split second, Android Tien's iron fist shot out. From the gaps between the screws, even a flame booster extended, pushing the impact of this punch to a terrifying level. Not to mention attacking an old man. Android Tien was confident he could split a mountain with one punch. As the blow was about to land, Master Roshi still showed no reaction, but a cruel smile began to appear on the cold face of Android Tien. It seemed like a rather good thing to kill the legendary Master Muta at this critical moment. Master Roshi suddenly moved. No. To be precise, he merely tilted his body slightly, a very subtle and unremarkable movement. But for Android Tien, it was not good news. With such power and speed, his fist had no possibility of changing its trajectory. He could only watch as his attack missed and slammed directly into the ground. Boom! With a power like a bomb explosion, the originally clean and beautiful beach was devastated beyond recognition. This destructive blow didn't bring Android Tien any joy. After all, without hitting the target, everything was in vain. What a crafty old turtle. But with your decrepit body, what else can you do? Android Tien thought to himself that my exoskeleton armor is made of the most advanced titanium alloy. Even if a tank crashes into it, it won't do any harm. The final victor will surely be me. However, as soon as this thought emerged, he was hit hard in the face. Before his brain's computer could analyze the damage, he was hit in the stomach again, almost causing his system to reboot. What? How could that old man have such a powerful attack? Android Tien rolled clumsily on the ground, barely escaping the opponent's attack range. With great difficulty, he stabilized the mechanical balance within his body. A computer scan showed that 48 of his body had malfunctioned. Damn it, the damage is so severe. What's going on? This is... Only then did Android Tien notice that the Master Roshi in front of him was nothing like an old and feeble person. His whole body was covered in bulging muscles, and his veins were popping out that he stood like a giant iron tower, a living muscle monster. The crucial thing was that at this moment, Master Roshi's hands were combined in the shape of a calyx, placed at his waist, and a ball of light was gathering in his palms. Wait, no. With the last word shouted, a blue energy wave spewed out, flying over like a meteor. It accurately hit Android Tien, who couldn't move. Boom. There was an explosion like a thunderclap. Thick black smoke billowed up, and broken parts were scattered everywhere. The smell of burning oil was nauseating. If you want to trouble my disciple, you have to pass through me first. Master Roshi snorted that he was usually a jovial person, and even when forced to fight, he would show mercy, even to the Red Ribbon Army soldiers who attacked the island back then. Master Roshi only knocked them out. But this time, the opponent had gone too far, trying to harm his disciple, and was also a non-human machine monster. Therefore, Master Roshi used his most powerful move and quickly defeated him. How excessive that you've blown me to pieces. As the smoke cleared, only the head of Android Tien remained. Yet he was still alive and even had the energy to complain, "What you've done is meaningless." Soon, new androids will be sent to look for Son Goku's whereabouts, and will also pay a visit to that so-called hero police officer who destroyed the Red Ribbon Army. Those who offend the Red Ribbon Army will all die. Hearing this, Master Roshi, who had already withdrawn his power, couldn't help but get angry. Staring at the strange mechanical head, he said, "It was Goku who defeated you. That police officer was just a coincidence. The blame should be placed where it belongs. That if you want revenge, come to us. What does that police officer have to do with it?" Oh, logically speaking, that's correct. But since he enjoys the glory of a savior, he should also bear the cost. Well, Master Mateto, farewell. The new androids next time will be even more powerful than me. Having spoken, the remaining mechanical head fell silent, and a deathly stillness descended upon the surroundings. Even the usually noisy seabirds did not approach, and Master Roshi stood there, his eyes filled with hesitation. The remnants of the Red Ribbon Army still harbored thoughts of revenge. However, since Goku had climbed Korin Tower, there was presumably no need to worry too much about these retaliations. But that police officer, he had not undergone any training and was regarded as a target by the masterminds behind these androids. I'm afraid his situation is rather perilous. After a moment of silence, Master Roshi seemed to have made a resolute decision. He looked up into the distance and murmured to himself, I remember that police officer was on TV. What was his name? Xiax. He's over in the Korean area. Perhaps I should... Oh, I can't just stand by and watch him die. After saying this, Master Roshi no longer continued watching the rhythmic gymnastics. Instead, he took out a flying capsule, threw it on the ground, and prepared to head towards the distant place. At this moment, Xiaxian was still in his village, going through his various trainings as usual. Only the weight on his body had increased to 20 kilograms. He carried these weights for training all the time, except when sleeping. As night fell, Xiaxian got up from his bed again. Tonight was rather special, and he couldn't afford to sleep soundly. In 1 year, I've learned the Kamehameha wave, the flying nimbus technique, and the four-fist style. Today I can finally learn the solar flare, Xiaxian said with some excitement. In fact, his words were somewhat exaggerated. Those techniques were few in number and quite easy to learn. But as for the effects, opinions varied from person to person. The flying nimbus technique allowed him to leave the ground. Yet it was difficult for him to maintain it in the air for long. Put it simply, when he climbed the cliff with Tien Shinhan at the beginning, he could at least keep pace. But as time went on, he flew slower and slower. He could only use the flying nimbus technique to reduce part of his weight, and then climb up the cliff by gripping the rock with his hands and feet. However, this was not embarrassing. The flying nimbus technique consumed an enormous amount of energy. When Tien Shinhan was fighting Piccolo Daimao, just by carrying little Goku and climbing 100 meters, he was already out of breath. And when Son Goku was flying from the Snake Way to King Kai's planet, after flying only a short distance, he was also extremely exhausted. Although the four-fist style was mastered, the newly added arms were weak and lacked much strength. Besides looking more peculiar, it hardly enhanced his combat ability. Only the Kamehameha wave could finally be launched instantaneously, but its power was even inferior to that of Yamcha's, ranking at the weakest level among the disciples. Regarding these situations, Tien Shinhan, the senior disciple, said, "Without the personal instruction of Master Roshi, for you to reach this level in just 1 year is already quite astonishing." Tien Shinhan's words were not baseless. A year ago, he had examined Xiaxian's natural talent and found that he had already passed the best age for martial arts training. But with his teaching, Xiaxian was like a sponge, constantly absorbing all kinds of knowledge, and his skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. This gave Tien Shinhan, who was acting as a temporary mentor, a great sense of accomplishment. After all, watching someone who knew nothing grow into a towering tree under his guidance. If it were someone who loved cultivation plans, they would probably be overjoyed on the spot. This is what it feels like to be a martial artist. Not only can I progress to a higher realm myself, but I can also impart knowledge and solve doubts. It seems no worse than being an assassin. With such thoughts, Tien Shinhan, who originally only intended to teach a few moves and then be done with it, ended up teaching Xiaxian everything he learned from Crane Hermit every day without reservation. Even including the solar flare. I've been teaching you for years. If one day, during your practice, you can last 30 rounds against me, then I can consider teaching you the signature technique of the Crane School. Tien Shinhan said like this. I hope you take this as your goal and redouble your efforts to reach this goal as soon as possible. With Tien Shinhan's promise, Xiaxian became even more excited. I've been training for years. If I can't even last 30 rounds, that would be too disappointing. Xiaxian thought to himself, Tien Shinhan, you've won against me quite a few times usually. But don't look down on me. The reason for this confidence was that during normal training, Xiaxian always fought while carrying a 20-kilogram weight. Therefore, he believed that if he removed the weight, his combat power could rise again, and it wouldn't be difficult to last 30 rounds without being defeated. Today, I must earn Tien Shinhan's recognition and learn the solar flare. Xiaxian secretly made up his mind and quietly headed towards the tallest mountain in the area. He passed through the bushes, crossed the small stream at the entrance of the village, and hurried on his way under the moonlight. Speaking of which, Tien Shinhan is really tough as nails. He trains so hard every day and still comes to teach me martial arts at night. It's really hard on him, Xiaxian thought to himself. In comparison, Tao Pai Pai's teaching is really perfunctory. He hasn't taught me any boxing techniques yet, that he just keeps making me practice the basics. Hit the punching bag, and then nitpicks with sarcastic remarks from the side. Even a dog could do such a thing. Thinking of this, Xiaxian couldn't help but wondered if his current skills were converted into combat power. How much would it be? Surely it should be more than 5. Master Roshi's normal combat power is 139, so should I have reached 50 or 70? Goodness, at this rate, how can I ever reach the hundreds of millions of power levels like Super Saiyans? With such random thoughts, Xiao Exen walked through a forest. The tall and dense branches blocked out the sky and the moon, casting a particularly gloomy shadow over this section of the road. The villagers in the village avoided this place quite a bit. There was a legend that ghosts haunted here, so few people probably passed by. Because Xiao Xian was very familiar with the Dragon Ball world, he didn't take it seriously at all. Every time he trained at night, he would habitually take this route, saving a lot of distance. However, today was a little different. Xiao Xian slowly walked through the forest, and the eerie sound of an owl came from the distance. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, providing a bit of light, stretching Xiao Xian's shadow into a long silhouette. The entire area echoed with his solitary footsteps. Xiao Xian walked a few more steps in silence, and finally stopped. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Since you're here, don't sneak around behind me. Show yourself." As his voice faded, a figure emerged from the darkness behind Xiao Xian. At the same time, a cold mechanical electronic voice began to speak. "Interesting. How did you notice me? Even the invincible Master Roshi can't sense this." As he spoke by the dim moonlight, Xiao Xian could make out the figure in front of him. A huge, almost gigantic body, a bald head, pointed ears, a ferocious face like that of an orc, and long, curved fangs. He looked almost like a troll or a goblin from the movies. With such a large body, sneaking through the forest to follow me. The broken branches you stepped on, the treetops you touched, and the wind you blocked all reminded me that there was a big guy following me. Xiao Xian narrowed his eyes and replied, "It's like a bug skimming across the water, creating ripples. I don't need to see the bug, but by looking at the water surface, I can know everything." Here it should be noted that because he was familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, Xiao Xian had forced himself to try to sense ki from a long time ago. Whether it was the ki of humans or the surrounding environment, he tried his best to perceive the slightest changes around him through his own ki, although the effect was currently rather limited. Xiao Xian firmly believed this was the right path. After all, after the battle genius Vegeta first discovered that Earthlings could sense battles through ki, he immediately abandoned his family heirloom scouter and forced himself to practice this ability. The reason was simple. Vegeta saw the inestimable value of this ability in battles. An interesting explanation. "Oh, you noticed me, because you detected the changes in the environment. This detail must be uploaded to the computer." The troll, like man, muttered to himself, and Xiao Xian frowned, feeling that something was wrong. "Upload to the computer? And you mentioned earlier that Master Roshi can't sense you. Could it be that?" Xiao Xian repeated coldly, and then said in a decisive tone, "Could it be that Dr. Gero has finally decided to act and release those failed androids? The reason for being so certain is that in the Dragon Ball world, only androids are beings that can completely evade key locking and searching. Among them, Android 19 and Android 20 utilize this trait to launch sneak attacks on Yamcha, who is often victimized in daily life, and Piccolo, who is off guard." Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, although the huge man in front of him still maintained an expressionless face, there was a strange change in his voice that it's truly astonishing that you actually know so many things, far exceeding what the computer originally estimated about you. Perhaps you didn't become a hero merely by luck. Having said this, the huge man fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he said in a cold tone, "However, there's no need for correction anymore. Soon, I, Android 11, will completely make you a part of history." Xiao Xian's eyelid twitched. Android? This word really startled him. In Trunks' future world, it was nearly destroyed by 2 androids. They possessed combat power stronger than that of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, and even contributed to the emergence of the perfect form of Cell. A crucial existence. Xiao Xian couldn't help but attach great importance to this. Fortunately, before Android 16, these monsters didn't pose too great a threat, and Android 11 was simply a failed product in the main storyline, not even having the qualification to appear. "Hey, have you finally remembered me? I thought the Red Ribbon Army had already forgotten about me. You're the one who made Dr. Gero angry. How could we possibly overlook you?" Android 11 said coldly, "Only by killing you can we make the world continue to fear us. We advise you not to struggle. With your level, it's impossible for you to survive." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Xian's face, as if something was amusing. That's so. I'm sorry, but I'd like to give it a try. After saying that, Xiaoxin let out a loud shout, took the initiative to launch an attack, and charged towards the opponent. Having trained for a year, it's time to see the fruits of his efforts. As Xiaoxin charged towards Android 11, the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. But as soon as they clashed, each of them was shocked in their hearts. They didn't expect the opponent to be even stronger than they had anticipated. According to Android 11's calculations, Xiaoxin's abilities were merely at an ordinary level. Even with weapons, he was still just average. He was simply a person who took credit for others' achievements. Facing himself, who was invulnerable to guns and blades, he would be able to kill this enemy of the Red Ribbon Army as easily as crushing an ant. However, in the very first round of the battle, the computer immediately issued a danger warning based on Xiaoxin's situation, something that had never happened before. TSK, has this guy completely transformed in this 1 year? Android 11 thought to himself. Xiaoxin was also quite surprised in his impression. The Android series was a long evolutionary process. Theoretically, those that appeared before Android 13 were all failed products. Their combat power was rather mediocre. Thanks to the Hermit in the mountains of western Guangdong for the comment. The only one that was representative and worth referring to was probably Android 8. He looked like a Frankenstein. But unexpectedly, he had a kind heart. He even helped Goku Jr. knock out the enemies of the Red Ribbon Army. His combat ability should be similar to that of Goku J or T the same time. After all, he could punch someone flying like a meteor with one punch, and his defense could withstand a specially made large-caliber pistol. Therefore, Xiaoxin speculated that the Android 11 in front of him should be at around the level of Android 8. But as soon as they started fighting, his set of rapid and fierce attacks couldn't subdue the opponent. The opponent even managed to neatly break down his offensive. Damn it, am I even inferior to Goku Jr.? From a few years ago, Xiaoxin became increasingly anxious in his heart, and his attacks naturally became 3 times faster. At this level, how can I last 30 rounds against Tien Shinhan? How can I learn the kick-a-hoe? This must not be allowed. Thinking of this, Xiaoxin's left hand formed a hook with his 5 fingers, and he actually used the kung fu taught by Tao Pai Pai. Striking forcefully and pushing Android 11 back step by step, it turned out that although Tao Pai Pai didn't teach Xiaoxin any complete boxing styles during his 20-year career as an assassin, he had gained insights into various ways of breaking and countering moves. When someone threw a punch at him, dozens of ways to counter would come to his mind, just by leaking some of this experience to Xiaoxin. It was enough for this young man to easily break the opponent's moves when facing a powerful enemy, which was quite effective in combat. Android 11 was pushed back for more than a dozen rounds. His entire body was covered with Xiaoxin's fist and footprints. He looked extremely disheveled. Yet his own attacks, which he was certain of, couldn't even touch the corner of Xiaoxin's clothes. Often, as soon as his fist was stretched out, Xiaoxin would grab his wrist and twist it counterclockwise. It was fortunate that he was an android. Otherwise, for an ordinary person, this would probably result in broken bones and a directly disabled wrist. What a vicious move. This guy is more powerful than I thought. No, he's clearly way too powerful. Android 11 was secretly shocked. If it weren't for my wrist being made of titanium alloy and not feeling pain, if I were a flesh and blood being, the consequences would be disastrous. Suddenly, in a split second, a thought flashed through Android 11's mind. That's right. My body is made of extremely sturdy titanium metal, even if it's swept by a machine gun. There won't be a single scratch. What if I get hit a few times? There's no need to play the game of breaking moves with this guy. Having thought this through, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Android 11's mouth. The reason they are called androids is that, compared to machinery, these lives developed by Dr. Gero possess the ability to think, unlike ordinary robots that only act according to pre-programmed things. Therefore, since Xiaoxin can strengthen his offensive according to the situation, then Android 11, who also has human thinking, can formulate the most suitable strategy based on his own advantages. When they fought again, needless to say, Xiaoxin's moves were fierce. Each strike had enough force to kill, deeply embodying the essence of Tao Pai Pai's kung fu. Unexpectedly, Android 11 neither dodged nor evaded. He even spread his fists wide open and left the middle of his defense exposed, allowing Xiaoxin to attack. Is this guy crazy? What kind of suicidal fighting style is this? Xia Xian was slightly surprised in his heart, but immediately regained his senses and angrily thought, "Does this guy look down on me? Is he deliberately humiliating me in this way? Humph, this is too much. Even though I've only been practicing for 1 year, I'm not someone to be looked down upon." Thinking of this, Xia Xian let out a furious roar. Ignoring whether the opponent had ulterior motives, he channeled the vitality in his body into his fist, exerted all his strength, and lunged forward, striking hard at the opponent's exposed flaw. Every move, every punch, every palm strike was without mercy. His all-out attack method made each punch possess the power to shatter rocks and split mountains that a rain of attacks continuously landed on Android 11's body, making dull thud sounds on his metal body. Hee hee. As a human, your attacks are quite decent, Android 11 sneered. But since you're human, then there are limits to your strength. What are you blabbering about? Xia Xian said, frowning. Hee, your attacks are like tickling to me. That's all. Android 11 laughed loudly, ignoring the continuously bombarding fists from Xia Xian, completely giving up on defense, and instead seizing the gaps in Xia Xian's attacks to launch his own attacks. In this way, not only did he avoid the trouble of Xia Xian breaking and countering his moves, but he could also effectively cause damage to Xia Xian's body. Simply put, it was a mutual destruction battle, seeing who would collapse first. This was extremely advantageous for the steel-boned android. After several rounds of this battle, sweat gradually appeared on Xia Xian's forehead, and the shock in his heart grew stronger. Damn it, my kung fu isn't good enough yet, and I don't know a complete set of boxing styles, relying only on hand-to-hand combat. Even if I could suppress him for a while, I can't cause him fatal damage. A long battle will surely lead to defeat. I need to think of a way to tee this moment. Xia Xian earnestly hoped that he had already learned the Kikaho, or at least the Kamehameha wave would do. In that case, he wouldn't have to grit his teeth and smash the opponent's alloy shell with his fists. However, while Xia Xian was lost in thought, his actions involuntarily slowed down a bit. Android 11, who had been closely observing Xia Xian, immediately showed a smile. What an idiot! In a life and death battle, you still dare to be distracted. You really are courting death. Hearing this, Xia Xian was startled and immediately wanted to make adjustments. But Android 11 had already launched his offensive. Suddenly, the guy's two arms detached from his body, then sprayed flames, trailing a steel cable behind, and lashed out at Xia Xian. There was no time for hesitation. Xia Xian crossed his arms in front of his body, gathered the vital energy within him to form a defense, and braced himself against this wave of attacks. Don't think that my missile fist is just this level. Die, billion whirlpool. With that, Android 11 let out a loud roar, brandishing the steel cable connected to the flying fist, and with the help of the flame boosters on it, he transformed his two hands into countless fist shadows. Xia Xian, enveloped within, was like being in a tornado of fists, being pummeled by overwhelming attacks with nowhere to hide, as if a poor lamb thrown into a meat grinder. Speaking of which, this move also appeared in the future. Mechanical Android 16 could also launch his fists through boosters with immense strength. Even a master as powerful as Cell would have a tough time taking a direct hit. However, the future Android 16, with his extremely fast speed, no longer needed an old-fashioned thing like a steel cable to retrieve the launched fists. The fist shadows of the billion whirlpool gradually dissipated. Xia Xian, like a broken sandbag, slumped down and crashed heavily to the ground, not moving for a long time. Hee hee, is this the hero who single-handedly barged into the Red Ribbon Army headquarters? Android 11 said triumphantly, grabbed the battered Xia Xian, brought him close to his eyes, and said word by word now. What last words do you have to say? Xia Xian struggled to open one eye, looked at the android holding him, and said intermittently, why are you doing this? Even if you kill me, the Red Ribbon Army can never return to its former glory? Oh, interesting. The computer originally predicted a 90 probability that you would ask about our origin. I didn't expect you to say this. Android 11 shook his head and said, originally, this kind of thing was Dr. Jero's secret. But since you're about to die, it doesn't hurt to reveal a little. Xia Xian narrowed his eyes. Dr. Jero was the scientific backbone of the Red Ribbon Army and a genius on a par with Bulma in the Dragon Ball world. His technology and biotechnology was unparalleled in the world. And the Android series were all his creations. The decline of the Red Ribbon Army meant a shortage of research funds for D.R.Jero in just one sentence. Xia Exine immediately grasped the underlying meaning. Judging from what he found in the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, its leader had been committed to funding Dr. Jero's human body research, although the purpose behind it might just be to increase a little height. It indeed accelerated the research work of androids. Now, because of you, the Red Ribbon Army has fallen apart, and everyone is busy fighting for power and profit, and no one pays attention to us anymore. Android 11 said wistfully the once respected Dr. Jero had to make a change. Hearing this, Xia Exen sneered and said mockingly, "What does this have to do with me? If your inventions were useful, the Red Ribbon Army leader wouldn't have been killed like a dog back then." These words were extremely harsh, but hit the mark. Logically speaking, for a genius like Dr. Jero, the various branches of the Red Ribbon Army should have vied to recruit him. But the problem was that Dr. Jero's presence was really weak. The production rate of the androids he invented was extremely low. Androids 1 to 7 all failed. The only android in service, Android 8, was born with a different philosophy from the Red Ribbon Army. Obedient, but not fully compliant. So he was dispatched to the coldest and most desolate place in the north. Then, the incident of Android 8 turning against his superiors happened, which caused a huge stir within the Red Ribbon Army. With a low production rate, average combat power, and the only special thing being the possession of emotions and thinking ability, which seemed like a useless thing in the eyes of the Red Ribbon Army and was also prone to causing rebellion. This made Dr. Jero's position rather awkward. Everyone knew he was capable, but no one wanted to deal with him. Especially, no one knew when a qualified android could be made, when the combat power was the same. Its cost was 10 times that of an ordinary robot. With all these precedents, the remaining Red Ribbon Army members were reluctant to invite such a crazy scientist to their offices to pollute the air. As long as we kill you, the hero who destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, then the local forces that act independently can recognize the value of Dr. Jero again, Android 11 said hopefully. However, as soon as the words were spoken, they were mercilessly interrupted by Xia Exine. "Save it. If you really had that ability, why use my name as a pretext? Why not just start a new faction directly?" Xia Exine's voice was full of sarcasm as he kept complaining. "Now, you're like a wild dog begging for food, trying to use my head to gain the right to speak so that those former gold masters can give you a few more bones." Before he could finish speaking, Android 11 was already furious. The hand holding Xia Exine involuntarily increased its strength by 3 points, and he cursed viciously, "Human, you'd better understand your current situation that you're about to die soon. What good does it do you to speak insolently and anger me?" Facing the android's questioning and the increasing pressure on his throat, Xia Exine smiled. He laughed very happily. "Benefits? Of course there are. I'm happy to see you unhappy. After all, this part of history that I didn't know has been filled in, so there's no need to continue acting with you." A murderous intent showed in Xia Exine's smile. At the same time, he slowly raised his palm, making a pistol-like shape, and pointed it at Android 11's head. "Huh? Are you out of your mind? Is this a pretend pistol game? And even if you had a real pistol, it couldn't penetrate my body," Android 11 said, frowning. However, in the face of Android 11's endless chatter, Xia Exine calmly spat out a few words from his mouth. "Makanka Sapo." As the voice sounded, a blue light bloomed from the tip of Xia Exine's finger. A shock wave as fast as lightning was launched from between his fingers. Bang! Android 11 had no chance to react. Even with a computer, like brain, it only gave a warning when it detected the energy-focusing reaction, and then was immediately hit squarely by Xia Exine's Makanka Sapo. The headless Android 11 swayed a few times, steadied his body, and still Xia Exine's neck tightly with his vice-like hands. "You don't think that without a head, I can't move, do you? You're still doomed." Unexpectedly, Xia Exine still looked indifferent and said leisurely, "You don't think that the fight just now was my full strength, do you?" With that, he suddenly waved his hand, and the weights hidden on his arms and calves fell down one after another, crashing heavily to the ground and making a loud noise. From the beginning, Xia Exine had been pretending to lure the enemy, because Android 11, who shouldn't have appeared in the original plot, actually showed up in front of him blatantly, which really surprised Xia Exine. After all, his only advantage was his familiarity with the plot of the Dragon Ball world. If the timeline deviated, I'm afraid his only reliance would be gone. So he deliberately pretended to be injured. luring Android 11 to relax his vigilance and get close to him. After finding out Dr. Gero's plan, Xiao thought there was no need to pretend anymore, that he launched a close, range, and instant Mechanica-Sappo. Directly blowing off the opponent's head, the android that was hit in the head staggered back a few steps, but its huge claws still held Xiaoxian's neck firmly. How dare you do such a thing? The headless Android 11 swayed, with nothing on his neck, but the mechanically synthesized electronic voice suddenly came out. Hee, you miscalculated. Unlike weak humans, even without a head, I can still fight. Facing this guy's arrogant provocation, Xiaoxian said casually, I know. At the same time, he shook his body, and a pile of strange things fell out of his tattered sleeves and trouser legs, crashing to the ground with a bang and raising a huge cloud of dust. Are these iron blocks weighing 20 kilograms? Android 11 said in surprise. That's right. So you don't think that the power I showed during the fight just now was all I had, do you? With these words, Xiaoxian let out a tiger-like roar and also started to exert force. His whole body muscles swelled, his veins throbbed, and his fingers were like vices gripping Android 11's arm. Accompanied by Xiaoxian's furious roar, the android number 11 was astonished to discover that his arm was developing visible cracks at an alarming rate. What was happening? Unfortunately, before android number 11 could comprehend the situation, his arms were abruptly severed by Xiaoxian, sparks flying in all directions. Your rocket punch felt exhilarating, didn't it? What a pity! Now that I know the location of your arm's connection, there must be a certain space to conceal the steel cables. Thus, the hollow parts are evidently easier to destroy. As Xiaoxian finished his last sentence, he let out a sudden bellow and forcefully yanked, wrenching android number 11's arms off. What a shame that you androids lack pain receptors. Otherwise, this scene would be exceedingly delightful, Xiaoxian sneered, sending his opponent flying with a kick. Seizing the opportunity, while android number 11 was airborne and unable to evade, Xiaoxian extended his hand once more. NGB. This time, his target was the opponent's left leg. Upon impact, the once formidable android was reduced to a mere wreck, its remaining leg flailing helplessly on the ground, unable to rise, observing his opponent in such a state. Xiaoxian exhaled slowly, realizing that even if the android possessed immense abilities, they were rendered ineffective without most of its limbs. Now, how shall I deal with you? I believe extracting information from your chip once installed in a computer would yield quite a bounty. Xiaoxian approached android number 11 with a cheerful smile. Although this robot was not the kind with limitless energy, it was certainly advanced enough to be among the top tier of technology. Perhaps presenting it to King Pilar could unveil some unique technological secrets of Dr. Gero. Though android number 11 felt no pain, it couldn't shake the chilling sensation from the look in Xiaoxian's eyes. Instinctively wanting to retreat, only to find it nearly impossible to move to that moment, a cold voice suddenly pierced the air behind Xiaoxian. Release him. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxian's brows furrowed. The only reason someone would interfere at such a critical juncture could only be one. Had the new android arrived? Xiaoxian quickly turned around, only to see a slender figure leaning against a nearby tree, its presence so subtle that he had failed to notice it until now. Are you allied with this fellow? Very well. It must be android number 12. Xiaoxian recalled that as long as it wasn't number 13, the previous androids were flawed and posed little threat. That he then spoke slowly. I am curious. If I insist on taking the life of that fellow on the ground, what can you do about it? Xiaoxian's arrogance could not go unchecked. Having just defeated android No. 11, he felt confident in his experience against such creatures and believed he could vanquish the next opponent, Do. I am indifferent, but I will make your demise all the more painful. As the entity known as android No. 12 uttered these words, it suddenly vanished, reappearing within a mere arm's length of Xiaoxian. What? Such incredible speed? Xiaoxian gasped in surprise, and before he could react, android number 12 had already delivered a powerful punch to his chest, sending him flying. Without acceleration or buildup, such force is astonishing. The thought raced through Xiaoxian's mind, alongside a nagging concern for his senior brother Tien Shinhan, who, he wondered, had yet to notice the predicament. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan stood atop the highest peak, silently awaiting Xiaoxian's arrival. Why hasn't Xiaoxian shown up yet? He should have arrived by now. With a sigh, Tien Shinhan lamented that he lacked the foresight of the likes of Karen and Shun, who could perceive the subtle shifts of the world. Even if he opened his third eye, he wouldn't discern much in the pitch-black night perhaps he couldn't endure the rigors of training and has fallen asleep. Tien Shinhan shook his head, reflecting on his wavering resolve. Very well, I shall practice alone. With that thought, Tien Shinhan began training atop the peak, dismissing all other concerns. Meanwhile, as Tien Shinhan immersed himself in his practice, Xia Xian's situation grew increasingly dire. The arrival of android number 12 had completely altered the battlefield's balance, and the victorious Xia Xian now found himself in peril once more. Damn, this model possesses the greatest strength and speed of any opponent I have encountered. I truly should not have underestimated it. Xia Xian gritted his teeth, contemplating. No wonder the power of Dr. Gero's androids saw a qualitative leap starting from model No.13 as the last model before the successful completion. Number 12's capabilities are indeed formidable. With this realization, a bead of sweat trickled down Xia Xian's forehead. The one most pleased by the arrival of android number 12 was none other than the beleaguered No.11. Ha ha ha! I've been waiting for you. Though android number 11 was headless, anyone could hear the thrill in its voice. Quickly, take action and eliminate this scoundrel. I've already worn him down considerably. He is surely no match for you. Yet, in stark contrast to number 11's fervor, the newly arrived ally displayed little enthusiasm. Have you misunderstood something? Android number 12 said slowly. I am not here to save you. What are you talking about? Android number 11 replied. Astonished, seemingly perplexed by this declaration, I intervened to prevent you, this useless being, from falling into enemy hands, thus averting the leakage of our intelligence. That is all. Android number 12 stated coldly. Because of your inadequacy, Dr. Gero's secrets have already come to the knowledge of Target No. 2. This transgression cannot be atoned for, even if melted into molten iron. The atmosphere turned icy in an instant. Sensing the brewing internal conflict, Xia Xian's mind began to race. Two metal clods arguing. I have no intention of standing idly by like a character in a cartoon, waiting for them to finish. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best strategy. This is the perfect opportunity for me to make my escape. With that thought, Xia Xian hurriedly plotted his retreat. He was confident that, thanks to shedding his burdens, he could swiftly evade any pursuit. If he could reach the foot of the mountain and inform Tien Shinhan of his peril, his mission would be accomplished. However, just as Xia Xian prepared to flee, an astonishing event unfolded before his eyes. One that made him forget all about escaping. He watched in disbelief as android number 12 executed a death sentence upon its predecessor. The unfortunate number 11, instinctively attempting to struggle away from this fellow android, found its limbs nearly incapacitated by Xia Xian, and merely shifting a fraction of an inch was already its limit. At that moment, android number 12's head inexplicably split open, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The interior of its head was filled with an array of gears, reminiscent of some monstrous entity that devours its prey. It began to consume the immobilized number 11, slowly drawing him into its own body, the victim of this grotesque act. Number 11's sole remaining leg writhed violently, yet to no avail, until it was entirely absorbed by its companion. My heavens, what in the world is happening? Xia Xian stared, dumbfounded, as he witnessed this horrifying spectacle. Momentarily forgetting to flee, he had not anticipated that androids could possess such a terrifying and revolting aspect. He recalled that Cell had once attempted to absorb android number 16, but to no effect. Who would have thought that one mechanical entity could absorb another? No, wait. In a movie, android number 13 had indeed absorbed the energy packs and computer chips of its allies, number 14 and number 15, to merge into the super android number 13. Thus, as a predecessor to number 13, android number 12 had evidently begun to practice this devouring evolution. However, as a first attempt, its method of absorption was particularly brutal. Xia Xian observed as the once slender form of android number 12 began to swell visibly, expanding rapidly after consuming number 11's body. Target number 2. It seems I must reevaluate your worth. The expressions on the face of android 12 became a bit more vivid, and it even wore a smile. However, when looking at Xia Xian, It sent chills down his spine. The computer had originally analyzed that you would try to escape, although it would be of little use. But you still dare to stand here, which truly makes me feel gratified. After all, you will be the first one to die by my hand. Please embrace the mentality of gratitude and honor and come to meet your end. Having said that, Android 12 let out a strange, cackling laugh and lunged fiercely towards Xia Exine. Just with this single move, Xia Exine instinctively felt a pang of fear. The scene of Android 11 being devoured immediately flashed before his eyes, making him instinctively reluctant to let this monster get close to Da. Xia Exine felt a twinge of fear in his heart, and his feet involuntarily exerted force. Instantly, he unleashed the flying Nimbus technique and quickly retreated backward. Damn it, even if your power has increased, a mechanical body may not be able to fly. I don't believe you can catch up with the flying Nimbus technique, Xia Exine thought secretly. We'll see about this in the future. This confidence was not without reason. The first-generation androids did not possess the ability to fly, such as Android 8, one of the representatives, and as a movement skill no less than the flying Nimbus during this period. The flying Nimbus technique gave Xia Exine the confidence to disengage from the battle. Unexpectedly, as Xia Exine dashed forward with all his might, his vision suddenly blurred. Android 12, who had been left behind, unexpectedly appeared like a ghost right in front of him. Hello, Target 2, long time no see. Android 12 crossed its arms and looked at Xia Exine with a faint smile, its eyes full of indescribable contempt. At this moment, the opponent's speed and strength far exceeded his own. Coupled with that cruel character, Xia Exine couldn't help but become even more frightened. It's time to carry out Dr. Gero's order. Maybe it would be better to dismember you first. The voice of Android 12 suddenly changed to that of Android 11. After all, that's how you treated me just now. Xia Exine felt extremely flustered upon hearing this, but he still tried his best to suppress it and put on a confident look, saying, "Humph, don't be too complacent. I still have a trump card on my sleeve." "Oh, interesting. With your capabilities, can you really make a splash?" Android 12 crossed its arms and taunted disdainfully. "I'm rather curious to see what your final struggle will be. It can also provide some data for my database." Facing the enemy's contemptuous attitude, Xia Exine suppressed the anger in his heart, spread his hands, and placed them beside his face, then let out a loud shout. Solar flare. Suddenly, a strong beam of light emerged out of thin air. The pitch-black night sky instantly became as bright as day, as if a small sun had ignited here. However, before Xia Exine could fully unleash his move, and the light on his body had not yet faded, he was hit with a heavy punch in the stomach, almost vomiting out the food he had eaten in the afternoon. Hey, how stupid. I thought it was some powerful attack skill, but it turns out to be just a big light bulb. Android 12 laughed strangely. Such a trick might work on humans, but for us mechanical beings who use radar and intelligent computers to capture images, that kind of diversionary tactic is completely useless. After all, I don't rely on my retina to determine positions. Xia Exine, who was in so much pain that he almost fainted, was filled with disbelief that in his memory, Android 18 was blinded by Cell's solar flare and then absorbed. He never expected that this old model android was actually not afraid of such a blinding attack. Although the move was ineffective, at this moment, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Xia Exine's mouth. And he said coldly, "Diversionary tactic? Hee, you're wrong. You iron-headed idiot. This is actually the Great Summoning Technique." Great Summoning Technique? Android 12 furrowed its brows, and just as the computer in its head was about to analyze, suddenly a huge force came from behind, and it was sent flying several meters away, and the one who launched the attack on it was none other than Tien Shinhan, the eldest disciple of the Crane School. Seeing Tien Shinhan arrive, Xia Exine, who was almost exhausted, finally let out a sigh of relief. "Brother Tien, thanks to you for coming. Otherwise, I might really have died here," Xia Exine exclaimed sincerely. This was no joke. If it were Goku's friends, if he died, they would most likely collect the Dragon Balls to revive him. But if it were Tien Shinhan, this man would probably just give Xia Exine a proper burial and offer sacrifices to him on festivals from then on. And that would be all. That's not that Tien Shinhan is heartless. It's just that most people simply don't know about the Dragon Balls, and they wouldn't, like Goku, regard searching for the Dragon Balls as a form of cultivation. Something that took thousands of years to complete in human history seemed as easy as having a meal to him. Therefore, Xiaoxian set his bottom line as never dying before meeting Goku. Another idiot coming to his death? Android 12 got up from the ground and said in a sarcastic tone, but it doesn't matter how many come that you're impossible to defeat the cyborgs carefully invented by Dr. Jiro. Tien Shinhan glanced at the Xiaoxian and then glared at the aggressive android, but he said angrily, "How dare you injure my crane school disciple? You've got a death wish today. I'll make you atone for my junior brother with your blood." Having said that, he let out a loud shout, lunged forward, and engaged in a fierce battle with Android 1T. This time, Tien Shinhan had not yet been enlightened by Master Roshi. Therefore, he was rather aggressive. Under the request of Master Shun, he had always aimed to be a killer. However, Brother Tien has this good quality of being protective. Without asking any questions when we met, he started fighting right away. I really like this habit. At this moment, Xiaoxian could finally relax his tense muscles and slump to the ground, recovering his strength while watching the battle. After all, this was a real battle between masters. Even if he was just watching, he could learn a lot of experience from it. Tien Shinhan descended like a divine soldier and was evenly matched with Android 12. The two fought from the sky to the ground. Before they knew it, they had exchanged 60 rounds and were still evenly matched. Xiaoxian, who had regained some strength, was eager to join in. He had originally thought that he was hiding his strength with weights. But it turned out that Tien Shinhan had also hidden a lot of his skills when practicing with him. This moment, as the eldest disciple of Master Shin displayed all his skills. He was even more powerful. He was truly a top-notch master. This situation persisted for another 15 rounds. Tien Shinhan continuously changed 4 sets of boxing techniques, but they were still tied. At this point, even Xiaoxian could see the problem. Tien Shinhan was indeed a martial arts prodigy, but the things taught by his master, Master Shun, were not very practical, especially in terms of punches and kicks. They were rather perfunctory. For example, the volleyball fist deliberately imitating the postures of playing volleyball, with actions like serving, bumping, passing, and spiking, and even imitating the voice of a female volleyball player. But in actual martial arts, there were far too many redundant movements. Whether hitting someone flying and then spiking, the effective attacking actions were only about 3. The rest of the movements were just for show. Only for Goku, who was short in stature, did the volleyball fist have some use. Against opponents of normal height, it was completely a comical juggling act, and no wonder throughout the Dragon Ball series, only Gotenks, a child, would learn this move and regard it as a treasure. Other mature warriors would not choose such a move with so many redundant actions. This was why, when Tien Shinhan was fighting Android 12, he was basically at a disadvantage in terms of punches and kicks. He could only maintain the current situation by virtue of his powerful talent. This is not good, Xiaoxian thought secretly. No wonder later, when Tien Shinhan fought Yamcha, he was surprised by the latter's proficiency in punches and kicks. And when fighting Master Roshi, he was also evenly matched with him in terms of punches and kicks. The fundamental reason was that the Crane School didn't have any formidable techniques in combat, which made Tien Shinhan's level of punches and kicks just average. While Xiaoxian was lost in thought, Tien Shinhan had ended a round of entanglement, and the two separated and jumped back to their original positions, ready to fight again. Taking this opportunity, Xiaoxian stepped forward and said, "Brother Tien, this won't work. The opponent is a robot. IT won't get tired or exhausted. Before long, you'll be worn out, but it may not be the case. In my opinion, a long battle is bound to lead to mistakes that it's better to use your ki blast to deal with the opponent as soon as possible." Xiaoxian didn't dare to directly say that Tien Shinhan's foot skills were not good. So he used this euphemistic way of speaking. Robot Tien Shinhan, drenched in sweat, suddenly realized upon hearing this, "No wonder I've been fighting for so long, and this guy doesn't even pant at AT this moment." Android 12 stood there with folded arms, looking completely at ease. In contrast, Tien Shinhan, who was gasping like a bull and covered in sweat, presented a striking difference that in Xiaoxian's heart. There was a secret sense of amazement. It seemed that Android 12 had, in many aspects, the embryonic form of the future androids. For example, absorbing its kind was the signature skill of Cell. Having nearly limitless physical strength was the ability of Android 18 and Android 17 later. However, these two siblings even had infinite energy. Truly achieving the pupil surpasses the master. Just thinking about fighting such a monster gave Xia Xan a sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered Cell in advance, leaving him feeling helpless. The Kamehameha can definitely eliminate him, Tien Shinhan said with great certainty. But then his tone shifted as he expressed his concern. However, this guy's speed is simply too fast that I'm worried that the Kamehameha will miss. As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Xan couldn't help but be shocked that it should be known that the Kamehameha was already a large-scale area of effect damage skill. A casual strike could level a large area. But even Tien Shinhan had no confidence that an area of effect skill could hit the opponent's body, which showed that the opponent's speed was truly incredible. What's more, the Kamehameha was extremely energy-consuming. Firing at once in a normal state would probably leave one completely exhausted. How could one afford the consequence of missing? What on earth should we do? Xia Xian said with a bitter smile. If even Tien Shinhan had no certainty, then even if Master Shun, Kaiatsu, and others were called over, it would probably be of no avail. Just as Xia Xian was feeling dejected, Tien Shinhan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Don't worry that there's still a way to win." There's still a way. Xia Xian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. In such a situation, expecting a comeback, could it be that his senior brother was hiding some trump card? If you learn the Kamehameha now, and the two of us attack together, the area covered by our firepower will reach a new level. An extremely vast range will definitely be enough to blast this guy down, Tien Shinhan said with great confidence. Compared to Tien Shinhan's confidence, Xia Xian was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Learning the supreme martial art of the Crane School, the Kamehameha, in an instant. This was simply too exaggerated. How could there be such an easy-to-learn skill? Xia Xian himself wasn't so arrogant as to think that he could master it so quickly. Seemingly sensing Xia Xian's surprise, Tien Shinhan smiled self-deprecatingly and said softly, "Master recently said that the true core of the Crane School's martial arts is to seize the techniques of other schools and make them our own. Simply put, it's to learn the martial arts of other schools by observing the flow of ki within the body. Now, as long as I tell you the method of channeling ki for the Kamehameha, you'll be able to master it quickly." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian immediately understood that it seemed that there was indeed such a thing. During the tournament, Tien Shinhan learned the Kamehameha, which Master Roshi had spent 50 years developing. Just by taking one look, and its power was quite impressive. When Kaiatsu was fighting Vegeta in Nappa, after seeing the Cyberman's self-destruct, he immediately imitated it and sacrificed himself in the most powerful way of output, embracing Nappa with a self-destruct technique. Going further back, Master Shun said that his Kamehameha, which enhanced its power by overdrawing life, learned the principle of Matato's evil containment wave. Presumably, he also learned this by observing the use of meridians. You remember this well and practice it as soon as possible. I'll go hold this guy off and buy you some time. Tien Shinhan laughed heartily and said in a loud voice, "Originally, I wanted to test you with 30 moves, but now it seems unnecessary that you've performed extremely well. I'm proud of you." After saying that, Tien Shinhan passed the secrets and methods to Xia Xian, then braced himself and flew towards Android 12. Haven't learned your lesson yet. How dare you come courting death? Android 12 sneered. Your movements from earlier have been uploaded to my computer. WY now. I've already analyzed a way to break them. You're doomed. The two then clashed again at 8T this time. Tien Shinhan activated the vitality within his body, and the strength in his hands was particularly fierce that he smoothly evolved multiple routines, such as slashing, stabbing, ramming, and punching. For a while, he actually managed to suppress his opponent and barely maintain the situation. 8T this moment. Xia Xian was frowning in deep thought, digesting the secrets passed on by Tien Shinhan at an extremely fast speed. Ordinarily, when practicing martial arts, having only the secrets without the moves would only yield half the result with twice the effort. But Xia Xian had watched a great many manga and anime, and his knowledge of the use of the Kamehameha was probably even more than Kairatsu's. Now, combining the moves in his memory, he was rapidly digesting what he had just learned. With a dull thud, Tien Shinhan was once again repelled. The situation was extremely clear. Android 12 became stronger and stronger as the fight went on. His nearly limitless physical strength meant that he wouldn't get tired at all. After several exchanges, Tien Shinhan's full strength state had completely disappeared. Fatigue gradually set in, and his punches felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies. It was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain an equal footing. It's time to end this. The enemies identified by Dr. Gero will surely be executed. Android 12 cackled arrogantly, flying in the air with a smug look. The battered Tien Shinhan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said to Xia Exine, "Junior brother, can you use it yet? I should be able to. I can feel the surging vitality gathering in my palm." Xia Exine said with determination. This wasn't an empty boast. Through the special charging technique of the Kamehameha, Xia Exine only felt a wave of fatigue in his body in contrast, at the palm of his hand, there was a surging vitality, so much so that this intangible thing made his arm feel heavy. And it was very difficult to maintain the pose. If that's the case, then let's proceed as planned. Tien Shinhan looked at Xia Exine firmly. If we fail, we'll be buried here tonight. What are you talking about? Big Tianda, you're clearly the type to live a long life, that you'd survive even if humanity were wiped out. Xia Exine said carelessly that of course, this wasn't a lie. Many years later, Majin Buu wiped out all humans on Earth with a single move. Yet Tien Shinhan not only survived, but also actively sought out Majin Buu and blocked the opponent's fatal blow with a Kamehameha. Hey, you're still joking around at this time. You never act seriously. Tien Shinhan said, both amused and annoyed, but this shows that you have a good mentality. Keep it up next, seeing that the two guys below had been chatting all the time and didn't take him seriously. Android 12 couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. At the same time, the built-in radar chip also issued a danger warning of the opponent's energy concentration. Ignorant wretches, do you think I'll stand here stupidly waiting for you to charge up? I'll kill you right now, Android 12 roared arrogantly. Yes, as soon as the words were spoken, Android 12 accelerated and rushed over. His speed was incredibly fast, even with the third eye on Tien Shinhan's forehead. He could only barely make out a vague outline, let alone Xia Exine. Tien Shinhan had just started charging up and would need at least a few seconds. Xia Exine was ready, but expecting him to hit a target moving at high speed was like expecting Android 12 to smash into a tree stump on his own. You're dead. Ha! Android 12 let out a triumphant laugh and charged towards Xia Exine recklessly. Just as Xia Exine, who hadn't reacted yet, was about to be directly knocked into the air by the opponent. Suddenly a walking stick descended from the sky, appearing abruptly between Android 12 and Xia Exine. Any person seeing such a situation would instinctively be startled. Android 12 was no exception. This seemingly ordinary walking stick hadn't been detected by the radar. Its sudden appearance meant that a powerful master had appeared to avoid being attacked by this person. Android 12 would rather give up the hit attack and quickly retreat, closely guarding his body and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. At this moment, a noise suddenly came from the sky. An old man descended from the sky and landed steadily on the walking stick just now. The ascetic's unique robe fluttered in the wind. His snow-white beard was solemn and majestic, and there was a large string of prayer beads around his neck. He was clearly dressed like a highly accomplished monk from some temple. "Who are you?" Android 12 said, his voice full of suspicion and unease. After all, being able to hover steadily on an upright walking stick already demonstrated that the old man's light body skill was at a high level. And he couldn't be underestimated. In the face of the question, the old man put his hands together and said two words with a solemn expression. Namu. As soon as these words were spoken, both Xia Exine and Android 12 were shocked. What? You're the Namu who entered the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The android number 12 said, according to the computer data, unfortunately, the World Martial Arts Tournament during this period was not that grand. The photos of the contestants could not be found on the internet, let alone. Otherwise, the minions of Piccolo Daimao would not have come to the venue eagerly to snatch the roster of martial artists. And what Xia Exine was surprised about was that although the old man in front of him looked like an enlightened monk, the Namu in his memory was still in his prime of youth. And this guy couldn't possibly have such excellent martial arts skills. Yes. Oh, who is this old man in front of him? Why is he pretending to be Namu and showing up here? Speaking of which, the character Namu was a formidable opponent that Goku Jr. encountered in the world's strongest martial arts tournament. The two fought for several rounds, and Goku Jr. was even almost thrown off the arena by him. And the purpose of his participation in the competition was to purchase water sources for his drought-stricken hometown, that he could be regarded as noble and upright, having a world of difference in height compared to someone who made a wish to Shenlong for a necklace. This kind act was praised by Master Roshi. Even though he lost the competition in the end, Master Roshi still lent a helping hand to help Nemu raise enough water sources to go home. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Xia Xian's mind. Could this old man in front of him be the legendary god of martial arts, Master Roshi in disguise? After all, Nemu had once impersonated him and deceived Yamcha. It's not impossible to repeat the old trick now, but why can't I feel even a bit of his lewdness? Xia Xian couldn't help but have such a thought. Most of the time, Master Roshi was slovenly and without a proper manner. Even during the martial arts competition, you could even bait him with a girl's panties. After all, for such an important matter as accepting disciples, his condition was to bring back a lively and lovely girl. Therefore, it's hard to imagine Master Roshi being so serious as he is now. Where did this bald donkey come from? How dare he interfere in the affairs of our Red Ribbon Army? The android number 12 said angrily. This guy who suddenly appeared made him very vigilant. Humph, I'm looking for you. The Red Ribbon Army. Back then, when the village suffered from a severe drought, the wells dried up, and the sows had difficult deliveries. All these were caused by your people conducting evil experiments nearby. From that day on, I made a vow to make you pay the price, Nemu said righteously. With the night breeze blowing gently, he looked incredibly elegant and free, as if he had attained immortality. Huh, what nonsense are you talking about? The android number 12 said, dumbfounded, but he couldn't refute for a moment. After all, the Red Ribbon Army had done too many bad things. What Nemu mentioned just now was likely to have really happened, and it might have happened more than 100 or 200 times. However, the mission of an android was never to engage in arguing with people. At this moment, the android number 12 regained his arrogance and said viciously, Our Red Ribbon Army's affairs are none of your business. Since you dare to interfere in my affairs today, then die with these guys. After saying that, the android number 12 raised a monstrous aura and rushed over, laughing maniacally. That sharp killing intent made Xia Xian, who was standing far away, feel an unprecedented sense of pressure and nervousness. Instinctively, his heart wanted to turn around and run away, getting as far away from this opponent as possible. Old man, get out of the way quickly. You can't handle this guy, Tien Shinhan shouted anxiously. Although his words were not very polite, his kind-natured self didn't want to involve innocent people, and only Tien Shinhan, who had fought against the android 12 head on many times, knew how powerful the opponent was. Even if this monk in front of him was a top 4 expert in the world's strongest martial arts tournament, he definitely couldn't stop the android. Facing the reminder, the ascetic Nemu showed no sign of panic or retreat. Instead, he leisurely smiled and said, Young man, don't look down on this old man. As soon as the words fell, Nemu let out a loud roar, put his hands together, and his power rapidly increased. Xia Xian, having learned the Crane School secret techniques from Tien Shinhan, could sense the flow of ki in others' bodies. At this moment, the aura in Nemu's body presented a very peculiar form, crackling and jumping like lightning, powerful and overbearing. It was even more imposing than Tien Shinhan, who was charging up the Kamehameha next to him. However, the android number 12 had already picked up speed, turning into countless afterimages in the air that on one hand, he was teasing everyone, and on the other hand, he was testing Nemu's abilities that it was extremely difficult and dangerous to hit the target at such a speed. Otherwise, Tien Shinhan wouldn't have come up with the crazy strategy of having Xia Xian release the Kamehameha with him. Humph, such petty tricks, the old man sneered coldly. Suddenly, he pushed his hands apart and shouted, Tenkaichi Nioibo! A chi bullet with electric light flew out. Although its speed was not fast, it accurately hit the android moving at high speed. Tien Shinhan and Xia Xian were both greatly shocked. The former was surprised that this seemingly ordinary palm technique actually had such an amazing effect. At least, if it were him, even if he opened his third eye, he couldn't have hit the target so accurately. This old man in front of him was really incredibly powerful. His level was definitely above that of Master Shun. And what Xia Xian was surprised about was the old man's true identity. If there were still some doubts before, Xia Xian could finally be certain now that this guy in front of him was Master Roshi in disguise. The evidence was this move, Tenkaichi Nioibo. It was Master Roshi's real trump, card skill, that he had only used it twice in his life, against his two disciples, Son Gohan and Goku Jr. In Dragon Ball Super, it was also used against Tien Shinhan, Yajirobe, etc. The most obvious characteristic of its specific effect was control that it was a very powerful binding skill. Unless an accident occurred, the person who was hit could hardly break free. During this process, they would also endure extreme pain. Even Goku Jr., with his strong will, almost couldn't hold on. Xia Xian personally thought that this move also drew inspiration from the evil containment wave. Both emphasized control and suppression, making the opponent unable to move. At this moment, the android number 12 never expected that after being hit, he was actually pinned in place and couldn't move his body. The energy with lightning was like a golden snake tightly coiling around his body. Damn it! Why can't I move? The android number 12 angrily scolded, like a hungry tiger trapped in a trap, constantly trying to struggle and jump out. What are you still standing there for? The old man turned his head and glared at Tien Shinhan, shouting loudly, if you don't take action, I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer. Only then did Tien Shinhan wake up from the shock of the Tenkaichi Nyoibo. He quickly ordered, Xia Xian, are you ready? No problem. Then let's do it. Tien Shinhan roared loudly. Taste the unique skill of our crane school. Kamehameha, with a deafening roar, two powerful chi columns visible to the naked eye, like monstrous waves, blasted towards the android No. 12. Since this martial art was created, this was the first time that two people used it simultaneously. After all, UPA was extremely afraid of the Kamehameha, and Master Shun had no intention of risking his life to fight someone. Only Tien Shinhan, this martial arts fanatic, and Xia Xian, who wanted to save his life, were fond of the Kamehameha, and at this moment, to be exact, it should be called the continuous Kamehameha. It had even more powerful force and more terrifying destructive power. This mechanical monster, upon seeing such an attack, a trace of uncharacteristic fear flashed in its eyes. That kind of instinctive fear in the face of terrifying power made this android taste human emotions for the first time. The two blue chi columns merged together, hitting the ground like a shooting star, and a deafening sound was emitted. Boom! It was even more shocking than a thunderclap. The earth was shaking violently. The mountains collapsed instantly, and the rising blue light illuminated the entire night sky as bright as day. The villagers in the village were awakened by the explosion. They pushed open the doors and windows one after another and were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. The mountain outside the village was directly flattened. The blue chi column shot straight into the sky, illuminating the earth brightly. If it weren't for the earth shaking at this moment, the villagers would have almost knelt down to worship this miraculous scene. Master Shin finally woke up from his sleep. He went out wearing a cartoon pajamas and saw the scene, then immediately showed a smile. Unexpectedly, Tien Shinhan has actually practiced the Kamehameha to this level that it's really amazing he is my disciple. The Turtle School is simply no match for this kind of power. Just as Master Shin was laughing triumphantly, Master Roshi at the front of the battlefield suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Who has been speaking ill of me behind my back? Well, but now is not the time to dwell on this. The turtle hermit wiped his nose, his eyes fixed intently on the pillar of chi in front of him, that he secretly exclaimed, I've heard of that scoundrel crane hermit before, secretly tinkering with a technique even more powerful than the Kamehameha wave. I never thought he actually managed to create such a powerful move. Its might indeed far surpasses that of the Kamehameha. At this thought, the turtle hermit couldn't help but glance at Xia Xian and Tien Shinhan, who had unleashed the energy wave cannon with a complex expression. The crane school is truly fortunate to have such disciples. Given a few years, perhaps in just 3 or 4 years, that three-eyed fellow might surpass me. Right now, both Tien Shinhan and Xia Xian were too exhausted to pay any attention to the turtle hermit. After unleashing the energy wave cannon, they were completely drained of strength. To be precise, they couldn't even move a finger. The two of them lay on the ground, gasping for breath like dead dogs, and their sweat was pouring down like a waterfall. Their entire beings were visibly deteriorating. The backlash of the energy wave cannon was indeed formidable. That crane hermit really had taken a devious path. The turtle hermit thought to himself, such a life-shortening technique shouldn't exist in the world at all. In fact, at this moment, the disciples of the crane school no longer had the ability to move. Even if left unattended, The weakest among them would probably die from exhaustion in a few minutes. For the turtle school, this was not necessarily a bad thing. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan was also muttering to himself. What exactly is the intention of this old man named Namu? Is he friend or foe? Although he came forward to help, my fellow disciple and I have now lost all our combat power. If this old man intends to do us harm, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist. At this thought, Tien Shinhan couldn't help but be on guard and was desperately trying to figure out how to let Kairatsu know about their situation. Amidst all these hidden thoughts, Xia Xian was the only one who wasn't considering the current situation. Instead, he lay on the ground in a spread eagle position, grumbling and complaining. Damn, this energy wave cannon. Shit, this is really a life-threatening thing. He couldn't even finish his words at this moment. Xia Xian felt as if 10,000 black ants were crawling on his muscles, which were itchy, sore, and also tinged with a bone-deep pain. The scenery he saw through his eyes was getting darker and darker. It seemed as if the ferryman by the Sanzu River was already beckoning to him. Just then, the turtle hermit walked straight over, bent down, and picked up Xia Xian, who could no longer move. Tien Shinhan, who was beside him, was greatly alarmed. Fearing that the old man would harm his younger disciple, he wanted to go over to protect him, but found that he couldn't even shout. He was also at the end of his rope. You youngsters really don't know how to hold back that you've exhausted all your vital energy. You really don't know the meaning of the word death, Namu, played by the turtle hermit, muttered in a low voice. At the same time, he used one finger to poke Xia Xian's forehead. This action scared Tien Shinhan so much that his face turned pale. If he could have shouted, he would surely have let out a scream by now. Don't worry. This is the Talinki acupoint, which can stop your younger disciple's muscle spasms and prevent him from exhausting himself to death. The turtle hermit seemed to have seen through Tien Shinhan's concerns and thus said. Tien Shinhan saw that Xia Xian, who had been shaking non-stop just now, had now regained his calm and no longer looked as embarrassed as before. How many days has this kid been learning? And you actually let him use the energy wave cannon in a real battle that this how your master taught you, the turtle hermit said sternly. Hearing this, Tien Shinhan couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed and could only force himself to say, "We had to make a quick decision due to the urgent situation. The situation was extremely dangerous at that time. Fortunately, Xian quickly mastered the energy wave cannon. Otherwise, we might have been doomed long ago." In such a short period of time, he was actually able to learn the energy wave cannon. To be honest, the turtle hermit simply couldn't believe it. Even a genius has limits. But what he wanted to say at this moment wasn't about this. Precisely because he learned it too quickly. In order to control this unskilled energy technique, he had to consume even more vital energy to achieve the required lethality. That's why he's now on the verge of dying from exhaustion. The turtle hermit said bluntly, "This is really absurd." Tien Shinhan heaved a sigh of relief, only feeling dizzy and on the verge of fainting. The turtle hermit stepped forward, patted and massaged this fellow to relax his muscles. Then, he infused a little vital energy into the Yongquan acupoint, barely preventing Tien Shinhan from being overly exhausted and affecting his future cultivation. After doing all this, the turtle hermit didn't plan to stay any longer. He picked up his walking stick from the ground and was about to leave. Seeing this, Tien Shinhan feebly tried to persuade him to stay. "Elder, we will never forget your kindness tonight. Please tell us your address. After we recover from our injuries, we will definitely come to pay our respects in person." These words were spoken sincerely, without any pretense. Tien Shinhan was probably a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and enmity. He had once specifically apologized to Yamcha for injuring his leg and expressed his remorse. "Humph. You don't need to do these meaningless things, disciples of the Crane School." The turtle hermit packed his things. He originally wanted to leave immediately. But for some reason, he stopped, turned around, and said to Tien Shinhan, "Come to think of it, I hope you can learn something from tonight's battle. In everything, one should never put all one's eggs in one basket. Leaving some leeway is beneficial, whether in battle or in life." This sentence was referring to the fact that when Tien Shinhan used the energy wave cannon, he had unleashed all his chi, causing himself to almost collapse from exhaustion. Tien Shinhan blushed with shame upon hearing this and nodded, indicating that he had taken it to heart. Perhaps this was also the reason why, in the future battles against Goku, Tien Shinhan didn't use all his strength in the energy wave cannon, allowing Goku to dodge in advance. Facing Xiao, who was gradually regaining consciousness, the turtle hermit also offered a piece of advice. Kid, I don't know how you came up with the training method of adding weights to yourself, but I'm telling you, rest is also an essential part of cultivation. Appropriate and sufficient rest will bring you better returns. After saying this last sentence, the turtle hermit drifted away as if he had never been here. For a moment, the entire land returned to silence. Xiao lay on the ground, after the turtle hermit had acupunctured him. His twitching stopped, and the signs of his life force decline improved. But in his heart, a huge wave was set off. Every day, in order to increase his combat power, he really raced against time. Every day before dawn, he was busy delivering milk, helping people plow the fields, doing odd jobs, etc. After lunch, he would be busy with his work at the police station. In the afternoon, he would learn fighting and hand-to-hand combat moves from Tao Pai Pai. At night, he would secretly go to the mountains to practice the Crane School's energy techniques with Tien Shinhan. In short, he was really busy every day and had no time to stop and rest. The martial arts of the Turtle School had never emphasized extremity. When the Turtle Hermit was teaching Krillin and Goku, he had specifically emphasized exercise well, study well, play well, eat well, and rest well. This was the tenet of the Turtle School's training, and its influence permeated the entire lives of every disciple. For example, in the main series, Goku had never trained as desperately as Vegeta, whether on the way to Namek or the night before the battle against Cell. He always set aside enough time to rest and faced one challenge after another in his destiny with a calm and composed attitude. Yes, since I'm basing my cultivation on the Turtle School while learning the techniques of the Crane School, how could I have forgotten the most important part? Xiaoxian thought to himself, no wonder my condition has been unstable recently, that I'm probably overtraining, lacking a recovery process for my body, which has actually delayed the progress of my combat power. At this thought, Xiaoxian couldn't help but look in the direction where the Turtle Hermit had left and silently said thank you. After all, he had sort of secretly learned a bit of the skills, and he was also a disciple of the Turtle School's archenemy, Crane Hermit. Yet, Master Roshi was still willing to give him guidance without holding anything back. This was truly moving. Tien Shinhan's focus was obviously different from Xiaoxian's, but he also expressed his admiration for his skills. That old man has such amazing abilities, yet he's only one of the top 4 in the World Martial Arts Tournament. It seems there really are hidden talents in this world. It seems I should also redouble my efforts and catch up with these remarkable predecessors as soon as possible. Xiaoxian, standing aside, sighed. The reason why he was caught in the whirlpool of frenetic cultivation was, to a large extent, due to this senior disciple. Tien Shinhan's cultivation was so assiduous that the other junior disciples had to follow this example and practice diligently, not daring to have the slightest thought of slackening. Compared to the Crane School disciples who had survived on a treetop not far away, a hummingbird-sized robot was quietly recording everything in front of it. And in a place thousands of miles away, Dr. Gero was coldly watching the images transmitted on the screen, remaining silent. Originally, because he couldn't find the location of Son Goku, he chose to take action against that police officer. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? Dr. Gero slowly stood up. His beard and hair were completely white. His forehead was huge, making his body seem rather emaciated, if it weren't for the Blackwater Army logo printed on his clothes. Few people would probably believe that this wrinkled old man was actually the renowned bioscientist. Android 12 had lost its signal response. Presumably, it had been destroyed should another android be dispatched to the Karen Forest. The computer AI emitted a mechanical electronic sound, which was particularly harsh in an empty laboratory. There's no need. Anyway, Android 12 was just a failed experiment. Its loss doesn't matter, Dr. Gero said indifferently, with his back to the computer. However, this battle has given me a lot of inspiration. Firstly, infinite physical strength is an advantage in android design. Even the most powerful human martial artists will get tired. The future research direction should be the path of infinite power and energy. The computer AI didn't respond, but faithfully recorded every word the doctor said. Also, the absorption function developed by Android 12 needs to be enhanced in this way, during battles, even if a companion is destroyed. The remaining androids can absorb it to gain assistance. Moreover, in the future, we could be more ambitious and even include organisms. This is also a way to increase energy. As he said this, Dr. Gero slowly walked to the window. flung open the curtains, looked at the quiet wilderness outside, and said coldly, "Humph, come to think of it, that little police officer's words have indeed inspired me. Why should I attach myself to the dying tree of the Blackwater Army? These power, hungry, and profit-seeking guys don't deserve to be associated with me." If Xian knew at this moment how much his words had changed Dr. Gero's train of thought, he would probably be so anxious that he'd slap himself that I can make decisions on my own and lead the Blackwater Army to rise again. There's no need to grovel for funds. Do I really need to worry about not getting money? Dr. Gero said through gritted teeth. One day, my androids will make the whole world tremble. Just wait and see. During this period, I'll let you live a little longer. Son Goku and that little police officer in the Karen Forest. After saying this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Dr. Gero's mouth, as if he had seen the scene of his androids ruling the world in the future. The future will be mine. Haha. Dr. Gero laughed loudly, and the sound echoed in the laboratory. Countless human-shaped molds and unfinished circuit boards lay quietly in the storage warehouse like an army, waiting for the day to see the light of day. The day after the battle ended, Tien Shinhan, leaning on a cane, brought his master and King Pilaf and his entourage to the battle site. The reason why Xiaoxan didn't come was that he was more severely exhausted. Surviving until now was already a stroke of great luck. How could he come out and stroll around? How dare someone provoke our crane school? They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Master Shin said, his mouth twisted in annoyance. Master, Xan said those guys were mechanical bodies, not real humans. They were remnants of the Blackwater Army, Tien Shinhan said respectfully. Hearing this, Master Shin became even angrier and grumbled discontentedly. Humph, that nominal disciple. The Blackwater Army clearly came for him, but used us as shields. What a shrewd calculation. As he said this, Master Shin turned his head with a gloomy face and said to Tien Shinhan, "Next time you encounter such a thing, just take care of your own business. There's no need to exhaust your essence for a nominal disciple." Due to the power of the tri-beam cannon last night, Master Shun took a new look at his eldest disciple. After all, any mentor likes a disciple who is both talented and assiduous. Oh, now Tien Shinhan's status in Master Shin's eyes was getting higher and higher, of course, because he had privately taught martial arts. At Xia Xian's repeated request, Tien Shinhan didn't reveal Xia Xian's value in last night's battle. The tri-beam cannon they fired together was taken for granted by Master Shun as Tien Shinhan's doing, and he was quite proud of it, thinking secretly that no disciple of the Turtle School could achieve such destructive power. Compared with Master Shin's dissatisfaction, King Pilaf was more curious about what kind of robots could have such powerful abilities. They had originally been experimenting with Tao Pai Pai's mechanical body and wished there were 25 hours in a day. How could they have the leisure time to come out and wander around? But Xiaoxan, lying on the sickbed, seriously told King Pilaf that the robots that came to attack this time had extraordinary performance that he hoped they could go and take a look, which might be helpful for their research. Since it was the instruction of both his benefactor and landlord, King Pilaf finally took it seriously and followed Master Shun and his group to the scene. As a result, he was immediately stunned by what he saw. My God, was this bombarded by a nuclear bomb? The power is simply too great, King Pilaf exclaimed in surprise. After all, a mountain had been blasted away, and this power was indeed astonishing. Hey, what's so remarkable about this? The martial arts of my crane school are invincible under the heavens. It's normal to have such an effect. Master Shin said triumphantly. Kayatsu, you take these doctors and look for the so-called remnants. I still need to point out to your senior brother the areas where he needs to hone his skills from the situation of the explosion. After saying this, he ignored them and started to explain martial arts issues to Tien Shinhan, so that his eldest disciple could improve his martial arts skills even further. King Pilaf was about the same height as Chao Tzu. To this moment, he felt somewhat close to him, so he said, "If I had known there was such a task, I would have brought the metal detector, so as to avoid wasting time all over the mountain." King Pilaf grumbled, still annoyed that Master Shun had called him a doctor. "I, your lord, will be the king who rules the world in the future, that I'm a top-notch big shot in the scientific community. When did I sink to the same level as those lousy Mongolian doctors?" "No need, it's in this direction," Kayatsu said expressionlessly. At the same time, his body floated up, and he slowly flew forward. Speaking of which, Kayatsu had a rather strange personality. He didn't show his emotions easily. Among the Crane School disciples, only Tien Shinhan was close to him. Now that Xia Xian had become his junior disciple, following the mentality of making friends with all Z fighters, Xia Xian would send snacks to Kayatsu every day and, using his status as a hero, get autographs from TV stars for him. The relationship between the two was very good. That's why Kayatsu pointed out the way to King Pilaf at this time. After walking a long distance like this, Kayatsu used his special ability to directly pull out the broken body of Android 12 from underground. The result of being hit head-on by the tri-beam cannon was just being smashed to pieces. Not yet turned into ashes, this had, from the side, proven how excellent Dr. Jero's robot was. Good heavens, this is simply exquisite. King Pilaf stroked the metal body of the android and exclaimed sincerely, such a strong hardness. Yet still with flexibility, it is a work of art. King Pilaf couldn't help being so surprised. He had also been an expert in making robots back then. But the robots he made lost power after being hit by Son Goku's Kamehameha wave. In comparison, they were simply at the toy level. But what frightened him even more was another thing. Such a powerful robot was actually destroyed by a martial artist. It's simply incredible that don't martial artists have any natural enemies? King Pilaf said despairingly. Now he already knew that it was the brat from the turtle school who had stopped him from collecting the Dragon Balls twice, and judging from Xia Xian's tone. This kid was also the runner-up of the World Martial Arts Tournament, with extraordinary strength. Now, such a powerful robot was turned into scrap metal by Tien Shinhan, who had only been cultivating for a year. Then, the annoying turtle school guys who have been famous for a long time must be at an even more terrifying level. In that case, wouldn't it be impossible to get revenge forever? As King Pilaf lamented his fate with a sullen expression, the impassive dumpling spoke up. Not at all. Even martial artists are not omnipotent. I'd overheard my master mention that 300 years ago, there was a demon who attempted to conquer the world, defeating all martial artists, rendering any form of martial arts ineffective against him. Upon hearing the phrase conquer the world, King Pilaf instinctively perked up his ears and eagerly inquired, "Is there such a tale? Please do elaborate." Dumpling, who had a good rapport with Xia Xian, was unreserved in sharing what he knew. Aware that King Pilaf was associated with Xia Xian, he described a fearsome figure with a terrifying visage. Green skin, clad in a robe adorned with the character for demon, who relished in witnessing the tormented expressions of humans. But why did this demon disappear if he was so formidable? King Pilaf couldn't help but press for more information. Just then, the voice of Master Crane echoed from behind. He was sealed. My esteemed teacher, Wu Qiantai, personally sealed him within a rice cooker, which was then carelessly thrown into the sea by a fool. Otherwise, the human realm would have likely been obliterated long ago. Upon seeing his master approach, Dumpling hastily stepped aside, becoming silent. Master Crane's demeanor grew exceedingly grave. Had he not been relying on Pilaf to construct a mechanical body for his brother, he might have already resorted to drastic measures. Thus, his subsequent words were imbued with an unyielding firmness. This topic concerning the demon ends here. No further discussion is permitted. Do you understand? Tien Shinhan, leaning on his cane, appeared surprised by this proclamation. Master, what manner of creature was so powerful? Can even the Kikahon not contend with him? I told you not to pry further. Did you not comprehend? Countless martial artists, far more capable than you, met their demise at the hands of that demon. That creature is the nightmare of all warriors. My Kikaho is meant to combat the turtle school, not to contend with a demon beyond human capability. Master Crane's evident trepidation regarding this subject led him to sternly reprimand Tien Shinhan. Despite his less-than-stellar character, Master Crane and Master Turtle shared an uncommon apprehension regarding that long-buried demon, to the extent of not daring to utter its name. Meanwhile, King Pilaf was scheming. Recognizing that his rival was growing increasingly powerful, he feared he might never catch up. However, if he could unleash the sealed demon to eradicate all martial artists, would that not be a favorable outcome? As the savior of the demon, he would likely bask in wealth and prestige, or at the very least, enjoy a portion of the world without the fear of retribution. This was, indeed, a venture with boundless profit. King Pilaf was already elated, his mind racing with thoughts of scouring ancient tomes for knowledge on the demon, eager to embark on his revenge scheme. As for Xiaoxin, a few flattering words to the demon, and he would surely be released. Even in death, he could simply gather the Dragon Balls to revive him in every conceivable way. King Pilaf felt he was engaging in a wise and prudent undertaking. Meanwhile, Xiaoxin remained in bed recuperating. The Kikaho was a taxing technique, depleting considerable energy, requiring ample time for recovery. Following Master Turtle's guidance, he took no heed of the situation, adhering to a daily routine of rest, meals, and sleep. In contrast, Tien Shinhan, the day after the battle, would have been up and about with his cane, and by the third day he would have already resumed training, disregarding his body's need for recovery. Xiaoxin had repeatedly advised Tien Shinhan to take a broader view of the situation, insisting that there was no need to obsess over a few days of rest, to Xiaoxin's surprise. The usually taciturn Tien Shinhan responded passionately. Training in martial arts is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not exert themselves diligently, there's a risk of regression. Tien Shinhan earnestly continued. After training for so long, the most palpable realization I have is that while we must strive, much of our effort may prove futile. Sometimes, the harder we try, the more we misstep, the more we desire, the more we lose. However, physical training is different. The sweat we shed translates directly into strength, and the sensation of growing stronger by the day is the most exhilarating experience. Seeing Tien Shinhan articulate such profound insights left Xiaoxin momentarily speechless. Yet, he secretly resolved not to be swayed by Tien Shinhan's fervor and become a zealot of relentless training. However, on the third day of his leisurely recuperation, circumstances took a turn. Just as dawn broke, Dumpling floated into Xiaoxin's room like a specter. Exin, wake up quickly. There's a grave matter at hand. You must think of a solution. Dumpling's incessant chatter was a quirk of his. A simple matter could take him ages to articulate clearly. It was this trait that later led to Dumpling's futile attempt to preemptively state a wish to the Dragon Balls before Demon King Piccolo could act, only to be swiftly eliminated before he could finish. In contrast, the decisive actions of Oolong and Poir thwarted King Pilaf's ambitions with a single pair of shredded underpants. Rubbing his eyes, Xiaoxin sat up in bed, and after enduring Dumpling's rambling for what felt like an eternity, he finally grasped the crux of the matter. Exin, Master and the others are moving, and they want me to pack up immediately. Why the sudden relocation? Everything has been perfectly fine here, and I have so many belongings. I have no idea when I can pack everything up. Xiaoxin scratched his head, bemused. Upon hearing this, Dumpling grew even more frantic, exclaiming, "You're not included. Master never said you were coming. Why else would I rush over to find you?" Now, it was Xiaoxin's turn to be taken aback. He hurriedly jumped out of bed, neglecting to put on any clothes, and rushed to the hall, where Master Crane nonchalantly sipped tea, seemingly oblivious to his presence. "Master, where are you going?" Xiaoxin asked, feigning ignorance. "Since you are here, I might as well inform you." Master Crane replied with his usual cryptic tone, dodging Xiaoxin's question. "Initially, I was concerned about my brother being unable to withstand the rigors of travel, which is why we stayed here temporarily. Now, however, Tao Pai's injuries have improved significantly, and he is fit to travel. Thus, I have decided to take him back to Crane Hermitage for recovery, sparing you the trouble of looking after him." Xiaoxin seethed with indignation at this remark. It was well known that Master Crane and his companions indulged in exquisite delicacies and wore finely crafted garments, all funded by his own resources. Thanks to the treasures he possessed, if it were Goku and Krillin, given their meager circumstances, they would have faced bankruptcy numerous times by now. Now this old man, having imparted no teachings to him, dares to flippantly claim he is sparing him trouble. He simply wishes to cut ties and leave. What a shrewd calculation! But Xiaoxin began to formulate a response, only to be interrupted by Master Crane. "Do not fret about Tao Pai's mechanical body. The doctors inform me that it will take another 2 to 3 years for completion. Therefore, I have already allocated 20 billion Sony as a deposit, and once it is finished, I will send someone to deliver and install it at Crane Hermitage." King Pilaf had previously misled Xiaoxin about the duration of the mechanical body development to retain Tien Shinhan as his martial arts instructor. To Xia Xian's dismay, Master Crane cleverly turned the tables, using the prolonged installation time as an excuse to return home, effectively cutting off Xia Xian's plans. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of not wanting to offend the Black Satin Army over a triviality like Xia Xian, thereby opting to sever ties with him. In stark contrast, when Master Turtle learned of Goku's audacious infiltration into the Black Satin Army's headquarters, he immediately took action, rallying Yamcha, Krillin, Launch, and even the utterly defenseless old turtle to join him, essentially laying everything on the line, as failure would mean the annihilation of the Turtle School. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Master Turtle was willing to assist Goku when he was in peril, a fundamental distinction from the smiling Master Crane before Xia Xian. Feeling a surge of disdain, Xia Xian found Master Crane's demeanor increasingly repugnant and resolved not to continue dancing around the issue with him. Thus he clasped his hands and stated, "Since you insist on departing, I shall not try to dissuade you. The mountains are high and the waters long. Until we meet again. Indeed, I must excuse myself, for I am about to embark on my patrol and cannot see you all off." Having said that, I retreated back into my abode, covering my head with a quilt, choosing to ignore the happenings outside. Thus, the immortal Crane soon departed the village with his entourage, sweeping through the place with great fervor, and incidentally raiding whatever provisions could be found, such as radishes, vegetables, soy sauce, and tofu, leaving the bill, of course, to Xia Xian. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan did not spare a glance towards Xia Xian, not even to offer a simple greeting. Although Xia Xian understood that with the watchful eye of the immortal Crane upon him, Tien Shinhan was not at liberty to act freely, the absence of even a farewell left a hollow sensation within Xia Xian's heart. Alas, perhaps reality has diverged from my expectations, or perhaps I have placed my hopes in Tien Shinhan too high. With a sigh, Xia Xian resolved to tidy up the remnants, such as organizing the house. After all, he had initially relinquished the finest rooms for Tien Shinhan and his companions to reside in, while he squeezed himself into a cramped storage space akin to that of King Pilaf. Now that everyone had departed, it was time for him to return to his former comfortable quarters. Little did he know, upon opening the grand door of Tien Shinhan's room, he was immediately taken aback, rendered speechless by the sight before him. The room was immaculately cleaned, but what struck him most was the walls, which were inexplicably inscribed with an abundance of text and illustrations, a veritable tapestry of writings covering every inch. "What is this?" Xia Xian exclaimed in astonishment, leaning in for a closer inspection, only to find teachings on the techniques of the Kamehameha, the Crane School's cultivation methods, the essentials of the Four-Demon Fist, and thought transmission, every bit of it devoid of any superfluous words. Even omitting the customary farewells and blessings, it was evident that Tien Shinhan preferred to utilize this space for recording such knowledge rather than indulging in sentimental drivel. Perhaps, in his eyes, imparting practical skills held more value than mere pleasantries. Every wall was not only adorned with the lore of the Crane School, but also brimming with a plethora of techniques and insights painstakingly compiled by Tien Shinhan himself. These writings encapsulated a wealth of his wisdom and diligence, serving as a guide for anyone who would study them, enabling swift advancement in their martial prowess. Tien Shinhan, this fellow truly is. Xia Xian shook his head in resignation, astonished that this seemingly unassuming senior would leave behind such an incredible legacy, akin to a treasure trove of martial arts knowledge. This gesture of camaraderie, it seemed, was far more tangible and useful than any sentimental farewell could ever be. In stark contrast to Xia Xian's melancholic disposition, King Pilaf and his crew were not so preoccupied. In fact, the sudden influx of 20 billion Sony in their accounts left anyone in their position utterly flabbergasted. "Your Majesty, this is fantastic. We've never possessed so much wealth before," exclaimed the Shiba Inu, Ashu, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, even during our time in the castle, we never enjoyed such affluence," chimed in Xiaowu, smiling joyously, after deducting necessary expenses and budgets. "We still have at least 3 to 4 billion in surplus, not to mention the remaining payments. Mr. Xia Xian truly secured us an excellent deal." Ashu concurred. "Without Mr. Xia Xian's assistance, we might still be peddling roasted sweet potatoes in streets. Now we can indulge in meals fit for royalty, complete with meat and bones. What a pinnacle of enjoyment! In contrast to his subordinate's elation, King Pilaf appeared less focused on the newfound wealth that in fact, he had been deeply engrossed in ancient texts over the past few days, akin to a struggling author laboring to meet a deadline. Your Majesty, are you all right? The mechanical pump power issue has been on hold for several days now. Do we need to make significant alterations to the design? Ashu inquired, drawing closer. The recently salvaged robot body possessed many remarkable features, and if modified by Tao Pai Pai, its power could increase exponentially. However, this would necessitate a complete redesign, and no need for that. Mechanical bodies are ultimately a diversion. No matter how advanced, they cannot compare to the prowess of a martial artist. King Pilaf replied absently, in contrast, I have a more direct path to help us ascend the ladder of world domination without the nuisance of bothersome martial artists. Xiaowu sensed something amiss. Whenever her king proposed a shortcut, it typically led to unforeseen troubles. Instinctively cautious, she leaned in closer, only to find that the peculiar name inscribed in King Pilaf's book piqued her unease. Demon King Short Piano. Although she was unaware of its significance, the name alone instilled a sense of dread. Just then, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted their thoughts. Upon opening it, they were greeted by their landlord and benefactor. Xiaoxin, what brings you here? King Pilaf exclaimed, his delight evident. We were just speaking of you. Speaking of me. I hope it wasn't anything disparaging. Xiaoxin bantered lightly, declining their invitation to enter. He got straight to the point. Actually, I came to inform you that I will be departing for an extended journey shortly, expected to be away for quite some time. Departing? The trio echoed in unison, bewildered. Why on earth would you leave? Are you following your master? Upon hearing this, Xiaoxin smiled awkwardly, replying, Not quite. I will simply be going away for some training. Hearing this, Ashu breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. I was concerned you were here to collect rent early. King Pilaf, having some knowledge of the immortal crane's unsavory dealings, pushed aside his oblivious subordinates and directly inquired, It can't be that simple, Mr. Xia. If there's anything we can assist with, please don't hesitate to ask. For a villain to utter such words surprised Xiaoxin, yet he shook his head in response. My primary concern is the possibility of the Black Silk Army returning. Previously, the Crane School's members helped shield us. Now, without them, the situation may worsen and even endanger you. Thus, I believe it's best for me to leave early, for everyone's sake. Noticing the glint of contradiction in King Pilaf's eyes, Xiaoxin swiftly gestured for him to hold his tongue. Continuing, my mind is made up that I intend to seize this opportunity to travel and train. You needn't persuade me otherwise. Additionally, I have submitted a request for a leave of absence with pay from the headquarters and recommended you as the acting authorities here. No, as temporary officers. After all, it grants you a salary, and I hope you won't refuse. Upon hearing that they would be acting as officers, King Pilaf instinctively wanted to decline. However, considering his precarious position, if Xiaoxin were to leave, the property would likely be seized, making it cumbersome to relocate all his research equipment. Moreover, being affiliated with the police would serve as a cover for his plans for world domination. Therefore, he begrudgingly agreed, promising to keep an eye on things in Xiaoxin's absence. After conveying all this, Xiaoxin collected his modest belongings and slowly exited the house, casting a lingering glance at the place that had been his first refuge in the world of Dragon Ball. Feeling an unexpected twinge of reluctance, no, now is not the time for sentimentality. Xiaoxin shook his head, striving to dispel such thoughts. I must preserve my own life and prove to that scoundrel Crane that treating me as a mere pawn is a grave error. I will grow stronger, stronger than ever. With this resolve, he lifted his gaze towards the horizon. Since I find myself in this desolate region of Caring, it seems I must pay a visit to the legendary martial arts sanctuary. Caring Tower, determined, Xiaoxin set forth on his journey, stepping resolutely into the unknown. Unbeknownst to him, 2 years would gradually pass, and the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament would commence on Papaya Island, drawing martial artists from all corners. Heralding an impending series of thrilling battles, an antiquated small aircraft circled in the sky, making its slow approach towards Papaya Island. After all, it was merely a small spot in the south, lacking any notable attractions. Thus, the flight was somewhat meager, operated by the oldest propeller plane that in truth, had it not been for the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, the passenger flow might have been even more dismal than. The martial arts tournament is finally upon us. I've been looking forward to this opportunity for ages. A dashing young man beamed with confidence, exuding an air of bravado. Despite his polished appearance in a suit, the aura he radiated was anything but refined, hinting at a rebellious spirit, clearly not a pampered scion of the city. This time, Master Yamcha will surely clinch the championship. A small animal resembling a cat beside the young man flattered, evidently having no doubt about this conclusion. Yamcha! He was originally a bandit in the desert. By chance, he got acquainted with Son Goku, Bulma, and others, turned over a new leaf, and became a disciple of Master Roshi. After arduous cultivation, his strength has made astonishing progress. At present, he is the boyfriend of Bulma, the daughter of the richest man in the Dragon Ball world, and is often accompanied by a fellow named Poir, who can transform into various things. Although the duration is not long, it can be unexpectedly useful at certain times. Hey. It's not that easy to win the championship. A small man looking like a bald monk came up and said, "Don't forget about me. I've been practicing under Master Mateto for a longer time. Krillin, in the competition, I'll show you the results of my 3-year cultivation," Yamcha said, not willing to be outdone. Speaking of Krillin, he and young son Goku both became disciples of the Turtle School and are considered his best companions that in the future, he will be the strongest Earthling. He is somewhat lecherous and full of tricks. Besides Tien Shinhan, he is one of the people who are best at inventing techniques. You two are really something. Have you forgotten about Goku? He was the runner, up in the last competition. Bulma with short hair laughed from the back seat. The youthful and beautiful her looked quite cute and playful when laughing. The richest young lady on Earth. It's really rare for her to accompany her boyfriend on such a shabby flight. However, Yamcha probably hasn't realized anything yet and simply takes his girlfriend's effort for granted. I don't know why I always want to hijack the plane whenever I get on it. Miss Launch, who transforms when sneezing, was trying to hold back at the moment, but still couldn't help blurting out what was on her mind. Actually, this kind of airliner doesn't have much gain. Robbing it might not even be enough for the money you spend on bullets. A turtle comforted Launch slowly, successfully dispelling her idea of hijacking the plane. Compared with the playfulness of his disciples and friends, Master Roshi sat in the corner, not acting comical as usual. Instead, he was frowning and pondering secretly. It's been 3 years. How much has Goku improved? When young son Goku bravely broke into the Red Ribbon Army headquarters and defeated many generals under Baba, Master Roshi had a strong premonition that the time for a change in the martial arts world was coming. Therefore, in these 3 years, he also carried out sufficient training, not willing to watch himself being surpassed by his disciples. If they find out that I'm already the best in the world, they'll easily become complacent and lose their enterprising spirit. Clearly, they're all good seedlings for martial arts. If they lose their pursuit, I'm afraid there will be bad consequences. Master Roshi thought to himself. This statement is indeed true, to some extent, after the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. After Piccolo Daimao was defeated, both Son Goku and Krillin showed different degrees of slackness in their cultivation. The former was busy having a baby with Chi-Chi and gave birth to Son Gohan. The latter simply started enjoying the peaceful life. For a full 5 years, they made almost no progress. It wasn't until Raditz arrived that the situation changed. Speaking of which, I wonder how much those 2 guys from the Crane School have improved now. Master Roshi suddenly thought of that night, that in order to deal with the assassination by the androids, he traveled across mountains and rivers to the Corinne Tower. Besides being a bit surprised that Xiaoxian was actually a disciple of the Crane School, he was even more astonished by Tien Shinhan's powerful talent. If these 2 people were well trained, they would definitely be outstanding talents rarely seen in martial arts. Perhaps the era of the young people has arrived. Master Roshi thought so. The plane slowly landed at the Durian Airport on Papaya Island. This place was really small and sparsely populated. It was easy to get a taxi, and they smoothly arrived at the registration office of the martial arts tournament. There were really no scenic spots or tourist attractions here, and it was not much different from most southern islands. Fortunately, the local people had a strong tradition of martial arts, and many martial artists came here to practice. The local temple had an idea and thus founded the so-called World Martial Arts Tournament. Although the name was resounding, it was not absolutely authoritative. Besides here, there were two other world-class martial art competitions in other places. The status of the World Martial Arts Tournament was more like a regional level one, which could be seen from the prize money of 500,000 zenny at first glance. This reward seemed not bad. But compared to Tao Pai Pai's payment for killing people, 100 million zenny, it was really a bit shabby. Young son Goku could eat 470,000 zenny worth of food in one meal. Looking at the familiar gate and the buildings with the unique style of the southern region, Krillin couldn't help but feel 1,000 emotions that's really nostalgic. This day has finally come again. You know, the last time this kid came here, he was a timid and unconfident little monk. He was so nervous along the way that he was ridiculed by his former senior brothers. He didn't have the mood to appreciate the surrounding scenery at all. Only now, having had the experience of advancing to the top 8, did Krillin start to change his state of mind and become more calm and composed than before. Just then, a sarcastic voice suddenly came out, "Yo, I was wondering where this bumpkin came from, blocking the door and not leaving S.O. It's Master Roshi and his minions." Everyone looked back and saw a shriveled old man wearing sunglasses, leading a tall and a short disciple, appearing in front of them. The big character crane on their clothes was particularly eye-catching. "So it's Master Shin? You're still alive?" Master Roshi turned around and retorted bluntly. "Hee, you're still the same, ugly and venomous-mouthed." Veins were bulging on Master Shun's forehead. Evidently, he was already angry. "What wind brought you this old undead plucked feather crane here?" Master Roshi taunted, being particularly articulate. You shameless old turtle, I've heard some ridiculous rumors that your disciple stole the show in the last competition. I think it's necessary to let everyone see what real martial arts is." Master Shun said coldly. "So in this martial arts tournament, I've brought my disciples to have some fun and perhaps win the championship or something." "Win the championship casually? You old thing still has such bad taste in telling jokes after all these years." Master Roshi grinned and laughed. "Do you think this championship is like a souvenir in the market that you can take away casually? Needless to say, the champion must be my disciple, that you'd better go back to the countryside before you lose face." "You baldy!" Master Shin ed unceremoniously. "Shut up, you half-bald guy." Master Roshi was so angry that he started cursing. But when it came to the ability to curse, evidently Master Shin was better. In fact, his disciple Kairatsu had really learned his skills in Chapter 57 of the Moro arc in Dragon Ball Super. Kairatsu even defeated an opponent with his words, and his performance was even better than Tien Shinhan's. Ignore these idiots. In the following competition, we'll show them our strength. Having gained the upper hand in words, Master Shin immediately stopped while he was ahead and led Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu into the arena. Seeing Master Shun and his group walking away, Yamcha frowned and asked, "Who is that annoying old geezer?" "His name is Master Shun. He's my sworn enemy," Master Roshi said concisely, but he couldn't help but feel secretly strange. The young police officer who solved the Red Ribbon Army incident seemed to be a disciple of the Crane School too, and his skills were quite good. Why didn't Master Shun bring him here this time? Krillin, who had already registered for everyone, came over curiously at this time and asked, "Strange, I asked the person at the registration office. Neither Son Goku nor Chun Long, the champion of the last tournament, have registered yet." Hearing this, everyone's attention shifted from Master Shin. Could that brat Goku have forgotten such an important day? Yamcha shook his head and sighed. "There's no other way. Transform into Goku's appearance and register first." No one objected to this suggestion that in fact, including Krillin and Bulma, they all thought that there was a carefree element in Son Goku's nature. For example, he didn't take the great credit of eliminating the Red Ribbon Army seriously and casually pushed it onto others. Otherwise, he would already be a hero who saved the world. Just then, the sharp-eyed launch suddenly shouted, "Wait! He's coming!" I saw a cloud of dust in the distance, and a young man wearing animal skins was running towards them at a speed visible to the naked eye. He is the greatest man in the Dragon Ball world, Son Goku. His deeds need no further elaboration. His name already represents an era, a peak that is difficult to climb. Even if Son Goku was still in his youth at that time, he had already started to show his prowess and became active on the stage of the Dragon Ball world. Is everyone doing well? Little Goku laughed heartily and greeted his companions one by one. "Bulma, your hair has changed again." "Damn it, Goku. How come you've grown taller than me? While everyone was exchanging greetings, Master Roshi sneakily went to the registration desk and signed up for little Goku. He also secretly added the name of Chun Long. Just as the members of the Turtle School were warmly welcoming little Goku, Tien Shinhan and others had already arrived at the venue, different from the tacit understanding among the Turtle School master and disciples. The Crane School didn't prepare their respective Taoist robes. Tien Shinhan was still wearing a long robe with the character Crane on it, along with a small skull cap, sitting in the corner with his eyes closed. Meditating, Kaiatsu went around for a stroll in order to push his limits. Even for the extremely boring practice of sitting in meditation, Tien Shinhan was quite content and practiced anytime and anywhere. However, at this moment, a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, isn't this Big Tian? It's been so long." To be honest, the nickname Big Tian sounded a bit strange, and Tien Shinhan instinctively didn't like it very much. But hearing this voice at this moment, he felt extremely delighted in his heart. Opening his eyes, he said happily, "Exen, is that you, kid?" Xiaoxin stood in front of him with a beaming smile, looking much sturdier than 2 years ago. And his skin was a bit darker, seemingly becoming more composed and solemn. "It really has been a long time. You rascal. Have you become stronger?" Tien Shinhan said in surprise. "As expected of Big Tian. You focus on different things. By the way, can we have a proper chat first?" Xiaoxin shook his head with a wry smile. Just then, Kaiatsu drifted over unsteadily, muttering, "Brother Tian, I've asked, we have to pay for food here. Because in the last tournament, a kid ate up half a year's worth of food stored in the temple in one go to so now all the contestants have to pay for their meals." Isn't this Xiaoxin? Seeing Xiaoxin, Kaiatsu was also very happy. After all, this guy was the only one besides Tien Shinhan who was willing to play with him actively. The surprise on his face was completely genuine. "Hello, senior brother. It seems that old Crane didn't even prepare lunch for you guys. What a stingy old man," Xiaoxin said with a half-joking curse. Tien Shinhan knew his master's character and also knew the unpleasantness between his junior brother and the master. At this moment, it didn't mean to correct him. He just rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Well, it's not that bad." Kaiatsu brought some steamed buns in the package outside. "Leave those dry rations for our esteemed master. It's rare for us to meet. Let this honorary disciple treat you all. Let's eat and chat." After saying that, Xiaoxin dragged Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu towards the cafeteria without further ado. Tien Shinhan was worried that the preliminaries would start and they would miss the group drawing. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse. But unexpectedly, the strength in Xiaoxin's hand was extremely strong, and for a moment, he couldn't break free. He couldn't help but be secretly surprised. It seemed that his nominal junior brother had really put a lot of effort into training in the past 2 years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached this level. He was also curious about his experiences and simply stopped refusing. The group headed towards the cafeteria in a grand manner. Speaking of which, the World Martial Arts Tournament doesn't have a cafeteria open to the public. However, in the 21st tournament, the runner-up, little Goku, clamored for lunch, so they had to make this exception. The kitchen workers in the temple temporarily served as chefs, making simple udon noodles, fried rice, and vegetarian meals. The disciples of the Crane School rarely got together. Kaiatsu, with his delicate mind, was worried about Xiaoxin's wallet and casually ordered a few inexpensive pastries. The group sipped tea and talked about what had happened since they parted. "So, where have you been these years?" Tien Shinhan asked. "I wrote several letters back, but that lady named Mai said you went out for cultivation and never came back." Hearing that Tien Shinhan had written to him, Xiaoxin was quite touched. This showed that the man in front of him hadn't distanced himself from their relationship just because they were apart. This was extremely precious in any world. Thanks for Big Tian's concern. I just went to Corinne Tower," Xiaoxin said casually. Hearing this, Tien Shinhan's face showed surprise. Perhaps for ordinary people, Corinne Tower was more like a third-rate tourist attraction that cheated money. But for martial artists, Corinne Tower had another identity. It was a legendary supreme martial arts holy land. As long as anyone who reached the top and drank the ultra-divine water bestowed by the immortal, there would become invincible in the world. "You climbed Corinne Tower? Then did you drink the legendary ultra-divine water?" Kaiatsu asked in surprise. He couldn't help but be so curious. After all, the Crane School had a deep impression of this tower. Their uncle Tao Pai Pai was defeated by little Goku, who came down from the tower. Although this matter was not allowed to be mentioned in the sect, everyone was extremely curious about Korin Tower, wondering what kind of miraculous water or medicine could make a person reach the cultivation level of an ordinary person in 100 years in just 3 days. Ultra-divine water. Xiaoxin scratched his face awkwardly. He didn't speak immediately. After a long while, he stammered, "Actually, I didn't drink it." As soon as these words were spoken, the two companions present were greatly shocked. They knew that it was a treasure that could increase a person's strength several times. Something that many people dreamed of. It was said that as long as one climbed to the top of the tower by their own strength, they could get this gift. Why didn't Xiaoxin drink it? It was such a pity. Could it be that the immortal on the tower was making things difficult for him? Tien Shinhan said rather discontentedly, looking quite indignant on Xiaoxin's behalf. It's not like that. Anyway, it's a bit hard to explain, Xiaoxin said with an awkward smile, sort of dodging the topic. This moment, the events that happened to him on Korin Tower couldn't help but surface in his mind. The immortal on the top of the tower, as always, leaned on his cane and squinted his eyes at Xiaoxin. Speaking of which, the author Akira Toriyama was quite fond of using his pets as prototypes. There were quite a few characters based on them, such as Gods of Destruction Beerus and Kampa, Yamcha's Psychipoir, and the Majin series. And the Korin who appeared in front of Xiaoxin at this moment was the pet that Akira Toriyama raised in his early years. Even in the 150th chapter of the Dragon Ball manga single volume, it was specifically mentioned that he drew Korin based on his pet at home. Xin. You've been at Korin Tower for a year. Why haven't you snatched the ultra-divine water yet? Korin said slowly, probably because of my mediocre talent and insufficient strength. Xiaoxin said respectfully, but you mentioned before that Master Roshi also took a full 3 years to get it. I've only been here for a year. There's no need to rush. Here, it should be said that Xiaoxin spent nearly 3 days climbing Korin Tower. He carried a rope with him. When he was too tired to climb, he tied the rope to the tower and took a nap with his eyes closed. When he climbed to the height of the clouds, he was almost blown off by the wind. Fortunately, the ropes served as insurance. Otherwise, he might have died countless times. When he reached the top of the tower, he took out the capsules he carried with him and brought a lot of earthly specialties for the immortal, such as tobacco mixed with mint and good quality tea, which made Korin very happy. And then he stayed there for a whole year. It's already been a year since you came to the tower. Time flies so fast, Korin said, squinting his eyes. Well, I had a bit too high expectations of you. You can go and rest now. Xiaoxin clasped his hands together and bowed, then turned around and went to the lower floor to fetch water. At this height, to get water, one could only use the method of breathing exercises to absorb the clouds and then condense them into water, turning them into the water source needed for daily life. It could barely be considered a kind of cultivation. Speaking of which, although Korin Tower was the residence of the immortal, everything needed was available. There were bathtubs, beds, stoves, water tanks, and even a toilet. It was just not known whether the excrement fell directly on UPA's family below the tower or disintegrated naturally during the fall, like the high-altitude feces of an airplane. After all, the height of Korin Tower was almost at the top of the clouds. Just as Xiaoxin was about to go downstairs, Korin suddenly blurted out a sentence. The ultra-divine water is just ordinary boiled water. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoxin didn't show much reaction. He merely uttered a calm, "Oh," and then walked straight downwards. However, after taking just 2 steps, he realized that something was amiss with himself. Logically speaking, any martial artist willing to scale the Korin Tower was desperately eager to obtain the ultra-holy water to enhance their strength. But Xiaoxin's current calm demeanor seemingly betrayed something. So you've long known the secret of the ultra-holy water? Tien Shinhan squinted his eyes and sighed, saying now, those who climbed up here are all from the Turtle Hermit School. Thus, disciples of the Crane Hermit School could never have known this secret in advance. This moment, how could Xiaoxin dare to speak? He closed his mouth and remained silent. Ever since the first day you climbed the tower, there has been something strange about you, Tien Shinhan continued. Firstly, your mind is chaotic and obscure, making it impossible to see clearly what you're thinking. And then, you don't seem very enthusiastic about competing for the ultra-holy water. In the past few hundred years, no one has been so indifferent. Hearing this, Xiaoxin felt ashamed. After all, being familiar with the plot, he already knew it was just ordinary white water. How could he be willing to put in the effort to compete for it? This unconsciously revealed mindset directly affected his daily training. And naturally, it couldn't escape the eyes of the Hermit in a year that I have to say, I became interested in you because of this. So, I investigated your past, Tien Shinhan continued. The conclusion I reached is that you're an extremely rational person, to the extreme even. Almost every choice you make is the most optimal one for you. According to the anime version, Tien Shinhan has several water vats that can show a person's past and future. But during the year Xian was on the tower, he even opened the pickle jars. Yet he didn't find any such gimmick in any of the water vats, whether it was stealing treasures from the Red Ribbon Army headquarters or saving Tao Pai Pai and joining the Crane Hermit School. They were all very clever choices, Tien Shinhan said casually. So it makes me wonder, what's your purpose for staying on the Karen Tower now? Hearing this, Xian sighed and put on a helpless look, saying, alas, to be honest with you, actually, staying on the tower for so long is largely because I'm afraid. Afraid? Yes, I've tried cultivating in the lower realms, but soon I realized that I was facing a problem. I lack sufficient perseverance. After training for a while, I can't help but want to play, relax, and enjoy life. Although I've tried to overcome it, I've failed many times. Only by coming to the top of the Karen Tower, where there's no way back if I want to play, can I isolate myself from the temptations of this world. Tien Shinhan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Xian's distress could be said to be a mentality that many martial artists have experienced. After all, practicing martial arts is a tough process, and many people will face tests of willpower. It's quite common for people to abandon their practice after reaching a certain stage. However, few people can be as honest as Xian in admitting it. So, when Xian said that he hadn't drunk the ultra-holy water, it wasn't a lie. But his current ability already meets the qualification. Xian gradually brought his thoughts back from the Karen Tower and continued to cheerfully invite Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu to eat and drink together. The three of them were originally fellow apprentices, and their relationship was quite sincere. Even if they hadn't seen each other for 2 years, there was no estrangement. When they talked about some unlucky things that happened to Master Shun, they could all burst into laughter, apparently having a lot of complaints about this stingy and ungrateful old man. Speaking of which, how is Uncle Tao Pai Pai? Xiaxia asked about this crucial character who led him into the Crane Hermit School while asking the temple cook to serve more wine and dishes. He's recovered well, but his body was severely damaged. His legs and feet are no longer agile, probably almost the same as an ordinary person. Kairatsu stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth and made a sarcastic comment in a mischievous way. You can't say that. Although Tao Pai Pai is not very mobile, he still often gives us pointers on our martial arts skills. Tien Shinhan added in a good-natured manner. That's right. Every time there's something he's not satisfied with, we'll inevitably be ridiculed. Kairatsu continued to complain while eating. I guess he wants to obtain a sense of mental satisfaction by nitpicking. Xian and Tien Shinhan looked at each other, both secretly sighing that Kairatsu's ability to complain was getting stronger and stronger. Speaking of which, is the robot body ready? After returning from the tower, Xian hadn't encountered King Piccolo, so he asked at this time. When we left the Crane Hermit Hall, we had just installed and debugged the machine. But it said that it will take 2 or 3 years to fully adapt. Tien Shinhan thought for a while and said, however, Master Shin secretly invited many people to take a look. And they all said that the manufactured robot body is incredibly ingenious and very powerful. All of this is thanks to your recommendation, Xian. But after it was assembled, that short king said he had something to do and disappeared without a trace. He still hasn't been found yet. If you happen to meet him, Xian, please tell him that if they have time, they should go to the Crane Hermit Hall to check on the operation of the robot body. Kairatsu added from the side. Upon hearing about the disappearance of the Pilaf Gang, Xian felt secretly strange. But his current strength was far beyond what it used to be, and he no longer relied on the plot characters as much as he did at the beginning. Moreover, the things of King Piccolo and the others were still at his home, so there was no need to worry that they would run too far, even if he needed to look for them in the future. It shouldn't be too difficult to mobilize his resources among the police officers. While the three of them were chatting merrily, they suddenly heard a commotion among the surrounding crowd. Look, these 3 are the top 8 contestants from last year. Why did that young man join the Turtle Hermit School? Hey, they're all disciples of the same school. That IT seems that the Turtle Hermit School is going to rise this year. Damn it, they're so powerful at such a young age. Do I have no hope again? Xia Exine looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yamcha, Krillin, and Goku, the disciples of the Turtle Hermit School, walking towards this side. They really all came. It wasn't in vain that I came to participate in the competition on purpose, Xia Exine thought to himself. Speaking of which, one reason for his participation in the competition was to catch up with Tien Shinhan and the others. But more importantly, it was actually to see Goku. When he came down from the Karen Tower this time, he had asked the Hermit, as the third person to climb the tower, what was the gap between his level and that of the previous climbers. You brat. Asking about the gap as soon as you come up, it seems you don't have much confidence in your own positioning. Karen Sennin still squinted his eyes, but his tone was rather appreciative. This isn't self-deprecation, I just want to have a clear understanding of my own strength, Xia Exine said sincerely, but in his heart he secretly complained. Are you kidding me? The predecessors who climbed the Karen Tower. One is Master Roshi, an old man who can go toe-to-toe with Jiren, the strongest in the 11th universe, and the other is the destined protagonist of this manga. These two super powerful guys, Xia Exine, who wasn't born with a system, didn't dare to compare himself with them at this stage. Well, compared to them, you've already surpassed Master Mateto from 300 years ago. But you're not as good as his disciple Goku, Karen Sennin replied concisely. Alas, it's about what I thought. Xia Exine sighed and said, is it really because the disciples of the Turtle Hermit School arrived 2 years earlier than me? In terms of order, Xia Exine did arrive 2 years later than Goku. But in other words, since he graduated from the Karen Tower, it means that Xia Exine's strength was already comparable to that of Tao Pai Pai at that time. To be honest, Xia Exine even had such an idea that if he had climbed the Karen Tower a few years earlier than Goku, perhaps he could have been even more powerful than Goku is now. This has nothing to do with the time of climbing the tower, Karen Sennin said in a gentle tone. It's purely a matter of the talent gap between you two. Let me put it this way. The first time Goku climbed the Karen Tower, it took him a day, but after a very short time, the second time he climbed the tower, it only took him 3 hours. Have you the confidence to complete this within 3 hours now? Upon hearing this, Xia Exine recalled the hardship of climbing the tower and couldn't help but shudder. He secretly thought that he could probably do it in 3 hours now. But Goku could reduce the time from 1 day to less than 3 hours in a very short time. And it took you a whole year to reach this level. If one wishes to surpass him, relying solely on diligence might prove arduous. Perhaps it would be better to pray for some extraordinary encounter. This was the final comment made by the Hermit Karen to Xia Exine and Goku. Now, at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Xia Exine finally saw Goku up close for the first time. Even though he still had the appearance of a child. Please bring me another 20 rice balls, the largest ones, Xia Exine whispered to the kitchen worker beside him and casually handed over a bead. The man took a furtive glance and was startled to find that it was a valuable pearl. So, he scurried off to the kitchen briskly. Aren't these people from the Crane School? The competition is about to start, and they actually have the leisure to eat here. Could it be that in the countryside there's no decent food? Can't they get enough to eat? Yamcha spotted Tien Shinhan beside the cafeteria at a glance. After all, the 3 eyes on his forehead were quite distinctive. Originally, he hadn't intended to come over, but then he noticed that Xia Exine was chatting and laughing with him if it were someone else. Yamcha might not have paid so much attention. However, Xia Exine bore the halo of eliminating the Red Ribbon Army and was recognized as a great hero in the world. This left a deep impression on Yamcha. After all, this title should have belonged to Goku originally, but was usurped by some despicable person, Goku's friend. Yamcha really couldn't swallow this humiliation. So at this moment, Yamcha took the initiative to stir up trouble, hoping to vent Goku's anger. Seeing Yamcha and his group, Tien Shinhan furrowed his brows. TSK, these guys again, pretending not to know anything, Xia Exine quietly asked Dumpling. Who are these people? How could Dumpling know that Xia Exine was feigning ignorance? He kindly introduced, they're disciples of the Turtle School, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yamcha. Please make it clear, we are the disciples of the Turtle School who all made it to the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yamcha said proudly. Tien Shinhan, seeing Dumpling being rebuffed, showed an even more annoyed expression on his face. Just the top 8, and you're so proud of it that if someone didn't know better, they'd think you'd already won the championship. Tien Shinhan retorted. Hey, why not? I put my words here, The champion of this year's tournament will definitely be from the Turtle School, Yamcha said without yielding. Hearing this, Tien Shinhan gave a cold laugh, stood up proudly. His burly figure and honed muscles all demonstrated that this man had undergone countless arduous trainings and was by no means an ordinary person. I don't think you can do it. This sentence was filled with immense confidence. With an air of nonchalance, he gradually exuded the dignity that a strong person should possess. Just one sentence was enough to make people involuntarily feel pressured. The one who will win the championship is not me, but our Goku, Yamcha said as he pointed beside him. But to his surprise, the person who had been with him just now was gone. Ah, Krillin, where's Goku? Strange, he was here just now. How could he disappear in a blink of an eye? The bald monk Krillin was also stunned. The eye on Tien Shinhan's forehead rolled, and he saw a child with a monkey-like demeanor, wagging his tail, squatting not far from Xiaoxin. And this strange junior disciple at some point had ordered nearly 20 large rice balls, piled up on the table. Each rice ball was almost the size of a football. Anyone who saw it would probably be astonished. Come to think of it, Goku hadn't eaten rice balls since he came back from Yaha. The saliva in Goku's mouth was almost like a torrential flood. Flowing non-stop. As soon as Yamcha saw this situation, he knew it was bad. Goku's appetite was notoriously terrifying. Not to mention the incident of eating up the restaurant in the last tournament. Just during training, Krillin had once mentioned with lingering fear that Goku had once eaten up all the food that Master Roshi had stocked for a week in one go, forcing him to swim to a larger island to buy ingredients. Shopkeeper, we also want to eat. Bring us 10 rice balls like these, Yamcha shouted. The kitchen worker who had received a pearl bribe from Xiaoxin smiled awkwardly at the moment and said with a helpless face, I'm very sorry. The rice balls and other ingredients have all been used up by this table of guests. Why don't you come back and eat after the preliminaries? Hearing this news, the disappointment on Goku's face was almost palpable. He seemed to become unhappy. However, at this moment, Xiaoxin said softly, Oh, yeah, that's on the other side of the earth. That team must have been tough. If you don't mind, come and have some. Anyway, the three of us can't finish so many rice balls. Hearing this, Goku was overjoyed. He thanked and immediately grabbed a rice ball the size of a basketball and stuffed it straight into his mouth. Seeing that the strongest person on their side had gone to eat with the disciples of his master's sworn enemy just because of a few rice balls. Even if Yamcha still wanted to stir up trouble, his momentum was halved. That he helplessly watched as Goku and Xiaoxin feasted, eating with great relish. So delicious when I passed through the desert last time. I could only eat thorny berries, which were bitter and soured. It would have been great if I could have eaten such rice balls. Goku gobbled up the food and said. Xiaoxin nodded with a smile and also broke the rice ball in his hand into pieces and chewed it slowly. When he was on Korin Tower, the Hermit had proudly taken out a kind of bean and said triumphantly that after eating it, one wouldn't feel hungry for 7 days, just like the magic medicine in myths. Looking at the bean in his hand, Xiaoxin knew it was a senza bean even without thinking. Compared to the effect of not feeling hungry for a few days, the real value of a senza bean was that it could restore a seriously injured person to health. In a Dragon Ball world dominated by battles, this was a game, changing existence, capable of reversing the situation. If there were still senza beans in Trunks' future world, Gohan wouldn't have had a fight with one arm and eventually be tortured to death by Android 17. Xiaoxin had been carefully collecting senza beans on Korin Tower. Usually he ate all kinds of strange fairy, like food with the Hermit, so he had developed the habit of eating small mouthfuls. Just as Xiaoxin was reminiscing about the past, Goku had already cleared the rice balls in front of him like a whirlwind and let out a loud burp. Thank you for the treat. I'm full. Goku stood up, stared at Xiaoxin carefully for a moment, and then said, You seem very strong. That I'm looking forward to fighting you. Then he glanced at Tien Shinhan and added, You're also very powerful. I believe there will be a time when we duel. After that, he scurried off to the competition venue, and Xiaoxin still sat at the table, looking at the disappearing back of Goku and muttering to himself, We will fight. I came to this tournament for this purpose. As the contestants filed in, the preliminaries of the World Martial Arts Tournament were about to begin. The powerful contestants attracted countless gazes and whispers from others. For example, the last tournament champion, Chun Long. As soon as he showed up, his kung fu shirt, cloth shoes, the the sharpness in his eyes, and the imposing manner that commanded respect without anger made many contestants instinctively take a few steps back, not wanting to face this old man in the preliminaries. Speaking of which, this old man was actually Master Roshi in disguise, in order to prevent his disciples from being arrogant and complacent. He would always come to the competition in disguise, hoping that through competing with himself, his disciples could understand the principle that there are always people better than you, and there is always something higher than what you can see. When Xiaoxian appeared, it also caused an exclamation. Look, this kid is the police officer who single-handedly broke into the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Is this guy also competing? It's too much that he's already a world hero. Can't he give us some chance to show ourselves? I heard that the Red Ribbon Army sent 100 assassins, including the world-renowned Tao Pai Pai. But they were all defeated by this kid. Alas, we're doomed. How can we beat him? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Goku patted his round belly, savoring the taste of the rice balls just now. On the contrary, Yamcha cursed with a disgruntled face. A charlatan, a guy from the Crane School, he's really detestable. I'll definitely teach you a lesson in the competition later. Just as Yamcha was lost in wild thoughts. The abbot who presided over the competition in the temple had already come to the stage and began to announce the precautions and rules. Thank you all for coming all the way here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. You've had a long journey. Having said that, he put his hands together and bowed to the crowd. Xiaoxian knew this old man, the future successor of this temple. Even though the venue had been destroyed several times, this old man had raised money to rebuild the venue and continued to hold this dangerous and unprofitable event. Later, on the photo wall of the martial arts tournament, the old man's portrait was always in a prominent position. As you all know, the number of participants has increased significantly in recent years. Therefore, the tournament has been changed to be held every 3 years. However, the number of people participating in the preliminary round is still as many as 182. Everyone knows that this number may not seem very large, but compared with the number of people in previous sessions, there's been quite an improvement. Only 8 of them will be selected. So the competition must be extremely fierce. Please give full play to the results of your daily training. With this brief introduction, the drawing of lots for each group began. Every contestant, regardless of their strength, had to draw a number from a small box to determine their order of appearance. At the same time, a detailed explanation of the rules was being broadcast on the field. Now the preliminary round will be held to select 8 masters to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Please refer to the preliminary round number list according to the lottery number and gather near the competition stage of each group. The competition is held in a one-on-one manner on the competition stage. Any contestant who falls off the stage, faints, or surrenders is considered defeated. In addition, the use of weapons is prohibited. Of this session, there is no longer a time limit in the preliminary round, and the match will continue until there is a winner. Xiaoxian secretly chuckled in his heart. The preliminary round of the World Martial Arts Tournament has always been for entertainment, and it is almost a one-sided beating of ordinary people by cultivators. The competition has always been one-sided, and it is easy to determine the winner so much so that later, instruments were simply used to replace the preliminary round. But as a cautious person, Xiaoxian still hoped not to encounter a powerful opponent in this stage. Otherwise, if he couldn't even pass the preliminary round, he might become the laughingstock of the Dragon Ball world. Jiaozi, could you do me a favor? Xiaoxian turned around and said, only to find that Jiaozi's face was flushed. His eyes were dazed, and he was staggering as if he were drunk. What's wrong with him? Has he been drinking? Xiaoxian wondered secretly in his heart and quickly went up to check. Tien Shinhan also noticed something was wrong, that he slapped his forehead and said, oh no, I forgot that Jiaozi can't eat bayberries, otherwise he'll get drunk. This is really troublesome. Bayberries, they can have such an effect? Xiaoxian was stunned upon hearing this, and asked subconsciously, the problem is that we didn't eat bayberries either. The rice balls you ordered just now had plums in them that it seems Jiaozi stole and ate them. Tien Shinhan said helplessly. Xiaoxian became a bit anxious now. He was counting on Jiaozi to help him adjust his position. How could he fall asleep at this critical moment? Jiaozi staggered up to Krillin, pointed at him, and said, Baldy. These words were like the fuse that ignited a bomb, making the originally Buddhist Krillin instantly lose his temper. What? Aren't you a Baldy yourself? Why are you targeting me? Krillin shouted angrily. However, in the face of Krillin's accusation, Jiaozi calmly lifted his hat and said very calmly, "Please don't lump me together with baldies." Krillin took a closer look and saw that there was exactly one hair on Jiaozi's head. Fluttering in the wind, this moment, Krillin probably had the same mentality as Saitama the One Punch Man, almost driven mad by the hair issue. Damn it. So what if you have just one hair? Are you so proud? Krillin almost shouted curses. Jealous? Jiaozi said with a calm face, but every word was provoking Krillin's nerves. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Xian and Tien Shinhan quickly came over and pulled Jiaozi away. The little guy was still struggling, rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue, staring straight at Krillin. There was nothing they could do. Tien Shinhan was extremely protective, even if Jiaozi was in the wrong. He just pulled him away instead of scolding or teaching him a lesson. This made Yamcha, who was on the side, even more annoyed. Seeing that Jiaozi was drunk, the plan to cheat with his superpowers probably had to be abandoned. Xian could only sigh and go on stage to draw lots, leaving everything to fate. Contestant number 13 from Group 6 will compete against King Chappa, number 4 from Group 8. The Master of Ceremony shouted at the top of his voice. And the crowd around burst into whispers, "My God, it's King Chappa, the champion of several previous martial arts tournaments," someone whispered. Although Jiaozi was severely drunk, he still remembered to care about Xian. He slurred his words and asked, "King Chappa, is he very powerful?" "He seems to be an extremely powerful master. As long as he participates in the competition, he will definitely be the champion. His opponents have no chance to resist." Hearing this, Jiaozi became anxious. This is not good. Won't Xian encounter a super strong opponent in the first round? What should we do? Tien Shinhan's reaction was calmer, but he was also secretly thinking, back then, that old man named Nam was just a semi-finalist, but he was already quite remarkable. He could control the powerful androids. Now, this person who has won the championship several times must be even more powerful. However, perhaps Xian has made progress in these 3 years. Let me first take a look at his cultivation level. The other members of the Turtle School, such as Yamcha and Krillin, were waiting to watch the show with a gloating attitude. Only Goku happily came up to cheer for Xian, without any sense of sectarianism. Only Xian, the person involved, knew that when he heard this result, a huge stone in his heart dropped. That was a close call. Fortunately, I didn't draw Tien Shinhan or Goku. Otherwise, it would be a pity, Xian thought to himself as he climbed onto the stage. King Chappa was already waiting there. This man had dark skin, messy curly hair, a red mark in the center of his forehead, and a long robe casually draped over his shoulders, clearly in the manner of an ascetic monk. "Please give me your guidance." King Chappa bowed politely, but there was no change in his eyes, as sharp as an eagle about to hunt. "Hello." Xian returned a proper greeting. "Don't worry. I won't hurt you. It'll be a friendly match," King Chappa said arrogantly. "After all, you're the hero who defeated the Red Ribbon Army. I'll give you some preferential treatment." "Thanks," Xian said concisely and at the same time assumed a stance. At this moment, both of them were waiting for the referee's whistle to start a fierce battle. Many people came to witness this match between the hero and the master. Presumably, it would be extremely exciting. For a while, people kept crowding over to watch the match. After all, one was a legendary hero who single-handedly broke into the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, and the other was King Chappa, who had won the martial arts championship several times. Just from their titles, it seemed like a closely matched and highly anticipated battle. Compared with the noise off the stage was extremely quiet. No, to be precise, Xian was very calm, that he just stood there, like an ordinary person waiting in front of a station that he doesn't even assume his stance. This is really reckless. King Chappa narrowed his eyes. His voice tinged with anger. "I really don't know how your master taught you. Despising martial arts, you'll get into big trouble." Xian remained silent, standing there like a stone statue. At first glance, he might seem as dumb as a wooden chicken. But in fact, this state was the one mentioned by Mr. Popo, the servant of the temple. The stance as calm as the sky, belonged to a more advanced starting stance than in the original story. Only when Goku went to the temple did he learn this method. Its combat effectiveness was self-evident. The key was that when Mr. Popo assumed this stance, even Goku was amazed that he couldn't sense the opponent's ki. In simple terms, if Xian wanted to learn to hide his own aura in the future, This realm had to be comprehended in the towering Corinne Tower, in the quiet and ethereal atmosphere. Following the plot he knew, Xian tried to make his mind empty and integrate it with the sky. It took him a year to master this realm in advance, which surprised the Hermit. Seeing Xian's calm appearance, King Chappa became even more annoyed and intended to teach this superhero who didn't even assume his stance a lesson. Take this. The King Chai-Ba let out a loud roar and pounced towards Xian. His hand knife, ready to strike, was set to cut and blast away everything in front of him. However, this seemingly inevitable blow landed on thin air, completely missing its mark. Xian, who had been right in front of him, suddenly vanished. For a martial artist, missing a strike implies numerous issues, especially behind oneself. It's like an unguarded, vulnerable spot. Anyone who seizes this opportunity and delivers a gentle blow can easily defeat one. The King Chai-Ba, having dominated the arena for years, naturally understood the implications. Regardless of his dignity, he quickly rolled on the ground, attempting to evade his opponent's attack, then flipped around. As expected, Xian was right behind him. Yet, he remained as serene as the air, without the slightest trace of imposing presence. This silence instilled a sense of panic in the King Chai-Ba, making him realize that he must knock Xian down as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become. This time, he executed a whip kick, which sliced through the air like a long whip, clearing a path wherever it went. It was an extremely fierce move that could attack the target within a wide range. However, in the face of this incoming onslaught, Xian still showed no reaction, no movement, still not a single action. Was he out of his mind? The King Chai-Ba's powerful strike was so fierce that even those in the distance could feel the overwhelming force. But there was still nothing to be precise. Not even the corner of his opponent's garment was touched. Xian still appeared behind the King Chai-Ba like a ghost, yet still didn't attack. At this point, the true masters in the audience began to realize something. How on earth did this lad manage to achieve this? Master Roshi, disguised as Chun Long, was secretly astonished. He had witnessed Xian's martial arts skills, yet still couldn't deduce how much Xian had advanced. That seems he doesn't seem to be taking it seriously. Krillin said hesitantly that on Tien Shinhan's side. He clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, "Humph. Naturally. How could my junior disciple reveal his true abilities in the preliminary round for you to see?" However, Xian's speed seems to have improved significantly. The veins on the King Chai-Ba's forehead throbbed. The two failed attacks left him humiliated and enraged. "Damn it, you're courting death!" With a furious roar, the King Chai-Ba unleashed his fastest speed, greatest strength, and the ultimate technique that it intended to reveal only in the finals. The eight-hand fist, a technique that, due to its extremely rapid movements, gives the illusion of 8 hands. This time, Xian didn't move behind him, but evaded each of the King Chai-Ba's attacks with an odd footwork. Nimbly dodging to be exact, each attack narrowly missed the target, but this tiny margin meant that it couldn't inflict even the slightest harm. Impossible! It can't be like this. The King Chai-Ba was beside himself with anger. He desperately pushed his speed to the limit and finally cornered Xian in the corner of the arena. "Let's see how you can escape now." The King Chai-Ba roared and launched a blow towards the trapped Xian. But this punch landed as if in water. The opponent in front of him was actually just an afterimage. The afterimage fist. By using the afterimages generated by high speed, it creates an effect similar to the clone technique to deceive the enemy. Besides the original version, there are also double, triple, and even multiple afterimage variations. Xian had suffered a great deal on Corinne Tower and learned this technique from the Hermit. The King Chai-Ba, whose attacks were ineffective, had a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His 8-hand fist created afterimages through speed, achieving a lifelike effect. He never expected Xian to imitate it and achieve a similar result by using his body's movement speed. At this moment, the King Chai-Ba's physical strength, energy, and confidence all began to decline, and even his breathing became rapid and chaotic. And Xian had been waiting for this moment. He gently landed a hand knife on the back of the King Chai-Ba's head. The King Chai-Ba's body slumped softly to the ground, his face still wearing an expression of surprise and unwillingness. The contestant has fainted. Contestant number 13 from Group 6 wins. The referee announced loudly. Tien Shinhan in the audience was secretly assessing that he believed he could achieve this speed and instantly defeat his opponent as well. However, Xia Xian's low-key, calm, and composed style was something he couldn't replicate. And Xia Xian on the arena had his own thoughts. The King Chai Ba could be considered the pinnacle that an ordinary martial artist could reach that in the future. This guy would even be the enlightenment master of OOB. He was undeniably strong. But to progress further, either one needed Satan's luck or a capable mastered guide. Otherwise, no matter how hard one trained, the improvement would be limited. The eight-hand fist was nothing extraordinary. Earth's martial artists actually had a misconception that simply by training hard, they could exceed their limits. But often, what truly helped was having a good teacher and the right approach. Looking at Goku's life. He didn't start with great power. This could be seen from his draw with Tien Shinhan. But after learning from Kami and King Kai, Goku gradually pulled away from his former opponents. So the question is, before evolving into a Super Saiyan, was it really impossible for others to surpass Goku? Xia Xian's own thought was that Earthlings actually had a great opportunity to improve. After Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others went to the lookout. Within a year, they had nearly a 5-fold increase in strength, even surpassing the level of the Saiyan Raditz, far more rapidly than Goku's progress at the lookout. Therefore, in Xia Xian's heart, he had always been pondering how. As an Earthling, he could secure a place on the future Super Saiyan stage. After stepping off the arena, Xia Xian didn't even break a sweat. He calmly walked over to Tien Shinhan. Not bad. You've become stronger, Tien Shinhan said sincerely. Unfortunately, I'm still far behind you. Back then, if it weren't for the many insights you left in martial arts, which saved me a lot of detours, I wouldn't have made such significant progress. Xia Xian said earnestly. Both of them had experienced life and death together. Many things could be understood with just a glance. They both smiled knowingly. Speaking of which, where's Yamcha? Xia Xian asked. Has he sobered up from his drunkenness? He's regained some. His name was called just now, and he went to compete, Tien Shinhan explained, turning his head to look in the direction of the competition. What? He can still fight in this state. Stop joking that it's better. However, before he could finish speaking, Tien Shinhan's face changed. It seemed he had seen something terrifying, so he quickly ran towards another arena. Xia Xian knew that his senior brother's third eye on his forehead was extremely perceptive. At this moment, he must have seen something terrible to be so panicked, so he didn't say much and quickly followed. They saw Yamcha lying unconscious under the arena, his eyes rolling. He had clearly been knocked out. Yamcha, are you okay? Wake up. For the first time, panic appeared on Tien Shinhan's composed face. He kept shaking his unconscious junior disciple, as if the sky was falling in the real world. Many people thought the relationship between Yamcha and Tien Shinhan was ambiguous, and there were even many novels and comics about them. But after getting along with the two, Xia Xian came to the conclusion that their relationship wasn't that strange. They were actually two simple people. The main problem was their master, Master Shun, who was a real jerk. He didn't teach his disciples earnestly and liked to hit and scold them. In the anime, there was a scene where Yamcha couldn't solve a math problem and was scolded by Master Shun. Therefore, under the tyrannical oppression, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan instinctively helped and supported each other to endure those unhappy days. That was more of an inseparable friendship than the gay love that Fujoshi longed for. Oops, I'm really sorry, but I didn't expect the disciples of the Crane School to be so weak that a few moves were enough to knock him down. Hearing this voice, Tien Shinhan looked up and saw Yajirobe standing on the arena. Proud and arrogant, if Xia Xian was unlucky to encounter the King Chai Ba in the preliminary round, then Yamcha's luck was truly abysmal. He actually met a disciple of the Turtle School. So, it's you? Tien Shinhan growled through gritted teeth. It's just the preliminary round. Was it necessary to hit him so hard that he passed out? There's indeed some truth to this. The matches in the preliminaries were generally not intense. On one hand, the strong players were afraid of injuring others, and on the other hand, they were worried about revealing their true strength. Thus, they deliberately held back, whether it was Xia Xian, Kulin, Chunlong, and others. They merely threw their opponents out of the arena or defeated them with a single move. There were rarely any excessive incidents that Yamcha's old face flushed. Clearly, he understood Tien Shinhan's meaning, but immediately retorted, "My actions might be somewhat lacking in grace, but compared to a certain fraud, I'm far better." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Xia Exan. The provocation was palpable. Evidently, what he meant was that Xia Exan had taken credit for Goku's deeds, thus becoming the great hero who saved the world. However, Tien Shinhan didn't think so. Presently, this person had first knocked out Kairatsu. Now he was verbally taunting Xia Exan. Both of his junior apprentices had been targeted. This was simply intolerable. "What do you mean by these words? Is this a declaration of war against us?" Tien Shinhan said in an extremely cold tone, but the aura emanating from his body made even Xia Exan feel its sharpness. So what if it is? I'll beat guys like you every time I see them," Yamcha said without showing any weakness. "Then get ready with your neck washed." Tien Shinhan picked up Kairatsu and left without looking back. Xia Exan knew his senior apprentice brother's temperament, that he wouldn't say much, and the real showdown would be in actual combat. Just looking at his eyes, in the upcoming battle, if he were to face Yamcha, it seemed he would have to go all out. Alas, how did it come to this? Xia Exan sighed. He had originally intended to mediate and ease the conflict between them. Especially, he wanted to help Yamcha. This character was truly pitiful. Despite having some strength, he unfortunately encountered opponents stronger than himself every time. For example, in the last tournament, he met Master Roshi, and in this tournament, he would face Tien Shinhan, both of whom were champion-level players in the World Martial Arts Tournament. In the next tournament, he would encounter the fake form of the Kami and make a complete fool of himself. He finally met the Cybermen who were weaker than him, but due to carelessness, he actually lost the match, resulting in the creation of that famous painting. Even though Xia Exan had the intention to help him, Yamcha's thoughtless remarks dampened his enthusiasm. Nevertheless, he still glanced at this guy and left a word. "When you face the members of our crane school later, remember, never use the Kamehameha." After saying that, he also turned and left, following Tien Shinhan to check on Kairatsu's injuries. Only Yamcha was left on the arena, dazed. How did this kid know that I've mastered the Kamehameha? Even Master Roshi didn't notice this secret? Yamcha secretly wondered in his heart, but then he became complacent again. No matter how he knew. Since he told me not to use it, he must be afraid of this move of mine. I'll show it off during the match and let the audience have an eye-opener. The Turtle School isn't just about Goku. Exan didn't know that his good intentions were ultimately not valued by others. In the following preliminaries, Tien Shinhan made swift moves, seemingly holding back a surge of anger, and easily advanced to the top 8. And Xia Exan was no exception. But to his surprise, although Kairatsu was eliminated, the grouping situation in the top 8 was quite consistent with that in history. First round, Yamcha versus Tien Shinhan, and Xia Exan, instead of Kairatsu in history, was grouped with Krillin, the future strongest on Earth. The match sequence was thus determined. There was no time limit, and it was a one-shot victory. Falling off the arena or being unable to get up after counting to 10 on the ground was considered a loss. The MC wearing sunglasses started to introduce the rules. Speaking of which, this guy was highly professional. Whether the venue collapsed or the match situation got out of control, he would stay at the scene conscientiously and persist in his commentary work. Just like this, the quarterfinals of the world's strongest martial arts tournament officially kicked off. For now, 3 disciples of the Turtle School had advanced, while only 2 from the Crane School had, putting the Crane School at a slightly more disadvantaged position. A gong sounded, breaking the silence of the central arena. The monks in the temple brought out their best skills and beat the big drums piled up in the storeroom until they resounded through the sky. The surrounding audience, following this momentum, waved flags and cheered. The blonde, sunglasses-wearing host walked out leisurely and shouted enthusiastically, "I've really kept you all waiting." Now, the 22nd World's Strongest Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. This shout immediately set off the audience in the stands. Many people threw their hats in the air to show their excitement. In the front row, the young Bulma and the black-haired Launch were leaning on the railing, waiting for their friends to appear. "It's rare that Launch found such a good spot for us. Where has that old Master Roshi run off to?" Bulma complained with a frown to this moment. She still had the coquettish and willful traits of a girl. She would say whatever was on her mind immediately, and her straightforward temper gave Yamcha quite a headache. In contrast, The black-haired launch beside her was much more obedient. She always had a gentle smile on her face, making people feel like a spring breeze. But who could have imagined that this cute girl, who was good at cooking and housework, would transform into an extremely hot-tempered and arrogant blonde villainess whenever she sneezed? Previously, Bulma had taken advantage of this and let the blonde launch clear the way with a gun, smoothly carving out a path through the crowded crowd and occupying the best viewing stand without bloodshed. Did I find this spot? The black-haired launch blinked in surprise. Evidently, she had no idea what she had just done, but she was a gentle person by nature, seeing that everyone just smiled without saying anything. She didn't have a nerve to ask more and could only silently cheer for the people on the field. This moment. The host was still enthusiastically introducing on the field, which could not only set the atmosphere before the match, but also give the players in the backcourt time to prepare. In the preliminaries, 8 players emerged from the original 1-8-2 in the upcoming knockout rounds, who will win the title of the world's strongest and the 500,000 zeni prize. Xiaoxian found it funny when he heard this off the field. This prize money really wasn't very attractive. However, the financial resources of this temple probably couldn't offer a much bigger reward. Only this title could be used to deceive people to some extent. Now, start the first match immediately. Player Yamcha versus player Tien Shinhan. Please, the audience cheered again. Bulma, upon hearing news of her boyfriend, excitedly stood up and waved her hands, shouting loudly, "Yamcha, come on! You're the best!" And in the player passage, this man coveted by the rich girl was staring at Tien Shinhan. Even Xia Exin, who was far away, could feel the tense atmosphere that I'll make you regret coming here today. Hey, you won't be able to spout such arrogant words soon. Tien Shinhan snorted coldly, took the lead to enter the arena, and at the same time, left a word. First, try to survive under my hands, idiot. However, the audience off the field didn't know him and hardly reacted. When Yamcha entered the arena, the screams of many women actually drowned out the cheers of others. After all, Yamcha was extremely handsome and had entered the top 8 of the world's strongest martial arts tournament twice, naturally attracting the favor of many pretty girls. Compared to Tien Shinhan, his popularity was much higher. The host evidently noticed this and thus introduced Tien Shinhan first, so that everyone wouldn't be completely ignorant of him. Player Tien Shinhan is a top disciple of the Crane School. His master is a martial arts grandmaster on a par with Master Roshi. 2 disciples of the Crane School have advanced in this tournament. Congratulations! As soon as these words were spoken, Master Shin off the field and Chun Long in the backcourt both spat in unison and angrily cursed. Humph! Don't compare me with that guy. And player Yamcha is a disciple of the famous Master Roshi. In this tournament, 3 disciples of the Turtle School have advanced. The audience in the stands couldn't help but exclaim. Among the 8 players in the world's strongest martial arts tournament, it could be said that the disciples of the Turtle and Crane Immortals occupied more than half of the stage. Xia Xian stood aside, secretly activating the secret technique of the Crane School and started secretly learning the skills of the players on the field. This secret technique was secretly taught to him by Tien Shinhan. After all, the Crane School emphasizes learning from the martial arts of other sects to make up for its own shortcomings. This is why Tien Shinhan could learn the Kamehameha just by looking at it once, and Kairatsu could imitate the self-destruction of the Cybermen immediately. It's all for the same reason. Prepare to face your fate. I'll soon make you roll your eyes, Yamcha said proudly. I shall wait and see. Tien Shinhan replied in a cold voice. Bang! With a loud gong sound, Yamcha immediately launched an attack, delivering a flying kick straight towards Tien Shinhan. Being young and full of vigor, he naturally didn't fear the formidable enemy and intended to strike first. Tien Shinhan neither dodged nor evaded. He raised his hand to block Yamcha's flying kick and immediately launched a counterattack with lightning speed. He made his fingers like a sword and stabbed sharply at his opponent. For a moment, the two exchanged more than a dozen rounds, with punches and kicks flying back and forth, making it a lively scene. Xiaoxin, who was not far away, watched with great relish. While learning the tactics of their battle, he secretly marveled at how much his senior brother had improved compared to before. Just at this moment, Tien Shinhan caught a flaw in Yamcha's move and forcefully kicked out, hitting the opponent's ribs squarely. Yamcha, who had experienced numerous battles, was not flustered after being kicked. He immediately took advantage of the force and quickly somersaulted backward several times. On one hand, He dissipated Tien Shinhan's force, and, on the other hand, he increased the distance to avoid the opponent's subsequent attacks. Having successfully attacked, Tien Shinhan would not allow the enemy to escape. He immediately moved like a hawk, pouncing forward rapidly. Damn it, what a fast speed! Yamcha spat and cursed secretly. His body was still unsteady at this moment, and if he was caught up, he feared the worst. So he simply exerted force again, leaped into the air from the arena, jumping nearly dozens of meters high to avoid Tien Shinhan's attack. Coward! Where are you going? Tien Shinhan roared and also jumped up, chasing after Yamcha in flight. Seeing this, Master Roshi in the audience thought to himself, Tien Shinhan is still young and impulsive at this moment. Yamcha is suspended in the air, and the best way is to wait for him to come down on the ground. After all, he can't use the flying nimbus technique and has no leverage in the air. It's like being at one's mercy. Chasing after him like this, he's likely to suffer. Sure enough, seeing Tien Shinhan charging up, Yamcha sneered, clenched his fists, and smashed down forcefully, blasting the opponent flying. When Master Shin saw this, he was enraged and almost burst out cursing. Tien Shinhan, you idiot! You can use the flying nimbus technique. Yet you suffered a loss in the air. Useless wretch. How could I have taught such a useless and incompetent fool like you? Compared with the views of the two teachers, the other audience members were already dumbfounded. In just 1 minute, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan were evenly matched. The dazzling array of moves were things the audience had never seen before, as intense as a collision of Mars and Earth. In Yamcha, the person involved secretly groaned. The opponent was extremely difficult to deal with, more powerful than he could have imagined. That on the other side, Tien Shinhan also calmed his mind. After calming down, he also noticed Yamcha's strengths. I didn't expect he really has some skills, not just empty talk. Tien Shinhan thought to himself. Since separating from Xian, he hadn't had the feeling of meeting an equal opponent for a long time. Xian, who was watching from the side, also had his own thoughts. The simple probing is over. Next, both of them should understand that ordinary punches and kicks can hardly harm each other. It's time to show their true abilities. I can't miss any moment. This moment. Xian, who had returned from Corinne Tower, was no longer the small fry threatened by the Red Ribbon Army. To be precise, he had become a new force capable of controlling the development of the Dragon Ball world situation. Therefore, he could remain calm and focused while others were fighting. Take this! Yamcha shouted loudly, adopting a strange stance and chanting. New Wolf Fong Fist. Xiao, who was watching from the side, raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, here it comes. This move is one of Yamcha's signature skills that by a series of dazzling rapid strikes. The enemy will be torn to pieces in his attack. Back then, Yamcha used this move to draw with Goku when he first started out, and it made Goku remember the power of this move firmly. So much so that later, when they met again, Goku couldn't recognize Yamcha with a new look at first. But as soon as the Wolf Fong Fist was mentioned, it immediately awakened Goku's memory. Seeing the opponent unleashing his ultimate move, Tien Shinhan was not afraid but instead shouted, good timing. Then he assumed a stance and charged straight towards the sharpest part of the Wolf Fong Fist. Xian frowned. He knew Tien Shinhan's abilities. Although his Kamehameha wave was extremely powerful, his hand-to-hand combat skills had always been weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought to a draw with Master Roshi. Now he was using his weakness to challenge Yamcha's most powerful move. This was simply reckless. Did Kaiotsu's injury make Tien Shinhan lose his calm? Xian thought to himself. Yamcha's Wolfong Fist is not like a showy move like the eight-handed fist. It's a truly powerful martial art. Xian was not joking. In fact, although Yamcha had always been extremely unlucky, the martial arts he invented still had some merits. For example, when he was abandoned in the desert, the 4 characters tempered through countless trials were engraved at the entrance of his home. The Wolfong Fist was a martial art tempered in the wild desert wind and sand. Whether it was against a mummy or Master Roshi, they all used evasive maneuvers to avoid this set of punches and never directly confronted it head-on. It can be seen that they were a bit wary of this fierce set of punches. Now Tien Shinhan not only confronted it head-on, but also used equally swift moves to start dismantling Yamcha's attacks. Amazing! This was exclaimed by Goku, yes, one of the strongest people here. This was his first comment until now on the other side. Xian's expression became serious He didn't even have time to be amazed. All his attention was focused on the two in the battle, constantly learning the offensive skills. After Yamcha unleashed his ultimate move, his entire momentum was like a reverse flow of the sea. Surging forward, that IT originally seemed as if it would sweep everything on the field. However, Tien Shinhan's counterattack managed to abruptly stop his momentum at this critical moment. The two quickly fought together on the spot, exchanging and blocking moves at an astonishing speed. Ordinary people couldn't even make out their punching paths. Only a series of dull thuds could be heard in the air, obviously indicating intense fist-to-flesh collisions. Not good. Striking with full force the first time, the momentum weakens the second time, and exhausts the third time. Yamcha's is sharp and fierce. But if the first wave can't defeat the opponent, the more time passes. The more energy he'll consume, he probably won't hold out for long. Master Roshi thought with a solemn expression. As an experienced person, he had already seen the bad omen, but unfortunately, he couldn't tell his disciple. Sure enough, being unable to break through for a long time, Yamcha became impatient. He had never encountered such a tenacious opponent who could resist in his whirlwind for so long. Even Goku back then hadn't been able to do it. Tien Shinhan's eyes seemed to blaze with a fire. The revenge for Kairatsu and the insult to Xian made him, the senior disciple of the Crane School, have to show his mettle. Even though his leg skills were not top-notch at this crucial moment, he couldn't retreat even half a step. He definitely had to teach this turtle school guy a good lesson. Finally, the third eye on his forehead detected a flaw revealed by Yamcha. Tien Shinhan roared and launched a lunge punch. This seemingly ordinary move didn't seem to have any fancy parts, but hit Yamcha's chest squarely, blasting him flying. You know, the chest is an important part of the human body. Being hit in this position means your defense has been completely broken through head on, like a city with its gates smashed open, exposed to the invaders. Yamcha landed heavily on the ground but immediately jumped up. He saw that Tien Shinhan didn't pursue but stood leisurely in place, looking much more composed than before. TSK. This bastard. Since the opponent didn't pursue, while remaining vigilant, Yamcha reached out and rubbed the place where he was hit. The excruciating pain made it difficult for him to stand up for a while. My God, Yamcha is at a disadvantage? Krillin said in disbelief that he knew this young man's abilities and talent. Now, his most powerful martial art had been directly broken through by the opponent, which was a very embarrassing situation. Our Crane School is the best in the world. This situation is nothing. Well done, Tien Shinhan. The Crane Hermit smiled triumphantly from the sidelines, apparently having completely forgotten the scene of his earlier outburst. Yamcha, realizing the unfavorable situation, spat out a mouthful of bloody spittle, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Good. It seems it's time for you to witness my true ultimate move. This was originally specifically trained for Goku. Tien Shinhan narrowed his eyes, showing no sign of carelessness and not making a preemptive sneak attack. In fact, he was also eager to know what technique his opponent would use. Yamcha assumed a horse stance. His legs and feet rooted to the ground like the gnarled roots of an old tree. He placed his hands at his waist, forming the shape of a calyx, and muttered words under his breath. Me? At this moment, everyone understood that this fellow was about to use the signature technique of the Turtle Hermit. Seeing Yamcha's starting stance, the experts in the audience showed different expressions. The Crane Hermit's expression turned solemn. After all, this move was a unique technique of the Turtle School that IT was said to have taken 50 years to create. This young man had only joined the Turtle School for 3 years. Yet he had already mastered this skill. On the other side, Master Roshi was also taken aback. The Kamehameha wave? When did that kid Yamcha progress to this extent? I wonder if his current ki can handle this consumption? Compared to the elder's nervousness, Krillin seemed to be in a state of anxiety. Goodness, I joined the Turtle Hermits much earlier than Yamcha. Why hasn't he learned this move yet? Clearly, I came first. However, if this move was executed, the outcome would be decided in Krillin's mind. The Kamehameha wave was the supreme martial art, and no one could withstand such a technique. Nevertheless, Tien Shinhan on the stage didn't think so. He stood there majestically, not launching an attack while Yamcha was gathering ki. Instead, he waited leisurely for his opponent to make a move. What kind of attitude is this? Looking down on my ultimate move. In a moment, I'll punch that arrogant face of yours a few times. Thinking this, Yamcha didn't hesitate any longer and let out a loud roar. Che. At the same time, he pushed out both hands, and a blue column of ki shot out in the form of shockwave, hurtling towards Tien Shinhan with irresistible force. Facing this surging power, Tien Shinhan remained calm. His gaze focused, he let out a loud shout. Bring it on! After that, his fingers moved like phantoms, quickly tracing a strange hand seal in the air, waiting for his opponent's shockwave to approach. Among the people present, only Xiao could see the trick. Through the secret technique of the Crane School, he could clearly see that the vitality in Tien Shinhan's body changed with the hand seal just now, forming a vortex like a blender. As soon as Yamcha's Kamehameha wave approached, it was decomposed by this vortex, then re-aggregated and fired back. However, this time, the direction of the ki wave was towards Yamcha. What? My shockwave was rebounded. Yamcha was greatly astonished, obviously startled by what he saw. The other disciples of the Turtle School, including the Turtle Hermit, were all stunned. They were seeing such a scene for the first time. You're all making a big fuss. Our Crane School has spent countless years researching the techniques of the Turtle School to deal with you. This Kamehameha wave is already ineffective against us. The Crane Hermit on the sidelines sneered triumphantly. He had been waiting for this moment for who knows how long. Just wanted to see the surprised expressions of the Turtle School. So, he was extremely delighted. Faced with this scene, Yamcha panicked. Instinctively, he leaped into the air to avoid the ki wave he had launched. With a loud boom, a house in the distance was shattered by the ki wave, and thick smoke billowed up into the sky, showing the extent of the severe damage. Yamcha, who was in the air, looked at the mess in front of him, still in shock. Damn it! How did this guy do it? He actually rebounded the Kamehameha wave. Yamcha exclaimed in surprise to himself. Meanwhile, Goku on the sidelines furrowed his brows and shouted loudly. Yamcha, be careful. The match isn't over yet. This shout finally drew Yamcha's attention away from the explosion site. But it was too late. Before he knew it, Tien Shinhan appeared in front of him, a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, as if mocking Yamcha for being distracted during the battle. Victory or defeat often lies in an instant. Yamcha's carelessness cost him dearly for the first time. With a dull thud, Tien Shinhan's powerful kick hit Yamcha's body in mid-air, knocking him down from the sky. Thud! Yamcha landed heavily on the ground with a loud noise. The Turtle Hermit frowned deeply. Falling from this height without any protective actions, it was obvious that Yamcha had fainted and lost consciousness at this time. Bulma in the audience watched in horror as her boyfriend fell in front of her and instinctively covered her eyes. But the tragedy didn't end there. Tien Shinhan in the air clearly had no intention of stopping. He dived down even more ferociously and hit Yamcha's calf with a violent impact. Crack! An extremely uncomfortable sound reached everyone's ears. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. Yamcha's leg was twisted in a strange shape. The foot is deformed? The host exclaimed, dumbfounded, and quickly wanted to go forward to check. However, Goku beside him was faster. He jumped directly into the arena, shouting Yamcha's name while running forward to help his friend. Xiao sighed when he saw this. History really proceeded as usual. Although he had reminded Yamcha not to use the Kamehameha wave, this fellow obviously didn't take his advice to heart. However, aside from the result, the hand seal that Tien Shinhan used just now was quite interesting. Presumably, it was an ultimate move later taught to him by the Crane Hermit. But now, this hand seal for resisting the ki blast, along with the chi control method that matched it, had been secretly learned by Xiao, which was an unexpected gain. Compared to the chaotic Turtle School disciples, Tien Shinhan seemed indifferent. He stood with his hands on his hips and calmly asked the host, Hey, why haven't you announced the winner of the match yet? How long do I have to wait? The host snapped out of it. Although he was a bit surprised by Tien Shinhan's indifference to the injured, his good professional qualities allowed him to quickly adjust his state and start the commentary. Judging from Yamcha's current situation, he can no longer continue the match. Therefore, in this match, Tien Shinhan wins. After saying that, the host immediately instructed the monks on the side, Notify the hospital immediately. There's an injured person here. Hearing this, Bulma in the audience was stunned, and tears welled up in her eyes. About to burst out, Xiao, on the other side, saw this and secretly felt sorry. Although she had a willful personality, Bulma was really dedicated to every relationship that, in contrast, Yamcha really didn't know how to cherish. I'll take him to the hospital. Puar, who had the closest relationship with Yamcha and had spent the most time with him, felt more than if he had broken his own bone when he saw Yamcha injured. He immediately transformed into a flying carpet and carried Yamcha away. Goku, who remained on the stage, looked at Tien Shinhan with a serious expression and said, "You went too far. Yamcha had already fainted. And you clearly knew it, yet you still used such a heavy hand. You did it on purpose." Facing Goku's questioning, Tien Shinhan couldn't answer. He was not good at arguing. So at this moment, he simply stiffened his neck and said stubbornly, "Hey, I didn't kill him, which is already pretty good. What else do you want?" Goku's eyes became sharper. He carefully sized up Tien Shinhan and then said word by word, "I will definitely avenge Yamcha in the finals." Tien Shinhan strolled back to the rest area. Hearing this, he turned around and proudly replied, "You can make it to the finals? Stop joking. Get off the quick lead. Don't interfere with the next match. That's my junior brother's debut." After saying that, he walked away without looking at the people of the Turtle School. The Crane Hermit on the sidelines happily enjoyed the scene in front of him. Well done. Now let them know the power of the Crane School. The Crane Hermit laughed triumphantly. I really want to see the Turtle Hermit's livid face. But really didn't expect that the adopted nominal disciple actually made it to the finals. Instead, the foolish dumpling has been eliminated, which would have made everything even more perfect. I could see this moment. The host had already announced in a loud voice that the contestants of the second round were about to take the stage. It was Xia Xian facing off against Clin. Ladies and gentlemen, Clin is already well known as a disciple of the Turtle Hermit. However, the person he is about to face is none other than the world-renowned hero and police officer, Xia Xian. As soon as the announcement was made, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers, welcoming Xia Xian's entrance. After all, Xia Xian is quite different from other celebrities. Since his rise to fame, he has almost shunned the spotlight. Unwilling to participate in any variety shows or interviews, the tabloids have captured him either working part-time, delivering milk like an ordinary person, or quietly training in martial arts to build strength. There have even been rumors of him living in seclusion for years in the martial arts sanctuary of Giolinta. This low-key demeanor and humble nature have fostered an inexplicable sense of mystery, leading many to develop considerable interest and affection for Xia Xian. Even his occasional absence from routine police duties has been interpreted as a measure to protect local citizens from attacks by remnants of the Black Silk Army, resulting in the headquarters not dispatching new personnel to replace him, always leaving the position open for Xia Xian. How could the audience not be ecstatic at the chance to witness a world hero up close? Only Bulma stood off to the side, sulking and muttering, "Just a petty fraud." Seeing this, the dark-haired Lan Chi approached to comfort her, preventing the young lady, upset over her boyfriend's injury, from continuing to vent her frustrations. Yet, Lan Chi couldn't help but entertain a thought. What kind of person is this Xia Xian, and how has he managed to evoke such mixed feelings of love and hate in others? After all, Lan Chi herself is a blend of duality, embodying both good and evil. Thus, she found herself intrigued by someone like Xia Xian, whose evaluations are so polarized. Meanwhile, as Clin stepped onto the arena and observed the composed Xia Xian, he began to strategize in his mind. This kid had been particularly cunning during the preliminaries, revealing not a hint of his true abilities. Now his actual skill level was a mystery to this point. Clin had yet to reach the pinnacle of Earth's fighters and had not even theoretically achieved Yamcha's level, relying instead on various clever tactics to compensate for his lack of combat prowess. For instance, during his last match against the Turtle Hermit, he had used his underwear as bait, and when facing Goku, he had resorted to a sneak attack on his tail, while against Dumpling, he had relied on arithmetic. Thus, at this moment, Xia Xian intentionally adopted a nonchalant demeanor, playing into Clin's paranoid nature and provoking his wild speculations. "You can do it, Clin," Goku shouted from the sidelines. "Don't worry, I will give him my all." Clin waved back, gradually calming himself and encouraging himself to unleash all his skills for revenge against Yamcha. Even if he were to lose, he would have no regrets. Now, the second round of the competition was yet another face-off between Turtle and Crane. "Now, begin," at the host's command. Clin took a deep breath, pointing at Xia Xian as he declared, "Don't think you're impressive just because you made it past the preliminaries. Your speed is utterly mediocre in my eyes. Not worth a smirk. Xia Xian crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, pondering what Clin was up to. Was this some psychological tactic to provoke him into a reckless state? Now, I shall defeat you using your own forte. Speed! Clin shouted, accelerating towards Xia Xian. Xia Xian remained silent, but began to gather his energy in preparation for battle. To his surprise, as Clin raced forward, he suddenly smiled and vanished, as if evaporating from the arena. What? Clin has disappeared. What kind of trick is this? The host exclaimed, taken aback, voicing the audience's thoughts. Seeing this, Xia Xian furrowed his brow. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, he was not fooled into believing that Clin had mastered any remarkable skills. Listening intently, he soon heard hurried, light footfalls approaching from nearby. He hasn't truly vanished. He is merely moving at such speed that ordinary eyes cannot track his movements, though Xia Xian could not clearly see Clin's actions. He understood that this cunning bald man was likely darting back and forth at an extraordinary speed, attempting to close in gradually. The faint footsteps were Clin's attempt to obscure his position, preventing Xia Xian from discerning his movements. Such effort, yet he was still cautiously approaching, testing his abilities. It appeared this fighting style was indeed characteristic of Clin. Xia Xian smiled, acknowledging there is a certain cleverness to your tactics. However, to assume this method will be sufficient to defeat me is naively optimistic. You might just find yourself facing defeat. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Tien Shinhan were taken aback, despite Clin's evasive maneuvers to test Xia Xian's skills. His speed was extraordinary, rendering him nearly invisible. Even the eye on Tien Shinhan's forehead could only catch a blurred shadow. How could Xia Xian, lacking such innate abilities, possess such confidence in facing Clin's elusive form? Even Goku began to feel curious about how Xia Xian would respond next. Clin's super speed was remarkably swift, to the point of being nearly indistinguishable. Yet true to his cautious nature, he did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, he kept shifting side to side, searching for an opening in Xia Xian's defenses. After all, for a martial artist, super speed was not an unfamiliar concept, especially considering that Xia Xian's abilities remained unknown. The fact that ordinary people could not see his movements did not mean that he could not see that if he were to be detected at the moment of striking, the consequences could be dire. Trivial techniques, Xia Xian chuckled, already formulating a counter-strategy. It wasn't that he could fully track Clin's movements. He lacked Tien Shinhan's third eye and could not achieve such extraordinary vision. However, he was acutely aware of Clin's character. Cunning and clever, Clin's approach was predictable. Xia Xian knew that Clin would not attack head-on. Similarly, he would not strike from behind, as this was a visual blind spot for most, and a prudent fighter would take precautions against such obvious tactics. Xia Xian's right side was the edge of the arena, and given Clin's cautious disposition, he would be unlikely to attack from that direction for fear of being knocked off the stage should his super speed assault fail. The only viable option for an attack would be from Xia Xian's left side, where a wall separated the contestant's passage from the arena. Even if pushed back, he would only crash into the wall. Avoiding disqualification. In fact, in the original manga, Clin had launched a surprise attack from the left side against Dumpling, forcing him into a flustered use of his flight technique to avoid being overwhelmed. With a plan forming in his mind, a smile crept onto Xia Xian's face as he closed his eyes and folded his arms. Striking a relaxed pose, an outsider, he appeared utterly unconcerned, as if waiting for a bus while listening to music, completely dismissing Clin as a threat. The audience gasped in astonishment. They had never witnessed such a relaxed demeanor during a match. Was Xia Xian not the least bit worried about the competition? At that moment, Clin felt a surge of indignation. This nonchalant posture, despite his years of meditation, had disrupted his mental state. What an arrogant individual! Clin, seething with anger, realized that his initial intention to provoke Xia Xian had backfired, igniting his own fury instead. Although he was aware of this, Clin found himself unable to retreat. Xia Xian's demeanor compelled him to attack, and he knew he had to go all out, risking everything to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson to quell his own ire. With this thought in mind, Clin ceased his cautious probing and surged forward, appearing on Xia Xian's left side. Typically, the left side is a direction that people are less adept at using, and targeting this apparent weakness could yield greater rewards. Prepare to pay the price for your arrogance. As Clint observed that Xian remained inactive, a surge of joy welled up within him, but he boldly declared his intention to deliver a single blow that would send his opponent tumbling from the platform. However, in the midst of his elation, he suddenly felt an obstruction beneath his feet, causing him to lose his balance. It is known that for a martial artist of his caliber, while not exactly fleet-footed, he could certainly traverse any terrain with the grace of walking on level ground. Thus, a slip was utterly unexpected. Yet before Clint could ponder this anomaly, he sensed a light tap upon the back of his head. This action sent his spirit reeling, for that area is one of great vulnerability. Even a gentle punch could inflict significant harm. In the forthcoming Buu saga, Son Goku, having attained Super Saiyan 3, was rendered unconscious by a mere tap from Vegeta to the same spot. Fortunately, Xian did not strike with full force. Rather, he merely brushed past Clint's bald head like a whisper of wind. Instantly, a tremendous force propelled Clint away, leaving him unable to halt his momentum as he stumbled off the platform and plummeted to the ground. For a moment, the arena was silent as a tomb. The contest had been exceedingly brief, lasting barely seconds. Clint, drenched and disoriented, merely glided past Xian before inadvertently falling off the stage. With Clint now out of the competition, a voice announced Xian as the victor. The announcer paused momentarily, yet quickly resumed with a professional declaration of the outcome. However, there was neither applause nor cheers. In truth, the audience was far from satisfied. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet it had concluded before they could fully relish the spectacle, leaving them quite displeased. What a stroke of luck! His opponent slips and falls off the stage. How utterly uninspiring! Someone voiced their discontent. Meanwhile, watching from the sidelines, Tien Shinhan's expression was grave as he silently mused. Fools, you simply do not comprehend the brilliance of that encounter. In that fleeting moment, Xian disrupted his opponent's balance with a deft maneuver, followed by two precise strikes that were not mere accidents. Anyone would have fallen off the stage. Yet what truly astonished Tien Shinhan was Xian's predictive ability. As if he had foreseen the entire sequence of events, culminating in a swift conclusion to the battle. In stark contrast to Tien Shinhan's contemplations, Master Crane was less reflective, exuberantly exclaiming from the stands. Ha ha ha! Did you see that? This is merely my designated disciple, effortlessly dispatching a turtle school fighter without even breaking a sweat. Ha ha ha! My school is the mightiest, the most invincible. As the central figure in this drama, Clint's face turned ashen, clearly taken aback by his unexpected defeat. His countenance bore an expression of disbelief, and his spirits plummeted. The audience's complaints pierced his heart like daggers, leaving him dizzy, barely able to stand. Observing this scene from the sidelines, Master Roshi felt a twinge of worry. Clint had never experienced such a humiliating defeat in his training. Should he harbor any lingering doubts, it could significantly hinder his future endeavors in martial arts. At that moment, however, Xian approached Clint, extending a hand towards him that, in truth, had you not resorted to trickery or underhanded tactics, and instead faced me head-on, we might have engaged in a prolonged battle before determining a victor. Upon hearing these words, Clint, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such consolation from his adversary. More significantly, it was from one of a rival school, and this unexpected kindness moved him deeply. For Xian, he had primarily capitalized on his understanding of the narrative and his opponent's character. While he was confident of his abilities, he knew that a single move could not decisively end a confrontation. Moreover, should this future Earth's strongest individual suffer a setback that hampered his training, the repercussions would be substantial, especially since Xian was keen to learn the Qiyuan technique. After stepping down from the platform, Xian noticed he had not encountered Tien Shinhan, and instinctively made his way toward the resting area, where he found Jiaozi already awake, appearing dazed and slightly inebriated. Tien Shinhan stood nearby, visibly relieved, his face etched with concern. Jiaozi, are you all right? You nearly frightened me and Big Tian, Xian casually remarked. During the preliminary rounds, Jiaozi had faced Yamcha and suffered a direct defeat, resulting in his unconsciousness. This led to Tien Shinhan's anger during the quarterfinals, where he severely injured his opponent, necessitating a trip to the hospital. Such brutality was rare at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon seeing Xia Xian approach, Jiaozi smiled and attempted to speak, but instead let out a loud belch, filling the air with the scent of alcohol. "Good heavens, how much have you had to drink?" Xia Xian exclaimed, instinctively covering his nose and taking a few steps back, perplexed as he recalled that he had not ordered any alcohol for this group. Yet Jiaozi's current state was utterly astonishing. This kid gets drunk on bayberries, and they were in the rice balls we had earlier. Tien Shinhan lamented, shaking his head in fact, we made a mistake earlier. After Tien Shinhan's lengthy explanation, Xia Xian finally grasped the situation. It turned out that during the preliminary rounds, Jiaozi had indeed been struck by Yamucha. However, the damage had been minimal, and just as he prepared to retaliate, the effects of intoxication took over, causing him to topple off the stage and sleep until now. In other words, Jiaozi had merely passed out due to his own drunkenness, rather than being knocked unconscious by Yamucha. Following Tien Shinhan's explanation, a silence ensued. Xia Xian understood that while Jiaozi had indeed been struck by Yamucha, the loss was largely due to his own inebriation. Tien Shinhan's furious retaliation against Yamucha had been based on a misunderstanding. Now, realizing he had acted too harshly, Tien Shinhan's face was marked with hesitation and guilt. Witnessing this, Xia Xian sighed, but remained silent, knowing that competing in such a state could lead to confusion and adversely affect their performance. Nonetheless, he believed that Tien Shinhan would eventually reconcile with the Turtle School, and thus there was no need for them to remain at odds. However, Xia Xian's thoughts did not guarantee a smooth resolution. Suddenly, a voice rang out nearby. Ha ha ha! Turtle School disciples fall at the slightest provocation. Easily defeated? Excellent. Very well done. Master Crane strutted forward, basking in his own self-importance as he appeared before the crowd. Tien Shinhan and the others, upon recognizing their master, promptly bowed. However, Master Crane abruptly halted Jiaozi's gesture, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Don't rush to bow, you disgraceful wretch, failing to even pass the preliminary rounds. And losing to a Turtle School fighter? You've utterly embarrassed me. Useless trash. I cannot fathom why I wasted so much time on you over the years. You incompetent fool." His scathing remarks left Jiaozi with his head bowed, too afraid to utter a sound. Xia Xian, witnessing this display, felt a pang of discomfort and stepped forward to offer a word of encouragement. After all, it seemed inappropriate to berate Jiaozi so harshly in front of such a large audience. Well, actually this, however, before Xia Xian could articulate his thoughts, Master Crane redirected his ire towards him. "Who do you think you are? When I speak, there is no room for your interjections." Huh? Before Xia Xian could fully comprehend, a barrage of criticism rained down upon him. A designated disciple. You should be even more obedient. You could have easily incapacitated that Turtle School fighter like Tien Shinhan did, yet you merely pushed him off the stage, and you dare to extend a hand to assist him. Where do you think you're going, you insolent brat? Have you no awareness at all, given that Tao Pai Pai had been severely injured by little Goku? Master Crane was eager for the Turtle School fighters to suffer casualties during this tournament, and Xia Xian's act of helping Clin infuriated him. That moment, Xia Xian's temper flared as well. Since arriving in this world, both Master Roshi and the Guardian of Kirin had held him in high regard. As of yet, no one has dared to brazenly point a finger at themselves and hurl insults in such a manner. Not to mention that prior to this, Crane Hermit had not treated Xia Xian kindly. The differential treatment aside, he had essentially regarded him as worthless refuse. At this moment, both new grievances and old animosities surged within Xia Xian, causing his eyes to narrow and an intense killing intent to emanate from his brow. Just then, Tien Shinhan unexpectedly stepped in front of Xia Xian, obstructing his movements, and earnestly apologized to Crane Hermit, successfully placating the old man. During the upcoming fight, you must exert your utmost strength to incapacitate the Turtle School disciples. Crane Hermit grumbled under his breath. The final championship should be a contest between the named disciples and a Tion. Remember, you must not lose to your senior brother. Do not engage in any unnecessary actions. After delivering his admonition, he left with a huff, leaving the Turtle School disciples to contemplate their own thoughts. The next match featured the Turtle Hermit disguised as Chung Long, facing off against Tien Shinhan. From the outset, Xian discerned the turmoil within Tien Shinhan's heart, his face betraying a plethora of concerns. Clearly, Crane Hermit's reprimand had a beneficial counter-effect. Even the Turtle Hermit took note of this, and when the referee announced the beginning of the match, instead of launching an attack, he leisurely remarked, "Young man, with such a troubled mind, you cannot hope to unleash your true potential." Huh. Tien Shinhan froze at the remark, realizing that his internal conflict had been laid bare, and promptly adjusted his demeanor, retorting, "Humph. There's no need for such complexities when dealing with an old geezer like you." Upon hearing this, the Turtle Hermit chuckled softly, responding with calmness, "Oh, is that so? Then I am eager to see for myself." As the two exchanged verbal jabs, Xian stood at a distance, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene. The Crane School secret arts were designed to stealthily learn other skills and extract their experiences, and now he had the opportunity to observe the esteemed Master Wu Tian and the current strongest, Tien Shinhan, engaged in combat. Xian believed he could garner a wealth of insights from this encounter, which was precisely why he had descended from the Galinta. There was no better place than the martial arts tournament for such learning. Particularly now, Xian felt that his own strength had reached a commendable level within this world, an exhilarating sense of achievement that was difficult to articulate yet palpably satisfying. The battle between the Turtle Hermit and Tien Shinhan raged on for an extended period, without either gaining the upper hand. The Turtle Hermit was compelled to unleash the afterimage fist, hoping to tip the balance in his favor. However, Tien Shinhan's forehead bore an eye of great prowess, instantly discerning the Turtle Hermit's true form amidst the myriad of afterimages and striking the target directly. At that moment, the Turtle Hermit had no choice but to summon his resolve, shedding the training garb that symbolized an elderly person's exercise attire. With a physique akin to iron and steel, he adjusted his breathing, exhaling a breath of stale air, and then solemnly declared to Tien Shinhan, "Come forth." Seeing such determination from his opponent ignited a fierce spirit within Tien Shinhan, who charged forward with enthusiasm. Exclaiming, "Ha! You've brought this upon yourself. Even if you are an elder, I will not hold back." With that, he swung his arms, conjuring numerous afterimages, while boasting, "Ha! Old man, can you see the movements of my hands?" A glimmer of sharpness flashed in the Turtle Hermit's murky old eyes as he suddenly countered, accurately targeting Tien Shinhan's acupoints amidst the multitude of fist shadows, effectively seizing his opponent's hands. What? Tien Shinhan was taken aback, astonished that his assault had been seen through. For a martial artist, having one's hands restrained signified only one thing: an open gateway. The Turtle Hermit wasted no time delivering a knee strike that crashed heavily against Tien Shinhan's chest, the force akin to a meteor plummeting to earth. Crucially, the assault did not end there. Seizing the moment while his opponent was unable to retaliate, the Turtle Hermit slightly bent his body and unleashed a powerful kick, sending Tien Shinhan flying. This series of attacks was remarkably incisive, and a hint of a smile graced the Turtle Hermit's lips. He was indeed once the strongest in the world. Even in his old age, he retained a vigor that was not in the least inferior to the current youth. Tien Shinhan, having been kicked away, tumbled across the ground, struggling to dissipate the force of the impact. Damn it! At this moment, rage surged within him. Since he began his training, no one had ever made him feel so humiliated in front of such an audience. His once proud spirit now blazed fiercely. Suddenly, Tien Shinhan sprang into action, darting toward the Turtle Hermit with a speed so swift that even the prepared Master Wu Tian could not react in time. Knee strike. The same technique crashed into the Turtle Hermit. However, the earlier knee strike had been executed after the Turtle Hermit had neutralized Tien Shinhan's defense, whereas this time, Tien Shinhan disregarded any defense and directly attacked, shattering not only the opponent's guard but the target itself. The Turtle Hermit was struck with alarm. After enduring several consecutive blows, he finally summoned the strength within his body and landed a punch against Tien Shinhan's chest. Narrowly managing to retreat, a hush fell over the arena, the audience left in awe by the exhilarating display of combat, particularly after having witnessed the previous dull match between Xian and Klin. The intensity of this battle far exceeded their expectations. Meanwhile, Xian on the sidelines was reaping substantial rewards, extracting a wealth of experience from this martial contest. Both the Turtle Hermit's seasoned combat instincts and Tien Shinhan's fearless vigor left him deeply contemplative. If I were to observe several more matches of this caliber, I fear my strength would ascend to a new level, Xiao Exin mused inwardly. If Yamucha's abilities are merely at the level of battling Tien Shinhan, I should have already far surpassed him. Meanwhile, the Turtle Hermit was secretly astonished. What a formidable individual, even more powerful than the last time we met, to withstand my blows and still counterattack. His strength and potential are truly unexpected. And then there's that officer who has yet to reveal his true capabilities, along with Goku. Ah, has the era of the youth truly arrived? While the Turtle Hermit pondered above the stage, the excited host below was enthusiastically announcing an intensely fierce battle. The contest between Chung Long and Tien Shinhan is evenly matched, a worthy clash between last year's champion and the esteemed disciple of the Crane School. Ignoring the uproar in the arena, the Turtle Hermit solemnly questioned, with such strength, why do you persist in following Crane Hermit? The implication behind his words was unmistakable. Crane Hermit's reputation was tarnished, his character selfish, and the company he kept was comprised of unscrupulous individuals. Yet what the Turtle Hermit truly meant was that, in the span of 300 years, Crane Hermit had not been known to mentor any worthy disciples. Instead, he had produced cunning assassins like Tao Pai Pai, whose lineage had been corrupted. Seeing that Tien Shinhan was a promising candidate, the Turtle Hermit was genuinely concerned that remaining under Crane Hermit's tutelage would result in wasted potential, failing to learn genuine skills while also likely acquiring undesirable traits from the old man. This was precisely why the Turtle Hermit was reluctant to see such a fate befall him. These matters are my own. You need not concern yourself, Tien Shinhan replied, furrowing his brow, yet he found no grounds for rebuttal. After all, no one understood Crane Hermit's nature better than he did. He was hardly an easy master to deal with on the other side. Xiao Exin, observing from afar, had already sensed Tien Shinhan's wavering resolve. He had been troubled by the incident with the dumplings, and now, having endured Crane Hermit's scolding, he felt a growing sense of aversion. At this moment, he was likely overwhelmed with confusion and desperately needed guidance. If all goes as expected, the Turtle Hermit should forfeit. And then, Xiao Exin thought to himself, suddenly gripped by an inexplicable sense of dread, as if an ominous aura had begun to quietly infiltrate the martial arena. As someone well-versed in the narrative, Xiao Exin was acutely aware of the particular value of certain skills. Thus, he had little interest in techniques such as the volleyball fist, which he deemed beneath his notice. Conversely, skills like the Kamehameha, even if they posed a threat to life, were still diligently practiced. Among the martial arts he focused on, there was one particular technique Xiao Exin had prioritized and diligently trained in from an early stage: breath sensing. In simple terms, it involved discerning an opponent's location and strength through the aura they emitted. Logically, this skill could only be mastered after encountering the deities in the divine temple. However, Xiao Exin believed that Vegeta had managed to learn it in a remarkably brief period during his time on Namek. He found it hard to believe that he could not accomplish the same feat after 2 years of effort. Thus, at present, Xiao Exin's sensitivity to aura could be considered among the finest on the ground. Yet it was this very ability that had just now alerted Xiao Exin to the emergence of a powerful and malevolent force that had begun to stealthily encroach upon the arena. And secretly peeping at this place, such a powerful force is fierce, cruel, and cold-blooded. Could it be? Xiao Exin's face turned pale, especially when thinking that such a dangerous enemy was nearby, yet he couldn't locate its exact position. He understood that the opponent's strength might be slightly stronger than his OW and at this moment. The plot made him recall. Xiao Exin closed his eyes and secretly pondered and recollected. According to the plot, after this World Martial Arts Tournament, the Piccolo Daima chapter would immediately follow. The monster that once dominated the world would descend again, and it would send its minions to steal the roster of the martial arts tournament and eliminate the martial artists on it in order. And the first one to be sacrificed was Krillin. Xiao Exin opened his eyes and already had a plan in mind. That dangerous aura, just now, was definitely emitted by one of Piccolo Daima's underlings. Damn it, according to the plot, it should have appeared after the finals. However, now is not the time to dwell on the opponent's order of appearance. Xiao Exin warily scanned the surroundings, although his sensing ability had made considerable progress after 2 years of training. The enemy had now shielded their chi, and he simply couldn't detect its position. For a moment, it seemed that there was a pair of eyes peeping at Xia Xan from the shadows of the bushes and the darkness of the corner. That feeling was extremely unpleasant. Just then, a gong sounded in the distance that a temple worker came running in a fluster and shouted to Xia Xan, "Why are you still here? It's your turn to compete. Hurry up and get on the stage." Hearing this, Xia Xan was taken aback. He didn't expect that while he was searching for the minions of the demon race, the process on the arena had already been completed. Master Roshi, disguised as Chung Long, after blocking Tien Shinhan's Kamehameha wave, left a sentence. "I've always been looking forward to the emergence of young people like you, so that I can truly enjoy my old age in peace." After saying that, he automatically jumped out of the arena and conceded defeat. Thus, the match between Xia Xan and Goku also began. Xia Xan was silent for a while, then looked at the dappled rest area. He could sense that a dangerous force was lurking nearby, even peeping at the situation on the competition field. According to the plot, after Piccolo Daima was worried that there might still be martial artists who could use the evil containment wave, he forcefully created several clone minions regardless of his lifespan to help him eliminate the martial artists. This idea was essentially a substitution, even if the opponent really knew the evil containment wave. At most, they could only seal Piccolo Daima's minions, and every time this technique was used, the life of a martial artist would be sacrificed. In simple terms, it was to use these pawns to deplete the world's martial artists. But the minions who were to be sacrificed naturally didn't want to end up like this. Since it was a rare opportunity to show up in the world, they surely didn't want to be simply used up. Therefore, the minion of the demon race hiding in the dark was probably also observing the progress of human martial artists in the past 300 years. TSK. It just had to be this time. Xia Xan spat, thinking indignantly in his heart. But at the moment, he had no way to find the enemy in the dark, so he could only follow the staff and head towards the arena. However, after walking a few steps, he met Tien Shinhan with a gloomy face coming down from the arena. "Big brother Tien, what's wrong with you?" Xia Xan asked casually. Tien Shinhan seemed to want to say something, but stopped. Eventually, he shook his head, leaving a sentence about not wanting to affect Xia Xan's competition, then sat alone in the rest area in a daze. Seeing him like this, Xia Xan was a bit worried. Martial artists emphasized mentality that if someone got stuck in a dead-end thought, they might not be able to get out for a long time, and according to the plot, this guy should have gone to ask Master Roshi for clarification and thus get enlightened. But at the moment, Tien Shinhan didn't look like he was going to find anyone. If the plot changes, it will be too disadvantageous for me. Anyway, this has to be resolved here. Xia Xan had an idea. He took out a bead from his pocket, gave it to the temple worker, asked him to wait for him for a while, then went straight to Tien Shinhan. The temple worker had never seen such a thing before. A contestant was late and still not in a hurry to get on the stage. But since he had taken someone's benefit, he could only pretend not to see, with a pale face. Speaking of which, Xia Xan came to Tien Shinhan's side and asked him about his matter again. Tien Shinhan was quite touched that his nominal junior brother had postponed such an important competition because he was worried about his state of mind. That old man named Chung Long was actually Master Roshi in disguise, Tien Shinhan said in a low voice. "During the match just now, Crane Hermit told me through telepathy, and the other party also admitted it." Xia Xan was quite familiar with this plot, so he wasn't surprised. Instead, he feigned surprise and said, "Oh, no wonder he could win the last championship. After all, he is the #1 martial artist." "Master Roshi, but why are you worried?" "He conceded defeat, but I don't know why." Crane Hermit said he was afraid of losing face if he lost, but isn't conceding defeat embarrassing too? Tien Shinhan said with some confusion. "Especially. I felt that Master Roshi didn't exert his full strength at all, only using a small part of his power." Seeing Tien Shinhan looking so preoccupied, Xia Xan sighed. This senior brother had a proud personality. In his mind, it was probably hard to imagine that there was anything more honorable than winning a competition. Oh, he couldn't understand the purpose of Master Roshi's withdrawal from the competition at all. "Since you can't figure it out, why not go and ask him in person?" Xia Xan simply said straightforwardly. Since Chung Long is Master Roshi in disguise, then at this moment he must be hiding in a secluded place changing his clothes. Perhaps a master-level figure like him wouldn't be stingy about answering your questions. After saying that, he pointed to the position of the flower bed not far away. after hearing Xia Xian's guidance. A trace of determination appeared in Tien Shinhan's originally confused eyes. He nodded, stood up, and walked outside. Seeing this, Xia Xian nodded with satisfaction. The plot that was almost changed was back on track, which meant that his advantage of knowing history wouldn't deviate. Hero, shall we go on stage 2? The temple worker came up pitifully, with a flattering look on his face, and said, "If we delay any longer, I'm afraid the tournament will announce the cancellation of your competition qualification." Seeing this guy sweating profusely, Xia Xian didn't have the heart to make things difficult for him. He made a gesture and followed the temple worker towards the venue. Speaking of which, at this time, the host on the arena also had beads of sweat on his forehead and was trying his best to maintain the atmosphere at the scene, but as a commentator with no match to start. What could he say? He couldn't just make things up on the spot. He could only tell a few cold jokes, trying to ease the atmosphere. Contestant Xia Xian still hasn't appeared. Maybe he's not feeling well or went to the bathroom. The host looked at the increasingly noisy audience below and could only say, "Just now, I consulted the tournament chairman, and the result of the discussion is that if the other opponent, Son Goku, is not willing to wait any longer, we will announce that contestant Xia Xian has forfeited." After saying that, he handed the microphone to the bored Goku and asked for his opinion. This move was quite sly that on one hand, they didn't dare to offend the audience, and on the other hand, they threw the choice to Goku. In this way, no matter what the result was, the hosting temple wouldn't have to take responsibility. And below, Crane Hermit was furious, scolding non-stop. That useless registered disciple actually played the trick of being late at such a critical moment. He's extremely stupid, and that referee is his brain malfunctioning. Handing the choice to the turtle school people, how could they miss this only chance to advance? It's clearly a case of using someone else's hand to kill. Shameless and despicable. After all, in Crane Hermit's eyes, as an opponent, given the opportunity to decide one's own buy and advancement, they naturally wouldn't miss it. Especially now that the Turtle School's record was not good, almost completely defeated. At the beginning, there were 3 disciples. And only Goku, the runner-up of the last tournament, had made it this far that if they lost this match, it would be a complete wipeout. Therefore, from any perspective, announcing the cancellation of Xia Xian's competition qualification immediately was the most urgent thing. Unexpectedly, to Crane Hermit's surprise, Goku didn't act as impatiently as he had imagined and declare victory. Instead, he leisurely put his hands behind his head and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. I came here to fight stronger people. Waiting a little longer is no big deal. Didn't I almost oversleep during the last tournament?" His words were well reasoned, and he even cited the example of his match with Jiren when he fell asleep. Instantly, it evoked the host's memories, and the atmosphere of the entire scene became a bit more lively. Just then, the temple worker was heard shouting at the top of his lungs, "The hero of the world has arrived." This fellow had taken Xia Xian's money and was worried that the people in front would be disqualified from the competition. Therefore, he roared with exceptional effort, so as to let everyone know about Xia Xian's arrival. Unexpectedly, this instead gave people a strange sense of ceremony. Coupled with the gongs, drums, and bells announcing the start of the competition, it was truly imposing. The audience at the scene had been complaining originally. But when they saw Xia Xian, they all automatically closed their mouths. Xia Xian was seen wearing a police combat uniform, with mottled camouflage, and the fabric was sturdy and durable. The combat boots were made of special synthetic materials, adaptable to jungles, deserts, and mountains alike. Grenades for decoration were hung on the utility belt, and the whole person looked extremely heroic and domineering. Speaking of which, Xia Xian doesn't quite like cloth shoes, thinking that such thin-soled shoes are not fierce enough when fighting and kicking people. In addition, after coming down from the Korin Tower, there was no suitable clothing at home, so he put on the things issued by the Bureau and came here. As a result, the people in the police world were very pleased, considering this an act of bringing glory to the police officers, and highly commended Xia Xian. The bored little Goku was very happy to see Xia Xian coming and jumped up from the ground, saying with great enthusiasm, "Ha! I knew you would come, but let's have a good contest." Compared with little Goku's full of ambition, Xia Xian was frowning at this moment. The minions of Piccolo Daimao were already in a certain corner of the arena. At this moment, they were probably eagerly waiting to see his moves. This feeling of knowing that someone wants to secretly harm you, but having no way to deal with it really troubled him. And the crane hermit in the audience was shouting curses at this moment. "You bastard, you low-life scum. Where have you been at this time? If you delay my good show, I'll tear out your tendons, skin you alive, and destroy your cultivation base." The words from his mouth were extremely vicious, and what's more, his voice was loud, making a racket in the quiet venue, which was really headache-inducing. Xiaoxin narrowed his eyes, and the veins on his forehead couldn't help but twitch, obviously very angry. "Sir, please be quiet. This could easily affect the progress of the competition," the host gently persuaded. "Cut the crap. Who the hell are you to order me?" The crane hermit said disdainfully, but finally returned to his seat and continued to mutter there. "Chop off the limbs of the Turtle School disciples. Beat this bunch of people into cripples and make them regret joining this sect." Xiaoxin looked at the crane hermit's face distorted by hatred, sighed, and shifted his attention to the arena. "Can we start?" "I think you're very strong," little Goku said with a smile, seemingly not caring that the man in front of him was the chief culprit who had snatched his credit and also the sworn enemy of the sect. He hadn't even launched a sneak attack just now, and waited leisurely for Xiaoxin to come to his senses before asking if they could start. "Wait a little longer. There's something I need you to confirm," Xiaoxin said calmly to the same time. He took a deep breath and started to regulate the energy in his body. In an instant, Xiaoxin's energy began to condense and became stronger and stronger. With a low growl from his throat, Xiaoxin's muscles began to visibly expand, and the air around him seemed to be drawn, forming gusts of whirlwinds that blew in all directions. The little Goku, who was the first to bear the brunt, was shocked when he saw this. What? Such a powerful energy! And the people in the audience felt that Xiaoxin was like a tornado, and they couldn't even look at him directly. Even Master Roshi, who was changing clothes in the distance, couldn't help but look up at Xiaoxin, who was gathering energy on the distant arena. Using energy to enhance the strength of the muscles? Why does this kid's energy seem a bit like the way of the Turtle School? Master Roshi blinked his eyes and said in confusion. Speaking of which, if we had to distinguish the difference between the Turtle School and the Crane School, it might lie in the handling of energy. The Crane School, under the premise of insufficient energy, uses the body to substitute for consumption, thus creating the Kamehameha wave, while the Turtle School uses energy to make up for the body's deficiencies, and then uses the strengthened body to stimulate stronger energy, repeating this cycle. Although it is not as fierce as the Kamehameha wave, it has the advantage of being endless. This is the Kamehameha wave that Master Roshi used to destroy the Fire Mountain and the Moon. But at the moment, Master Roshi didn't have much thought to consider the origin of Xiaoxin's martial arts, because at this time, Tien Shinhan had appeared in front of him, looking like he had something to ask. What do you mean by this? Since you're the legendary #1 martial artist in the world, Master Roshi, why did you deliberately disguise yourself to participate in this tournament? Tien Shinhan asked straightforwardly. Hearing this, Master Roshi didn't hide anything. While packing up the prop wig, he replied, "The reason is simple that I did it for my disciples. If one of them wins the championship in the competition, they will think they're the most powerful person in the world, become complacent, and lose their enterprising spirit. Success at a young age is not necessarily a good thing." Master Roshi's words were not without basis. His two previous disciples, whether it was Ox King or Son Gohan, had lost their enthusiasm for learning martial arts during a certain period and lived lazy lives according to their nature. One became a bandit, and the other became a hunter. Hearing this, a trace of pride appeared on Tien Shinhan's face. I see. Then I understand. Now you know I'm too powerful, and your disciples have no chance of winning. So you're at ease to deliberately admit defeat and let me fulfill the purpose of teaching your disciples a lesson for you. Speaking of this, Tien Shinhan changed the topic and said proudly, however, even if you don't admit defeat and continue to fight, the winner will still be me. Tien Shinhan had the capital to say this, because although Master Roshi didn't go all out, similarly, Tien Shinhan himself had only shown about half of his strength. If they really fought, he wouldn't be the least bit cowardly or retreat. No. However, Master Roshi replied with exceptional seriousness. You're wrong. What? Because I know that my disciples have gradually matured. They're not stupid, even if they win in this tournament. They won't give up their pursuit too early. So I can retire with peace of mind. Hearing this, Tien Shinhan fell silent. Master Roshi had disguised himself to participate in the competition for his disciples, just to let them understand that there are always better people out there. But his own master, the crane Hermit, not only didn't have this sense of responsibility, but simply regarded him, Dumpling, and Xia Xian as tools to gain face and seize the limelight. He only cared about the outcome of the competition and didn't pay any attention to their growth, let alone set an example and teach them the principles of life. For a moment, Tien Shinhan was speechless, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Just as he was lost in thought, Master Roshi, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, "Oh, right. There's one thing you might be right about. If we continue to fight, I would indeed be very likely to lose to you." After saying that, Master Roshi picked up a suitcase and walked a long way towards the direction of the audience. I can finally watch my disciples' competition with peace of mind. You also cheer up. I'm looking forward to wonderful performances. Looking at the back of Master Roshi, leaving gracefully, Tien Shinhan felt 100 emotions welling up in his heart, but still stubbornly said, "Humph." Admitting defeat, "Aren't you ashamed?" But as soon as the words came out, he immediately realized that Master Roshi, for the sake of his disciples, didn't care about the title of the number, one in the world and his own face. This kind of sentiment, alas, how can the gap between people be so big? On the other hand, on the arena, the situation was changing rapidly. Xia Xian had completed gathering energy, and his whole body had become a full circle larger. A faint blue vitality was emanating from his body, visible even to ordinary people. The floor tiles, specially designed for the battle, seemed extremely fragile in the face of the surging airwaves. And cracks actually appeared. Such a powerful energy. How did you cultivate it? Little Goku asked in surprise. In fact, the Turtle School doesn't have a specialized energy training skill that Timor advocates relying on physical training to generate more life energy. And when Xia Xian was at the Kirin Tower, this was exactly what he targeted for training. After all, there's a limit to muscle training, but the enhancement of vitality is a direction that will never go out of style. When Master Roshi, who had come to the spectator stand, witnessed this scene, he was quite taken aback. Good heavens, this child has actually progressed to such an extent. What a surging vitality, far exceeding that of Master Crane. No, even I couldn't achieve this. Could this child have been a Kirin Tower? "Son," Xia said succinctly. "What's the question?" Little Goku raised his head excitedly, with no trace of fear in his eyes, but rather a look of eager anticipation. "Is my current strength sufficient to defeat you?" Xia Xian asked straightforwardly. For a moment, everyone outside the arena fell silent, and one had ever seen a contestant ask such a question that it was simply too direct. Little Goku pondered for a moment, and then replied simply, "In terms of energy, you are stronger than me. But in a battle, I'm confident I'll be the last one standing." With that, he assumed a fighting stance. His face filled with eager excitement in fact, in the battle system of Dragon Ball, although energy is of great significance, it is not the sole criterion for measuring combat power. Otherwise, the later androids, Android 17 and Android 18, who possess infinite energy, would not necessarily represent the strongest existence. Master Crane in the audience kept shouting, "Attack!" with such strong vitality. If you use it to launch a Kamehameha wave at full power, you could even flatten this island. Those brats of the Kame school definitely couldn't withstand it. "Hey, I'm telling you to attack. Can't you understand?" Looking at Master Crane spitting as he shouted, Kayatsu beside him felt nothing but sweat all over his head. Xia Xian, this registered disciple, had learned nothing from Master Crane. Expecting him to release the Kamehameha wave from the Crane School's secret techniques at this moment was simply too much to ask. Xia Xian ignored the noise from the audience. After hearing little Goku's words, a faint smile appeared on his lips. "You're right. I think so too." With that, he suddenly raised his arm and said nonchalantly, "Referee, I concede." These words were like a thunderbolt, and one could believe that Xia Xian would give up at this crucial moment, especially considering the momentum he had just displayed, which completely overpowered his opponent. Even little Goku himself admitted that Xia Xian had areas where he was stronger. But why wouldn't he want to fight anymore? "Are you serious?" the host asked cautiously. "Yes, I can't beat this kid," Xia Xian said succinctly, while trying his best to sense any unusual aura in the venue to determine the location of the demon clan. The reason he had been gathering energy was, on the one hand, to see the gap between himself and little Goku, and on the other hand, to lure the demon clan lurking in the dark, now that he had received little Goku's admission that his vitality was inferior. He had fulfilled his wish. Continuing to fight would only help little Goku improve further. This guy's ability to enhance himself during battles was unique in Dragon Ball. Xiao also didn't want the demon clan in the dark to peek at his moves, so his desire to fight gradually faded. Presumably, such an obvious aura would surely attract the attention of the demon clan, and Xiao was waiting for this opportunity. Why are you conceding without even fighting? Don't do this. Little Goku pouted disappointedly and said to Xiao, after fighting me, you won't be able to face my senior brother in a full state. I'm afraid he won't be able to fully display his martial arts then. Xiao said absent-mindedly, at the same time. He turned his head sharply. Feeling an evil aura at the bracket of the arena's eve, he could even vaguely see a winged monster with its arms folded. Looking at the arena with ill intentions, Xiao didn't speak that he secretly used the flying nimbus technique and rushed straight in that direction. All that was left was a dumbfounded little Goku and Master Crane, who was cursing loudly in the audience. He was still viciously scolding his disciple for leaving without a fight, which was a far cry from the scene of him hoping to see the Kame School disciples being slaughtered. Speaking of which, Xiao left the arena and in the blink of an eye, flew to the bracket of the tournament building. There, he unexpectedly encountered a monster with green scales all over its body and an ugly appearance, standing there watching the game with its arms folded. What are you up to? The monster said leisurely. This appearance is exactly the same as in the manga. There's no mistake. Xiao sneered, hovering in the air and staring at the other party. Warrior of the Demon Clan. Since you're here, it means King Piccolo has arrived, right? These words made the monster, who had looked indifferent, suddenly become surprised. It sized up Xiao and said in a sarcastic tone, I originally wanted to have some fun during my mission, but an interesting fellow appears. You actually dare to call the great king by his name that seems you're eager to die. All right, it's my mission. Tambourine, to kill all martial artists that sending you to hell in advance is only natural. Tambourine, Xiao, who had watched Dragon Ball, naturally knew his background, that he was the first minion created by King Piccolo after being. He was a pawn used to deal with martial artists from all over the world. Because of the fear of the evil containment wave by humans, when creating Tambourine, a relatively large amount of energy was infused into him. He was quite prominent among the great king's subordinates. He was violent, tempered, cruel, and bloodthirsty, enjoying the pleasure of killing and showing no mercy to his enemies. Even little Goku, in a poor state, was almost killed by this demon clan warrior, Tambourine. Facing Tambourine's threat, a faint smile appeared on Xiao lips. Then he suddenly accelerated and lunged at Tambourine. Tambourine, who had been mocking Xiao for his audacity, was taken aback that he never expected this human to be so fast. Before he could finish his surprise, he received a solid punch to the face and was sent flying. Having scored a hit, Xiao wouldn't stop. He continued to accelerate and chase after him, clenching his hands together like a war hammerer and smashing down towards Tambourine. This attack was powerful and heavy that, if hit, Tambourine would probably be directly smashed to the ground. Tambourine quickly twisted his body and narrowly avoided Xiao attack. How dare a mere human attack the great demon clan? Tambourine screeched, taking advantage of the moment when Xiao attack missed. He kicked out fiercely, directly kicking Xiao away. I'll show you the horror of the demon clan. Tambourine immediately chased after him, vowing to tear this human who dared to challenge him to pieces. Unexpectedly, Xiao, who was sent flying, made a graceful 180-degree turn in the air, easily stabilized his body, and then, taking advantage of the momentum of being hit, as soon as he landed, he immediately exerted force again, shattered the stones on the ground, and rushed forward. Without using any moves, he directly rammed his head hard into Tambourine's lips, causing the Demon Clan member to grimace in pain. Damn it, a mere human. There was a vicious glint in Tambourine's eyes. He couldn't figure out how he had been hiding in the corner watching the game so secretly, yet this guy had discovered him and chased him around for a long time. The crucial thing was that this human seemed to know everything about him. Not only did he know he was from the Demon Clan, but he even knew about the Great King. But what made Tambourine the angriest was that this human didn't seem to fear the demon clan at all. This arrogant attitude really pissed off this demon clan warrior. The great king sent me to eliminate martial artists. And I won't stop, Tambourine roared, stretching out his palm, aiming at Xiaoxin and shouting, "Take this, demon light cannon." A beam of light appeared in Tambourine's palm, and then a shockwave blasted out, heading straight for Xiaoxin. The so-called demon light cannon was actually a martial art of King Piccolo. I end the story. When little Goku first fought the old King Piccolo, he was defeated by this move and almost died there. Now, facing the demon light cannon launched by Tambourine, Xiaoxin smiled again and even muttered to himself, "Hee, perfect timing." As soon as the words were out, Xiaoxin immediately crossed his hands, forming several hand seals. Combining with the Crane School's techniques, then without dodging, he watched the opponent's energy ball fly towards him. Rebound. With a loud, the attack of the demon light cannon seemed as if it were drunk, halting abruptly in front of Xiaoxin, and then veering upwards into the sky. This technique was actually the same trick Tien Shinhan had used against Yamcha, rebounding his Kamehameha wave. Now that Xiaoxin had seen it, by utilizing the secret techniques of the Crane School, he quickly grasped the circulation of chi and the method of coordinating hand seals. When he executed it now, the effect was remarkable. Although the energy projectile didn't fly towards Tambourine, it was completely rebounded away, not even touching a hair of Xiaoxin's. What? Tambourine was left dumbfounded by the scene before his eyes. His own attack had been rebounded and vanished, a sight that his meager reserve of martial arts knowledge couldn't explain. "You'll be even more astonished later." Xiaoxin laughed triumphantly and said, "Take this too, demon light cannon." As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaoxin forcefully pushed out a palm, and a powerful chi wave immediately gushed out, hurtling towards Tambourine. How could this demon clan warrior have expected that his opponent could use his own technique? At first glance, there was no difference at all. He quickly crossed his arms and forcefully blocked this move. Speaking of which, by using the secret techniques of the Crane School, Xiaoxin could swiftly learn his opponent's martial arts within a short period. Although he surely couldn't master the essence, he could already imitate it quite convincingly. At this moment, although Tambourine had blocked Xiaoxin's incomplete demon light cannon, his entire body was billowing with smoke, as if he had been scorched by a fierce fire. Evidently, he had suffered some setbacks. "You damned bastard!" "How?" Tambourine blinked his eyes and exclaimed in astonishment and complaint, "Why can you use the martial arts of our demon clan?" Hearing this, Xiaoxin smiled faintly and said, "Humph. Otherwise, what did you think I came to you after giving up the competition for?" These words left Tambourine utterly confused. In fact, apart from considering not giving the demon clan a chance to fight among themselves and preventing the Crane Hermit from losing face, Xiaoxin's main reason was to learn the skills of the demon clan. Anyway, the only technique Goku could learn at present was the Kamehameha wave. There was no need to learn other moves. And when Yamcha used the Kamehameha, Xiaoxin had already observed it thoroughly and roughly knew how to use it. Now that a member of the demon clan had appeared, after careful consideration, Xiaoxin decided to come and deal with this fellow and, by the way, learn some valuable martial skills from him at this moment. Tambourine looked at Xiaoxin, who seemed calm and composed, and gave a sinister smile. Suddenly, this fellow let out a loud roar, charged forward, and with lightning speed, struck Xiaoxin's face with a fierce elbow strike, and then followed up with a powerful punch that sent him hurtling down from the sky, crashing onto a road far outside the martial arts arena. Boom! The originally calm road surface was instantly like an earthquake, with a huge crater smashed out. The cars passing by were all startled to a halt, and people leaned out in astonishment, gaping at the scene before them. Tambourine hovered in the air, arrogantly staring at the people below like ants, and laughed haughtily. "Hee, you didn't think that was all of my power just now, did you? You really underestimate me." As he spoke, Xiaoxin climbed up from the rubble, his body covered in wounds, his face smeared with ashes, looking rather disheveled. The citizens nearby exclaimed in shock, "Isn't this the heroic police officer who defeated the Red Ribbon Army? What is he doing here? Look, that monster flying in the sky. Are they fighting? My goodness, that guy looks so dangerous." Sensing the fear of the crowd, Tambourine landed triumphantly on a telegraph pole and said to Xiaoxin below, "Although you're a human, your performance has been quite impressive. That's why I've decided to reveal my true strength and tear you to pieces completely as a reward for you." Xiaxin ignored the astonished gazes of the people around him, stood up on his own, and spat out a mouthful of bloody spittle, seemingly quite disdainful of Tamburine's words. At the same time, Xiaxin slowly took off his utility belt and threw it on the ground. Making a heavy sound, the Tamburine's eyes twitched. Judging from the sound, this utility belt weighed nearly 10 kilograms. Those decorations that looked like grenades were actually used for added weight. This wasn't the end. Xiaxin also took out several lead bars from his leg bindings and wrist guards and casually tossed them on the ground. These things together weighed over 50 kilograms. "Hey, Demon Clan warrior, since you've treated me so generously, in return, I'm going to unleash my true strength too." "What? You didn't use all of your strength just now?" Tamburine's face showed surprise, and his words became rather hasty. "I didn't know when humans became so fond of boasting." Although he spoke firmly, a bead of sweat trickled down Tamburine's forehead. Before, on the roof of the martial arts arena, he indeed had the intention of observing the combat power of humans, and the aura Xiaxin had revealed in front of Goku had surprised Tamburine somewhat. But as Goku had said, although you have a powerful life force, martial art competitions rely on real skills that, in a real fight, both Goku and Tamburine were confident they could defeat Xiaxin. After all, when Xiaxin fought Krillin, his skills didn't seem particularly outstanding, but he never expected that this guy was actually holding back, carrying so much extra weight with him. Now that he was removing them one by one, it meant that Xiaxin's speed and strength would increase to a terrifying level. Even he, an invincible Demon Clan member by nature, might not be a match for him. While Xiaxin and the Demon Clan warrior were engaged in a fierce battle, the competition site of the World Martial Arts Tournament was bustling with excitement. Everyone was attracted by the competition. Tien Shinhan, the eldest disciple of the Crane School, was facing off against Goku, the only remaining contestant of the Turtle School. These two, representing the top of their respective schools, were engaged in a fierce and evenly matched battle, as exciting as a fight between a dragon and a tiger. So much so that no one noticed that the street outside the competition stage had descended into chaos. That detestable registered disciple actually violated my order and made me lose face. This is unbearable. The Crane Hermit in the audience was still dwelling on the scene of Xiaxin withdrawing for the competition. In his opinion, Xiaxin's actions were simply acts of betraying his master and ancestors. "Kaiatsu, we can't lose, or we'll be thoroughly humiliated," the Crane Hermit whispered. Hearing this, Kaiatsu looked at his master in bewilderment, not knowing what he was about to do. "Use your telekinesis to control the movements of the Turtle School disciple," the Crane Hermit said coldly. "It's time to correct the mistake made by that registered disciple." Although his combat power wasn't very strong, Kaiatsu possessed some superpowers. For example, making someone's stomach ache or slowing down their movements wasn't difficult. That's why the Crane Hermit had taken in this child who looked like a zombie, for the purpose of using him to do such underhanded things at times like this. Speaking of which, Goku and Tien Shinhan were locked in a fierce battle. Since training under the Turtle Hermit, this was the first time Goku had encountered an opponent of equal strength, with his fighting spirit at its peak. He had just spotted a flaw in Tien Shinhan's moves and was about to strike. Unexpectedly, his body suddenly twitched for no reason, and he couldn't exert any strength in a battle between masters. There was no room for even a moment's hesitation. Seeing Goku's state, Tien Shinhan was overjoyed in opportunity. With that, he launched a straight punch that sent Goku flying. Goku, who had fallen to the ground, got up, rubbing his stomach. "You're so despicable." "What?" Tien Shinhan was stunned, clearly not expecting such words from his opponent. Seeing this, the Crane Hermit in the audience sneered, looking like his evil plan had succeeded. "Hey, I must tell you, for the sake of fairness, my junior brother, Xin, gave up the competition to ensure your condition so that you could face me with full energy. He sacrificed his honor to uphold the fairness of this competition. I don't understand why you have the audacity to call us despicable," Tien Shinhan said seriously. Hearing this, Goku was momentarily speechless. He knew Xiaxin's strength well. He'll be able to cultivate such a vast amount of life force. Xiaxin was definitely a master, perhaps even not inferior to Tien Shinhan. Although he wasn't afraid of Xiaxin, after the fight, he would surely be severely drained of energy. By then, with his lack of strength, he probably wouldn't be a match for Tien Shinhan at all. Therefore, although Xiaxin had withdrawn from the competition, Goku actually admired his uprightness. "Stop making such silly excuses." Tien Shinhan let out a loud shout and charged forward. Little Goku quickly roused himself and also shouted loudly, "Fine. If you have the guts, try it again." After saying that, both of them rushed forward, eager to determine the winner between them. Seeing this scene, Master Shin sneered and ordered, "Kaiatsu, act!" The soaring little Goku suddenly stopped in mid-air as if struck by an electric shock. When Tien Shinhan saw this, he didn't hold back. He kicked out, sending his opponent flying and almost off the arena. Master Roshi, who was watching from the rest area, sensed something was wrong. His eyes immediately found Master Shun, who was looking complacent in the audience. Has this guy still not changed after all these years? He's an old fool who has made no progress. Master Roshi furrowed his brows and thought that this moment. Little Goku's situation was extremely critical, and on Xiaxin's side, he was about to go all out. The battles on both sides had reached a crucial juncture this time. Tien Shinhan also noticed something amiss, that in a battle between masters, there shouldn't be two consecutive mistakes. The very least, one shouldn't suddenly stop moving in midair. This really didn't seem like the performance of a fighter who could engage him in hundreds of rounds of combat. This moment. The host didn't pay much attention and faithfully carried out his commentary duties. Contestant Sun's situation has suddenly plummeted, and he finally fell to the ground. It seems the champion's ownership is already quite obvious. Tien Shinhan looked at little Goku, who was twitching on the ground and trying to get up, and began to understand. Although his attacks were fierce, it was absolutely impossible for one move to render his opponent immobile. The only explanation could be, just as Tien Shinhan was thinking, Master Shin's voice reached Tien Shinhan's mind through telepathy. "Quick, kill him while you can." Hearing this, Tien Shinhan's face darkened. After a moment of silence, he murmured slowly, "So that's how it is. Kaiatsu, you're the one causing trouble, aren't you?" "Yes. Release your spell quickly," Tien Shinhan said seriously. Now Kaiatsu was dumbfounded, his small eyes full of question marks. The referee didn't think much about it, and started counting directly. As the referee's count accumulated, Tien Shinhan's tone became more and more urgent. Even through telepathy, one could feel the man's anxiety. "Release the spell quickly. I don't want to win this way." Kaiatsu looked at Master Shun hesitantly. The old man replied angrily, "You fool, don't care about the outcome of the match. This brat injured Tao Pai Pai. He must be killed at all costs. This isn't ordered. You understand. Don't be as stupid as that disciple by name." The referee was almost at the end of the count. 7-8. At this time, it seemed that Tien Shinhan had made some kind of decision. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Stop." This shout was not through telepathy, but directly uttered. It immediately startled Kaiatsu, who was maintaining the spell, and even the counting referee was stunned. With the spell lifted, little Goku, who had been pressed to the ground, immediately got up and pounced on Tien Shinhan, gnashing his teeth. "You bastard, you made me suffer so much." Tien Shinhan watched coldly, showing no intention of defending. "Wait, Goku!" Master Roshi in the rest area also shouted, stopping his disciple's actions. Master Shun in the audience had an extremely ugly expression at this moment, as if he had eaten something dirty. "Tien Shinhan, how dare you disobey your master's order like that, disciple by name? You're detestable." Facing Master Shin's questioning, Tien Shinhan lowered his head and pleaded in a very humble voice. "I just want to do my best in this match. I don't need any help. I want to defeat my opponent fairly. Xian knows my thoughts, so he'd rather forfeit the match to fulfill my wish." As soon as Tien Shinhan mentioned Xiaxin, Master Shin became even angrier. "I order you to kill him." These words were almost spat out from the depths of his throat. Unfortunately, although Tien Shinhan's voice was a bit soft, his attitude was extremely firm. "I can't kill him. If I do, I'll lose the championship qualification of this match, and I'm already tired of being an assassin." Half of this sentence remained unsaid, since Tien Shinhan secretly taught Xiaxin martial arts. He really enjoyed the feeling of imparting knowledge and solving doubts, especially seeing Xiaxin, who knew nothing at first, becoming stronger and stronger under his guidance, just like a sapling growing into a towering tree. That sense of accomplishment was far more real than being a nebulous assassin, especially seeing the demeanor of the peerless master, Master Roshi. Tien Shinhan became more and more yearning for being a martial artist. However, these words further irritated Master Shan, whose sanity had already gone berserk. What the hell are you talking about? You've clearly been influenced by that disciple by name and incited by that bastard Master Roshi. By this point, Master Shun had become furious. He didn't even bother using telepathy and just shouted, "You've actually forgotten the kindness I showed in training you into a martial arts master. Since that's the case, I'll kill both of you. Kaiatsu, control their movements for me." Hearing this, Kaiatsu, who was always submissive, was stunned. He blinked his eyes pitifully, but didn't make any move. "Kaiatsu, can't you hear me?" At this moment, Master Shun had rolled up his sleeves, almost ready to rush onto the stage and start killing. Tien Shinhan wants to have a good match for the first time. Don't want to watch it to the end, Kaiatsu stammered. For someone as timid as him, it was really rare to say such words in front of Master Shun. However, before he could finish, Kaiatsu was grabbed by Master Shun, who gritted his teeth and said, "What?" "Even you." Kaiatsu's already fair face turned even paler. "Those who oppose me will die. You're all the same as that disciple by name. Die." Master Shin said viciously, and at the same time swung his fist at Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu, seeing his dearest friend in mortal danger. Even the resolute Tien Shinhan was flustered and at a loss. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the rest area. "Get out of the way." Hearing this, Tien Shinhan was taken aback. He turned around and saw Master Roshi, Master Turtle, unleashing a Kamehameha wave, which charged straight towards Master Shin. The energy wave was menacing. When Master Shin saw it, he was shocked. Although he had invented the handprint to rebound energy over the years, he had been lazy in his cultivation and had lived too comfortably. His power was no longer what it used to be. At this moment, he dropped Kaiatsu and tried to form a handprint. But it was too late. He was hit directly by the shock wave and sent flying, disappearing into the distance. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Without Master Shin's noise, the entire arena became much quieter. "Don't worry, that guy won't lose his life because of this level of attack," Master Roshi said with a solemn expression. "The troublemaker has disappeared. You too. You can have the match without distractions." Seeing this scene, little Goku had already understood the whole story. He said sincerely to Tien Shinhan, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before." Tien Shinhan was silent for a moment and didn't speak immediately. It was not until a long time later that he said seriously, "I have betrayed my master. I must not lose this match. So get ready. I will definitely defeat you with my next attack." Little Goku didn't speak, but the fighting spirit in his eyes said it all. Thus, the two finally started the truly unhindered ultimate showdown. By the way, just as little Goku and Tien Shinhan started fighting again, the highlight of Xiao Xian's side was just beginning. Xiao Xian shook his head comfortably after removing the weights on his body, enjoying this long-lost feeling of lightness that he usually carried nearly 50 kilograms of weights day and night, not even taking them off when eating. On the other side, the demon warrior Tambourine had an ugly expression. He had originally seen Xiao Xian's performance on the martial arts stage. Therefore, he was exceedingly confident in his ability to confront this human. Little did he know, after entering her berserk mode, Xiao Xian was concealing an unexpected power, which left the demon warrior in an absolute state of passivity. No, it would be more accurate to say there was no contest at all. The disparity in their hidden strengths was far too vast. When did humans reach such formidable heights? It would likely take the personal intervention of the Dark Lord himself to handle this. The moment this thought crossed Dambelin's mind, he swiftly dismissed it. How infuriating! How could I be intimidated by a mere human? No matter what, I must slay this scoundrel. As a noble demon, I am undoubtedly superior to these contemptible humans. Retreat is not an option. With this in mind, a cruel smile crept across Dambelin's lips. He chuckled ominously. "Perhaps your brute strength has improved somewhat, but you are still woefully inadequate to confront my magnificent demon kin." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian remained unfazed, casually replying, "Oh, I did not realize your kind had a penchant for grandiloquence. If you possess such abilities, why not display them for me?" His calm demeanor stemmed from his extensive knowledge of the narrative. He was well aware of the capabilities of the foe before him, and thus harbored no fears that his opponent could stir up any significant trouble. Dambelin, uninterested in further banter, raised his arm and bellowed, "Exploding demon light cannon." Xia Xian's eyes narrowed, recognizing the name of this technique, one of the signature moves of the great Demon King Piccolo. According to the story, it was with this very attack that Piccolo effortlessly obliterated an entire town, thus coercing the king of the world to abdicate. What a surprise that a minor character like you can wield such a technique. As he activated his defensive stance, Xia Xian attentively observed the maneuver, eager to learn this AoE attack that was considered formidable even among demons. However, as he summoned his energy for protection, he noticed that his opponent's attack wobbled and barely missed him entirely. "Hey, can't you even aim your skills properly?" Xia Xian taunted. "Who told you I missed?" Damblin retorted, a cruel grin forming on his face. Just then, a deafening crash echoed through the air. Xia Xian quickly turned to see a clock tower had been struck by the earlier exploding demon-like cannon. With its dome and bell teetering precariously above the throngs of panicked citizens below, a mother and daughter, paralyzed by fear, sat helplessly on the ground, their lives hanging by a thread as debris threatened to crush them. Xia Xian's heart surged with indignation as Damblin's triumphant voice rang in his ears. "This is where our paths diverge, for as a demon, I act without restraint or consideration for consequences. But you, how can a human stand idly by while their kin perish before their eyes?" Xia Xian's expression darkened, a flicker of fury igniting within his gaze. "You dare provoke me, demon? I am no bleeding heart. The fates of others are of no concern to me. Should lives be lost, I shall lay the blame squarely at your feet, and when the time comes, I will repay you 100-fold, torturing you in retribution for the deceased." Yet, these words bore little weight, as Damblin merely shook his head in mockery, responding nonchalantly, "Spare me your empty rhetoric. While we clashed, those insignificant humans seemed to herald you as a hero. Apparently, you have a history of saving the world. So the question arises, how could a person venerated as a hero ever commit such cold-hearted acts, leaving others to suffer?" At this, Xia Xian furrowed his brow. In truth, his earlier declaration had shaken him deeply. Now, an intense internal struggle ensued as he seemed to hear the cries of the mother and daughter below. Alongside the anguished wails of those unable to escape, he had often criticized protagonists in comics who, in their quest to save others, found themselves in dire predicaments. He had deemed such actions foolish and beneath him. Yet now, placed in a similar situation, especially with the power he possessed, he found it exceedingly difficult to turn a blind eye to the expectations of those around him. "Damn it," Xia Xian roared, channeling his energy as he propelled himself toward the clock tower, activating his flight technique with astonishing velocity. Witnessing this, Damblin was taken aback by Xia Xian's proficiency in aerial maneuvers, yet he could not suppress his laughter. You think you can adopt the heartlessness of our demon kin? You are still but a naive human." At that moment, Xia Xian had no time to engage with Damblin. He fervently drove his energy to new heights, racing against time as the clock bell descended toward the unsuspecting crowd below. Many voices screamed in terror, while the mother and daughter remained frozen in fear, shutting their eyes tightly, unable to bear the thought of witnessing their imminent demise. Bang! Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed, akin to something striking the copper bell with great force. The object that should have plummeted to the ground was inexplicably halted mid-fall, suspended in the air. Those resigned to their fates opened their eyes to see Xia Xian, reminiscent of a superhero from Western comics, majestically hovering above, single-handedly supporting the falling bell, preventing it from crashing down. "What? We're saved," is that man, the hero who vanquished the Black Satin Army, here to rescue us once more. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yet despite his heroic stance, Xia Xian's expression remained grim as he took a deep breath and bellowed, "Apologies for the inconvenience." These words left the crowd bewildered. Having been saved, why did the hero speak so peculiarly? However, Xia Xian offered no explanation, and at that moment, he unleashed a powerful technique, Solar Fist. In a flash, brilliant light radiated from Xia Xian, illuminating the darkness like a flare, blinding everyone in the vicinity. My eyes, I can't see what is happening. After a considerable time, as their vision gradually returned, the crowd discovered Xia Xian still hovering above. However, His previously empty hand was now pointed directly at the forehead of a green monster. None other than Dambalin himself. "Why? How did you anticipate my plan?" Dambalin mumbled, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, confusion etched across his fading expression. "Your scheme was merely the bait for my countertrap." Xiaoxian replied coolly. "Humans may lack your cold-bloodedness, but we can be just as cunning as demons, perhaps even more so." Dambalin, the demon warrior, could hardly fathom that despite having meticulously crafted his trap, attacking bystanders to divert Xiaoxian's attention, waiting for the opportune moment to strike while he was occupied with saving others. He had miscalculated. He had believed that with Xiaoxian preoccupied with the bell, he would be unable to act. Just as he prepared to attack, he was blindsided by a radiant burst of light from the very human he sought to ambush. Though devoid of lethal force, it dazzled him, rendering him unable to see clearly. What should have been a guaranteed assault was abruptly thwarted, with the intended target striking back at a critical moment. "Now do you understand why I chose to withdraw?" Xiaoxian exhaled deeply. "It was to keep my strategies hidden until the last possible moment, ensuring that my trump card would yield unexpected results." He breathed a sigh of relief. He too was taking a risk. Had his solar fist failed in that critical moment, he would have faced a grim fate at the hands of his adversary. Dambalin coughed up a stream of green blood, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. "Don't celebrate too soon, human. The Dark Lord will inevitably obliterate you all. Allow me to take one of your kind with me." With that, his eyes began to glow crimson, and his body swelled ominously. "Are you attempting to self-destruct? How unfortunate for you that I am not Yamcha." Having anticipated all of his opponent's moves, Xiaoxian acted without hesitation as he invoked his own technique, the DD wave. As the voice fell, a slender beam of energy surged forth from Xiaoxian's fingertips. It instantly pierced through Dambalin's skull, rendering the once formidable demon warrior devoid of life, his eyes losing their brilliance as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Completely immobilized, the Hsien Lu technique employed by Xiaoxian was inherently designed for assassination. Thus, the piercing waves, whether initiated or unleashed, were executed with remarkable swiftness. Although their power was somewhat diminished, they required no buildup of energy, allowing for a rapid strike that successfully thwarted Dambalin's self-detonation in the nick of time. With the enemy dispatched, Xiaoxian nonchalantly discarded Dambalin's corpse onto the ground, reflecting on the earlier bravado of the fallen warrior, and muttered to herself, "Good and evil cannot resolve problems. Rather, engaging one's intellect is far more reliable than entangling oneself in such dilemmas." The survivors, having narrowly escaped death, gradually regained their courage and gathered around, glancing at the deceased demon warrior with lingering trepidation before casting grateful looks at Xiaoxian. Had it not been for this hero who vanquished the Black Silk Army, they would likely have faced annihilation at the hands of the creature. In that moment, a wave of respect and admiration for Xiaoxian enveloped the crowd. Meanwhile, the first martial arts tournament reached its climax, with Tien Shinhan unleashing his ultimate technique, the Ki Blast, which obliterated the entire arena. Fortunately, little Wukong, alerted by his opponent, dodged this deadly strike. However, this meant that both contenders, without a platform beneath them, had to determine the victor before they touched the ground. At this critical juncture, little Wukong countered with the Turtle School's Kamehameha, knocking Tien Shinhan unconscious as they both plummeted downwards. Regrettably, little Wukong's luck faltered at the last moment, colliding with a passing vehicle and landing before Tien Shinhan, thus forfeiting the championship. Thus, this tournament, which had showcased the talents of both the Turtle and Crane schools, concluded in this manner. The once adversarial factions, now united by mutual admiration for each other's skills and character, found their relations softened, evolving into friendships. "Do you truly not need half of the prize money?" Tien Shinhan inquired gravely. "I merely won by chance. In terms of strength, I regret to say I was outclassed." Yet, Tien Shinhan's humility was hard to swallow, especially given that he, a master of flight techniques, had been knocked out by little Wukong, who lacked the ability to fly. This was indeed a significant blow to the proud Tien Shinhan. At that moment, the turtle sage interjected, "Haha, luck is also a part of strength, and Wukong has learned much from encountering such a skilled opponent as yourself." Little Wukong nodded in agreement, chuckling. Exactly. Besides, I hardly understand the use of money. It serves little purpose for me. Witnessing the amiable exchange between the disciples of the two schools and recognizing the turtle sage's intention to foster camaraderie among these martial arts prodigies, he suggested, why not all go out for a meal together? After a hearty feast, Wukong and Tien Shinhan can also regain their strength. His proposal was met with unanimous approval, especially from little Wukong. Tien Shinhan, feeling undeserving of his victory, graciously offered, allow me to treat you all with my prize money. This prompted a chuckle from Krillin, who teasingly remarked, hee hee, I advise you not to entertain that thought. We have someone here with quite the appetite. Tien Shinhan was left bewildered, completely unaware of what Krillin was alluding to. At that moment, little Wukong suddenly recalled, ah, my Rui Bang and Grandpa's 4-star Dragon Ball are still in the waiting area? Krillin, spotting the opportunity, promptly replied, you're exhausted. Let me fetch them for you. With that, he headed towards the dojo, as he and little Wukong shared a close bond. Understanding each other well, as for Xiaxin, one might wonder why she had not gathered the Dragon Balls over the past 2 years. On one hand, she lacked a radar. On the other, the 4-star Dragon Ball had remained in little Wukong's possession, only attainable during specific times. While Krillin went to retrieve the belongings, Tien Shinhan sincerely apologized to Yamcha, stating earnestly, I truly apologize. My actions were excessive. Though Yamcha had his flaws, he was straightforward and magnanimous, and despite his injury, he replied sincerely, do not take it to heart. I brought this upon myself, and in battles. Injuries are simply part of the game. The turtle sage, considering the long-term implications, inquired, by the way, what are your plans moving forward? If you do not mind, you're welcome to stay at the turtle house. This offer stemmed from the sage's understanding that even though Tien Shinhan had emerged victorious, he could not return to the crane school. Thus, he sought to extend help to those without a home. Nearby, the blonde-haired Lan Chi beamed with joy, her cheeks flushing as she exclaimed, I agree. You are welcome to come. I admire your bravery. Her forthright declaration astonished Bulma, who gasped in surprise. It seemed that the disciples of the crane school were uniquely captivated by this girl with a dual nature. Contemplating the turtle sage's invitation, Tien Shinhan bowed his head for a moment, then responded earnestly, thank you for your kindness. Although we have turned our backs on our former school, we are still disciples of the crane school and cannot shamelessly impose upon you. For now, Dumpling and I plan to seek refuge with our junior brother Xiaxin, and then we will deliberate our next steps. Yes, that's so. The turtle sage felt a pang of regret, but refrained from pressing the issue. Recalling that Tien Shinhan and the others had previously spent time with Xiaxin, ensuring they would have each other's backs at this moment, one might ponder where Xiaxin had gone. Since her departure, her whereabouts had remained a mystery. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the dojo, drawing the attention of the conversing group. It was Krillin's voice. Little Wukong's eyes widened in shock as he swiftly led the charge into the dojo. There he found Krillin, clad in a suit, sprawled on the ground, desperately protecting little Wukong's golden staff. Alas, the bag containing the Dragon Balls lay empty. Seeing his dear friend in distress, little Wukong rushed to Krillin's side, lifting him from the ground, his voice thick with panic. Krillin, oh no, what happened? Please speak to me. Meanwhile, the injured host spoke up, a monster stole a Dragon Ball from your bag and also took the tournament roster and fled. The revelation left everyone astounded. While the theft of the Dragon Ball was understandable, what could possibly compel someone to covet the seemingly worthless tournament roster? As the group pondered in disbelief, little Wukong's expression darkened with dread. Krillin, he's dead. In that moment, silence enveloped the room, as no one dared to speak. They all understood the bond between little Wukong and Krillin. They had trained together, sharing daily life, laughter, and struggles. Despite Krillin's cunning nature, he was irreplaceable, a true friend, a brother bound by trust. Even Tien Shinhan felt the weight of that sorrow, involuntarily imagining how he would feel if Xiaxin and Dumpling were killed. He doubted he would wish to live anymore. Krillin had bravely attempted to intervene, but alas, the adversary had been too formidable. The host, lying on the ground, murmured weakly, but his words pricked little Wukong's nerves like needles. Krillin, usually so clever, had always kept his distance from danger. Whether in the Pirate Treasure arc or the Sleeping Beauty arc, it was always little Wukong who faced the perils head-on. Now, to protect his brother's belongings, Krillin had risked everything. Such loyalty would only deepen little Wukong's anguish. Damn it. This is outrageous. Little Wukong seethed, his teeth clenched, tears brimming in his eyes as he fought to remain composed. Yet, the inexplicable pain of grief radiated from him, palpable to everyone around, especially Bulma, who had never witnessed such a terrifying and fierce side of the usually gentle Wukong. Wait, Wukong, hold on. The turtle sage, alarmed by his disciple's demeanor, quickly interjected. Unfortunately, the normally obedient little Wukong was deaf to his words. Roaring hoarsely, Bulma, do you have a Dragon Ball radar? Startled, Bulma instinctively replied, yes. Unfortunately, as soon as the words escaped her lips, her satchel was snatched away by Goku, who dashed outside without a backward glance, Kinto on. It was evident that he intended to use the position of the 4-star Dragon Ball to track down the perpetrator responsible for Krillin's demise. At this moment, Master Roshi grew anxious, abandoning his usual nonchalant demeanor, and urgently shouted, Stop! I command you to halt. It is worth noting that Master Roshi had rarely, if ever, adopted such an authoritative tone, especially not with such fervor, appearing as flustered as an ordinary old man. Regrettably, Goku did not pause, swiftly vanishing into the horizon atop Kintoon. Watching his disciple's receding figure, Master Roshi seemed to age decades, his voice heavy with unprecedented fatigue as he lamented. That foolish child! If the enemy possesses the strength to defeat Krillin, what chance does Goku, exhausted from the tournament, stand? At that moment, Chaozi picked up a piece of paper from the ground, murmuring, This doesn't seem like something from the tournament. It could be related to the one who killed Krillin. Hearing this, Master Roshi, grieving the loss of his student, hurried over. Upon examining the paper, he saw a circle with a prominent character for demon inscribed within. Standing out conspicuously in an instant, Master Roshi's expression darkened further, his lips quivering slightly. How could this be? Does it mean? Observing Master Roshi's reaction, Yamcha and Bulma anxiously inquired. What is it? Does that character signify something? Master Roshi, his countenance grave, replied, This is the emblem of the most dangerous and brutal entity among the demon clan, King Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others were left bewildered, entirely ignorant of who King Piccolo was. What exactly is this demon clan? Yamcha muttered to himself. Just then, they heard a voice from outside. Xiaxin entered, her expression serious, holding the head of a monstrous creature. There was something lurking outside during the tournament. I pursued it and fought a battle. This creature mentioned the King Piccolo you just spoke of, as they gazed at the severed head. Its green skin, sharp teeth, and scaly exterior made it clear that it was no benign being. Master Roshi, upon seeing this, furrowed his brow, his expression becoming increasingly serious. It bears a striking resemblance to the demon warriors from 300 years ago. It seems King Piccolo has truly returned, in contrast to Master Roshi's gravity. Xiaxin was preoccupied with his own matters. Through battling the demon warriors, he had acquired some of their techniques, such as the demon light cannon. The opponent's second release of the explosive demon light cannon was an upgraded version, significantly enhancing Xiaxin's understanding of the technique. Currently, Xiaxin possessed skills including Crane School Sky Dance Technique, Sun Fist, Dodone Wave, Ki Blast, Forehand Fist, Incomplete, Ki Deflection Technique, and Crane School Secret Technique, a method to learn others' martial arts and gain experience bonuses, along with techniques mastered under Karen. Ki Perception, Multiple Image Fist, and Cloud Condensation Technique, Breath Technique. Master Roshi's martial arts included Kamehameha, while the demon techniques consisted of the Demon Light Cannon and Explosive Demon Light Cannon. Incomplete. As Xiaxin contemplated, Tien Shinhan spoke up. I once heard that King Piccolo had plunged the world into a terrifying abyss, but he did not finish his sentence, as it was evident that if such a powerful demon truly existed, the world could not be so peaceful now. Clearly, it had been rescued in the past. Indeed, but King Piccolo should not reappear in this world. Although his name may sound amusing, he is a truly terrifying being, unrivaled in martial prowess. Master Roshi remarked, a hint of dread surfacing in his eyes. He and the monsters he created turned our peaceful world into a hell in an instant, as he spoke. A rare fear manifested in Master Roshi's gaze, revealing that despite 3 centuries of training, he harbored a deep-seated dread of the Demon King's power. Back then, not only was I young, but even Master Mateto was unable to confront him. Master Roshi gazed at the dim sky, seemingly transported back to a bygone era, and wistfully remarked, "However, Master Mateto could not bear to see the world at the mercy of such a creature. So he painstakingly devised a new secret technique." Xiaxin raised an eyebrow, aware of what Master Roshi was about to say. This technique was perhaps the only one in the Dragon Ball world capable of defeating foes of vastly superior strength. A miraculous skill that allowed the weak to triumph over the strong. Demon Seal Wave. Master Roshi articulated the name with steady conviction, as if the mere mention of it carried with it a multitude of memories and hopes. Master Mateto had sealed the Demon King within a rice cooker, sacrificing his own life in the process. Chaozi blinked, recalling that he had heard Crane Hermit vaguely mention this scene, noting that it was due to Master Roshi's clumsiness that the sealing jar had shattered. Consequently, they had been forced to use the rice cooker, originally intended for celebration after their victory, as the vessel for the sealed. It was likely that this discounted rice cooker had never anticipated that it would bear the weight of the world's salvation. However, Master Roshi, unaware of the whispers behind his back, continued, "But King Piccolo should not have been able to break free. I personally submerged the rice cooker that sealed him deep beneath the ocean." In contrast to Master Roshi's perplexity, Yamcha was more concerned for Goku's safety. If the one who killed Krillin was indeed a minion of King Piccolo, wouldn't Goku be in grave danger, yet nearby? Blonde Launch doused their hopes with cold reality, saying, with the Dragon Radar, "He'll surely find it." Master Roshi's frown deepened as he inhaled deeply, saying, "I am greatly worried about the stolen Dragon Balls and the tournament roster. What could they be plotting? Goku, you must not die." Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan was utterly baffled. "What? Dragon Balls? And what is this radar you speak of?" In contrast to his bewildered senior, Xiaxin was as clear as day. The theft of the Dragon Balls was aimed at restoring youth, while the theft of the tournament roster was to identify and eliminate the martial artists listed, completely avoiding anyone capable of using the Demon Seal Wave. If memory serves correctly, Master Roshi and his companions would remain here waiting for Goku until nightfall, then proceed to Kame House to hold a strategy meeting, taking their time before taking action. As for Xiaxin, although he had eliminated Dambaran, the character who stole the Dragon Balls in the original story, he was shocked to discover that Krillin had still perished, indicating that there were not only Dambaran among the attendees of the tournament, but also other demons, leading the plot to deviate. However, this could potentially be a fortuitous opportunity. Whatever the demons intended to do, they would simply have to be thwarted. We should gather the Dragon Balls ourselves since King Piccolo desires them. Xiaxin suddenly declared, capturing everyone's attention. Taking the tournament roster is merely to obtain the names and addresses of the martial artists. We must immediately inform them to evacuate. It's clear that doing the opposite of the enemy's intentions is the right course of action. This notion stemmed from a line in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. When they act hastily, we act slowly. When they act violently, we act with benevolence. Of course, Xiaxin lacked the ability to articulate such profound sentiments. But the core idea was the same. To counter King Piccolo's plans, Master Roshi fell silent. Xiaxin's reasoning was sound, particularly when compared to inaction. However, what if Goku returned and could not find them? Bulma, displaying rare astuteness, raised a concern. You have enough people. For instance, why not leave Oolong here to keep watch? If Goku hasn't shown up by nightfall, we can retreat. Xiaxin pointed directly at the furtive Oolong in the crowd, asserting there's no need for everyone to stay here. Oolong, also known as Yulong, was rather lecherous, with a penchant for girls' underwear, and had been a minor antagonist encountered at the beginning of Dragon Ball, known for his ability to transform into various forms, albeit only for 5 minutes. When a Shenlong was first summoned, Oolong blurted out the wish for girls' panties before Pilaf, thus foiling Pilaf's plan. Later, he followed Bulma and lived in West City. Hearing Xia Xian's words, Oolong was stunned for a moment and secretly wondered in his heart, This hero who claimed to save the world had never met him before. How could he know his name? What was crucial was that he even knew his childhood name. This was really unexpected. Yamcha, who was limping nearby, said indignantly at this moment, "How hateful. No matter what Piccolo Daima is, I really want to kill this bastard with my own hands and avenge Krillin." Upon hearing this, Bulma became anxious and quickly said, "What are you talking nonsense about? Can you defeat such a master? Besides, you have a lame leg. This is simply courting death." Xian watched coldly from the side. At first, he thought of taking out a Senzu bean for Yamcha to build a good relationship. But then he thought that although Yamcha had many flaws, he was very loyal to his friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have replaced Krillin and appeared first when facing the androids. His purpose was to prevent Krillin from dying a second time. Otherwise, even the Dragon Balls couldn't save him. Therefore, after much deliberation, Xian gave up this idea and let Yamcha stand there with a lame leg, thus avoiding participating in the battle. "Bulma, how long will it take to make a dragon radar again?" Master Roshi asked with a serious expression, as if he had already made a decision in his heart. "Probably 3 hours, but we need to go to my house. After all, there are ready-made parts there." Bulma replied casually, "If the parts are insufficient, it will take half a day." "Well, let's go to Capsule Corporation first." Master Roshi nodded and said, "Let's follow Xian's plan and make the dragon radar first." The host, who had recovered nearby, interrupted and said, "Our temple also has the backup information of the martial arts tournament participants. If you need it, I can provide it." Master Roshi nodded to express his gratitude. But his face was still solemn. Obviously, he was very afraid of the appearance of Piccolo Daima, but it was unexpected that Xian was not only powerful, eliminating a demon clan warrior alone, but also very meticulous. He came up with a countermeasure in a blink of an eye, and no wonder his senior brother wanted to defect to him. And Tien Shinhan was concerned about another thing: how to defeat the great Demon King. Since people 300 years ago could do it, there was no reason why the descendants nowadays couldn't. What kind of move was the MAF-BA that the Grandmaster Mateto used to seal them 300 years ago? "Do you know how to use it?" Master Roshi looked at this martial arts prodigy in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then said, "No, I don't know at all. The IT happened in an instant, and I couldn't see it clearly at all." So everyone followed Xian's plan, left Puar the dojo, and the others all went to Bulma's house, which was also the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, the richest place in the world. By the way, just as Xian and the others were moving, in a place thousands of miles away, a large cargo plane was flying in the sky. Besides the rumbling noise, this plane exuded an ominous aura from the inside out. So much so that bats and crows instinctively followed behind this plane, making ugly, strange cries. Inside the plane, a strange-looking old man sat on the throne. The wrinkles on his face were as if carved with a knife, and his pale eyes were filled with violent and evil light. Most importantly, there were 2 antennae. Like things on this guy's head, he was Piccolo Daima, who made the world tremble with fear 300 years ago. Even though he was old and decrepit, he still made people feel fear and unease. Outrageous. Tambourine actually died. A trace of anger flashed in Piccolo Daima's eyes, and his cracked-skinned lips made a sound that made people uncomfortable. "This is an elite of our demon clan warriors. It's impossible to be eliminated by mere humans." What on earth happened? As if sensing the great Demon King's anger, a voice quickly said obsequiously, "Your Majesty, the great Demon King. There can't be such a powerful person in this world who can defeat your warrior. Maybe there's some mistake." The one speaking was none other than King Pilaf. When they were at Xian's house, they had eavesdropped on Tao Pai Pai's introduction about Piccolo Daima. After that, King Pilaf had a thought in mind. He deliberately looked through ancient records and searched a lot of materials. Finally, he found some clues in various texts and successfully discovered the rice cooker that sealed Piccolo Daima in the trench. The subsequent things were logical. King Pilaf released the great Demon King and asked the other party to give him half of the world as a reward after conquering the world. Here, it was mainly because the Pilaf Gang had a strong shadow of Goku. Even if they created a very excellent robot, I'm afraid they were not the opponents of others, since Goku became an obstacle to their collection of Dragon Balls and science couldn't solve Goku. Then in despair, King Pilaf simply chose the dark side. Unfortunately, Pilaf's flattery was useless. Piccolo Daima scolded angrily. "A mistake? Then can you explain why Tambourine died?" The tone of this sentence was very harsh, scaring the Pilaf Gang to flee in all directions for fear of being angered by this great demon king. Fortunately, at this time, a dragon-shaped demon suddenly got into the plane cabin. "Report to your majesty. These are the Dragon Balls you want and the roster of the participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament in the past 10 years. Please have a look." Only then did the originally furious old great demon king regain his calm and said coldly, "Good. At least there's someone reliable. Shinran is much stronger than Tambourine, who went with you." Thank you for your praise, your majesty the great demon king. That bastard Tambourine didn't do things seriously and went to watch the martial arts tournament instead. He deserved to be killed by humans. Shinran laughed proudly, not seeming to be sad about the death of his companion. "Stick the roster on the wall and then kill them one by one," Piccolo Daima commanded. "Fortunately, I was cautious before and sent one more warrior. Otherwise, I'm afraid this matter couldn't be done well." Hearing this order, Shinran, as a Demon Clan warrior, obediently started to stick the materials and saw Goku's picture among them. "Hey, is this kind of guy also considered a master?" "No need to stick it. I've already killed him." After saying that, he crumpled it into a ball and threw it on the ground. The Pilaf Gang saw this and felt that the picture was familiar. So they picked it up and opened it, and were shocked. "Isn't this the guy who has repeatedly hindered us?" Mai said in surprise. "Unexpectedly, he is the runner-up of the World Martial Arts Tournament twice." "Humph. He was simply vulnerable. He chased after me riding a cloud, shouting something about making me pay with my life. Unfortunately, I knocked him down in a few moves. He's probably smashed into pieces now." The Pilaf Gang was stunned, and no one knew better than them how capable Goku was. Such powerful strength was actually killed so easily. It was really astonishing. Just then, King Pilaf saw Xia Xian's photo and name in the materials and was shocked. His eyes rolled, and he quickly said, "We'll help stick it too." Then he winked at his subordinates that a group of people took Xia Xian's materials, pretending to stick them on the wall. In fact, they secretly put them away to prevent these demons from discovering Xia Xian's situation. Fortunately, at this moment, Piccolo Daima's mind was focused on other things and didn't notice the Pilaf Gang's little tricks. "Someone in the martial arts hall actually killed my warrior. I'm afraid I need to add some more helpers. Hey, give me some more of your medicine." The second half of the sentence was evidently addressed to Pilaf and the others. After obtaining Dr. Gero's androids back then, these individuals exerted a great deal of effort in conducting research. The technology, structured around physical evolution and machine assistance, brought much enlightenment to King Pilaf. One of these insights was refined into a drug that could enhance human vitality, similar to the regenerative ability of the androids. The IT was precisely by consuming this potion that Piccolo Daimao had sufficient energy to continuously create new warriors to help him search for the Dragon Balls and the list. Otherwise, according to the plot Xia Xian knew, with merely Tambourine, he might have been able to defeat the opponent with just his fists, and there would never have been a second enemy to snatch the list. Upon hearing that the Daimao intended to increase his subordinates, Pilaf and his group turned deathly pale. It wasn't that they were worried about their status being threatened after the increase in subordinates, but rather that the manufacturing process was simply too revolting. Piccolo Daimao leaned forward. A nauseating gurgling sound came from his throat, and then, as if vomiting, he squeezed out an egg from his gaping. "Blood red maw. Awaken. Go and work for me." With the Daimao's voice, the eggshell cracked, and a strangely looking monster emerged from it. After creating a minion, the Daimao was already panting heavily, looking like a candle guttering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Pilaf hastily presented the drug he had invented and poured it down the Daimao's throat, which prevented the latter from immediately falling into a coma. "I shall name you Drum. Later, I'll create some more of your brethren. Go and kill all those martial artists on the wall for me then." Piccolo Daimao, sweating profusely and fatigued, commanded. This monster, named Drum, in a daze, walked to the wall, tore off one piece of paper casually, and then read aloud. "Contestant, Yamcha Residence, the Capsule Corporation headquarters in West City. It's quite obvious that let's set him as the next target." Just at this moment, Xia Xian and his party had arrived at the Capsule Corporation, the largest and wealthiest place in this world. The Capsule Corporation headquarters doesn't occupy a very large area. The semi-circular building looks like an Eskimo igloo, Presumably Toriyama Akira took the easiest shape for the sake of convenience. Everyone, take a rest first. I'll go prepare the radar right away. Bulma said concisely, then rushed into her laboratory in a flurry, without telling everyone where to rest at all. In fact, Bulma has such a straightforward personality. For example, in the manga, she often mistakes her capsule box, taking her father's adult magazine that had been treasured for years as her own capsule and taking it away. She forgets to bring the airplane capsule when going out, causing the car to run out of gas and unable to send people home at the end of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament. Fortunately, Yamcha and Puar have been here long enough. Even with one leg broken, they are proficient in arranging the robot butler in the yard to start preparing food and setting up seats. Finally settling everyone down, Xiaoxin entered the Capsule Corporation with the others. Looking at the spacious courtyard, the artificial mountains, water pools, lush trees, and various beasts and dinosaurs running around, he deeply understood the feeling of Goku when he came here for the first time and exclaimed that after entering the house. He seemed to be outdoors again. Speaking of which, most of the animals here are stray pets picked up on the road. Bulma's kind character comes from the influence of her parents' words and deeds. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken an Oolong, Yamcha, Puar, etc. to live here and even provided them with schooling. Are there guests? Just then, Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief, appeared in front of everyone, carrying drinks. Speaking of this woman who still looks charming. She has an outgoing, hospitable, and easy-going personality and is friendly to most people except her husband. And it seems that every time there are guests, she always appears promptly and entertains them warmly. Madam, this is Master Roshi, the teacher I often mention to you. Yamcha struggled to get up and introduce, but was persuaded back by Mrs. Brief. The usually lecherous Master Roshi was particularly proper at this moment, greeting the other party with decent manners, without the slightest sign of his usual lewd behavior. In fact, apart from the movies and a large number of fan-made works in the original manga, Master Roshi is quite proper towards his disciples' wives or family members. Yamcha introduced Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, etc. one by one. When it came to Xiaoxin, Mrs. Brief directly said, "There's no need to introduce this one. Everyone should know, the heroic police officer who resolved the threat of the Red Ribbon Army a few years ago. That I just watched the news that you showed your extraordinary skills at the clock tower on Papaya Island and saved a lot of people. I never thought you'd be so young and much more handsome than on TV." Xiaoxin felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. However, he was currently wearing the police's combat uniform, besides being sturdy and durable. This kind of clothing also takes aesthetics into consideration. Otherwise, who would be willing to be a SWAT officer? Coupled with Xiaoxin's good-looking appearance, he appeared even more heroic at this moment. Speaking of which, there was also a police officer who came to visit Bulma before. He was also a very tall young man, Mrs. Brief said with a smile. But no sooner had she finished speaking than a hysterical roar came from upstairs. "Don't talk nonsense in front of someone's boyfriend. That police officer brought Son Goku to see me." Oh, right, there's also a boy named Son Goku who is very close to Bulma. Do you know him? This time, Bulma was even more straightforward and directly threw a chair down from upstairs, scaring everyone to dodge. Xiaoxin thought that this couldn't go on like this. If it continued, Bulma would only keep going crazy and wouldn't be able to make the radar. So he quickly found an excuse and said, "Madam, I've heard that you take very good care of your garden flowers. Since I have the opportunity to come here today, can I have a look?" Hearing this, Mrs. Brief was very happy and couldn't help but say, "How do you know this? To be honest, what I'm proud of is my garden flower arrangement. Come and take a look." After that, she skillfully took Xiaoxin's arm, pulling him out like a couple. Xiaoxin knew in his heart that Bulma's parents were both like this. Otherwise, Bulma wouldn't be so angry as to want to find a handsome and non-philandering boyfriend. So he didn't take it to heart and casually said something about helping in the garden, which made the other party very happy and laugh non-stop. Finally, Bulma could have a quiet environment to create. The others secretly praised Xiaoxin for his ability. If it were Tien Shinhan, he might be at a loss. Although in this situation, Xiaoxin was secretly thinking, calculating the time, Goku should have woken up by now, right? It seems that the plot can proceed smoothly. Speaking of which, when Goku chased the Demon Clan enemies on the Flying Nimbus, due to severe physical exhaustion, he not only failed to defeat the opponent, but also had his Flying Nimbus destroyed. He fell from mid-air and landed heavily in the forest, he fell into a coma. So until this moment, the battered Goku slowly woke up. Hunger and cold made him instinctively follow the scent of food and find a roasted fish on the open ground in the forest. This roasted fish was quite extraordinary. First of all, its size. Like the strange fish Goku hunted on Mount Pozu, it was a behemoth, no less than the size of a small truck. Cooking such a prey is no easy task. An ordinary chef can only cut it into small pieces to make it manageable for ordinary pots, pans, and bowls. But the owner of this roasted fish thought differently. He domineeringly cut down a palm tree as a support, skewered the whole strange fish on it without scaling it. But under each scale, there were scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers. Covered by the scales, it could ensure that the juice of the seasonings penetrated while preventing the seasonings from being burned to charcoal by the charcoal fire. With a thick as an arm firewood roasting, the fish was soon roasted to a fragrant aroma. Even from a distance, it made people drool. My God, am I dreaming? The dazed Goku was very surprised. But there was a real roasted fish right in front of him, making his mouth water. This must be a gift from the gods. I won't be polite. Goku was overjoyed and quickly pounced on it, devouring the roasted fish, looking very satisfied and enjoying it immensely. Just then, on the spaceship where Piccolo Daimao lived, a large number of Demon Clan warriors poured out, spreading in all directions like a plague. Go, my child, eliminate the martial artists on Earth, and seize the Dragon Balls for me, Piccolo Daimao said weakly. The number of his minions he has created now far exceeds that in the original work. Presumably, it is the energy potion invented by Pilaf and his gang that has taken effect, and the source of this technology was learned from the android's mechanical body provided by Xia. It has to be said that more and more things are emerging due to the butterfly effect. Finally, it's done. Every time I watch this Demon King spit out eggs, I feel like fainting. Ash, the Shiba Inu, said with lingering fear. Exactly, and with so many demon warriors dispatched, even Xia might be in danger. Mai also expressed her concern. King Pilaf wasn't confident either, especially when watching these dark and dense monsters leave. He felt extremely uneasy. After all, we've hidden Xiaoxian's information. We can only hope that he'll be safe. As he said this, King Pilaf, who is always full of confidence, couldn't help but be filled with hesitation and started to worry about Xiaoxian's safety. At the same time, Bulma had already created a new Dragon Ball radar and handed it to Master Roshi. Oh, there really are beads in the world that can grant wishes. Tien Shinhan exclaimed sincerely. He just learned about such things now. Miss Bulma is truly a genius. Xia complimented casually, and then immediately got to his original purpose, saying seriously, "Time is of the essence. Perhaps we should split up. In this way, we can gather the Dragon Balls more quickly." The purpose of these words was to find an opportunity to get the radar as long as he had this portable device. The value of Pilaf and his gang would be greatly diminished. Also, for the convenience of finding the Dragon Balls in the future, this radar was a necessity. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xia started to persuade, the voice of a news announcer came from the TV in Bulma's studio, sounding dejected. Another martial artist has been killed. His name is Jiren, who was once a top 8 contestant in the World Martial Arts Tournament. It seems that the demons have started to massacre the martial artists, Master Roshi said with a solemn expression. Although it's hard to say, I hope you, Xia, can make this arduous trip and try to inform other martial artists about this. Maybe only you can do this. Master Roshi said this because of Xiaoxian's status as a hero who once eliminated the Red Ribbon Army. Not only among martial artists, but even ordinary people knew him very well. Therefore, his persuasion would be more effective. Most martial artists live in the harsh mountains and old forests. Besides a vague address, there are no phones or such things, making communication rather difficult. It has to be said that Master Roshi's consideration was right. When the time came to eliminate Kid Buu in the future, neither Goku, who saved the world, nor Vegeta, the Scion Prince, could persuade the Earthlings to provide their energy, no matter how much they tried. On the contrary, Mr. Satan, the popularity champion, managed to gather enough energy for the spirit bomb with just one sentence. Therefore, at this moment, Xiaoxian, with a higher reputation, would have a more direct effect than anyone else. Xiaoxian remained silent for a moment, of course. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to get the Dragon Ball radar, but he couldn't think of a reason to refuse that, so, reluctantly, He nodded and left his plan for later. After all, he got to know the people from Capsule Corporation today, and there would be many opportunities in the future. Thus, everyone started to act according to this arrangement. Bulma generously provided a plane from Capsule Corporation and carefully set the coordinates for Xia Xian. On the other side, Goku ate the grilled fish and regained his strength. Unexpectedly, he met a strange fat man who claimed that his roasted food had been eaten and demanded compensation from Goku. Because of the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck, a misunderstanding occurred between the two, and they started fighting. Strangely enough, this fat man fought Goku to a draw. Then, due to the intervention of demon warriors, the two stopped their dispute. What's your name? Goku looked at the fat man in front of him in surprise. Not only did he defeat the demon warrior alone, but he also used the warrior as food and roasted it over charcoal for breakfast. His mouth full of oil. If you want to know my name, tell me yours first. Do you know any manners? The fat man said casually. Goku. My name is Son Goku. What a strange name. Wait, I seem to have heard it somewhere. The fat man frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly slapped his forehead, stood up, and exclaimed, That's right. That guy Xia Xian told me before that I'd sooner or later meet a monkey, like guy named Son Goku. I can't believe he was right. Now Goku was also stunned and couldn't help asking, Xia Xian, is he the one who fought me in the World Martial Arts Tournament? I don't know about any martial arts tournament. But after meeting me, this Xia Xian treated me to delicious food for a long time. I owe him a favor. The fat man clicked his tongue and sighed. Although that bastard Xia Xian always calls me Yamcha. I hope you call me Yajirobe. It sounds more fashionable. Okay, Yamcha. To be honest, after coming down from Korin Tower, Xia Xian had specifically searched for this fat man, because he felt that this guy had an inexplicable sense of mystery. He was clearly a cowardly guy, but he always showed up at the most crucial moments to help the protagonist group in trouble and even provided things like Senzu beans, for example. After the victory in the Piccolo Daimao arc, it was Yamcha who caught the falling Goku and sent him to Korin Tower. When Vegeta attacked, it was also this fat man who made a crucial strike and broke Vegeta's Great Ape form. In the future world, except for Trunks, all the Z fighters were eliminated. But this fat man managed to survive even after his sword broke. Even in the Cell arc, he directly claimed that he would be useful in an emergency. So in Xia Xian's opinion, this fat man either had incredibly good luck or was like an NPC. If Goku hadn't met Master Roshi, in all likelihood, he would end up like Yamcha in the future, becoming a wild man in the mountains. Therefore, Xia Xian was very willing to make friends with this interesting fat man and established a good relationship with him. Because of Xia Xian, Yamcha and Goku got to know each other. However, the following conversation wasn't pleasant. In order to revive my friend Krillin, I must gather 7 Dragon Balls. If possible, could you lend me the 1-star Dragon Ball around your neck? Goku complimented. Yajirobe, your voice is very similar to that of my killed friend Krillin. Hey, what kind of compliment is that? Is there anyone who compares me to a dead person? Yamcha was so angry that his head seemed to grow bigger, and he grumbled discontentedly. But after thinking for a while, he added proudly, That guy named Krillin must be very handsome. Since his voice is like mine, his appearance must be the same as mine. He has no nose or hair. Goku said, honestly, isn't that a monster? Yamcha said loudly, Forget it, I don't have time for you. Although Xia Xian asked me to help you, he never said I should give you this bead. Get lost. As long as you have this bead, bad guys will come after you soon. Goku pointed at the eaten demon skeleton on the ground. Look, these are the monsters. Speaking of which, Yamcha's 1-star Dragon Ball was quite special. He had pierced a hole in it and wore it around his neck, making it look more like an ornament. When Xia Xian found his fat man, the latter had hinted that he would exchange it for 10 charcoal, grilled beef legs. But considering that during the Daimao arc, all the Dragon Balls would be forcefully taken away by Piccolo Daimao, Xia Xian rejected this proposal, but still gave more beef legs and hoped that in the future, Yamcha would help a monkey, like child. More delicious ingredients like this will come. Yamcha obviously didn't catch the main point of Goku's words. Instead, he drooled and said, This monster is delicious. It would be great if more came. Just as the two were chatting aimlessly, a large transport plane appeared in the sky, and the sound of a broadcast came. Piccolo Daimao, we have arrived above the target. Hearing this, Yamcha, who had always been carefree, couldn't help but frown. This name seems so familiar. On the other side, the young Goku said with high morale. I see he's the leader of those monsters who collect the Dragon Balls. Yajirobe pondered for a long while. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration sparked in his mind. Instantly, he understood what this seemingly familiar name truly signified. Damn it. I remember. Here, take this bead, son, he said, then put the Dragon Ball around his neck onto Goku. Huh, really? Goku asked, looking bewildered. Why are you being so generous all of a sudden? Maybe this boss would taste delicious too. Huh, I'm already stuffed, Yajirobe replied, sweating profusely. Then he took off running into the jungle, leaving Goku scratching his head. Muttering to himself, strange, didn't you just say you weren't full? At this moment, an old geezer emerged from the spaceship, descending slowly. His skin was like that of a withered tree, all wrinkled and repulsive to look at. Since Goku and Yajirobe had killed 2 of the Demon Clan's warriors, even roasting one of them into a meal, this humiliation was too much for Piccolo Daimao. He had to take matters into his own hands and deal with Goku personally. At this time, the young Goku was oblivious to what awaited him. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit, his mind set on defeating the enemy and avenging Krillin. Just as Goku was about to engage Piccolo Daimao in battle, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan Kaiatsu, and the others were on their way to search for the Dragon Balls. So far, we found 4 Dragon Balls easily, Tien said gravely. It's much easier than expected. Master Roshi looked at the Dragon Radar, his expression solemn. This is not a good sign. That IT means they're not very eager to collect the Dragon Balls. In other words, Piccolo Daimao is currently focused on eliminating martial artists. Xia Xian will be under a lot of pressure. Speaking of Xia Xian, he was tasked with notifying martial artists everywhere to take shelter. Using addresses and police channels, he was busy rescuing people all over the place. News from Xian. He's persuaded Nam, King Chappa, and others to take refuge elsewhere. Kaiatsu, who was in charge of communication, said softly at this point. Tien spoke up. Piccolo Daimao's plan is simple. The Dragon Balls are only effective when there are 7. As long as he has 1, he doesn't have to worry about us using the Dragon Balls to cause trouble. In that case, we'll have to face him head on, Master Roshi said worriedly. Since we'll meet him sooner or later, we should gather all our forces and challenge Piccolo Daimao right now, Tien said menacingly, showing the fearlessness of a newborn calf. In fact, if Xia Xian were present, he would probably agree with this idea. After all, the elderly Piccolo Daimao had lost a lot of his strength and no longer had the edge he had in his youth. Goku could already hold his own against him for a few rounds. So if they gathered Tien, himself, and Master Roshi in his enraged state, they might just be able to defeat the old Piccolo. But this would mean losing the Dragon Balls, and the future Piccolo, who could rival a Super Saiyan 2nd grade, might cease to exist. For the sake of his own desires, Xia Xian chose to remain silent at this time, but we have no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. We must find a way to seize the Dragon Balls and then ask Shenron to eliminate Piccolo Daimao, Master Roshi said in a low voice. That it was clear that his fear of Piccolo Daimao ran deep. Are these the only passive methods? I'd rather defeat my opponent through battle, Tien said through gritted teeth. If only I knew the evil containment wave. Hearing this, Master Roshi's expression changed, even through his sunglasses. One could feel his nervousness. Don't think such crazy thoughts. What would happen to the world if you failed? Should Yamcha, who's lame, and Xia Xian face it alone? Looking at Master Roshi's panicked look, Tien thought to himself, I see. Judging by Master Matato's reaction, he really knows the truth about the evil containment wave. But why doesn't he want to teach it to me? Just as Tien was lost in thought, they heard Bulma's panicked voice over the plane's radio. Guys, where are you? Just now, the Demon Clan's warriors appeared in West City, searching everywhere for Yamcha. Come and save us. This announcement shocked everyone. The Demon Clan warriors in West City? This meant Capsule Corporation was in danger. There was only a lame Yamcha there, and no other powerful fighters. We'll be back right away. Hold on, Tien shouted into the communicator, but he knew that, in order to search for the Dragon Balls, they had flown to the other side of the Earth, tens of thousands of miles away from West City. It would take a long time to get back. Bulma, can you find a place to hide or try to escape? Master Roshi also realized the problem and said, even if we go full throttle, we won't be back soon. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator. Then Bulma replied with a sobbing voice, It's probably very difficult. There are monsters everywhere. The police and the military have been wiped out. Yamcha can't move because of his leg, and my mom and dad won't leave Capsule Corporation. They're worried about the animals they adopted. Everyone fell silent that in the current situation, even if they wanted to help, it would be extremely difficult. Were they just going to watch Bulma's family die at the hands of the Demon Clan? Just then, another voice came from the communicator. You guys keep looking for the Dragon Balls. I'll go back to West City. This voice, like a ray of hope in the darkness, brightened everyone's spirits. Xia Xian. This man who had been contacting martial artists everywhere. And no one knew where he was at. If he was close, he might just be the ace up their sleeve that I'm in Yahe, about a few thousand miles from West City. When he said this, Bulma deflated. Although this distance was about half of what Tien and the others had to travel, even if the plane flew at full speed, it would still take a few hours to get there. It was still a case of a long-distance solution not being able to address the immediate problem. Don't worry, I can be there in about 10 minutes, Xia Xian's voice continued. Accompanied by the sound of a machine being put into a capsule point 20 minutes? That's impossible, that I know your plane speed. Even if Bulma's words were cut off by Xia Xian, that it's not the machine, it's the flying Nimbus. The flying Nimbus at full power. When he said this, Tien was shocked. The speed of the flying Nimbus has no upper limit, at least for martial artists, as long as you're willing to expend your energy. Flying thousands of kilometers in 20 minutes is not impossible. For example, Goku once flew 1,000,000 kilometers on the Snake Way in 3 hours, mostly relying on the flying Nimbus. But the key question was whether Xia Xian had enough energy to fly thousands of kilometers at a sprint. Xian, don't be reckless, Tien shouted into the communicator. This is no joke that you'll collapse and die. Although the Crane School of Martial Arts has its subtleties, it comes at a high cost. When Tien faced Piccolo, Daimao, just using the flying Nimbus to carry Goku made him so tired that he couldn't even stand up. Tien knew better than anyone the cost of using the flying Nimbus at full power. Yes, even if you rush to the destination regardless of the consequences, you won't have the strength to fight then. You're courting death. Master Roshi also shouted excitedly. Son, don't be impulsive, don't do. But before he could finish, the communicator was cut off. All that was left on the plane screen was a text message from Xia Xian. What you're doing now will save the world. Don't stop it. If I die, please revive me along with Krillin. Thank you. Seeing the end of this message, everyone was filled with grief. Xia Xian clearly had a death-defying determination to rescue West City, so that Master Roshi and the others would have a chance to gather the Dragon Balls and find a way to defeat Piccolo Daimao. Such determination was truly a trait that everyone respected and admired. Xian, you mustn't die. Master Mateto, where's the next Dragon Ball? Tien's teeth were nearly shattered as he suppressed his feelings of indignation and grief. Gripping the control stick so tightly it felt as if it might snap 138 kilometers to the west. Master Roshi was equally troubled at this moment. No one knew better than he the terror of the demon warriors. Xia Xian's solitary venture towards the west capital was a reckless act akin to a moth fluttering towards a flame, causing him great distress. It was the same when Sun Wukong sought vengeance for Krillin. And now, Xia Xian's selfless mission to rescue the west capital mirrored that sentiment. The venerable elder, known as the god of martial arts, increasingly felt his own impotence. Meanwhile, Jiaozi remained silent, his hands clasped in prayer for the safety of his junior brother. As for Xia Xian, he harbored no such heavy thoughts. At that moment, he hovered in midair, retracting the aircraft gifted by Bulma back into its capsule. Stretching his limbs casually, he remarked, this is an opportunity to foster good relations with Capsule Corporation that I cannot afford to miss. To be honest, Xia Xian had no desire to join Master Roshi and the others in their quest for the Dragon Balls. According to the storyline, the Demon King Piccolo would soon arrive, leading to Tien's unconsciousness and the tragic demise of Master Roshi and Jiaozi. If only Sun Wukong were present, pooling their strengths might yield some hope for the West capital. I'm coming. Upon uttering the last word, Xia Xian suddenly accelerated, enveloped in a blue aura, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the horizon. Xia Xian sped towards the West capital. The battle between Sun Wukong and the Demon King Piccolo reached its conclusion. Despite the ancient demon suffering greatly at the hands of the enraged Sun Wukong, even being knocked to the ground for the first time by a human, once he took the matter seriously. The strongest being who had dominated Earth 3 centuries prior easily dispatched Sun Wukong with a single energy blast, leaving him without a heartbeat. After the Demon King departed with the Dragon Balls, Midgerub emerged cautiously from the bushes. His opponent was formidable. Thankfully, he had remembered just in time. Otherwise, he would have met with the same grim fate as this young man, beaten to death, glancing at Sun Wukong's lifeless body. Midgerub sighed. He had initially promised Xia Xian to assist the lad, but alas, there was no opportunity left. Let me prepare a grave for you, as a favor to Xia Xian, though you certainly do not look appetizing. As he spoke, the seemingly deceased Sun Wukong twitched his fingers, struggling to rise. Surprised by the movement, Midgerub gasped, "Good heavens, how resilient is this fellow's life force, to withstand such a powerful blow and still not be dead?" Sun Wukong ignored Midgerub's astonishment and laboriously managed to croak out a few words. "Water! Water!" Upon hearing this, Midgerub hastily lifted Sun Wukong and dashed to the riverbank, submerging his head in the water. After all, this brute was hardly the type to gently administer water. Despite being submerged for quite some time, Sun Wukong regained some strength, but remained unconscious. Midgerub leaned in to listen for a heartbeat. While a faint pulse remained, it was far from strong. How strange. Why won't he wake up if he's not dead? After pondering for a while with no solution, Midgerub suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and pulled out a communication device from his pocket. Hey, Xia Xian had given me plenty of supplies back then. Perhaps I should consult him on how to handle this half-alive situation. Midgerub was quite concerned about botching this task and losing face. But he was even more fearful of Xia Xian seeking revenge afterward, as this individual seemed to see through everything. Since he was willing to offer such generous assistance, it was likely he wouldn't hesitate to bring misfortune upon him. As Xia Xian accelerated through the sky, he suddenly heard his communication device ringing. Although he was anxious to rescue Bulma, upon noticing it was Midgerub's number, he answered the call. After listening for a moment, Xia Xian furrowed his brow. It appeared the plot was taking an unexpected turn, but fortunately, he had prepared contingencies. "Do you know about the Corinne Tower?" Xia Xian spoke in a deep voice. "Corinne? Where is that?" "Hey, it's too noisy on your end. Could you close the windows while flying?" Midgerub shouted, "That I'll send the address to you. Please ensure Sun Wukong reaches the tower. You need not concern yourself with anything else." "To the tower? Is that all?" "Too simple." Midgerub scoffed. "You give me so many benefits, and this is all you require. It's too easy." Hearing this, Xia Xian smiled gently, offering no explanation while secretly imagining Midgerub's expression upon reaching the Corinne Tower. However, he mused, "Although I have provided you with numerous favors, I cannot let you do this for free when it comes to delivering Sun Wukong to the tower." Midgerub replied slyly, "You must promise to treat me to a grand feast afterward." "I have urgent matters and cannot come right now," Xia Xian replied after a moment of contemplation. "Once you reach the Corinne Tower, treasures await you that will satisfy your hunger. I mean, thoroughly satisfy you." Oh, this piqued Midgerub's interest. He had a hearty appetite, much like Sun Wukong, and could never seem to eat enough. The prospect of being completely satiated made him curious about the Corinne Tower. "The address has been sent to you." Xia Xian continued, "Listen, use the capsule I provided you. Do not resort to stealing vehicles. After all, I am a police officer and cannot stand by idly, understood?" Upon hearing this, Midgerub chuckled, thinking to himself how Xia Xian knew of his intentions. After all, the vehicle Xia Xian had given him was excellent, and he was reluctant to use it. He had been contemplating finding something less valuable for transport when Xia Xian, miles away, saw through his thoughts. Meanwhile, as Midgerub escorted Sun Wukong to the Corinne Tower, Master Roshi and Tien, consumed by grief and indignation, swiftly completed the collection of the final Dragon Ball. Thus, 5 Dragon Balls were in their possession, while the Demon King Piccolo held 2. Consequently, the Demon King, furious, charged towards them. Merely observing the 2 dots on the radar drawing closer evoked a nauseating sensation in their throats, rendering them breathless. "Let's confirm the plan once more," Master Roshi said with a grave expression. "Jiaozi, you hide behind the rocks. Tien and I will distract the Demon King while you sneak aboard his spaceship to steal the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. We must seize this opportunity to gather all the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to eliminate the Demon King. Tien and Jiaozi nodded solemnly, both aware of the gravity of their tasks. One would face the Demon King's onslaught directly, while the other would infiltrate enemy territory to pilfer the treasure. Both missions were fraught with peril. Had Xiaoxian been present, he would undoubtedly have criticized this plan, deeming the margin for error far too slim, with no contingency plans in place. This implied that if any single aspect went awry, all efforts would be rendered futile. In contrast, Xiaoxian would have preferred to shatter the Dragon Balls outright, bringing an end to the ordeal. At that moment, the Demon King's spaceship hovered above the desolate wasteland, shrouded in black mist, with ominous winds swirling around, creating an eerie atmosphere even in broad daylight. Demon King Piccolo, we have arrived directly above the Dragon Balls, the Shiba Inu Ashu reported from the cockpit. The ancient fiend slowly rose from his throne, akin to a predator awakening from slumber, revealing his bloodthirsty fangs. Excellent. It's time to retrieve the Dragon Balls. He strode confidently onto the deck, observing the wilderness below, filled with strange rock formations and utterly devoid of any life. Have they hidden themselves? The Demon King Piccolo sneered. I desire the Dragon Balls, and surely they share the same desire. To prevent any tricks, it is best that I take matters into my own hands. As the old sorcerer spoke, he extended his serpent-like tongue and effortlessly swallowed 2 Dragon Balls, as if consuming mere parcels. However, this seemingly mundane act astonished the martial artists lurking below, biding their time. What? He swallowed the Dragon Balls? The turtle hermit, witnessing this, stomped his foot in frustration, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, how infuriating! How could he think of such a thing? Without defeating him, we cannot obtain the Dragon Balls. In contrast, Tien Shinhan's demeanor was markedly more proactive than that of the turtle hermit. He began to remove his garments, revealing his robust muscles. This the Demon King Piccolo, then a battle is inevitable. It was high time to confront this monster face to face. Yet, as Tien Shinhan eagerly stepped forward, the turtle hermit held up a hand to stop him. Stand down. Allow me to devise a strategy. He spoke solemnly that I shall not perish, for I have once consumed the elixir of immortality. Thus, it is my duty to. However, before he could finish, Tien Shinhan, agitated and furious, interrupted, what nonsense is this? Why am I here then? I came to fight. Xen has already ventured to Shidu with the belief of certain death to combat the demon clan. How can I abandon the battlefield at this moment? The turtle hermit seemed to have anticipated Tien Shinhan's sentiments and chose not to explain. Suddenly, he turned around and sprayed Tien Shinhan with an aerosol can. Taken completely by surprise, Tien Shinhan fell to the ground, unable to move. What are you doing? He managed to stammer, but before he could say more, he collapsed, rendered immobile. I apologize. You must rest for a while. I do not wish to see any more young lives sacrificed. As he spoke, the turtle hermit dragged Tien Shinhan and concealed him in the corner of a rocky cave, where anyone not searching diligently would struggle to discern the presence of another. I must confess something else. There is no elixir of immortality. I have deceived you. The turtle hermit smiled down at the struggling Tien Shinhan, speaking with sincerity akin to that of a mentor. If I were to fail this time, and with Goku no longer here, it would fall upon you to defeat the Demon King. But right now, your skills are insufficient. You must continue to train diligently. One day, you, Jiaozi, and even Xiaoxian will surely vanquish this monster. Lying on the ground, Tien Shinhan was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, but the potency of the sedative rendered him powerless to even speak. The turtle hermit approached the cave entrance and called out to Jiaozi. Who was hiding? Jiaozi! Can you hear me? Cancel the original plan. Regardless of what happens, do not intervene. Hide. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the already perplexed Jiaozi instinctively agreed, pondering what new scheme the turtle hermit and Tien Shinhan were concocting. Little did he know that his senior brother had already been incapacitated by the turtle hermit. Once all was conveyed, the turtle hermit took a deep breath, his thoughts drifting back 3 centuries. Back then, Master Roshi had done the same, dispersing all disciples, even sending him and the crane hermit away. Then he embarked on a solitary journey toward what seemed like certain death against the Demon King Piccolo. Who could have anticipated that 300 years later, that very scene would unfold once more, albeit with the roles reversed? "It is time to make my entrance," the turtle hermit declared earnestly, adjusting his martial arts uniform before stepping out of hiding with confidence. The Pilaf Gang aboard their airship were taken aback upon seeing the turtle hermit. They had not expected the one brave enough to oppose the Demon King to be such a frail, aged him as he approached the open ground. The turtle hermit's expression turned serious. The playful demeanor he usually displayed was nowhere to be found. Instead, he appeared as a gallant warrior rushing to battle. "Descend, Piccolo! The Dragon Balls are right here," he bellowed, his voice echoing with authority. Remarkably, the Demon King Piccolo did not respond with fury. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Interesting to think someone would dare to address me by name for the first time in centuries. Yet you challenge me, fully aware of my status as the Demon King. How utterly foolish." With this, Piccolo disregarded the protests of the Pilaf Gang and leapt down from the airship, cackling ominously. "But your courage is commendable. Let me see what you truly have to offer." As Piccolo appeared before him, the turtle hermit could not help but recall the nightmarish days of 3 centuries past, despite the wrinkles marking his visage. Piccolo's towering stature, green skin, grotesque antennae, and malevolent gaze evoked memories of dread, as if the horrors of yesteryear had never faded, still awaiting the turtle hermit's return. Piccolo regarded the hunched old man with disdain. He loathed humanity, having always detested these beings. Yet he was taken aback that the one standing to thwart his ambitions was such a diminutive and frail figure, one that seemed as if a mere gust could topple him. Has my authority diminished to such a degree that humanity sends a decrepit old man to thwart me? How utterly absurd! In the face of the Demon King's mockery, the turtle hermit remained unperturbed, resolutely indicating a mound of earth nearby and stating with conviction, "The Dragon Balls I have gathered lie beneath this very spot. If you could defeat me, feel free to take them." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Piccolo's eyes as he broke into laughter. "Ho, ho, ho! What a delightful old man, daring to challenge me, the Demon King Piccolo! How amusing! It has been 3 centuries since I encountered such entertainment." Despite the Demon King's derision, sweat beaded on the turtle hermit's forehead. Over the course of 3 centuries, he believed he had surpassed the prowess of his master. The Turtle School's Kamehameha and the ascent of the Karen Tower were feats no martial artist had achieved in centuries. Yet, in the presence of the Demon King Piccolo, the overwhelming aura and the primal fear emanating from him made it exceedingly difficult for the turtle hermit to withstand. It was hard to fathom how his master had stood before the Demon King twice and ultimately sealed him away. "Soon you shall cease your laughter," the turtle hermit whispered. Piccolo paused his laughter, speaking haughtily. "It seems you genuinely wish to challenge me. How utterly presumptuous! But it is no wonder. You have likely only heard mere whispers of my legend, unaware of my true might, and thus dare to act so foolishly." His words elicited laughter from several demons aboard the airship, as if they were witnessing a farcical spectacle. Meanwhile, the Pilaf Gang felt embarrassed by the mockery, for they had learned of the Demon King Piccolo solely through legends. This statement was a direct slap to their faces. However, the turtle hermit replied with serene composure, "This is not our first encounter. Have you forgotten? Piccolo, at that time, you were in a state of utter disarray." "You speak nonsense. How could I have displayed such expressions for the first time?" A smile filled the turtle hermit's face, laced with derision. "I speak no falsehood. I once joined my master in opposing you." At this, Piccolo raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting slightly. "What?" This subtle change did not go unnoticed by the turtle hermit. You wish to know who my master is?" Clearing his throat, the turtle hermit proclaimed proudly, "He is none other than Master Tao. This revelation struck Piccolo like thunder, his expression transforming into one of astonishment, as if a long-buried, ancient terror had been awakened. In those dark days, only one human dared to repeatedly provoke his authority, sealing him away in a rice cooker with peculiar techniques. Tao, a name so ancient yet familiar, was one that Piccolo, who despised humanity, would only remember due to the unpleasantness associated with it. The old man before him left no impression on the Demon King. However, Those eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of Master Matedo, who had sealed him away all those years ago. Both exuded an unwavering resolve and a fearless attitude towards death. It was as if that human who had haunted him for a century had reappeared right before his eyes. Master Roshi didn't have the luxury of standing there in a daze. The reason he had informed King Piccolo of the Dragon Ball's location was to draw this fellow closer and prevent his escape. At this moment, he even took out a capsule from his bosom and threw it to the ground. With a sudden pop, a cloud of white smoke billowed forth. King Piccolo focused his gaze and was astonished to see an old-fashioned rice cooker appear before him, with a talisman on it that struck fear into his heart. How could a rice cooker? At this moment, King Piccolo panicked, to be precise. His entire face was filled with tension and fear, and the haughty demeanor he had before vanished completely. Tien Shinhan, who was struggling on the ground, was dumbfounded at the sight and thought to himself, "It's the evil containment wave. Master Roshi intends to use the evil containment wave, so he really knows this technique. Could he be willing to sacrifice himself? As a technique to overcome the strong with the weak, one naturally has to pay a price according to the strength of the opponent. And this often means sacrificing one's own life. This moment, Master Roshi didn't care about this at all. He almost roared, "You haven't forgotten, have you? The technique that Master Matedo used to seal you in a rice cooker and save the world from your evil clutches." If 300 years ago, Master Roshi could only watch helplessly as his master died from exhaustion, now he finally had the qualification to participate and revive the cause of Master Matedo. No, I don't want to go back into that pot again," King Piccolo shrieked, scrambling to escape this moment, where was the demeanor of a great demon king. He was in a state of utter panic. Crawling on all fours for a while before he remembered that he could fly, he howled and fled towards the airship. If that old man, merely 1.5 meters in height, was the most terrifying thing in the world, and he only wanted to get as far away from him as possible. Having deliberately lured King Piccolo in front of him, how could Master Roshi let him escape? He raised his hands to the sky, and his voice resounded like a great bell. Evil containment wave. Tien Shinhan, lying on the ground, activated the secret technique of the Crane School. He noticed that the flow of chi in Master Roshi's body was extremely complex, faintly showing the embryonic form of the styles of both the Turtle and Crane Schools. This moment, with Master Roshi as the center, countless sand and dust were whipped up in all directions, and a strange chi force rushed straight towards King Piccolo. Instantly, it locked him firmly in place, leaving him with no chance to escape. This immobilizing technique somehow resembles the one used by Master Nam. Tien Shinhan tried his best to hold on to his consciousness and could barely make out some of the subtleties. Speaking of which, back then, Tien Shinhan and Xian were attacked by the Red Ribbon Army's androids. A monk named Nam, who claimed to be among the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament, used the all-nations shocking palm to lock them down. Only then did Tien Shinhan and Xian have the opportunity to use the Dodon Ray to blast them to smithereens. King Piccolo howled, struggling desperately in Master Roshi's overwhelming wave of Q. This moment, the vitality was like a front-loading washing machine, forming circles upon circles of vortices. King Piccolo, caught within, was continuously tossed and distorted. With each rotation, his body shrank a little. It was estimated that in a few minutes he would be small enough to fit into this rice cooker, and Master Roshi, within this vortex of vitality, was like a helmsman, constantly tormenting King Piccolo inside. I must hold on until this technique is complete, Master Roshi thought to himself. He could already feel his life force draining away. His Master Matedo, although he had discovered the mysteries and existence of chi, and could even split waves and stop waterfalls with the chi at his fingertips. But 300 years ago, how could people at that time know the shortcuts to cultivating chi? Although Master Matedo's attainments in martial arts were unparalleled in the world, the vitality stored in his body was not sufficient to deal with King Piccolo. Therefore, after the first failed attempt to adjust and being injured, Master Matedo went into seclusion and meditated. Eventually, he resorted to a heretical method. Using his lifespan as a price, he forcibly sustained the spell to seal King Piccolo, the evil containment wave, like the Kamehameha, was a technique that sacrificed oneself to accomplish an impossible mission. At this moment, on the airship in the sky, the minions of the demon clan were in a panic. Their master was helplessly drawn into the evil containment wave. King Pilaf and the others were so anxious that they were scratching their ears and cheeks. If this great demon king, whom they had released, was gone like this, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Only Tien Shinhan, who couldn't get up in the cave, understood the current situation. It seemed that Master Roshi had the upper hand, but the chi in his body was getting less and less. Like a candle on the verge of being extinguished by the wind. Almost there, it'll be completed soon, I must hold on. Master Roshi's eye sockets were terrifyingly dark, and his eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. On the verge of closing at any moment. Saliva kept flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't even have the time to wipe it. He was no longer the lively and energetic person he once was. He looked like a zombie crawling out of a grave, with not a trace of a master's demeanor left. I can no longer hear sounds clearly, and my vision is blurry. The position of the demon, sealing rice cooker, is also becoming indistinct. I never thought that activating the evil containment wave would be so difficult. Master, did you feel the same way when you were manipulating the spell? In a trance, Master Roshi seemed to see Master Mateto appear in the spell of the evil containment wave. He still had that meticulous and stern look, but his eyes were filled with anticipation, just as he himself had expected Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha to grow in the future. Master, please grant me strength, even if it's just a little, so that I can completely seal this demon, that I can't let Tien Shinhan, Xia Exen, Bulma, and these young people continue to live in that terrifying era, that I must do this, and only I can do this. As decrepit as a mummy, Master Roshi still used his trembling hands to maintain the formation of the evil containment wave. King Piccolo had shrunk to the size of a toy and was slowly moving towards the open rice cooker amidst shrill screams. Seeing that the size of the great demon king was almost right, Master Roshi's bloodshot eyes finally showed some signs of life. Almost there. Hold on. I can do it. Huh. With a loud shout, Master Roshi suddenly pressed his hand down. King Piccolo, who couldn't struggle in the vortex, dove straight towards the rice cooker on the ground along with the airflow. Boom! There was a deafening explosion, as if a meteor had struck the earth. Raising billows of dust, the rice cooker with the talisman jumped into the air and then slowly fell to the ground. Despair filled Master Roshi's eyes. I missed. The evil containment wave that he had risked his life for had missed the target at the last moment. Just a few centimeters of deviation had led to the complete failure of the entire demon sealing operation. King Piccolo, who had survived the ordeal, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was as pale as if he had died hundreds of times. Terrible, a fatal mistake. Oh God, why can't you have mercy on the world? Master Roshi's condition worsened. The last glimmer of life in his eyes quickly disappeared, and his body tottered, about to collapse. But don't think you can rest easy. Someday, someone will surely defeat you and save the world. Before he could finish speaking, Master Roshi had already slumped to the ground and died. Only after confirming that Master Roshi was dead did King Piccolo dare to get up from the ground. At the same time, he laughed nervously. Ha ha! Ha ha! He's dead. This idiot is finally dead. Ha! Now no one can stop this great demon king. Just as Master Roshi passed away, Goku, who was thousands of miles away, suddenly woke up from his coma. Startling Yamcha, who was beside him. You're awake. How do you feel? Does it hurt anywhere? Yamcha asked casually. After all, you took such a powerful hit. It's a miracle you're not dead. Goku didn't answer the question immediately. Instead, he looked around. He saw that they were traveling in a hovering car across the wilderness, heading towards an even more desolate distance. I don't know, I just feel like something has happened, Goku said, clutching his chest. You're such a strange person. Did you get knocked silly? Mid-year, Bihei casually remarked. However, Shashi mentioned that as long as I send you to Galinta, it should resolve all your ailments. Upon hearing this, little Wukong could not help but lift his head, pondering thoughtfully. Galinta? No wonder I sense such a formidable aura emanating from Xiaxi. It appears he has also ascended Galinta and learned martial arts from the immortals. Hey, is that so? Although I do not comprehend what aura truly means, Xiaxin is quite cunning. He would not engage in meaningless endeavors. His insistence on your ascent to the tower must carry profound significance. Mijir Bihei said nonchalantly to his surprise. Little Wukong nodded earnestly, declaring, "Indeed. Even if Xiaxin does not urge you to do so, I intend to make a trip to Galinda myself, given that Xiaxin could cultivate such powerful energy there. The immortals must possess methods to further enhance my abilities. At that time, I shall surely defeat Demon King Piccolo with my own hands." However, Mijir Bihei showed no interest in this topic and instead cautiously stated, "Before we proceed, I must clarify that assisting you in this matter is not an obligation. You must treat me to a sumptuous meal afterward. No backing out. Haha, you shall not be at a loss. Once we reach Galinta, there is a treasure that will undoubtedly fill you to the brim," replied little Wukong. Though lacking in physical strength, he still smiled. Why do you echo the same sentiment as that Xiaxin? Both claim there are magical treasures atop Galinta that can satiate one's hunger. Mijir Bihei muttered to himself, growing increasingly curious about this so-called Galinta. Meanwhile, in another location, Xiaxin continued to soar at an astonishing speed. While the ordinary flight technique merely allowed for floating and gliding, Xiaxin was presently enveloped in a blue energy, moving with breathtaking swiftness, skimming over the ocean's surface and stirring up colossal waves. Akin to a tempest sweeping across the sea as he darted through the clouds, he shattered them into fragments, leaving behind a chaotic sky. Just then, the once bright sky suddenly dimmed, as if the entire world had descended into darkness. Daylight has waned. It seems someone is summoning the eternal dragon. Xiaxin mused inwardly, letting out a sigh. According to the unfolding narrative, Master Roshi should have fallen in battle, and Chaozu had also perished. Meanwhile, Demon King Piccolo had regained his youth, transforming into his most powerful form. Subsequently, the Eternal Dragon was slain, and Demon King Piccolo seized control of the royal palace. Following that, Tien should be diligently honing the Mafuba technique, hoping to inherit Master Roshi's will and seal the demon alone. The only unforeseen circumstance is those demon warriors in West Capital. Xiaxin coldly remarked, "Yamcha, you must hold on. Do not perish here. Wait for me." After uttering these words, Xiaxin continued to harness his energy, unleashing the flight technique, and flew even more swiftly toward the west. At this moment, West Capital had transformed into a scene reminiscent of hell on Earth, thanks to the secret potions provided by Pilaf and his gang. The Demon King's physical capabilities and lifespan had seen a significant boost, resulting in monstrous beings far exceeding the narrative's expectations. Each appeared exceedingly perilous. These creatures roamed in packs throughout West Capital, incessantly wreaking havoc upon the once beautiful city. "Yamcha, you coward, come out. That's right, don't even think about hiding. You were among the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and yet now you act like a turtle." The demon warriors circled above, unleashing a barrage of taunts. Long before the demon invasion, the Capsule Corporation had been reduced to ruins. Fortunately, Bulma had acted decisively, activating the disaster evasion protocol. The core areas of Capsule Corporation had been submerged underground, including pets and research equipment, all spared from the devastation. She then enlisted Puar to transform into Yamcha's likeness, leading the demon warriors away, effectively averting the threat of annihilation. However, after Puar lured the demon forces away, they could not locate Yamcha's whereabouts, and their frustration mounted. These warriors, fiercely loyal to the Demon King, disregarded everything else to fulfill their mission, immediately commencing widespread destruction and slaughtering innocent bystanders, all to coerce Yamcha into revealing himself. One must admit, this tactic was indeed clever. Hiding in the underground safe house, Yamcha watched the scene unfold before him, his teeth gritted in frustration, his anger bubbling to the surface, despite his many flaws. Yamcha was not an evil person. He had a kind heart and was always willing to help. After all, despite possessing extraordinary skills, he had never taken a single life, achieving a remarkable feat within the Dragon Ball universe. Setting aside the humorous aspects, no ordinary person would wish to see innocents slaughtered due to their actions. At this moment, hiding in the basement, Yamcha was particularly enraged, casting a resentful glance at his injured leg before lowering his head in resignation. If only he were uninjured, he would not be sitting idly by, unable to assist. Do not be too hard on yourself. This is not your fault. Bulma, being Yamcha's girlfriend, understood his feelings well and gently comforted him. With so many monsters, even if you were uninjured, you would not stand a chance against those who were killed. They can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls, so do not blame yourself. Yamcha let out a long sigh, gazing at the rampaging demons outside, as if he had made a resolution. Thank you, Bulma. Yamcha suddenly said tenderly, but my leg hurts a bit. Could you please bring me some ice packs? This unexpected tenderness, coupled with Yamcha's bright eyes devoid of malice, left Bulma blushing, as she had always been vulnerable to handsome men, especially her boyfriend. Why are you being so polite? It's my duty to take care of you. Having said that, she swayed her curvaceous figure toward the storage room, rummaging for ice packs. However, just as Bulma bent down, Yamcha suddenly raised his hand and unleashed a Kamehameha, striking the storage room door with precision. The entrance collapsed, blocking it significantly. Bulma was startled, quickly turning to see the door in ruins, cluttered with debris. Although it was not entirely blocked, it would take at least half an hour to clear. Yamcha, what are you doing? Bulma exclaimed in panic, scrambling to the entrance of the storage room. Darling, take care. There are some things I must do. Yamcha spoke softly, as if whispering to a loved one, but the astute Bulma immediately grasped her boyfriend's intentions. Hey, don't do anything reckless. Yamcha, stop. Do not act impulsively. Unfortunately, Bulma's voice echoed in the empty basement, failing to reach the man above and on the surface of West Capital. The demon warriors continued their rampage, destroying skyscrapers, igniting cars, and the wretched cries of the people filled the air, rendering the place a horrifying hellscape. Just then, a voice bellowed, Hey, filthy, snot-nosed worms. You're looking for Yamcha, aren't you? I'm right here. Come and kill me. The demon warriors, who had been reveling in their slaughter, turned toward the voice. They spotted a plaster-cast figure leaning on a cane, standing atop a truck, glaring fiercely at them. Hey, is that really him, the guy with the broken leg? I heard from Big Drum that he got crippled during the tournament. The demons jeered, encircling him and leaving no chance for their prey to escape. Yamcha clenched his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. In truth, he was secretly gathering energy, preparing to unleash a Kamehameha at the very moment they drew near, even at the cost of his life. For a moment, the air felt as if it had solidified, the only sound being the camera drones stealthily capturing the scene, broadcasting it to households across the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, a civilian is currently surrounded by monsters, given that his leg is in a cast. Escape seems impossible. At this moment, it appears there is no way to rescue him. What a pity, such a young life may be lost. In the storage room, a frantic Bulma heard the broadcast from her phone. She immediately collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Despair enveloped everyone's hearts. You a wretch whose leg was broken in the quarter. Final, prepare to meet your doom. A demon warrior sneered and lunged at Yamcha. His hideous visage and contemptuous smile were truly revolting. Come on, let's perish together. Yamcha roared, preparing to unleash all the energy he had amassed in his hands. However, at this critical juncture, a shadow suddenly flashed between the two of them, and then a swift sweeping kick was launched, sending the charging demon warrior flying. Seeing this unexpected reinforcement, Yamcha managed to react in time, and at the crucial moment, barely held back his Qigong. Otherwise, he might have accidentally killed the savior in front of him. Who on earth has appeared at this moment? Yamcha said in bewilderment, then focused his gaze. There was a police combat uniform, combat boots, and a belt adorned with decorative grenades. It was none other than Xiaxin, whom he had met at the World Martial Arts Tournament, and the filming camera naturally transmitted this scene. The host in the studio was evidently even more excited than Yamcha. My goodness, it's the savior who eliminated the Red Ribbon Army. That hero of yesteryear has returned again. When West City was in its greatest peril, he stepped forward once more. We're saved. We're truly saved. At this moment, Bulma in the storage room felt as if she had just survived a catastrophe. She quickly took out her phone and stared intently at Xiaxin's appearance. He was drenched in sweat. Steam seemed to be rising from his body, and his face was an unhealthy shade of red, as if he had just finished a marathon in exhaustion. Xiaxin, you've rushed here from Yahe, thousands of kilometers away. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. You fool! What are you doing here? This is nothing but a futile sacrifice. Yamcha couldn't help but be so agitated. Flying Nimbus is an extremely energy-consuming technique that a dash of thousands of kilometers. Even if Xian had the strongest vitality among everyone, it was impossible to sustain such a massive consumption. He was probably completely exhausted. Not to mention there were so many enemies eyeing them covetously. The demon warrior who had been kicked away just now also stood up at this moment, his eyes glinting with cruel and venomous light as he cackled eerily. He flew so far. No wonder the kick that hit me just now was so weak and caused no harm at all. It was merely relying on the force of acceleration and inertia to barely send me flying. Now that you've lost your acceleration, let's see how you can oppose us in the face of the demon warrior's provocation. Xian smiled faintly, took out a chewing gum box from his body, poured out something from it, and casually popped it in his mouth, munching on it with relish. Oh, you still have a mood to eat snacks at this time? The demon warrior taunted. Is this going to be your last meal before you die? Xian replied with a half smile. How can I have the strength to fight without eating something? As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately made all the demons burst into laughter. Haha, what are you kidding? Just this being like thing can be considered a meal? Ridiculous. The previous demon warrior even brazenly leaned his face forward, slapped his cheek insolently, and sneered, Hee. Come on, give it a try. How much strength can you weak humans have? He had every reason to be so arrogant. Previously, under the inertial effect of Xian's rapid dive with Flying Nimbus, he could only barely kick him away and couldn't cause further harm. Now, without the protection of acceleration, his strength was probably reduced by more than 80 to therefore. This demon warrior was fearless at what an interesting request. Then I won't be polite. As Xian spoke, he suddenly threw a punch, slamming it hard into the opponent's face. What happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. The demon warrior was sent flying as if hit head on by a madly running train, and his body was instantly distorted. This was not all. The demon warrior was smashed onto the ground and turned into a puddle of flesh. I've never seen such a cheap request, actually asking me to hit him. Xian smiled and stretched his muscles. Looking at the dumbfounded demon warriors, he did something even more provocative. Xian made a gesture in the air, and a line actually appeared on the ground 2 meters away from him. Before I take my friend away, if any of you cross this line, you'll be killed without mercy. All the demon warriors were enraged upon hearing this. Those who cross the line will die. It has always been the demons who decide the life and death of humans. Since when did these weak humans get to bargain with them? What made the demon warriors even angrier was that Xian actually turned his back on them and started talking to Yamcha. Your legs and feet can't move yet. Coming out here is just asking for death. Come on, go back to Bulma's side. She needs your protection. With that, he was about to come over and help Yamcha, which left the latter stunned. After all, there were so many enemies present, each with unique skills. Even if Yamcha were in good health, he wouldn't dare to claim that he could withstand an all-out charge. And now Xian was being so overconfident, both provoking the opponents and turning his back on them. Could his strength be even greater than Goku's? Looking at Xian's nonchalant appearance, the demon warriors were furious. They had never encountered such provocation and even humiliation. The ideas instilled in their minds by Piccolo Daimao had always belittled humans as worthless. Now they couldn't tolerate such arrogance. What did you say about those who cross the line will die? Immediately, some demon warriors stepped forward that you're just a lowly human who, by luck, killed a useless wretch. Oh, you really think you're something? Kill him. In an instant, a large number of demon warriors crossed the line together and charged towards Xian's defenseless back. At this distance, with so many warriors attacking simultaneously, even if Xian was highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands that he would soon be torn to pieces by the horde of demons. However, at this critical moment, Xian suddenly turned around, his eyes shining with determination. He crossed his hands and assumed a strange stance that you've come at the right time. As soon as the words were spoken, a powerful wave of energy was unleashed, surging forward like a flood breaking through a dike. The demon warriors in the front didn't even have time to react before they were crushed into pieces by this wave of air. With no possibility of resistance at all, Qigong Cannon. The most powerful killing move of the Crane School, several times more powerful than the Kamehameha Wave, and a group area attack. Xiaoxin deliberately provoked these demons. The line he drew was a bait to attract them to this position. Otherwise, with the demons flying around everywhere, it would be too troublesome to chase them one by one and eliminate them with a highly consuming Qigong cannon. The highly competitive demons couldn't bear this mockery, as most of them chose to come from the place Xiaoxin had marked to prove their martial prowess and to show that the words "those who cross the line will die" were meaningless. Little did they know that in doing so, they became the perfectly marked targets for the Qigong cannon. The targeted elimination had an excellent effect. Yamcha stared in disbelief at everything in front of him. The previously chaotic street had been cleared into a large open space. Some buildings were half blown up, as if they had been sliced. The demon warriors hit by the Qigong cannon were almost all wiped out. And the remaining ones were dumbfounded, completely unable to believe that humans, who they thought were like pigs and dogs waiting to be slaughtered, could do such a terrifying thing. Demon slaying? Hey! Xiaoxin stuffed another bean into his mouth, chewed it casually, and said nonchalantly, "Now, who's next? You hideous monsters." However, in the face of Xiaoxin's taunt, the remaining demons looked serious. They no longer had the contemptuous attitude they had before, and some even looked at this human in front of them with a hint of fear. At this time, with the help of the Holy Land Guardians, Por managed to carry Goku on his back and climbed up Corinne Tower, although he was exhausted to the point of near death. It even made the Hermit show a look of surprise. To be able to carry Goku up this tower, you're probably one of the most remarkable ones in history. Por gasped for breath and glanced at the Hermit standing there. He was quite astonished. This seemingly cute guy. Could he be the one that even Xiaoxin respected so much? "Long time no see, Corinne." Goku greeted wearily, looking at the newly added massage chairs, refrigerators, yoga mats, and other things around. He exclaimed sincerely, "This place has changed so much." Cough, cough, cough. "These are just some trifles given to me by others." The celestial being coughed twice and said, "Don't pay attention to these details. First, cure your weak body." Having said that, he took out a jar from the corner. There were probably about half a jar of beans inside. The celestial being casually took out one and threw it to little Wukong. "Take it and eat. Although a lot of them have been taken away by previous cultivators, there's still enough for you to eat." Little Wukong took a look at the bean in his hand and couldn't help but say, "Isn't this a celestial bean? Eating one can make you not need to eat for several days. Since when could it heal injuries?" In response to this question, the celestial being, with his hands behind his back, replied, "I'm ashamed to say that after cultivating celestial beings for so many years, it was only recently, when I was observing the situation in the mortal world, that I discovered this usage. That Xiaoxin is really a clever fellow." Compared with the celestial being's sigh, Yajirobe was much more nervous. He had been longing to come here in the hope of eating the legendary thing that could completely fill his stomach. After all, this legend was unanimously recognized by Xiaoxin and little Wukong. Who would have thought that this thing now turned out to be an unremarkable jar of beans? How could Yajirobe, who usually feasted on rich food, accept this? Are you kidding me? I came here with so much effort, climbed such a tall tower, only to get these lousy beans? Yajirobe was cursing cheerfully, but his hand didn't stop. He grabbed a handful of celestial beans and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Damn it, it really doesn't taste good at all. Little Wukong and the celestial being stared at Yajirobe's actions in astonishment. It was too late to stop him. This guy had already swallowed the celestial beans in his mouth. Ugh! Yajirobe, who had been complaining just now, suddenly rolled his eyes. His already chubby belly swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately, his whole body became like a ball of flesh, and he couldn't move at all. He lay on the ground, howling. "Really, didn't you hear just now? One of these beans can keep a person from getting hungry for 10 days. The celestial being shook his head and sighed. He was on the Corinne Tower and knew everything about the mortal world very well, seeing that Yajirobe didn't die from eating so many celestial beans. He couldn't help but sigh again. Where on earth did Xiaoxin find this strange fat guy? "Celestial being, I want to continue my cultivation here and then defeat King Piccolo." Little Wukong didn't come here to chat. He immediately expressed his thoughts that it was no wonder that he was so determined. When he was on the Corinne Tower, he was completely transformed in 3 days and easily defeated Tao Pai Pai. So now he naturally hoped to make further progress. However, the celestial being fell silent. After a while, he sighed with his hands behind his back and said helplessly, "I'm sorry. I have nothing more to teach you." Ugh! Little Wukong was startled and didn't understand what this meant. "I understand your eagerness for revenge, but your ability has far exceeded mine. Staying on the tower any longer, at most, like Xia Xian, your progress will be limited." The celestial being seemed to recall and added, "Xia Xian stayed on the tower for several years. Unfortunately, his current strength is still slightly weaker than yours so it's probably impossible for you to expect to improve instantly like last time." Hearing this, little Wukong was shocked. He was counting on becoming stronger to avenge Krillin. The celestial being seemed to see what he was thinking and sighed deeply, saying, "Alas, although I'm unwilling, I really can't defeat King Piccolo. That guy is too powerful that in fact, even Master Roshi has sacrificed." As soon as these words were spoken, little Wukong was greatly shocked. "What? Even Grandpa Roshi? That guy is too hateful." After saying that, little Wukong burst into tears and rushed downstairs. "Wait, what do you want to do? Are you going to?" The celestial being shouted, "I want to get my all. Grandpa Roshi was killed and I can't just stand by and do nothing," little Wukong said firmly. The celestial being, who was already 800 years old, shook his head and said mysteriously, "Since you have the determination to face death, maybe you could try another thing." At this moment, little Wukong in a furious state was a little curious. What exactly was it that could make the celestial being say such words about the determination to face death? Different from the deceptive holy water, I actually have a secret medicine passed down from ancient times here. It's a miraculous water, the ultra-divine water, that can stimulate potential abilities, the celestial being said with a solemn expression, but the ultra-divine water contains a strong poison. So far, over the past few hundred years, a total of 14 people have drunk it, and none of them have survived. If you're not afraid of death, you can give it a try. Having said that, the celestial being took out an old teapot from the corner and slowly poured out some brown medicinal juice, saying faintly, "If you're determined, half a cup of this is enough, but the consequence might be death." Little Wukong silently took the cup and remained silent. That on the other side, the fierce battle in West City was still going on. Xia Xian had successively defeated several demon warriors. His fighting style was quite special, and he had exerted the Kamehameha wave to the extreme. Once, several demons trapped him, and then a companion sprayed fire, trying to burn Xia Xian to death. With his hands and feet restrained, Xia Xian quietly raised his thumb the moment the flames surrounded him and shot out a Kamehameha wave at a tricky angle, directly piercing through the demons spraying fire. Then the Kamehameha wave showed its power even more. It consumed little energy and had a fast attack speed. Anyone who got close would be hit and leave a bloody hole on their body. In short, although there were many opponents, they could never do anything to Xia Xian. "This is extremely incompetent." Suddenly, a demon warrior said, "We were counting on you to finish the task quickly, but unexpectedly, the first thing has dragged on for so long. I'm really disappointed." As soon as these words were spoken, the other demons all showed surprised expressions, then stopped attacking and stood aside respectfully, seemingly very afraid. That demon turned to look at Xia Xian, snorted, and said, "You can fly. You seem to be quite good at fighting, but this kind of half-baked martial art will get you killed." Xia Xian frowned upon hearing this. This line was too familiar. According to the original plot, when Tien Shinhan challenged Piccolo with the demon sealing rice cooker, the great demon king also commented like this, combining with the respectful looks of the demon warriors around. A strange thought gradually emerged in Xia Xian's mind. "Hey, you're very strange that you're probably not an ordinary demon." Xia Xian frowned and said, "Am I right? King Piccolo." As soon as these words were spoken, not only the demon warriors flying in the sky, but also Yamcha was greatly surprised. He looked at Xia Xian in surprise and said, "Ah, this guy is the leader of the monsters? No, the aura on this guy isn't strong. It should just be Piccolo using this guy's mouth to taunt me." Xia Xian said casually. The demon who had been crossing his arms and sneering couldn't help being surprised at this moment. "You human are quite interesting. We demons can communicate with each other through telepathy. We can transmit messages even thousands of miles apart. I have now made the king of this world yield his throne to me, and it will be officially announced soon. But at this critical moment, I haven't received the good news of victory for a long time. So I took a look at the situation here. At this point, King Piccolo pointed to the sky and said faintly, "It's quite funny to say, I saw the situation of your battle on TV, it seems that the media and people regard you as a savior. This makes me very curious." Xian frowned and scanned the opponent, saying coldly, "I don't know what method you use to control this body, but with your current appearance, you're probably not my opponent." It was no wonder that Xian said this, because the one standing in front of him now was just an ordinary demon warrior, at about the same level as Tambourine. Even if there was the consciousness of King Piccolo, the aura couldn't lie. This combat power simply couldn't stop Xian's attack. "Clever little fellow. I'm occupying the consciousness of my subordinate and can't show you all of my power. However, the current situation is sufficient." The demon warrior whose consciousness was taken over suddenly turned his head and said to his companions, "Don't just focus on this savior. The companion he just tried to rescue is limping. Isn't he?" As soon as those words were uttered, the surviving demon warriors suddenly realized their intent and began casting malevolent glances at Yamcha. They knew they could not overcome Xiaxin, but if they concentrated their efforts on Yamcha, it was likely that Xiaxin's attention would waver, and he would expose a vulnerability. Xiaxin's expression shifted slightly. This fellow's scheme was indeed reminiscent of King Piccolo, replete with wicked stratagems. It was known that this ancient sorcerer had relied on the power of the dragon to restore his youth. Yet, to prevent anyone from using the dragon against him in the future, he had directly obliterated it, shattering it into pieces. Thus, the Dragon Balls had vanished entirely. Now, this scoundrel proposed to have his minions attack the limping Yamcha, ostensibly to distract Xiaxin and keep him on the run. "Hey, Dark Lord, I believe I overheard you planning to force the king of the world to abdicate so that you could seize the throne for yourself?" Xiaxin narrowed his eyes, using the moment to buy time and devise a strategy. He had not yet decided whether to let Yamcha consume a senza bean. Given this fellow's temperament, there was a high probability he would rush to join Tien Shinhan in a campaign against the Dark Lord, only to meet his demise at the hands of King Piccolo. Alternatively, he might consume the senza bean and join the fray, only to be overwhelmed by the demon warriors due to underestimating them. For the most pitiful warrior on earth, Xiaxin did not wish for him to wade into such treacherous waters to what? As the Dark Lord, it is only natural for me to rule over you, spat the demon warrior, infused with King Piccolo's consciousness, his words dripping with disdain. In fact, I admire your audacity to oppose me, so I have decided to grant you a gift." Upon hearing this, Xiaxin's brow furrowed further, while the audience before the television screen, including Yamcha, widened their eyes in curiosity, eager to see what malevolent deed this Dark Lord would undertake. The world is currently divided into 43 regions. Originally, to commemorate the day of my ascension, I had decided to obliterate one of these regions with my explosive magic cannon. Any city would be annihilated in an instant. However, before he could finish, Xiaxin coldly snorted, abruptly interrupting the Dark Lord's monologue. "TCH, your so-called gift isn't the intention to personally annihilate West City, is it? Such an old and worn-out tactic. Do you really think you can accomplish that?" Xiaxin declared, adopting a righteous demeanor as he shouted. "Let me tell you, as long as I exist in this world, I will never allow you to destroy this city. Moreover, I shall soon pay a visit to the royal palace to defeat you. You beautified scoundrel." Xiaxin's bold proclamation quickly spread to every corner of the world via nearby surveillance satellites, igniting a viewing frenzy. People gathered before their screens, cheering for this hero who dared to challenge the dark forces. Hoping for his triumphant success, in truth, Xiaxin was acutely aware that, according to the narrative, Tien Shinhan would soon seek out King Piccolo for a one-on-one confrontation, while the rejuvenated Goku, having consumed the ultra-divine water, would also arrive at the King's city to thwart the Dark Lord's ambitions. Simply put, no matter how grandiose Xiaxin's declarations were, the sky would have support to hold it up. "Humph, you are nothing but an annoying fly. The thing I detest most is righteousness and peace. If you are dissatisfied with my actions, you're always welcome to come to my palace. You may even bring missile tanks and the like. But the only outcome will be a dead end. In the end, the world shall bathe in terror." Xiaxin fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. "Hey, If you continue down this path, you could eradicate the urban population of the world in a mere 43 years. How would a desolate world then bask in terror? You would be left alone to endure a hellish existence. The purpose of this statement was to buy time. After all, once Goku awakened from the toxicity of the ultra-divine water, the remaining issues would be trivial, such elementary reasoning. And yet you, Dark Lord, seem oblivious. Without humanity, what will you enslave? What will you rule over? To his astonishment, King Piccolo's avatar fell silent, as though Xiaxin's words had unearthed some ancient and painful memory. What do you know, monkey? It is you humans favored by the gods who cannot comprehend. The torment of being cast aside is a shared experience, yet I was forcibly separated like refuge, while you merrily basked in the heavens, leaving me abandoned. As he spoke, every syllable was laden with resentment and hatred, making it difficult to fathom what had transpired to evoke such envy in the once invincible King Piccolo, twisting him into this state. Only through avenging this world, which the gods cherish, can I rid myself of this inner hatred and make them regret their abandonment. At that moment, nearly everyone, whether demon warriors or Yamcha, was utterly bewildered, failing to grasp the meaning behind his words. Only Xiaxin understood King Piccolo's anguish. Ironically, as the representative of the demon race on Earth, King Piccolo was, in fact, one with the divine. His original homeland, Namek, had succumbed to climatic anomalies, forcing his family to send the young deity to Earth. However, upon landing in the highlands of Yunza Biter, he suffered a head injury and forgot his lineage. After 30 years of waiting in vain for his father's return, he ventured out to cultivate. Years later, the prodigious being had become the mightiest entity on Earth, even attracting the attention of the divine, who viewed him as a potential successor. Yet, during his cultivation on Earth, the Namekians inevitably absorbed humanity's malignance, becoming an obstacle to the arrival of the new God. To rectify this, the Namekians expelled the malevolent essence, which manifested as King Piccolo himself. Thus began the saga of the Dark Lord's descent into the mortal realm, wreaking havoc and pushing the world to the brink of terror, a devil and the embodiment of divine malevolence. This history was known only to those directly involved in Xiaxin, who understood the implications it bore. What do you mean by gods, revenge, and abandonment? Yamcha queried, perplexed. Xiaxin shook his head and replied nonchalantly, I'm not sure, but it is certain that this fellow believes others cannot comprehend. Hence, he has revealed some long-hidden sentiments. How tiresome. Do you take us for counseling session? Is that so? Soon my demon army will tear you apart. The Dark Lord sneered coldly. Let us see if you still possess that arrogance then. Yet, Xiaxin merely shook his head, unbuckling his weapon belt, which was adorned with decorative grenades, each weighing 5 to 6 kilograms, clattering heavily to the ground. It had been a long time since he felt so unburdened. Xiaxin stretched his limbs, his gaze sharpening. Come on. If you wish to harm my friends, you must first get past me. King Piccolo, a master of martial arts in his own right, recognized the significance of the heavy belt with just a glance. Weight training? Intriguing. The avatar of King Piccolo crossed his arms and remarked coldly, you are attempting to suppress your power through weight training while confounding your opponent, that I assume your speed and agility have undergone a qualitative leap. No wonder you dare to boast and oppose me. Xiaxin squinted, offering no response, as all his focus remained on the surrounding demon warriors. Wary of a potential ambush, it seems you have great confidence in your physical prowess. Otherwise, you wouldn't resort to such training. King Piccolo's avatar sneered. In our previous encounter, flames and claws could not inflict any harm upon you. I now know how to handle you. With that, King Piccolo raised a hand, instructing the surrounding demons, stop playing hide and seek. All warriors, concentrate your energy and attack that cripple. He chuckled. This way, you will truly leverage your numerical advantage. The underlying implication in his words was manifold. On one hand, King Piccolo believed Xiaxin's strength lay in hand-to-hand combat. Therefore, commanding all warriors to engage using energy blasts would effectively nullify Xiaxin's advantage. Furthermore, combining all their energy would produce a force that was cumulatively overwhelming. Lastly, should Xiaxin attempt to flee with a hostage using his flight technique, it would take considerable effort to pursue him. However, by unleashing the remaining demon warriors in a barrage of magic blasts. They would possess enough power to raze half the city to the ground that if Xiaxin did not intervene, he would likely lose his heroic reputation. Instead, it would allow the entire world to witness his disgraceful retreat. Truly, a remarkable feat that kills multiple birds with one stone. Since the Dark Lord has issued his decree, how could the other demon warriors dare to defy? They immediately sprang into action, pouring forth all their strength. In an instant, a colossal energy sphere materialized, gradually descending towards the western capital, Tahaha. You can try to evade, but ultimately, you shall witness the western capital reduced to ruins. The voice of the Dark Lord echoed, incessantly taunting. Xiaxin gritted his teeth, scanning his surroundings. Although no signs of life were apparent, he could vaguely sense countless eyes fixed upon him from the debris of the ruins and the distant corners of buildings. If he truly fled, the most prosperous city on earth would surely be turned to ashes. Not underestimate humanity. Clenching his fists tightly, Xiaxin roared at the sky. I will not retreat. I shall not take a single step back until I crush you vile maggots. Ha! What grandiose claims. The Dark Lord scoffed, dismissing the words. Little did he expect that Xiaxin would cross his arms, unleash a thunderous shout, and experience an explosive surge of energy. Kiko Cannon. The most formidable technique of the Crane School, its destructive and offensive power far exceeding that of ordinary ki blasts, capable of unleashing astonishing might. Albeit at the cost of the user's lifespan, a barrage of energy erupted forth, roaring like cannon fire as it surged towards the heavens. The clash of the Kiko Cannon against the Demon Light Cannon created a dazzling spectacle in the sky. The deafening roar reminiscent of a torrential flood cascading down a mountainside, colliding with the relentless tide of the sea. Both forces unyielding, a magnificent display of power. The previously indifferent Dark Lord could not help but raise an eyebrow. Such an impressive technique. In just 300 years, humans have indeed devised some intriguing abilities. It can actually match our demon clan's ki and strength. Meanwhile, the demon warriors under him were even more astounded. Their combined energies forming the Demon Light Cannon were being held at bay by a single human's ki, indicating that their collective strength was inferior to that of the man beneath them. No, it cannot be. How is he accomplishing this? We cannot afford to lose. The Dark Lord stands before us, and we all know the fate that awaits us should we fail. After a moment of deliberation, a flicker of resolve flashed in the eyes of the demon warriors, who disregarded their own safety and urged their energies to surge. The swirling energies in the air began to slowly press downwards. Though the Kiko Cannon was overwhelmingly powerful, its sustained output was limited, and excessive consumption would lead to diminished returns. At this moment, Xiaxin had already exhausted every ounce of energy he had accumulated over the past 2 years. Even raising his arms had become a challenge, let alone maintaining the ki standoff. Damn it, the initial assault failed to disperse the enemy. This predicament is becoming increasingly dire. Xiaxin was drenched in sweat, his physical stamina severely depleted, his arms aching to the point of immobility, leaving him with no strength to uphold the confrontation. As Xiaxin's despair became evident, the Dark Lord let out a sigh of relief, grinning with pride. I was puzzled as to how humans could possess such formidable strength. It turns out it was merely a desperate gamble. Just as Xiaxin was on the verge of collapse, a resolute voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Turning towards the sound, Xiaxin beheld the limping Yamucha, struggling to support his broken leg, yet still gathering energy. What are you doing? It's dangerous, Xiaxin shouted, realizing that in his current state, if this fool attempted to unleash an attack, it would only exacerbate his injuries. My ki may not match yours, but it excels in endurance. Take this opportunity to escape. Yamucha, far from heeding Xiaxin's warning, retorted, shouting back, Don't die here. With that, Yamucha, risking his life, extended his hand and pronounced the final word, Wave. A blue shock wave surged forth, colliding with the descending demon light cannon, managing to slow its descent. Hurry! I can't hold on much longer, Yamucha said, his face contorted in pain. Having only recently mastered the Turtle School's Kiko wave, he was already strained, and now injured, he was truly putting his life on the line to buy time. Xiao Xian's heart swelled with emotion. He regretted not providing Yamcha with a sense of being earlier, thinking he was helping him. Little did he know, even with a crippled leg, Yamcha was still willing to sacrifice for his companions. Leaving Xiao Xian, who was typically self-serving, filled with guilt. You should be the one to leave. As he spoke, Xiao Xian pulled out a box of gum from his pocket, squeezed out 3 senza beans, and hastily stuffed them into his mouth. Only chewing and swallowing one that instantly, a surge of energy flooded his previously depleted body, restoring his strength. Die, Dark Lord. With that furious shout, a second Kiko cannon was unleashed, roaring skyward like an avalanche. Not only that, but a third and fourth followed suit, a barrage of energy relentlessly targeting the airborne demon warriors. The demon warriors were left dumbfounded. They had barely managed to withstand the first Kiko cannon attack. Now, as the second, third, and even fourth cascaded upon them, they were utterly at a loss. What? How could such a thing be possible? The Dark Lord himself was astonished. The power erupting from the energy column before him surpassed his comprehension. When did humans gain mastery over such formidable strength? Enough to obliterate the Western capital from the map, the Dark Lord was confident he could achieve this after gathering his own strength. However, witnessing Xiao Xian unleash 3 or 4 in a single breath was unprecedented. This human will be remembered. No matter what, I must eliminate you, the Dark Lord muttered to himself. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, his avatar was engulfed by the incoming ki blast. The other demon warriors, having long exhausted their energy, could not escape and were likewise torn apart by the oncoming wave of energy. Yamcha stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. When the demons invaded, the skies over the western capital had been shrouded in layers of demonic clouds, oppressive and eerie, obscuring the daylight. Yet Xiao Xian's relentless Kiko cannon had blasted a hole in the heavens. The clouds were shattered, revealing a brilliant blue sky and radiant sunlight pouring through the gap, igniting hope anew in the hearts of the terrified citizens of the western capital. Such powerful ki. How is this even possible to cultivate? Yamcha, having trained under Master Roshi for years, understood better than anyone what this meant. To unleash such formidable attacks consecutively was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, at this moment, a certain miracle was succumbing to despair. Xiao Xian's situation was dire. Relying on the restorative properties of the senza beans, he had managed to achieve such an effect. However, the consumption of the Kiko cannon far exceeded his expectations. Or rather, the recovery from the senza beans could not keep pace with the rate of depletion. Though his stamina had returned upon swallowing the beans, the soreness in his muscles and the profound emptiness within him lingered, leaving him feeling utterly wretched. Damn, my calculations were off. These few senza beans are insufficient, Xiao Xian thought to himself, reaching for more, only to find his arms weak and lacking any strength. Even lifting them was a struggle. Of all times for this to happen, Yamcha, leaning on his cane, approached Xiao Xian, congratulating him. Amazing, truly incredible. I never imagined the Crane School's martial arts could reach such heights. If Yamcha had felt any regret over losing to Tien Shinhan, seeing Xiao Xian's prowess put those feelings to rest. After all, if even his junior brother was so formidable, then his own defeat against the Crane School's master was hardly disgraceful. However, as Yamcha drew closer, he noticed the pallor on Xiao Xian's face, a deathly aura surrounding him, and signs of petrification beginning to manifest. Do not worry. Our school's Kiko cannon is extremely dangerous. If misused, it could lead to self-destruction. Xiao Xian's lips turned pale, his arms resembling stone. To prevent such an outcome, this technique was devised, the stone turtle breathing technique. Through petrification, it halts further bodily deterioration, and by employing the turtle breathing technique, one can draw energy from the earth's veins. Once restored, the petrification will automatically lift. Long before the era of the Korin Tower, Xiao Xian had meticulously contemplated her path to strength, one of which involved the aspiration to create a fusion of magic and martial arts. In the vast realm of Dragon Ball, the only entities that truly transcend mere combat power, aside from Aral, are likely to be magical in nature, be with the transformation of an object into a carrot with a mere touch, the spitting that turns one into stone, or the manifestation of the dragon Shinran, All are intricately linked to the arcane arts. With this unconventional idea in mind, Xia Exin dedicated considerable time on the Corinne Tower to delve into the subject. Furthermore, the wisdom accumulated over 8 centuries by the sage contained a plethora of writings on this matter. Among the simplest, yet most accessible spells was the petrification technique, originally intended as a playful prank to ensnare others, rendering oneself into an immobile and cumbersome stone statue. Xia Exin discovered its true utility by halting all bodily functions and transforming into a lifeless stone effigy. She realized it could effectively cease the depletion of her energy caused by the Kamehameha wave. Coupled with the Tien Shinhan's method of drawing energy slowly from the earth, this combination afforded her an additional layer of protection, preventing her from recklessly sacrificing herself to save the world in a fit of impulsiveness. At the very least, during periods of exhaustion, she could cling to life through this means. For Xia Exin, whose repertoire of techniques was still limited, this held significant value. However, Yamucha remained oblivious to these intricacies, merely perceiving Xia Exin's actions as a selfless sacrifice to save them. You absolutely cannot come to harm. Otherwise, even if I can't walk, I will make my way to the palace and confront that demon king. Xia Exin felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Had he not heard her previous words? Please, stop fixating on revenge and self-destruction. Originally, Xia Exin intended to ask Yamucha to produce a senza bean, but her apprehension regarding his post-recovery actions led her to refrain from doing so, opting instead to test the efficacy of her Kamehameha technique. I will be in a petrified state for a while. Just don't shatter me, and you all should quickly. However, before she could finish her sentence, she found herself unable to move, her entire being enveloped in stone, reminiscent of the desperate struggle of Vegeta during the Buu saga. Only grateful citizens, along with Yamucha and Bulma, remained out at that moment. Their grievances against Xia Exin had completely dissipated. The past accolades of the Black Robe Army were rendered irrelevant. After all, in this instant, the savior of West City was undeniably Xia Exin, and there was no denying that. Meanwhile, as Xia Exin transformed into stone, far away atop the Corinne Tower, little Goku had consumed the ultra-divine water. To be precise, it had been 6 hours prior. And although so much time had elapsed, little Goku remained unconscious, his face contorted in agony, as if he were enduring some harrowing ordeal. Such tenacious vitality. The sage remarked with genuine admiration that the mere mortal would have perished several times over under such circumstances. What is this energy? Miyajiro pondered, observing the sage, who squinted his eyes and leaned on his staff, his expression one of astonishment as he spoke. Indeed, I can sense the power within little Goku surging forth with astonishing intensity. It's truly remarkable. Just as he finished speaking, little Goku, who had been unconscious for 6 hours, suddenly opened his eyes, filled with a serene clarity akin to the vast sky. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Tien Shinhan was laboring in the wilderness. Beside him lay the bodies of Tien Shinhan and Chaozu. The former had perished from exhaustion after using the Mafuba technique, while the latter had attempted to disrupt the wish, hoping to seize the opportunity before the Demon King could articulate his own desire. Regrettably, Chaozu lacked the decisiveness and cunning of Oolong or Yamcha, and his slow speech resulted in his own demise at the hands of the Demon King. Tien Shinhan watched helplessly as his comrades fell one by one before him. This fervent warrior felt blood surge to his eyes, his teeth clenched in rage, yet he remained immobilized, forced to lie on the ground, awaiting the effects of the hypnosis gas to dissipate before he could rise and retrieve his fallen allies. Damn it, I cannot let this slide. I must avenge them, no matter what. Tien Shinhan resolutely declared, even if it costs me my life, it is far better than living in cowardice, just moments ago, while prostrate on the ground. Tien Shinhan had witnessed Tien Shinhan execute the Mafuba technique. Thus, he fought off the encroaching sleepiness and swiftly learned the essence of this technique using the Crane School's secret arts. After all, the Mafuba was created by the martial arts master, and both the Kame and Crane schools stemmed from his teachings. Therefore, the Mafuba was not particularly challenging for Tien Shinhan. After a night of relentless training, he had become proficient in this skill, though the only drawback was its dismal accuracy. It was one thing to aim a high-speed vortex of energy accurately into a small rice cooker. It was akin to dropping an egg from the sky directly into a mouse hole on the ground. Considering the resistance when targeting the Demon King, the difficulty was further compounded that it was no wonder Tien Shinhan had failed. This technique tested luck more than skill, raising the question of how the martial arts master had managed it back in his prime. Watching as his Mafubo once again hit the rice cooker, Tien Shinhan finally allowed a flicker of a smile to cross his face. Although the accuracy remained low, he could wait no longer. The tragic deaths of his teammates left him no room for patience. Each second the Demon King lived only intensified his guilt, making it unbearable to remain in such a state. Fate is in the hands of humanity, but success lies with the heavens. May the gods show mercy to the pitiful mortals. Tien Shinhan let out a long sigh. Determination etched across his face as he directed his gaze toward the royal palace, seemingly having made up his mind. Meanwhile, at the royal residence, a flock of crows gathered, clamoring incessantly as the darkened sky enveloped the city, casting everything in a shroud of dread. The Demon King, Piccolo, sat in silence upon his throne, deep in thought. He had maintained this posture for quite some time, to the extent that no one dared to approach him. Fearful of incurring his wrath, seeing my demonic kin slain, the people's fear must surely diminish. This bodes ill, the Demon King murmured. No matter what, I must eliminate that troublesome brat. As he spoke, the Demon King braced himself against the throne, preparing to rise. However, he soon realized that his arm was trembling slightly, rendering him momentarily powerless. Piccolo furrowed his brow. Such an occurrence had never happened before. Was it fear, trepidation, or a reluctance to confront the reality? After all, not long ago, someone had unleashed a Kamehameha wave that rivaled the potency of his most formidable attack. The explosive demon wave. The key was that this had been achieved without any charge, and 4 consecutive blasts had been fired. Even at his peak, he could not have executed such a feat. Thankfully, he had only been a vessel for his subordinates at the time, but the despair, pain, and fear experienced during the obliteration had all resonated back to him, sending chills down the spine of the Demon King, who remained concealed within the palace. The consequences of 4 Kamehameha waves striking him were unimaginable. It was hard to fathom that in this world there existed someone capable of mastering ki to such an extent. Indeed, humanity must be eradicated. The Demon King, Piccolo, coldly asserted, 300 years have caused me to miss so much. I cannot afford to grant this species any more chances. As he spoke, the Demon King suddenly struck down with his hand, severing his trembling palm entirely. Excellent. Let this pain be a reminder that fear and cowardice should never befall me, Piccolo declared nonchalantly, watching his blood pool around him without making a move, seemingly savoring the sensation of agony. This display terrified the lurking demons outside. After a considerable time, the Demon King finally furrowed his brow and bellowed. To his astonishment, from the severed stump, a new hand sprouted, appearing as if it had never been injured. At this moment, the Demon King's eyes regained their former confidence and cruelty, a cunning smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I have allowed those humans to breathe for too long. I shall now proceed to obliterate West City. Let them once again grasp the futility and tragic folly of resisting the demon race. The Demon King Piccolo stated emphatically. With this resolution, he swiftly organized his forces and prepared his means of transportation to West City. It is worth noting that Piccolo could already fly, with capabilities far surpassing the flying technique. Yet the necessity for a ceremonial aspect could not be overlooked, even for a Demon King. Report to the Demon King. It will take 20 minutes to reach West City. The Demon King Piccolo nodded, having witnessed the terrifying destructive power of Xia Exin, which made him reluctant to waste even a trace of his energy on unnecessary matters. Just at that pivotal moment, a sound of a spaceship soaring through the skies echoed, followed by a thunderous roar. Piccolo, come out and face your doom. Naturally, the only one bold enough to confront him alone at this juncture was Tien Shinhan. Overnight, this man had practiced the demon sealing wave countless times, honing this martial art from 3 centuries past to a level comparable to that of Master Roshi. Truly a foolhardy individual, the Demon King Piccolo remarked, knitting his brows, already linking this audacious act to Xia Exin. After all, it was this very individual who had obliterated numerous demon warriors with four-energy blasts, thus igniting a spirit of rebellion among the populace. Therefore, it was imperative to employ the most ruthless means to eliminate the challenger at his doorstep, reminding those who dared to disrespect the Demon King of their place, compelling them to kneel like dogs. With this thought in mind, the Demon King, Piccolo, gestured to pause his journey to the West capital. Casually, he descended from the palace, hands clasped behind his back, observing the aircraft circling above, and remarked with a sardonic tone, "Let the television broadcast the ensuing events. I want the entire world to witness the fate of those who defy the king." Seeing the Demon King's nonchalant demeanor, Tien Shinhan couldn't help but scoff. "Humph, how arrogant. Enjoy your fleeting reign while it lasts. Soon, you'll find yourself back in a rice cooker, where you truly belong." As he spoke, he retrieved a rice cooker bearing a seal from the cabin. However, at that moment, Tien Shinhan suddenly noticed a crack on the outer shell of the sealing rice cooker. Along with damage to the inner POTI in this state, not only was it incapable of sealing demons, but even cooking rice would result in a puddle of water. "What? It's broken?" Tien Shinhan exclaimed, drenched in sweat, immediately recognizing the gravity of the situation. This was undoubtedly a result of his relentless practice of the demon sealing wave, which had caused the damage. There was no way to remedy this. Though the sealing wave's destructive power was not high, the countless misfires during practice had caused the pot to bounce and crash to the ground hundreds of times, inevitably leading to wear and tear. Just as Tien Shinhan was taken aback, the Demon King Piccolo mocked him. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Have you lost your nerve? What happened to that courage you had moments ago?" The Demon King scoffed coldly. "Hurry up and make your move. I'm still waiting to annihilate the West capital." His demeanor was one of utter disregard for Tien Shinhan. Damn it, Tien Shinhan's temples throbbed, fully aware that the other was employing a tactic to provoke him. Yet, rather than retreating, he felt his resolve intensify. "Fine, I'll forego the demon sealing wave and face you head-on." With that, he leaped straight down from the spaceship, landing beside the Demon King Piccolo, glaring at him fiercely. Tien Shinhan had long desired a direct confrontation, feeling quite critical of Master Roshi's avoidance of battle. Now, he finally stood face-to-face with his adversary. "Another aerial maneuver? Is that all you have? It seems everyone can perform that." The Demon King Piccolo derided. "You villain, do not mistake this world for submitting. Justice cannot be extinguished," Tien Shinhan declared with righteous indignation. "The recent generation truly lacks manners. Is this how one speaks to a king?" Piccolo replied, crossing his arms in disdain. "It is time to arrange for a tutor to teach you some etiquette." This remark piqued Tien Shinhan's curiosity. Was the Demon King not going to engage him directly? As if sensing Tien Shinhan's confusion, Piccolo sneered, You should first play with my subordinate." With that, he puffed out his abdomen, and, with a grotesque motion, expelled an egg from his gaping maw. This revolting scene astonished Tien Shinhan, and in an instant, a massive and imposing demon warrior emerged from the eggshell. "Your name is Dolam. Let him witness the terror of our demon warriors." The Demon King Piccolo maintained an air of indifference, as if he were an audience member at a circus, completely dismissing Tien Shinhan. "You grotesque creature, I shall show you my strength." Despite being taken aback, Tien Shinhan rallied his spirit, proclaiming, "Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure we perish together." No sooner had he spoken than the strong-willed Tien Shinhan launched an assault. Charging swiftly towards his opponent, that a vicious hand strike was unleashed with ferocity. To his surprise, Dolam merely chuckled, retracting his neck effortlessly to evade the lethal blow. Not only that, but he also seized the opportunity to throw a punch at Tien Shinhan's abdomen. Fortunately, Tien Shinhan's third eye on his forehead quickly sensed the impending danger, allowing him to recover in time to block the incoming attack, though his arm was left numb from the impact. Good heavens, this brute possesses immense strength. I must take the initiative. Realizing this, Tien Shinhan disregarded the ache in his arm and resolutely pressed forward. This time, however, he was far more cautious, opting for a whip kick, intending to leverage his long legs for a tactical advantage. Yet, to his astonishment, Dolam's speed seemed even greater. He dodged each of Tien Shinhan's attacks with ease, and coupled with a mocking grin on Dolam's face, Tien Shinhan felt increasingly irked. After throwing so many punches, it's my turn, Dolam drawled lazily, flipping his wrist and closing in. Taking advantage of Tien Shinhan's moment of retreat, he landed a powerful punch squarely on Tien Shinhan's chest. This area is known as the body's gateway. Rarely struck, for a direct hit could lead to dire consequences. In that instant, Tien Shinhan's defense crumbled, leaving him unable to advance or retreat. Dolam seized this opportunity, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, treating Tien Shinhan like a mere punching bag, leaving him in a state of utter devastation. Humph! A pitiful display. The Demon King Piccolo sneered from the sidelines. He had anticipated that a martial artist might wield the demon sealing wave or employ tactics akin to Xia Xian's barrage of energy blasts, which was why he had created a subordinate endowed with considerable abilities. Now, it seemed he had overestimated the threat. Though Tien Shinhan was battered, he did not concede. Leveraging the momentum for being knocked away, he created distance and, with a fierce determination, charged forward once more. Dolam was momentarily taken aback as Tien Shinhan headbutted him squarely in the face, causing him to stagger back a step. In typical martial arts, one uses fists and feet. Few employ their heads as battering rams. Thus, Dolam suffered an unexpected setback, struck directly to. "You're quite spirited," Piccolo remarked from the side. Dolam wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly retorted, "You pathetic human. You've embarrassed me before the Demon King. Your end is nigh." In the face of this threat, Tien Shinhan remained silent, his focus unwavering on his opponent to prevent a sneak attack. Meanwhile, he pondered, how absurd, such a large figure. Yet he moves with such speed, and he isn't even the Demon King. If a mere subordinate is this formidable, Xia Xian must be facing an even greater multitude of gods in the West Capital. That I pray my disciple remains unharmed. As Tien Shinhan silently prayed, Dolam revealed a cruel smile. "You are finished." No sooner had he uttered this than he vanished from sight, eluding even Tien Shinhan's third eye. Almost simultaneously, Dolam reappeared behind Tien Shinhan, launching a devastating black tiger heart-piercing strike at his back. This unparalleled attack in terms of power, speed, and lethality was nothing short of exceptional. As Tien Shinhan felt the impact against his back, he collapsed to the ground, deflated like a punctured balloon, left gasping for breath. Lying on the ground, Tien Shinhan struggled to rise, unaware that his body felt as if it were a disassembled machine, devoid of any strength. This was due in part to his opponent's overwhelming prowess, but also because Tien Shinhan's energy had been significantly depleted during his practice of the demon sealing wave, compounded by a night of intense training that left his body less than fully recovered. Consequently, in this confrontation, he was rapidly reaching his limits. Unable to sustain himself any longer to withstand a blow from my demon kind and survive, you certainly possess some resilience. The Demon King Piccolo folded his arms and sneered. "Don't waste time. Crush his heart." "Yes, sir," Daramu replied obsequiously with a smile. He pressed one claw on Tien Shinhan's head while the other claw glistened with a cold light, ready to disembowel the man in front of him. At this moment, Tien Shinhan couldn't struggle, like a salted fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Damn it! Knowing that he was at the end of his rope, Tien Shinhan felt no fear in his heart. The only thing that made him unwilling was, "Kayatsu, Xia Xian, I'm useless and I can't avenge you." While Tien Shinhan still thought that Xia Xian was dead. After all, a single demon warrior in front of him had already tortured him so much that he had no power to fight back. And Xia Xian went to West City, facing nearly dozens of demons, far more in number than what he was facing. Moreover, Xia Xian rushed there by forcefully using the flying nimbus technique, so he was probably already dead and gone. Of course, what Tien Shinhan didn't know was that he was facing Daramu, created by the Demon King in his peak state, and could be said to be at the top level of all current demon warriors. And those dozens of demons that Xia Xian faced were the work of the dying Piccolo. I'm afraid that even if they were tied together, they wouldn't be a match for Daramu in front of him. The difficulty actually didn't change because of the number. Just as Daramu's sharp claws were about to fall and Tien Shinhan was about to give up struggling, suddenly, a blurred shadow that sliced through the air whistled past. And with a bang, Daramu was sent flying and landed on the ground in a sorry state. Huh? The complacent Demon King Piccolo's face changed slightly at this moment. because standing in front of him was none other than Goku, who he had killed before. What? Weren't you dead, kid? It's no wonder the Demon King Piccolo was so surprised. When they were fighting for the one-star Dragon Ball of Yajirobe, he had clashed with Goku. During that time, he even ignored his lifespan and used his true strength.